I would happily date Miss Mamas if I knew that she wasn't for the, like if I knew she wasn't gonna go on to another nigga after the first link. Like how do I say this? If I knew that I wasn't just gonna be another body on the roster, so I would never go after it. That's really why I don't go after a lot of bad bitches. I feel like I'm gonna just be another body on the roster. I mean, how do all my bitches was bad, but I don't go after bad bitches. If you get what I'm saying, like I go after everything in the book. Shoot your shot. I'm not gonna lie. Now, niggas want to do lame nigga shit when a nigga get on early. Like, word is bond. On a Saturday, like, come on, hop on this Greenville RP. Let's see if y'all really like that. Let's see if my real Greenvillers are really like that for real. What's up, Ozzy? What's up, Ozzy? Do I blink? I don't know what to say. Do I blink glass? Do you speak English, man? That's what I was going to say. Because y'all was speaking and nobody answered, so I had to make sure I covered all my bases, you hear me? Huh? We have? I don't know. I probably got you at it. I probably just don't remember. Yeah, I got you at it. I remember that vaguely. Sandman. So how was it fighting Spider-Man? Your name is Sandman. How was it when you fought Spider-Man in the Venom suit? Did you expect to get your ass handed to you that bad? Like, the power of friendship really got you. Yo, no, I'm gonna send you. All right, I'm gonna send you an invite back to the game. Just join it and go to Brickmere. You feel me? All right, I have a question. How old are y'all? All right, that sounded about right for you, Ozzy. What about the other one? Oh, you probably don't know Ozzy, but I'm just asking the other guy. Go ahead and say it. It's based off of how you. This RP is based off of how you act, not your age. I just want to make sure I get you in the right age group. Like, I don't think he understood. I think he was about to troll the entire time or something. Like, no, we're serious. All right, I gotta ask you a serious question, and it's not. I gotta ask you a serious question, and it's not an oddball question. It's a genuine question because this RP isn't based on your age; it's based on how you act. But I gotta make sure you're in the right age group. How old are you? 14. All right. Let's see that right. I'm inside the mechanics right now. I'm getting my car worked on because I sold my entire car collection to work on it again. Feel me? Nah. All my Dodges are gone. Well, you said you need an invite. Uh, yeah, this is a life rp. Satin, yeah, satin is way brighter white. Like, you feel me? I said satin's a way brighter white. You feel me? Yeah, service place I do go to. X6. You're X6. I do kind of. I brought one. I sold it definitely. But you know it's not bad. Let me invite stressed. That I don't know which one. That's the Fiat 500. No, you said iBrath. That's the iBrath. I'm fried. I'm sorry. I'm forgetting that these are realistic cars. Not. He was my blessed as a baby boy. Fucked up his head and even changed the way he played with toys. uh, ARP, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop letting niggas know in your song what you be doing, bro. I'm letting you know now. The cops are. This is what they did to Melly and Dirk so many times, Vaughn so many times. Trust me, they're gonna use it against you in the court of law. Anything you say can't. Anything you say can or will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to your attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you. Do you understand your rights? Well, if you don't know, those are your Miranda rights. And who would read your Miranda rights besides me? I hope she got a fat ass. Real shit. Why am I plate footed? Hey. You're blacker than I am. And I can guarantee you are. You think you aren't? You don't think you're blacker than I am? Alright. Sure. Hey. If the shoe fits, you're the one wearing it. Size 13, 6 foot tall, named Jamarcus. I'm black too, dude. And you know I'm black. Hey. If you do that, you're no different from all your other cop friends. Nigga, you had a warrant out for our arrest. You're the cop. Hey, not anymore. Huh? What the fuck? I don't know why he left. I think he's gay. Hey. Only on Saturdays when there's no socks. You're a brickman? You're blacker than I am, and I know you are. I seen your story today too. I know for a fact you are. Hey, I'm not gonna tell on you because I'm not a rat. But I seen what you had there. I'm not gonna say nothing, but I know what you had on your story. Check your story, Mr. I love ARPs. Exactly. No for no further answers, Your Honor. Gen 5. I feel you. Hey. That shit out your mouth. Alright. Fucking Nick. Hey. If the shoe fits, I wear it twice. Hope everybody here knows I'm openly racist. Yeah. You wanna know why I'm openly racist? Hey. It's not Saturday yet. You're the nigger. What the fuck? Who you talking to, bitch? Nigga, I'll shoot you in your face. That nigga joined the party just to talk shit. Bullshit. Only one nigga, and that was in a boxing match. It's not fair because I can't box. Nigga, that's boxing. Like with real gloves. Nigga, the fuck not free hands fucking in the street. Nigga, real boxing match. Nigga, I'm talking about a real fight with boxing. Like the fuck you can't just do underhanded shit when you're really boxing. It's fucked up. Nigga, if you're honorable, yes. Why the fuck you? His Wi-Fi just might be shit. Corby's doing my server. Oh, he left the server? That sucks. Alright. That was my only police officer. What happened? Huh? I can't even hear what you're saying. The radio is sitting in my car. You just got a double barrel sawed-off shotgun? You said too much dip on your ship? You have too much dip on your chip? Oh, I only knew you that night. You could stay out. Good things don't come twice. But I was only lately. Oh, baby. So I'll go to sleep with a Sprite on the nightstand. Brookmere. I mean, if you would have spoken earlier and asked, use your voice like you did now, you would have got the answer, and the answer was Brookmere. Well, if like I said, if you would have asked, instead of being quiet, if you would have asked, bro, it was quiet for a good 3 minutes. What's up, Snag Fo VC out? So y'all guess you're a 2K fiend, Hall of Famer. You're a 2K Hall of Famer. Or are you on the Hall of Fame though? Huh? Are you on the 2K Hall of Fame? Well, I don't know who asked you. I'm overly stimulated right now. I had a whole day at work. I'm just saying bullshit. Bro, fuck the stimulation. Fuck the ADHD. Fuck the autism. I know. Fuck that shit. Yeah. I could have spelled that shit for a day. I didn't even know what he was talking about till he said that shit. Oh, he got it, yeah. It is a autism. Yeah. Nigga, I've been autistic since 1946. Kill yourself. I can't put. I'm in promazine. I can't put down the cup. Yeah, I'm autistic. You already know this. Like you know me long enough to where you know my autism blatantly shows all the time. Sipping on this crack rock. I can't put down the pipe. Why is it nobody at the dealership in Rickman? What the fuck? Hello? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why go? Oh, cause that's why. Cause that's why. Gather party. Yo, everybody liked out that shit. Once that shit went quiet, I was low-key a little confused. Yeah, you doing that shit right now? Yo, aren't you in the group chat? You probably got Discord on mute. Discord be going on. Nigga, I texted everybody. It's not every. No, not one by one. I'm talking about I put at everyone. Hope to see y'all in today's group chat at everyone. I mean, at today's party at everyone. You know, you feel me? Because, you know, I want to make sure at everyone knew what was going on today. I'm in this X6M. Comp. Purple. Brickmere. I am at dealership in Brittany. I'm sipping on promethazine. But we and I fell in love. Oh, that's probably why. There's probably mad different times. But I think he's feeling good about himself because people just let him bring out the loud car. You know that's the cheapest 1,000 horsepower vehicle, right? No. I'm fried. There's still the fucking Durant. So I'll go to sleep, but I don't like on that. Nah. I mean, this is a pretty old one. I'm not gonna lie. This is a normal BMW. Like everybody can have this in the inventory because they don't take people's cars with their inventory unless they're taking out the whole car brand and putting in a new one. Plus, you can tell it still got our car still got the badges on it. If your car still has a badge on it, that means like they haven't taken it out the game yet. All right, is this everybody? Who's in this Porsche Cayenne right here? Or is this a Macan? All right, that's Trent. Who's in this 1,000 horsepower ZL1? Thousand horsepower ZL1. All right. Now who's in the black E-mobile? I mean, who's in the black E-mobile? Alright, so everybody pick your job and occupation. Corn Star, that's what I picked. And go pick up your houses. Really? Nah, you can live wherever the fuck you want. As long as you can get to work. Yes. No, not in town, but if you leave town, it's like 10 millimeter, 10 feet out, like 100 feet out the, about 100 feet out the town, you're gonna see your first neighborhood. Backstreet Boys. My fire, desire. When I say I want it that way, tell me why. Apart. Oh, we're not singing from the middle, like Brooklyn 99. You want to sing it from the beginning? Can't expect me to. Yeah, we all here play GTA. I'm pretty sure a lot of us was born before 2010. That shit is still a banger, bruh. Nah, that shit is hard as hell, though. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, what's the name of that song? I be forgetting that shit. Yo, what's the name of that song? We wanna make a move. What? Put me on. Put me on, twin. Want to make you fall in love. I could already have you right under my arm. My tricks, I usually feel. Yeah. Look, you're cooler than me. I like the faces. Head around you, cooler than me. Never say, hey, remember my name. Yo, you got it. Yes, you got a GTA playlist. All right. Either West Coast nonstop pop or the new LS radio. Look, that shit would be fire, so. I'm not gonna lie, I'll be bumping Little Jeff on the Hellcat talking about so. If you see me, don't break no step. Walk, I had to show they had to see this out. I don't listen to EBK. You know who you guys need to listen to? You guys need to listen to Torch or what's it called? YFG Fat. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, it's YFG Facts. Oh no, it's not even YFG Facts, it's D Facts. Nah, G Facts. G Facts. Nah, it's a different nigga. I'm talking about G Facts. See, you guys gotta listen to G Facts. Fine. Dreaming. Fine. When you sleep, I know you wanna cry all night. Oh. Just so you guys know, if you need a mechanic,
He ain't stole nothing.
Dom's mechanic services is open.
I just told you, you're chatting shit. He ain't stole nothing. Now, this shit you gotta fuck my pussy. You this shit not looking. All the dumbass songs make some real music.
Cause the shit about to change.
See the strap, not getting it back. These niggas not fucking with facts. I got 32 shots in my gut like Shaq. I'm from the Mont Block, not THG, but it's right down the street from where the fuck we at. Niggas be throwing shots, we throwing back. I stood up like the Taliban, 95. Ain't no G's over here, we don't do that. Send a shot, we gon' knock up his do-rag. Say that he looking, we throwing where you at. And I got the Glock inside the Louis V bag. Walk down, do a hit in the heat jack. Do walk up and get close to where he at. Niggas ain't spinning through here, better relax. And off of these drugs, I do nothing but relax. Niggas trying to say I was done with the fuck is you stupid. Use your brain before you lose it. Our bitches is saying they be bumping my music. They act like it's up, they be picking and choosing. And we hit his head trying to knock up his noodle. These niggas must not be walking my poodle. Stomach shot, fuck him up, now he can't do it. The creative playing like we never knew you. Yeah, I said the diamonds, I gotta get him. The youngest little nigga to turn up the city. We ride around with 150. No.
Baby be the class clown. I'll be the beauty, Keen and Sears. For the new art horses. Yeah, yeah. Yo, why is it raining so much? This shit raining non-stop. It just stopped raining. Wait, why is the sound still going off then? Oh, this shit. There's black people. I see 2 black people. Black people. They're gonna steal your shoes. You better hide your wallet, cause they gonna take that to black people. Black people with a real big family and a real big bucket of KFC. Black people. Black people. If your car don't work, don't panic. With these hands, baby, I could do man. If your car don't work, don't panic. Don't trip, baby, I'm a mechanic. If your car messed up, don't panic. Call Dooley, he's the mechanic. Shut the fuck up. You wanna die? You wanna die? Hate you, nigga, let's die. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit of a, don't worry about it. So how... What's cracking? Yo. So I heard you guys are cripping. Or going out was cracking. Whoa. Make a move, cuz. Go UG, go UG, cuz. Go UG, go UG, cuz. Make a move, cuz. Make a move, cuz. Make a move, cuz. Nigga, make a move. Hey, yo, give me your insurance. I need your insurance right fucking now. Don't pull off. Don't license plate all on camera. Eat your pussy. The fuck? Take a screenshot of that. Oh no, let me tell you something. You just hit my fucking car. You see this? $154,000, $145,000 you just hit. Nigga, scratch. Nigga, scratch. This is a $2,000 fix-up. This is a $2,000 fix-up. This is not regular dealership paint. This is brand new. Taking out the repair shop. Obviously, but why would I use it when you make damage? Fuck, nigga. Make a move, cuz. Nigga, you know why? Because I ain't caused the damage, nigga. If you hit my car, why would I pay for the damage? Nigga, you hit it. You did the damage, nigga. Yo, run my ones, nigga. Run my ones right now. Alright, bet. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Nah, nigga, no. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. They need to add fighting in this game. I don't really get it banging over. What the fuck, nigga? No, that shit is hell no. Nigga, no, that's like torture. That's like 7 hours of torture right there. It's either the Bronx or that's the only game. Make a move, cuz. Nigga, I'm not even paying for that car, nigga. Nigga, I'm not paying for the car, nigga. I beat your ass. That's all I needed for the victory. Nigga, I'm about to go buy a whole new car. Yo, fuck. I came to the dealership to get another car. Shit, did I just beat the cop's ass? Oh, no, he about to melt for me. Well, what do we have here? Probably not. My name usually cuz, so make a move. I'm gonna start telling niggas that. Just make a move, cuz. Alright, I just ordered in a brand new, I don't even remember what the fuck I just brought, but I just brought something. What the fuck? I'm about to go back to work so I can get my rest of my bread for the day. Fuck that stop sign. Huh? Nigga, I ain't do shit. Hey. If I wasn't caught in action of doing it, it never happened. Only Habibi, only illegal when cops there. If cops not there, Habibi, everything legal. You feel me? Alright, let me take off this side panel because that dickhead had to get his ass beat over. Yep. Yeah. Alright. Just gonna go take this to the back. From the back, you hear me? Alright, now take off. I gotta open the trunk. I'll take this whole bumper off real quick, but it's not gonna be too bad. Open the door. Alright. All done. My name Yujika. Huh? I'm at work. Yeah. I'm about to go on my 5-minute break real quick, stand outside. Yo, is that DLT? Yo, stop real quick. Stop. Well, what's poppin', mud? Yo, I have a favor to ask. Can you pull in here real quick? You fucking nigger. Nigga, you could have been moved. You know what? I could deny you service. You know that, right? Nigga, I just bought me a ZR1 with a fucking Hennessy engine in it. I can catch you. You know that, right? Yeah, yeah. Now he's scared. He's running off. I'm talking about my ZR1, the Corvette. What was I gonna say? What's it called? Would you like to sign up to work here? Because I need a tow truck. I need somebody with a tow truck. Got you. The payment is $50 an hour on clock, and you get $100 every time you pick up a car. So I don't think you understand how $50 an hour is pretty much. You're gonna be rich by the end of the year. All right. You're gonna have a nice little apartment by the end of the year, pretty much. So all you gotta do is just like clock in, and then you just gotta what's it called? Just go outside, pick up. What? You got my car, bitch. Bitch, I told you to get out my car. Talking about you, Shy. Nigga, whoever Shy is, the fuck. Nigga with the pink shade. The fuck. So, you done, mud? Alright. But what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, pretty much just go out there and look for cars. And you get paid hourly, don't worry. Oh, you're the dickhead in that in the fucking Camaro. That's a Corvette. I bet you only bought this car to compensate for something. Bro, I don't want to hear shit. Your car don't even spit flames or burble. Like, it's just loud. It'll probably get my X6M. Definitely. It's gonna get my X6M. It's gonna get my X6M for sure. The X6M it's gonna get. Alright. I'm about to put up a Twitter post. Alright, I'm gonna put up what the fuck, Instagram post, I guess. What the fuck? What do niggas use to post their parties? Nigga. Nah, talk about post parties in real life. What? Nigga, I don't go to parties. I wouldn't know this. Alright. I'm gonna just say Instagram. Fuck it. Oh, wow! I thought it was gonna put enter as in like it's gonna make it like like a space underneath so I can just keep writing the post list. All right, don't ignore that. Just ignore that. And, don't worry, I'm retarded. Wait, what's the name of the nightclub in this game? What's the name of the nightclub in this game? It's Club something. That's a GTA, but that's a different type of club too. No, when I go to the shoe store, I usually get a big titty, big name Inferno. Sure. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? I'm not gonna lie, I cannot see your beamer right now. I'm on the way to nightclub. What's it called? It's in Greenville, so look up, I forget what his name. It's Club something. Yep. Factory Post. It's the name of the nightclub is Factory Post. So go into your navigation and just type in Factory Post. Oh, yeah, I forgot to play my mute. I forgot to play the music. I'm on the highway. What? I don't know what I want to play. I'm probably gonna play top 5 chord.
We had a problem still for mills. Okay, rob still is kill like speak for the game, but hold that will. When we finna have no weekend still. It's like banger, bitch, be still. But I can't like, gotta keep my still. And I'm in the field trying to chase a meal. You can't run hoes on the hills. We go fast and shit move slow. Pay that dough, so we take that dough. We try starting up that scope. We smoke options, not no boat. He act tough, but he not slow. You know we got 30 bottles and more. He act tough, but he got gold. Bitch, I'm gonna slow him out with bro. I'm trying to fuck, but I'm off that pill. You trying to talk, but I'm trying to kill you. Place our niggas, we ain't go jail for one with niggas. Let's go world. In the half, but what's the world? Keep this my hood, you ready to get cooking that nigga a bitch. I know you for real, he keep trying to just be like for real. These niggas keep dissing till they catch shots. I have my 30 bottle pop. That's the top, she want the top. Like, why you talk this shit not hot? They shit not hot. This shit hot, they about to day, bitch, come outside. Keep my gun, I can't get loud. All that dick wine need to get fired. These niggas, these bitches like fuck a lot. Look at the ass, like where they pop. The shots be stuck in these mouths. Then you try your ass get pop. Niggas they buying, say they lie. You got your own hood, like get up, they got. I'm feeling good, bitch, I'm off the rock. And if you move rock, you might catch shots. Wanna go good, but I love stop. We got monsters, we top. Go get an urgent, try to pop top. Just get a poppin' in them pop rock. Come on, bitch, this a hot rock. Just so down, we can't stop shot. We better duck when the shots pop. 90 blocks for a hot rock. We had to rob and steal for mills. We ain't riding, stop to chill like we can't go hold that will. We finna have no, we can't spill. We flat banger, bitch, we still. But I can't like, gotta keep my still. And I'm not just a mill. You can't run hoes on the hills. We go fast, shit move slow. Pay that dough, we take that dough. We try starting up that stove. Options not no boat. He act tough, but he not slow. You know we got 30 bottles and more. He act tough, but he got broke. Bitch, I'm gonna split him out with bro. I'm trying to fuck with him off that pearl. She trying to talk, but I'm trying to kill you. Chasing my niggas, we ain't go jail for one with niggas. But let's be real. In the half of which for real. But what's my hood, you ready to kill that nigga? Leave for real, you keep trying to just be like for real. Like for real, like for real, like for real, like for real, like
Only took that. It took me a whole song to even get to Brookmere. I mean, not to Brookmere. It took me a whole song to get to the nightclub. I think the cop seen me on the way to the party. The cop definitely would have had to see me on the way to the party, but that nigga could not have gotten up to me. I was sharking that motherfucker. Oh, wait, this is the bathroom? Oh yeah, I'm supposed to do a line of blood. I thought we were going to the bathroom. I was about to do a line of blood. Probably snag. If it's not snag or Aussie, it's either I think it's Trey. Calling Trey. 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 Yo, Trey. Creepy pasta. Yeah, party started already. That was not the song. I was on my card. I was in the lamb shot. She was in a lot. I would keep on flexing, you know, like me that outside. So sauce it up. Do too much. Ain't enough. No, it's up. Nigga, it's not even raining. How are you sliding? I'm just saying, if you pop down 2 picks, you gonna be able to drive that shit regular. It's definitely pasta. It's definitely pasta. That's a class one. You know, that's a class 2 felony, right? It's freedom of speech. You can't just run from the police. Like they can't arrest you for saying shit to them. Like they can't arrest you for saying suck my dick. If they do, they violating your rights and your fucking what's it called First Amendment. Is it the First Amendment freedom of speech? Yeah, you're violating the First Amendment. And then there would if my state's kind of odd because they violate my 14th Amendment right to bear arms. 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, I forget. Somewhere in the two. I thought that way you were ready to party. Calling Ozzy. Calling Ozzy. Yo, what happened? Where you guys at? The party's over and all. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Where you at, Ozzy? Ozzy, where you at? He can't say that. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, he can. It's the freedom of speech. You can't say shit for him. I'm not gonna. As a cop, you gotta just deal with that shit. Cause people are just gonna talk shit to you. You gotta take it like a man. I'm not gonna lie. That freedom of speech shit. If you arrest him for his freedom of speech, he can get free from that. Cause you're violating his First Amendment, dickhead. And he's in the passenger seat. And he's in the passenger seat. And he's in the passenger seat. What are you going? Mm-hmm. Hey! I'm a witness. I'm a witness for the pullover because I'm on the phone with Ozzy. Calling Ozzy. Yo, Ozzy, you still on the phone? What's it called? Pull up to the next stop on the highway because the party's over. Nigga, it's 2 in the morning, nigga. Y'all niggas are late as hell. Nigga, you the dumbass cop that pulled him over for no reason. There's an X. Look up next stop and look for the one near Brookmere, the one closest to Brookmere, or on Elks Drive or whatever. It's gonna be on the highway. That's the one I'm at. Yeah, it's gonna be the one on the highway. It's like next stop, rest stop, I think. It's on the highway. Next stop, rest stop. Rest stop. Yeah, going towards Brookmere. Going towards Brookmere. If you go towards, nigga, just look up next stop, and then it's gonna be one of the, what's it called, one of the things. I don't know. It's gonna say next stop, rest stop. That's the name of it. I hate niggers. I hate niggers. I hate niggers and niggers. Here's a hoop. No. Nigga, I told you to look up the address. It's the next. It's next stop rest stop.
What would happen if you had the Renegon? Day one, you wake up one morning and your eyes have changed to purple with ripple patterns. Your village sees you as a blessing at first, a child with the eyes of the sick. Age of six packs, but fear replaces wonder the moment you accidentally trigger a Shinra Tensei. Weeks later, Pain himself arrives. Your village tries to hide you. Nagato sees through everything with his own ring. It takes one to know one. Age 10, you're training with Pain, learning to control the six paths techniques one by one. Animal path lets you summon massive creatures. A serve path turns your body into a living well. Age 15, you launch a Chibaku Tensei into the sky, creating a massive gravitational sphere that rips the ground apart. You've mastered 5 paths, pulling souls from bodies with human path, absorbing jutsu with Preta path, unstoppable. Age 18, Shinra is your original village. You can't let them down. You summon the King of Hell to revive the entire village. Your life force has completely drained away. That is the price for saving everyone. What would happen after Egghead the Straw Hat ranking changed? Who is the
What?
true second in command? I bet more than half of you would answer wrong, but that's okay because after the Egghead Idol battle, the Straw Hats late. After Egghead the Straw Hat ranking changed, who is the true second in command? I bet more than half of you would answer wrong, but that's okay because after the Egghead Idol battle, the Straw Hats latest power ranking is finally clear. Number 10, Usopp. No surprise here, as Usopp is still at the bottom. But whether in Wano or Egghead, his performance has been underwhelming. Number 9, Nami. Her attack style is simple, and she relies heavily on the time attacks to cast lightning, but the damage is high, and she consistently stuns opponents. That's why she ranks above Usopp. Number 8, Brook. The most unpredictable man on the crew, his soul-based abilities frustrate even top-tier enemies, and on Egghead, he can slice through Saturn's spider. Number 7, Chopper. Chopper has long graduated from the weak trio. He's bound to make it a joke, but his actual combat power isn't. When it matters, he steps up and can now contend with commander-level fighters. Even against an Emperor, he doesn't panic, and on Egghead, his enhanced defensive form withstood even Saturn's venomous attacks. Number 6, Robin. Robin forced her way into top-tier combat status after awakening her human form.
What?
Number 5, Frankie. Most times, one of the most obvious upgrades of Quirk would be with firepower. People say he relies too much on the Frankie Shogun, but even without it, his base strength is impressive. Number 4, Jinbei. Jinbei doesn't chase flashy moments, but that's exactly why he's ceiling is unknown. He wins high-level fights with consistency, like overpowering Blue 2 and standing firm against Big Mom and C, but he lacks a clear final form. Number 3, Sanji. Number 2, Zoro. They're called the wings of the Pirate King, yet nearly every opponent acknowledges Zoro as the best.
Yo,
What you doing, bro?
I'm streaming.
You busy, or you just streaming?
I'm busy.
Alright, cause me and Cap about to talk to his brother. You not answering the phone. You supposed to give us a ride to Somerset. And I was gonna see if you wasn't busy, if you could give us a ride type shit. Cause you about to test out on purpose.
Absolutely. I mean, he at the crib, but I'm busy right now.
Alright, bet. I'm gonna call busy right now.
Alright, bet.
Alright, love you, bro.
What I think?
Through other characters' dialogue, both subtly confirms it. Still, their strength is extremely close. On Egghead, Zoro showed the attack. Or totally. I don't know why many people compare this stuff. People compare that here on the air like this.
It's gonna be cheese bread pasta.
For 100 years, but the moment he lay down, he realized that the machine had malfunctioned.
Oh, y'all niggas just got here, bro? Y'all niggas just now getting here? Y'all niggas is slow. Nigga. Nigga, you're here. I'm right here. Right in front of you. I know she's on the party. Oh, shit. Next stop, rest stop. Oh no, you done that bitch. Nigga, it's cause we was at a party, right? Nigga, the cop pulled these niggas over. They pulled up late as hell. I've been up since 2. I've been up since before 7 o'clock in the morning of the day before, bro. I got off of work, went to a party. I've been chilling at the rest stop for like 5 hours waiting on these niggas. No, it wasn't even my. It wasn't even my party. It was a party at the nightclub, dickhead. It was still doing the RP. Let's get showered. No, I feel that. I'm not gonna lie. I should be out of it. I should have popped. For Discord. Yo, aren't you on the Discord? Fuck off. Send me your Instagram or whatever you use to text niggas or whatever you can use to text niggas, because I'm about to send you the Discord, bro. That's how you get the RP updates and shit. Now, remember we're waiting on like 5 of the niggas now. Oh, y'all niggas are bricking. Alright, we about to, yo, Keys, are you on your way, are you on your way to, are you on your way to Brickmere? Go to, yeah, just meet up in Brickmere. I'm sorry, man. Nigga, why are you on my ass? There's another lane. You should just cut my ass off. Bro, you go 220 miles an hour, bro. Why don't you just swap over lanes? I'm hitting top speed already. Şimdi tensi. Huh? Oh, you heard my Shinra Tensi. You don't get it, because I got the Renegon and the Sharingan, so I just be hitting niggas with Shinra Tensi. I'm a Taratsu. She sent you a titty pic, you gotta send it back with a dick reply. She said she was 30. Always. Yeah. I never sold no crack, but I'm so street I could cook it. I ain't never sold no crack, but I'm so street I could cook it. I want to. We're at Brickmere Autos. We're at Brickmere Autos. I'm feeling romantical. Yo, who the fuck said that again? I'm trying to remember that shit. It was the prison movie, right? Oh, I remember exactly what it was. It was a Haunted House 2, that scene where he was calling the pastor on the fucking thing. He was calling the exorcist on the fucking video call. He's like, come and kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantic. I gotta go rewatch that movie. Shit, after this RP, I might just go watch that movie again. What? I feel that because like they don't really update this shit often. Very often. What? Don't tell me your favorite game is anything like on Southern Ontario or something like that. I heard about that one. Nigga, why are you saying fuck for it? Go handle that. Bring a condom. Well, nigga, exactly. Exactly. You know what you gotta do? Go get some ass now. Go get some ass. Go get some ass. Go get some ass. Go get some ass right now. Actually, I'm actually getting mad. Nigga, 11 o'clock ain't shit. I did that shit at 12 o'clock. I got home at 3 in the morning, but that ain't shit. I know. Alright, nigga, I had to. Nigga, let me go tell you something. Let me tell you something, bro. I had to go handle something an hour away. I left at 12 o'clock. Let me tell you something, bro. I had to go handle something 12 o'clock at night. It's 12 o'clock on the dot. I leave home 12 o'clock. I get there at 1 in the morning. I handle that. I come back 3 o'clock in the morning. Dumbass. Well, that makes sense. I'm not gonna lie. That makes sense. I feel that. To my soul. But at the same time, if he got an opportunity to go handle that, why not? I'm not gonna lie, like when Big Bro said, yo, you got a problem in the streets, go ahead, I'm gonna handle you this, go and handle that. You know what I did? I'm not gonna say no names. I'm not gonna say nothing actually. I'm gonna just stop right there. Your dick might fall off, man, but you know what? Go ahead. How old are you? How old are you? Oh shit. I'm surprised. I usually don't find anybody older than me. Usually I wouldn't tell him to go handle that, but I'm not gonna lie, he got a long relationship himself. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like he wanna go out there. His last girl was keep it short, a little toxic. A little toxic. Just a little bit, right, Keys? Just a little bit, right? Wait, was that Corpse speaking? Oh shit. Corpse. I didn't even know you was 26. Nigga, on the phone, you look like 18, man. Oh, I'm about to say. Yo. I'm a grown ass man. Back the fuck up. And you gotta tell me what you drive. Yo, you know what you gotta do? You gotta come pick me up, and we gotta be outside. Yeah, we got. Like I said, man, we're outside. I fuck the hoes. I'm talking about we going to the car meet, something. Like, we gotta do something. Corpse, you may not know this. I'm a lot like you. I'd rather be around my car than around these bitches. No, I'd rather be around you and your car because I'm around you all through this stuff. Wait, yo. Nigga, are you sure I was talking to Cat Valentine when I said that? If you don't, hey, we're about. You're only 6 years older than me. I know you know who that is. Ariana Grande in her prime. You lucky bastard. Wait, in her prime or how old? You lucky bitch. I gotta fight you now. I gotta fight you now. You know that, right? I gotta fight you now. Like, and I know you gonna beat my ass. I know you gonna beat my ass. You bigger than me, but I'm still gonna fight you. Yeah, we gotta square up. Knuckle up, knuckle up. Forget the buckle. Knuckle up. Got knuckle. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Corpse, knuckle up. Corpse, knuckle up. Calling corpse. Calling corpse. Knuckle up right now. We outside. You. I hate you, nigga. Let's die. Yo. Wait, why keep you possibly? Who, sir? If he's on foot and you're black and you can't catch him, that sounds like it sounds like a skill issue. Like me, I would have caught him. I'm not gonna lie. I know someone no cat. That's me. Where you at? Oh. I forgot. You can actually own it now. You know that, right? You know I retired. You know I retired this place for myself, so you can go ahead and own it now if you want to. No. Don't worry. This is my old employee. I'll pay for it. How much is it? So 20,000. 20,000 gonna pay for it. 20,000 gonna. Wait, which car? Which car is it? This one. This car? The truck? You're in the truck? Alright. 20,000 gonna cover it? You got Apple Pay, Cash App, you got. Alright, sends 20,000. Tell your baby mama, she gotta eat a dick for that, I'm not gonna lie. Like, come on now. Like, how you gonna get a base beamer, bro? $25. I'm moving this motherfucker. I forgot the tune I put on this shit is so fucking sexy. Wait, you dead ass? Yep. Huh? I think it's deal too. Yo, Corpse. Colin Corpse. Yo, what's the DOT job need? the DOT job. Because if anybody knows it's you, I'm not gonna lie, I don't be knowing that. You just drive off the mountain? Oh yes. Oh yeah, my house is open. I didn't think my house was gonna be open. Yes. I think he wants us to diddle him. He's talking about the guy with the mercenary towel haircut. Wait, what? So like, are they gonna take him out of our inventories? So there's no. So you're telling me there's no point in going to buy a whole bunch of them? You're telling me. What do you think? Say swear it's Beira. Oh, it is Beira. What the fuck? So like this game. So you're telling me BMW being gay right now, bro. Just for that, when I get rich, I'm not buying BMW. Like I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Fuck a Beamer. I want a Hellcat. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, fuck Beamer and Dodge. Fuck Beamer and Dodge. I'm not getting either. I'm getting the Benz because they gonna take them out my favorite game. Why the fuck would I buy them? Huh? I'm already knowing Benz is better. AMG. Well, that depends on if you know how to tune an AMG. It's your manufacturing. Fuck all cars, bitch. I'm getting a horse. Yeah, nigga, I own the shop. Oh shit! It actually might be. I mean, shit, it might be. Probably. I don't fucking know. I don't care, nigga. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I pay my employees top dollar. I drive a. Oh, me? I'm a Twitch streamer. Yeah. You get paid $50 an hour and $100 every car you pick up. Like, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, it could be money laundering, or it could just be that I'm good at my job, so people come here a lot. It could be either way. I feel like it will. I feel like because like this game. Yeah.
Oh my! Jimmy. When this guy found out his wife was cheating on him, he exposed her in the middle of family game night.
Are we switching the color?
Our green hole control one.
Oh, it's a new corn. We're getting a divorce. Again? Again? Oh, so this has happened before.
Are you gonna do this for my family?
I'm gonna do, of course, I'm doing this right now.
You're gonna do this to our kids?
You're an idiot.
your Tinder account if you're not. You told me that.
Kristen, you won't even bring me water.
You really? Yes, because you realize like these cravings. Hey, instead of growing four, how would you leave the house?
We're on a break. It doesn't matter if I'm on dinner. We're on a break. It doesn't matter.
What break? Are you on a break? Spring break?
Yeah.
Spring break doesn't mean we're on a break, Anna. Apparently, this is the first time that you cheated.
You're just like your mother.
When this guy found out his wife was cheating on him, he exposed her in the middle of family game night.
We're switching the color.
Our green only draw one.
No.
Oh, it's a new card. We're getting a divorce.
Again? Again?
Oh, so this has happened before.
Are you really gonna do this in front of my
I'm
family?
gonna do this. Of course, I'm doing this right now.
You're gonna do this to our kids? Really? Okay.
No, you've done this so many times. Look, get your Tinder account if you're not. You told me that.
Kristen, you won't even bring me water. Really?
Yeah, because you realize like
Just I have a question. Like, is that cop gonna investigate the shop? Like, you can go ahead and check. Like, yo, alright, if they're taking BMW and everything else, like what else are gonna be in the game that's gonna be cool, bro? Besides that, and like, besides Chevy or Durant. I mean, yeah, but like, I'm not a big Mercedes person if I'm keeping it a buck. Alright, at least I bring back my nigger mobiles. I can't wait to be black again. Next week? I can't wait to be black again. I get my black card back in a week. That's the only car. Like Dodge, Chrysler, Challenger, all of it. Like, is it getting licensed? You're in the group chat, right? The Greenville group chat for the official one. I didn't get it. I didn't get that update. Ah. So I'm not gonna lie, the devs deserve a good fucking for that. They're bringing back Dodge, so like the devs deserve a great, at least a thumb in the ass. So Greenville is a Roblox official game, right? What are you saying? So how does Greenville get their car license? Oh. So that's how they brought Lamborghinis back to certain games. They should. Lamborghini, either SVJ, or an Aventador, or a Countach, or a Countach. Mm-hmm. Ready? Probably. Yo, where the hell is Hell Kitty at? Oh, y'all seen? No, that shit looks sexy. I seen that shit before. I would have to fuck somebody to get that car, wouldn't I? Yeah. Yeah, I would have to definitely give somebody a great fucking for that car. Calling Corpse. Yo, Corpse, so you're right. You're in your car, right, Corpse? Corpse. I need you to do me a favor. You're not. I need you to do me a favor, Corpse. Can you follow me home real quick and then take me to the dealership? I need to pick up another car. I'm sorry. I know that. Huh? Alright. I'm gonna park it in the back though, so no one steals it. You know, these black people are all around nowadays. Nigga, what are you talking about? No, I didn't have no G, but I'm good. My car in the shop. I was parking. Yeah. Nigga, if a car, nigga, you go look at it. The car's right here. Yo, here, fix that shit. Um. Oh. Uh. Yeah. If you say you're looking for niggas, just say that. Like. All right, wait. If you're a cop, how did you just get licensed for it? It's a fake cop. No telling shit. Then why are you investigating, bitch? Get out of my night shop. Yo, yo, corpse. Yo, take my Glock in the glove compartment and go handle that business at the auto shop. Exactly. So we can go handle that business. You're just trespassing. You're trespassing. Nigga. Yo, no, yo, you trespassing, bitch, get out. You're trespassing, bitch, get out. Yo, you're trespassing, bitch, get out. You got no warrant, bitch. You're trespassing, bitch, get off my property. Yo, I don't give a fuck about what you was doing, bitch, get out. Get out. Go ahead, get a warrant, bitch. Nigga, you're on my property trespassing with no warrant. You gotta go ahead and get your fucking warrant, pussy. Nigga, you still here, bitch. Go ahead and get that shit. Alright, bitch. Alright, yo, go inside. Hermano, everybody go inside. Hermano, go inside. Yeah. Don't even worry about that little nigga no more. You gotta work at Tires Plus. Yo, Mud, go inside, man. Don't even worry about that little nigga. He broke. That's why he a cop. Nigga only like 30,000 a year, pussy boy. Oh, alright, bet. Yo, just go. You click on that. Oh no. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. So, all right, yo, I need you, yo. Yo, here you go. Take this mic. Next time he comes here and I'm not here, next time he comes and I'm not here, all you gotta do is just hold it up to, just be next to him. Make him pick up everything he gonna say. Then you want to take that to his police chief and don't let him shoot you. You got probable cause for what? Smoking dick? You must be smoking dick if you think niggas over here with, like, nigga, what? I make my money legally. Plus. Alright, you're gonna have probable cause and you're gonna you know what you're gonna find? Gat and shit. Nigga, front for money, nigga, a front for money laundering. I said maybe. Alright. You want to search it, and you know what? Your higher ups go look at you retarded. I mean, you're not gonna find shit because you're gonna say this is money laundering, and I know I don't got shit in here for a fact because this shit has never. No, there ain't shit in here. This shit is a legal business, 100% running off of this vehicle, off of whatever is running in here. This shop makes its own money. It pays for itself essentially. So whatever he finds in here, he's planting. My employees get paid minimum wage for a mechanic, $50 an hour, and he's a DOT. He gets $100 per car he picks up. Well, not minimum wage, but top. He gets top pay for what a mechanic can make, like an hour, for hourly wage. And I'll happily say that. I'm doing good in life. It's just because you're a broke bitch that you're on my dick. Calling quirks. Yo, you seen that big ass cop? When have you ever seen me do anything illegal in this business? No. He might tighten a bolt in your asshole. He might tighten a bolt in your asshole. Don't tell me. Yo, follow him around the store. Follow him around the store. And I'm in here. I'm just customizing my car so you can't see it. I'm recording it. He's recording. He has his phone up. I'm not gonna lie. Now we all recording. What's up, bro? Yo, what you gonna find? What are you looking for? All right. Alright, you're in my property. I can't. Bro, you are in my property. I'm not interfering. I'm not interfering. We're recording. We're not interfering. We're letting you do it. No. You're in my business. You're in my business, so we're in yours. You're in my business. You can go ahead and try it. I'm not interfering. You can go ahead and search everywhere. Check the pot plant if you want to. I'm recording the whole time. Nigga, I don't even have a gun out. How am I gonna escalate it? Go ahead, record. I'm recording. Nigga, this is not escalation. Nigga, this is me recording what you're doing because cops like, nah, because I'm not interfering with shit. I'm not interfering with shit. Nigga, oh, what did you just put in the trash? You know we know we're. No, yeah, nigga, you over here playing this shit, and I got that on video, bitch ass nigga. And I got that on. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, read the documents. You know this. You want to know something? If you check those papers right there, that's an NDA, so you can go to jail for checking those legal papers. You know that, right? So, lawyer up, buddy. Lawyer up. Yeah. You better not look at. Yeah, you better not look too hard. Nigga. He investigating the wood, nigga. Alright, you wanna investigate some wood? Pose out a bit. Yeah. I mean, look. Look at my wood. It's a different type. Yeah, it goes into the wall, nigga. Nigga, you coming like you playing Minecraft, look for the nigga. Like, the fuck, you check every little location. Yo, if you want, you can even, I'll give you 100%. You can check my car. You can check my car. Nigga, smell it. Nigga, you can check my car, and you know what you're gonna find? You are gonna find, if you check my car, you're gonna find a pound of weed. Check my car, you're gonna find a pound of weed. You wanna know something? I got a card from that, for a doctor, because I got glaucoma, dickhead. Because, I mean, cause, nigga, no, nigga, I'm a mechanic shop. We got turbos, tunes, chips, everything you need, exhaust pipes, everything back here. Oh, because you're, nigga, no, the fuck, nigga, we just up, nigga, cause we be working on cars. All of our cars have turbos and superchargers. I'm sorry, my baby flower, I don't even know how to fucking say it. Yeah, he's DOT. Nigga, you're still in my business. I can do what the fuck I want, pussy. You can leave if you don't want to be recorded no more. You can leave if you don't want to be recorded. He is DOT, trust me. But the only reason I'm still recording you is, nigga, he's the one who owns the truck outside. He owns that motherfucker. He has this one. He can't get this truck without a license. I don't own this. This is his. He pulled up here with it. I hired him because of this. Nigga, go, yo, bring out your registration and your title. Bring out your registration and your title. No. I'm following. Yeah. Yeah. What? No, nigga. What, nigga? I'm not gonna let you leave, nigga. You not doing shit, nigga. Yo, I'm gonna record you all the way through. Nigga, stop moving so much. What the fuck? Nigga, you moving so fast. What you trying to do? Yo. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. This nigga's gonna plan something. Alright, I got cameras around the store. This nigga. Alright, so you telling me if you're planting shit. You know I got it out. Yeah, I don't got proof. You know there's a camera in this light bulb right here, right? There is. Right here in the light bulb. Yeah. Alright. Let me just go pull it up real quick. Yeah. Yeah, what I thought, bitch. You can leave now. You checked there's nowhere else to check, bro. Leave or else I'm calling you. Leave or else I'm calling your supervisor. Yeah, bro, because you was doing too much and we're trying to make money. People don't like seeing cops around the shop at all. Like, bro, like, obviously we're bringing a lot of street racers and race car drivers, so you think they want to be around a cop where they're pulling in? Like, do you leave? Nigga, it's legal for us to do the tuning. Nigga, we have a license to tune and build engines. Yes, you have to leave. Go. Nigga, this is a hydraulic. Alright, I'm about to shoot you. Yeah, you can go now. We're about done with this police officer. Please don't come back. Oh my fucking gosh, this nigga is too. Alright, yo, Essay, yo, stop running. Alright, I'm up. Alright, come over here. You're gonna walk here. Alright, so in this storage room right here, we have a box full of cameras. Put this all around the store, all around. Every crevice that can angle. and I'm about to set it up to my house on my keyboard at my house, so nobody could actually, tamper with my shit. You know, make sure you put some in the car. Put some in the car window right here. I'm not gonna lie. Put one in. Put it on the fan. Put some all around the store. You wanna know why? Because and then make sure you got some all around here, because we're gonna close down. We're about to close down for a week so we can avoid some harassment and get some time off before they start investigating shit again. Put one in the bathroom. Put one in the bathroom. No one, only employees go in there. Oh, I'm gonna put a sign saying there is a camera in this bathroom. Don't do too much. No, the reason I have that is because cops like to investigate. If there's a blind person, I'll delete the footage because I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna keep any footage that doesn't need to be kept. But I'm not gonna tamper too much. I'm not gonna lie. Like as soon as I see somebody go into the bathroom that's not a police officer, that's when I'm deleting the footage. If a police officer goes in, I'm keeping that shit all the way because no police officer should be in my bathroom to investigate for free. You gotta. Not that you're gonna find anything. You can plant shit in the bathroom. And I'll get a lawyer. That you have to sign the NDA. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna actually get those papers worked up. That you have to sign the NDA to go into this bathroom. Cause I'm not playing with these cops. These cops think a nigga playing. Like, bro, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just a normal businessman trying to get his bread like a normal nigga. Like, come on. Calling clerks. Clerks, you're right. I ain't never sold no crack, but I sold street up cooking. And I know. That was me, nigga. Oh, okay. These are times me, nigga. You are times me, nigga. That's a pavement, my nigga. That's a pavement, my nigga. My nigga Zay a father. You a father? My nigga a father now. You're stuck on the curb. Does your undercarriage need work, sir? Because you just fucked up the whole under of your car. Oh, the store's closed? Never mind. No, you can't actually, because it's closed property. You need another warrant. You only have a warrant. You only have the first warrant, which is going down by now. And all the probable cause you have is gone. You searched the store, so you can't even go inside. Oh yeah. Yo, get off the property. No. You stay. You better get off the property. Get off the property. No. I don't, nigga. You're going towards the threat. Just walk away. Go towards. Nigga. Can you please get off the property before I have to become my bodyguard? Can you please leave in front of my face then? And don't come towards the store. You know what? I'm about to make it so you can't come 100 feet of this property. I'm about to call my lawyers. I'm about to call your sheriff. I don't give a fuck about what he said. He's my employee. I'm about to call sheriff department. Call sheriff department. calling my lawyer, nigga, you can't do anything. You can't arrest him for a threat because he didn't do anything. You can't, nigga. You can see he's running away from you. He threatened you and ran away. He's obviously not standing on shit. You're obviously you're just abusing your power. Just go. I don't give a fuck. You're being recorded. You're being recorded. I don't hear. I don't see no. I don't see no threats. I don't see no threats. He's telling you to get off the shop. He don't want to be. I was recording the whole time. That, where did he say that? Where were you at when he said that? And where was he at? Nigga, you got threatened with a drill. You got threatened with a drill. And you have a gun. Yeah. Please get away from my shop. You obviously harassed me. I'm about to call my lawyer. I'm about to call my lawyer and get a restraining order placed on you. I'm gonna get one on the shop, one for my boy Essay right here, one from I'm gonna get one. No, I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna get one. Yeah, no, get away from the shop. All right, you're violating your no. All right, you're being recorded. You're being recorded. After I told you to get off the property, you're being recorded. Nigga, you don't have probable cause for you don't have cause for shit. Yeah, yeah, because you're chasing him. Because you're chasing him. You shouldn't be in the, you shouldn't he's going to work. You know he's a DOT, he's actually gonna go pick up cars. Yo, you better not. Oh my god, this cop is so annoying, bro. Like, can you just leave us alone? Like, most annoying nigga that you hit me with your car. You hit me with your car. I'm suing. I'm suing. I'm suing. I'm suing. And you ran me over again. I'm suing. 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 You're being sued. You're being sued for $500,000, and you're getting a restraining order put against you. You have to stay 1,000 feet away from my shop. Oh, two illegals. Two illegals. I think two illegal aliens. Two illegal aliens. Tackles officer. I'm on your ass. I'm on your ass. I'm on your ass. I'm on. Damn, you was a fat, slow ass cop. Tackle. I definitely tackled you just now. I definitely tackled you. Yes, I did, bro. I definitely hit you. Tackles. Don't tackles, bro. All right, but I'll take that arrest. I'll take that arrest. And I'm getting. No, don't ram him. Don't ram him. Don't ram him. All right, fuck it. We're gonna shoot this nigga. Kill Scott. Takes body cam. Takes off body cam. I'm not getting the best photos. We got harassed by a police officer. I'm not gonna lie. We got it all on footage. I know, because he wouldn't let us. He wouldn't leave us alone. He wouldn't leave us alone. I'm not gonna lie. The DA signed up with us because he wouldn't leave us alone. The cop was harassing us. Like it was at this point. It was stalking. At this point, it was stalking. At this point, it was stalking. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. At this point, it was stalking. Nigga. Nigga, you've been harassing. You were just sitting there watching us after our business was cleared. You checked the whole shit. There was nothing going on. Nigga, you were harassing us. Nigga, he ran away from you because you want to know why you were harassing us. He threatened you because you were harassing us. You wouldn't leave us alone. So no, nigga. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I did that shit. I'll happily stand tall on doing that shit. You wanna know why? Because you were harassing us. Because you were harassing. Nigga. Nigga, I got that shit on camera, and I'm gonna tell you. I didn't only just execute you. I cleared the mission. I'm not gonna lie. You was harassing us. I'll go to jail. I'm telling you. I'll go. I'm gonna go away. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna get away with it. I'm guaranteeing you. I'm getting away with it. I guarantee you I'm getting away with it. I'm guaranteeing you I'm getting away with it. You want to know why? Because the people are gonna stand beside me because you were harassing us. A young man, a young black man with his own business, just because he was racist cop was assaulting, like all the whole time. All you was doing was just harassing me. Like I'm a young black man with his own business, and you thought I was doing something illegal, and we showed you, recorded you walking through our whole store. We wasn't. And I told you, leave him alone because he wasn't standing on shit. And I'm not gonna lie, like you just started doing bullshit. Like I'm not gonna lie. Hey, I got the body cam. Call in sheriff department. Hey, I just killed your officer 272. If you guys want to, I'm behind the barn. I'm behind the barn over here in the main neighborhoods in Brookmere. If you guys want to. Come get me. I'm not gonna lie. I'll go take this shit to court. Yeah, officer was harassing me the whole time. I got the shit on footage. All the way through. He was harassing me and my employees. It got to the point where I have to get a restraining order against him and he wouldn't just leave us alone. Kyle, you know I fuck with you. It's just the RP. No, you're not finished. I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail. You're good. You go ahead, get in the car. Oh, you can take, here you go, $500,000. That's me, go ahead. I'll hop in the back of the car happily. Happily hop in the back, I'll happily hop in the Yeah, leave him alone, he ain't do shit, bro. He was just giving me a ride here. Oh, he was my ride over here. He was my ride over here, I'm not gonna lie. No, not at all. Cause did we or did we not did we or did we not just tell you exactly where we were? Not at all. All I did was ask him to pick me up because I had to go somewhere. See, this is where my parents died. I had to go pay homage before I go to jail. No, not at all. I mean, he pulled up, right? He seen the body. He pulled up when he seen the body. He seen the body. Nah, he ran away. He was trying to get away from the cop. He hopped in his truck. He got away, and then he came back. I got it on video. I got it on video. Here you go. I got it on video. I got it on video. Yo, here you go. Here you go. Watch the video. Watch the video. Here you go. Watch the video. Watch the video. Watch the video. Yo, it's on the cameras. That's right. Take my phone. Watch the video. We're giving you the evidence right now, so you can't. Here you go. No, actually, no. I'm giving him my phone because I'm not letting no officer hold my phone. I'm not. Hey. Yeah, he's holding on. No. I don't trust police officers. I don't give you permission to hold my phone. I don't give you permission. No, it's evidence, and my lawyer has my evidence. There you go. You guys gonna give it to my lawyer anyway? You guys are gonna get no. My lawyer has my evidence. Bitch, did I ask? I don't give a fuck what your job is. Your job wasn't to have. You know what your job was? To make sure your police officer didn't harass me, and you guys did not successfully do that. So you know what? We're not gonna follow your job rules. No, nigga, I have the full story on my phone. The whole shit was recorded. Where's the door? The whole shit was recorded. It's 100% confirmed. This is all confirmed. This is all confirmed. It's on tape. It's on tape. It's on tape, nigga. This shit is confirmed. Nigga, how you telling me it's on tape? This shit confirmed. Nigga, the higher up officials don't need to see shit. This shit is confirmed. The judge is the only nigga that need. The judge is the only nigga that need to see this. Where's it going? Nigga, they gonna give me a light month. They gonna give me a light 6 months. If anything, they're giving me. I swear to God, I'll put my hand on the Bible. This officer was asking me. I don't really know. I'm about to go use the bathroom though. I don't know what's gonna happen. I went to the bathroom. It's popping. So where am I going? Alright, I'm smiling just so you know. Wait, sorry. Wait. No, I want to do something. You're an asshole. You know that was the coolest thing. Uh, have you been held there before? Cause you have the handcuffs in your hand. Does that mean I'm free to go? So it sounds to me like you guys don't have any probable cause, any motive. Mhm. Mhm. You are too. Show him the full video from start to finish from when he was harassing you in the shop. When I wasn't there, when I was buying my new car, when I was just buying my brand new interview. Before he even has a warrant, no probable cause, no nothing. He said he has his gun license, and then he answered with, "I have my drill license." That's the drill. That's the drill in question. Oh yeah. I'm, I'm not gonna lie. When we left, I'm not gonna lie. To be real with you, when he pulled up, he didn't even see the body. I had to tell him to back up. There's somebody there. I mean, he was dead on accident. Obviously, he didn't see the body. It was lying on the floor. All right. No, show him the video. Show him the video. Show him the video. Oh, good. Nigga, shut up. No, shut up and watch the video. Shut up. It's all right. I mean, if the evidence is in the clip, he doesn't have to say anything, and he's the lawyer. He really doesn't have to say anything. He's gonna show you the evidence. He's gonna show you the evidence. Shut up. Yo, don't say anything. I won't say anything. You don't say anything. Just show him the video. Don't answer. How do we have a whole consistent clip with no cuts? Bitch, check the phone. Bitch, check the phone. There's no AI website. No, I killed him. No, he when he ran him over, the cop had got back up. So I just ended this shit. I'm not gonna lie. No, don't kill him. Don't kill him. All right, so you're telling me for being nigga he had to drill he had a nigga he had a nigga he did that and had a he's not a cop he didn't even have a drill he only had a drill in his hand he wasn't actually going to shoot you if you took that as a go ahead and kill me. Go ahead. Kill me, nigga. Kill me, nigga. Kill me, nigga. I mean, you know what you have to do? You know what you have to do? You have to get out the truck. You have to get out the truck to kill him. Go ahead. Go ahead. You can go ahead. I'm not doing anything. I'm driving the speed limit. I'm, that nigga, you died because the car. The side you jumped out of the car crushed it. Nigga, press R. Press R. Press R. Press R. Oh. Oh, all right. That means I don't gotta worry. All right, that's it. All right, that's it. Well, now I'm back as another character, and well, I'm coming back as my brother with no criminal offenses, and before I died, I signed the will of everything I owned to him. So I'm back in business. Oh, kill yourself real quick. Kill yourself real quick, and I'll hire your family. Kill yourself. Come back as your brother, and I'll hire you. Niggas just all we had to do was factory reset. That's it. Ah shit. I mean, yeah. My brother just died because the cop was harassing him, and then they arrested him. She be overly shaking her ass at every clip.
I'm not usually a hater, but I actually saw an ale today. And that's Packers. Because you know what Packers do? Absolutely no way that you fought Asher Round. He came out alive. You know, 17 hearts that you had. There's zero chance. Me personally, I think that cockroach you found is stupid. I think a tree might have fallen on him in his sleep. Maybe he was fighting some lesser ninja and a tree just fell on him. Because there's no way that you fought Hashirama, the god of Shinobi, first Hokage, second strongest Hokage ever, and you were still alive. You lost to Kakashi, not DMS Kakashi. You lost to one Sharingan Kakashi. You lost to Naruto, Rasen Shuriken Naruto, not Sage of Six Pass Naruto, not KCM 1, not KCM 2, not KCM 3, 4, 5. So I just find it extremely hard to believe that you fought Hashirama and we're alive. You walking up there claiming it. Just because you old doesn't mean that you can just claim stuff and people are just gonna believe you. I know he died, Mike, but he died. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that one bit. If you were to really fight Hashirama and come out alive, you would be like top 1. You might be top 1 in Akatsuki. Why are you so low in the rankings if you fought Hashirama and you didn't have to beat Hashirama, but Hashirama is wiping all of the Akatsuki easily. I don't want to hear no Itachi, no nothing, no. Itachi is not touching Madara. I don't think Akatsuki Itachi is touching Prime Madara. That could be a video for a different one.
God damn, this traffic, right? We ain't even move.
I can't imagine having
Call it Nazi. Oh, we're all different people now. Oh yeah. The world don't forgot about that small issue that happened with the police officer, even though the police officer, it was just a small misunderstanding. It was a small issue, small. We don't care about either of those bitch ass cops. We don't care about those bitch ass cops. They killed my brother. Fuck your bitch ass brother. Long live my bitch ass brother. Free my hood. Fuck your hood, bitch ass nigga. We come to store your hood. Nah, I said fuck your bitch ass brother. Love my bitch ass brother. We come to store your hood, nigga. Oh, that's tragic, you know. Niggas be dying every day. That's real sad. Niggas die. Niggas die every day, B. You just know them. I'm not gonna lie, niggas is nothing but a statistic. Caught you on camera. Caught you on camera. Bitch, who you talking to? I'm on a hightail pursuit. Hightail pursuit. Pull over. Pull over. Pull over. Damn. Yo, you good, man? Oh, pulls up the car, pulls up the car, pulls up the car. You good? Yeah. Well, you didn't have to run, you're the cop. Nigga, I don't got no gun, no nothing. Bro, I know you got a shotgun and an ARP, AR. I got grenade launchers. I mean, I was saving your life, and I just seen you do an illegal U-turn, so I don't want to hear nothing about. I got that on camera too. I don't want to hear nothing about the illegal driving I do in the city. All right, how about instead of sliding me any money, you just let any of my cars go whenever you see me on the road, like you're driving fast. Not like obviously if I don't. Obviously, if I'm doing something like I'm going like 120, you can pull me over, but just don't give me a ticket. You're like just pull me over and give me a warning. And also now, if, like I don't care if you like stop me when I hit something like, oh yeah, nigga, I just did some bullshit. Go ahead. Just like just ignore it when you see me just speeding like a normal person. Oh, oh. Now I do know him. It's not what you think. You know the cops that just died and the guy who killed the other cop. This is his. This is the other guy. That guy that was driving the truck's brother. Oh, his uncle. I'm actually the other guy's brother too. The guy who killed the cop. We got that deal still. Oh, resuscitates. All right, hop in my car, bro. You're about to die. This, don't do that. This is $145,000 car. This is $145,000 car. Please don't hit my car. Please, please. Yo, cop. Serious question. How do you like my AMG though? You about to get 3 of these? What's it called? Wait. How would you like it if I just, if I instead of being a cop, you work for my mechanic shop and I pay you $100 to be security, $100 an hour. All right, $300 an hour, $300 an hour, $1,000 an hour. Because I'm not gonna lie, I need your protection from other cops. Because last time when my brother was on there, he got harassed, and that's the reason he had to die. Yo, is your dick falling off? Keys is the last person that's gonna be a cop. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, we all just died, bro. We all just died. That was my dude. That was my dude. I'm not gonna lie, Keys. I did my big one this time. I killed a cop. Not me, that big guy. A lot has happened in the last 30 minutes. I'm not gonna lie. That has only been 30 minutes. I'm not gonna lie. R.I.P. my granny. She got hit by a bazooka. R.I.P. my granny. She got hit by a bazooka. R.I.P. my granny. She got hit by a bazooka. No, I think. Abatis, aku taka. R.I.P. my granny. She got hit by a bazooka. Alright. Stand back. Resuscitates. I'm sorry. I got the ultimate bring back to life YouTube. Calling cheese. Calling cheese. Calling cheese. Cheese. What? Human centipede? This is a human centipede going on. Yes, it is, nigga. It's very touching. This is very touching. Alright, now it's not touching. It wasn't touching. I don't think it was touching. Yo, remember, this cop, we have a deal. We can do some illegal things. I'll pay for the car. I'll pay for the car. I'll pay for the car. Okay. No. You said if I'm going... No. Alright, I don't think we can let that one slide. The fuck? Is your e-brake on? R.I.P. my granny, she got hit by a bazooka. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, nah, just stay in the sheriff's mobile. We just hired you for our security. Alright, sorry, cop. What happened? Wait, say that again? Oh, fuck. Nah, remember, he's our security. We gotta check in on him. Yeah. I was just testing the launch control on this motherfucker. I'm surprised. This shit go. You guys see my shit twerk every time I hit the gas. Just hop in the car. Oh fuck! We almost just died. We almost just died. Oh no! How did this happen? I don't think there's no surviving that. He popped Walker. Wait, no, I think I got it. I got the ultimate one. Resuscitates you. We bring you back. Pulls up car. You know, you got him, man. What the fuck happened? How did this happen? He can steal my car. I mean, I just locked it, so he can't get back inside. I'm gonna just call Johnny on the spot. Johnny on the spot, I'll hook you up. Nah, the cop car is stuck. Well, I'll call Johnny on the spot. Oh, it's because you don't... Oh, damn. I think you need better training, bro. I think you just need better training. You can't upgrade it? Nigga, what? That's crazy.
I can't imagine having sex. since you're here, you can explain to me why I woke up to your son stabbing my son in his neck? Middle of the night type shit. One of my other kids is like, yo, what big cuz doing here? I turn around, he already putting the other little nigga in a park. Can you explain to me why I had to watch my sons kill each other 54 times? 54 times. I'm thinking I'm stopping them from killing each other. I'm in the genjutsu the whole time. The nigga killing my wife.
Owner, what? Nah, he can park here. He can park there. Oh, back it up a couple centimeters. Back it up a couple centimeters. See, now his car, now his car is. I'm not gonna lie, you should be less worried about how he jumps and more worried about how the fuck he's alive. Who is this? I'm sorry, yo, little shorty, you gonna have to move. I don't fucking know. Wait a second, who is this? This better not be somebody I know. I really don't guarantee that's who. No. Nah, if it was somebody I know, I wouldn't. Like, they probably wouldn't even do it. Well, that is people you know people who work. Oh yeah, just bump, just like that, 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 just like that. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, I don't give a fuck, nigga. She's sucking my dick. The street, dick in her mouth, dick in her mouth, dick in her mouth, dick in her mouth, nigga. Nah, I got this. What? Trey, did you just now get back? Nigga, a whole bunch of shit done happened. Where the fuck were you at? Oh, bro, yo, hop in the car, hop in the car. Oh, what's up? We hop in. No, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to leave you here, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna hawk her down. Just for you. Yo, where you at? Where you at? Okay, or not that. Fucking. Where at Brickman? Yeah, let's go Brickman. She was right. What the hell? Huh? I don't know where she went, bro. I'm confused. Where y'all at? Oh, I see y'all. I'll do this stuff. Bruh, we ain't had no sugar. Wait, no. We have ramen noodles, no packet. We had cereal with the canned milk, the powdered milk, no milk. We had waffles, no syrup, jelly, no jelly. Honey. Now that I think about it, waffles or honey might actually be smacking. No, it actually might be good, but at the same time, you need some syrup so like it's not all the way dry. I mean, jelly not dry, but then you got like gelatin and fucking waffle in your mouth. That texture don't gotta be good. That shit can't be good. Nah, like the combination might be smacking, but that texture gotta be ass. Try hard. Where you at? You see me? Oh, I see you. Try hard. I see you. Oh, there you are. Oh wait, we're both here. Oh no, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking. You not here? Trey. That's what I was talking about. I was talking about Trey. I know Trey. I still where you at. I'm right next to you. What car are you by? Yo, you moving like me for real. So you be buying shit? You know, I just heard BMWs are getting taken out the game. Fiat. BMWs getting taken out the game. No, don't. I wouldn't expect because they're gonna take it out everybody's inventory. Yeah, they're changing the name. Like they're getting sued. Robots are getting sued for BMW. It's called Briars now. It's everything. Everything BMW. Everything BMW. Like anything that you spent money on, hopefully they refund you. Like even the limited, yes, everything gets taken out the game. Obviously, when they do something good with the game, the world don't like it. When some form of enjoyment's happening in the world, somebody gotta take it. Some money grabbing nigga gotta take that shit. Like I might just have to drop dick on their forehead for this bullshit. Like, yo, I think we should all raid BMW and drop nuts on their forehead. The CEO, the vice CEO, everybody, vice president, GMs, employees, anybody who associates with BMW, we gotta drop nuts on them. I mean, Mercedes sued Roblox too for having like cars in the game. Let's be honest. Cause the dick in their mouth, just a whole bunch of dick, like a whole bunch of gay niggas over there just eating dick. That's really why. Let's keep it about. In the game, yes. Like I said, a whole bunch of dick in their mouth. Whole bunch of dick. Like they can't take it out. Like, I don't know. These niggas, like I said, money hungry ass niggas, bro. They only care about their pockets. That's facts, bro. I'm not gonna lie, BMW need to work on the engines, bro. Cause like every engine I've seen in the BMW, B58, G82, I've seen them all blow up. Oh wait. You got that one. Look at what I just look at what I picked up earlier today. This shit is tough. No. This one doesn't do it. I tried it already. But this one do this. Yeah. Nah, I didn't get the Maybach one. I'm actually about to go buy the Maybach. I'm about to go buy it. I have $7 million to spend and I can't buy a BMW again because if I do, they're gonna take it out of the game. I don't care, man. No merc. you do if your mom told you to put the powdered milk on your cereal? Water and then I know it's stirred in the milk. How would you feel if your mom told you to put that shit in your cereal? Nigga, no. Nigga, no. That shit does not taste the same. Who you calling stupid looking? No, he's not. Oh, yeah, he did. What the fuck? Fucking nigga. Just smack him with your nuts. Drop dick on his forehead. Drop dick on his forehead just for saying that shit to you. Nigga, just drop dick on his forehead, bro. Run. I'm sorry. When it comes to cops, like all I really do to y'all is drop dick on your forehead and leave. Alright, I just brought a G-Wagon. Oh wait, I brought the wrong Mercedes. I remember growing up, we had the canned milk. Powdered milk. Bitch, no milk. Nigga, why do I hear a police officer? Yo, who getting arrested? Oh, bro, that just sounds racist to me because the cops just want to pull people over all day, bro. Nigga, it sounds like a you problem. It sounds like you're bitching to me, police officer, for real, for real. Police officer, I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like you're bitching to me. It sounds like you're just crying. I'm not gonna lie, cop. It sounds like you're just. It sounds to me like you're just crying, cop. You're crying. You're just crying. I remember there was a which BMW? Jeez. Don't tell me you took a video. Yo, cheese. Don't tell me you took. I would definitely bail you out. But cheese. Don't tell me you took a video. You cracking? Yeah. Yo, cheese. Don't tell me you took a video of that. You cracking that shit. Alright, good. Alright, I'm about to say, bro. Wait, the cops got called? Why? Oh. That's tough. Wait, I have a question. How you crack that if the cops got called? Oh. She got her. The mom got her what? Answers. Yeah, give me like 5 minutes, but I'm customizing my new bags. Just let me put these new rims on. It's not. Alright. I'm on my way. Like, bro, I didn't even get. Nigga. Wow, right here. I'm here. I'm looking through the police department. I'm in here. I'm inside. I'm looking through. I'm walking through this shit. Oh, like this type of shit that happens when I'm customizing the car. When I'm trying to get my rocks off, niggas trying to get the good. Yo, I have a question. Yo, cheese, cheese. What's it called? Alright. You ever been trying to get some ass, but your friend interfere in it? Like, bro, one time I'm trying to get some ass. I'm on my way to the grill crib, right? My man's. My man's gonna call me talking about some I need a ride. And I gotta be a W man's at all times. So I wouldn't go handle that, bro. I wanna go pick them up. Those popping sweat. I got you. Nigga, I just say myself to twin. Yeah, Apple Pay, bitch. I hope you know when you talk to police officers that way. It's not you, Pookie. Alright, there you go. Alright, I wanna see Twin though. Oh, what's poppin', Twin? Alright, where the fuck is the garage door at? Because I don't like being in police precincts. Alright, so where the fuck do I go? Oh, alright. What the fuck? I'm over here. Where the fuck you at? Nigga, where the fuck you at? Yo. You. Nigga, why the fuck you get arrested for? I told you got dick on them, bro. I told you to. Yeah, nigga, you don't got hops? Oh, yeah, hold X and jump. Hold X and jump. Yeah, that's tough. That sounds like a you problem. Hop in. It sounds like a you problem. Where your car at? Oh, I know where it's at. You don't have to wait for me to finish customizing my car. I'm not gonna lie, bro. No no jelly. It said no jelly. What would be a good substitute for jelly? Fucking soy sauce. Alright, so you're saying if I go back there right now and his car is gonna be burnt to the ground? Put that on. Put that on God. He could do that instead of being a dickhead kind of thing. I don't think his car is gonna burn down spontaneously. You want to see what my car could do? Key. You a grown ass man. Yo, Keys, this me and the white one. Keys. Keys. So how you like the new band? Nigga, this shit cost me like, yeah. This no cap. This shit cost me 67,000. Not even on no fucking Skrilla shit. Real shit, 67,000. Alright, done. That's cheese. That's not cheese. That's not cheesing and shit. I mean, cheese is right here is what I was trying to say, dickhead. I'm gonna drop dick on you just for saying that shit. Drop dick on you. Drop a dick on you. Drop a dick on you. Drop a dick on you. Hold dick. Hold dick. Monkey dick on you. That's the cop. That's the cop. Drop a monkey dick on you just for saying that, cheese. Oh, wow. I'll tell you. Give me a second. I'm about to go look at it in the shop again. Gotta go look at its beauty. It's the 2021 Vahengen Coupe. 2021. And then it's the 450 Sport one. Oh, 69,000. Funny number. I said 67 because I seen one that was 67. It might have been the E63 coupe. Mine cost 69,000. Oh, the base price, the base price is 59,600. Just send your assistant. Just send your assistant. Oh. Yeah.
What's up? This is the Breakfast Boss. I'm here with the Breakfast Boss ladies. My wifey's right here. And honestly, with all these allegations, I'm probably just going to have to just cut ties with y'all. I really can't. I just want y'all sit. That's what y'all want to happen. That's not going to happen. So this is just me addressing something, making it very simple. The comment section is not proof or evidence for anything. Y'all be saying y'all know this happened, know that happened. That's because somebody said it. But don't make it true because you read it. We got a lot of haters. We're the biggest content creators on the internet right now. Number one poly family on the internet right now. So people gonna say a lot of things about us to ride our wave. They want to get on. They want to get the engagement that we get. We get paid from that. Two, I have never talked to this girl right here until last year in August. That's when we met. Didn't speak to her before that. Didn't know she existed before that. She was doing content. We crossed paths online. That's how we met. So crazy in here too.
I'm hearing black people talking. Nigga crashed my car. Oh wait, nigga, this shit shouldn't be like this. Does it still bounce though? As long as it's still making that look. Damn, I pressed B. Oh shit. Alright, I gotta. Alright, the fuck? You just hit my car again, dickhead. You hit it again. Yes, you did. You're a shitty ass driver. You're a shitty driver. Actually, they should take your license away. Nigga, I think you should just kill him so he doesn't even get retirement. That's what I would have done. I'm not gonna lie, I killed him before he got retirement earlier. We just had to restart because, you know, everybody died. Yeah, exactly. My brother killed his old partner, his old colleague. Fuck your homie dad. Fuck your homie dad and his that guy in the head. Wow. You suffered more damage than me. So you're gonna pay for $100,000? I'm not gonna lie, you hit my car on the regular road, you trying to leave. You hit my car on the regular road, now you trying to leave. Man, fuck that. Man, fuck that. Yo, you hit a tree. You can't. Yo, nigga, how you hit a tree and you're still driving? I know you should. Yo, he hit my car on the regular. My shit didn't look dick mode. My shit don't look dick mode. No, you're not. Because, no, you're not. I got your badge number, and I know the cop you are. Fuck all that. Yeah, you gotta die, nigga. Bake. Nigga dead. Nigga fuck your homie dead. Drop stick all on his fucking. Drop dick all on you. Nigga, you hit my car. And ran. Nigga, what do you mean? The other cop was harassing me. Yeah, that nigga needed to die though. I'm not gonna lie. So in real life, you gonna let a cop harass you and then let? All right. But nigga, then he's gonna even be after you even more. Nigga, I got rid of the problem. I'm the solution. I'm the answer. I'm inevitable. I'm inevitable. I'm inevitable. Just like Thanos. All cops meet my path at some point, and all of them gonna suffer the same way. And one shot to the back of the head. Hey, back the fuck up. You already know what happened to your last homie, and you know what happened to the homies before that. Yes. That's crazy because barely any civilians died, just the cops. Nigga, 2 civilians died, 3 cops dead. 3 cops down, we up. Fuck your homie dead. And that guy in the head more than once. Then in the head again. Cause he poor. Yo, imagine having a kill streak like my people's. Drop stick on head, drop dick on your head, dropping dick on you, I'm dropping dick on big ass nuts. Leave. Weep, ooh, ooh, weep, ooh. Weep. I'm not getting that ticket. I didn't get a ticket. I didn't get a ticket. I didn't get a ticket. I want to. I didn't get a ticket. You know. Nigga, the cop don't even know where I'm at. The cop can't even tell where I'm at. I can see everything going on too. You're on camera, just so you know, cop. I'm in my drone. Cop, I'm in my drone. Cop, I'm in my drone. I'm in my drone. So now whatever you do is being recorded in the last 40 minutes. Drone dropped the dick in his head. Drone dropped the dick in his head. Drone dropped the dick on you. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna shoot him just so he doesn't get that bonus. Bake. She's out the it. All right here. Bake. Nigga, I'm shooting you. Nigga, I know this cop car don't got bulletproof glass, bro. No cop car. Nope. Nigga, no cop car has bulletproof glass. Unless you're an insurgent. I'll go to jail just so you don't get your bonus. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, go hawk that nigga down and kill his ass. He gonna get that paper, he not spending shit. I'm petty like that, I'm not gonna lie. I'm petty like that, I'm not gonna lie. He's still going to, oh, it's easier to kill him now. You gotta get rid of that cop car. Go ahead, get rid of that cop car. Go ahead. We take it. Alright, he no longer a cop, but we still gotta kill him. Let's fuck that nigga, he dead. Yeah. Huh? I'm sorry. My job is to not let you spend any of that bread. You may have got that bonus, but you can't spend that shit. Oh, you can buy it, but after your character dies. I'm sorry, but the last cop that ever lived has to die. Nigga, I got a gun out and everything. I'm ready for you. Damn. Dumma? Nigga, because your car is bulletproof. I'm not going to just shoot at a bulletproof car. Nigga, that's wasting bullets. $10,000 a bullet. And you can't buy your car. Nigga, I'll camp out this bitch for 72 hours. I know the owner. Bang, 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 bang. Hey, I'm still shooting. I'm shooting on the ground. I can shoot on the ground. Nigga, I'm shooting from the ground. I'm shooting from the ground. I'm shooting from the ground. Oh, my nuts. I'm still shooting. My hand's still free. Nigga, I'm good. You ain't see the video of the guy getting his head ran over? Now you stuck. Yo, how about the car blast his ass? What? Nigga, I'm a little spooky and I'll blast on your ass. Are we ever gonna talk about how Lil Spooky is really just a funny ass thug? Fake ass funny thug? He ain't never catched a real body, I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, hawk her down, hawk her down, hawk her down. We on that like Johnny Dane. Alright. You on your ass. You on your ass. Yeah, we on your ass. Damn, she's slow as fuck. She's slow as fuck. She's slow. You're a cop. I'm on your ass. 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 I'm on your I'm on your ass. I run fast as fuck, bitch. I'm black. They call me Johnny Sins in this. They call me Jason Love. They call me Jason Love. They call me Jason Love. You blended a plug. Yep. Yep. Jump up. Dropping dick all on your head. Dropping dick on your head. Just dropping dick on it. Drop it. I'm dropping nuts. Dropping dick on your head. Drop it. I'm dropping dick all on her head and shit. Look. Don't worry, I caught Johnny on the spot. He hooked me up. Yeah, where you at, man? Where you at? I got you. Where? Where he at? Fuck. Yo, come on. How are you hawking him down and he lost him? Guy's ass. He by the guy. He by the car. He in the car. Flames out the whip. Flames out. Shoots out the whip. Shoots out the whip. Shoots out the kills. Bang, 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 bang. I'm shooting, nigga. I'm ready. You dead regardless. You dead. Nah, I'm shooting at you. You dead. No, nigga. Nigga. The bullets have not stopped, nigga. Now it's bullets. Let me go get the extra clip. Bang, 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 bang. I know this whip. Nigga, we fired out the whip. Bang, 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 nigga, nigga, that. Drops dick on his head. Drop dick. You know. Oh, King, babe, I got this shit like 6 months ago. I barely drive it though, cause you know it's a limited edition model. Oh yeah. Hey, as long as all the cops that ever lived died, I'm happy. Nigga, but he's not in our RP though. He's just a random ass nigga. Every cop in our RP had to die, but I'm not gonna lie. Fuck the police. Fuck 12. Exactly, bitch. You're not a cop no more. Now, you want to kill a retired cop? I'm not gonna lie. I gave the dealership away. I gave away most of my businesses. Like I don't even own Ford or every once in a while if they ask me to. The corpse is the owner now. It gotta be, nigga. Don't bring that shit to my shop. Don't bring that shit here, nigga. That shit is not under warranty. You gonna get 5 cents for that. You getting 5 cents for that. I'm not gonna. You getting 5 cents. You getting 5 cents for that, man. Don't even try it with this car. Nigga, we can turn away your service. You know that, right? This shit is not worth shit. This is not worth shit. Nigga, dents on the side, scratches all over. Nigga, camber? Yeah, take this shit home. Sell this shit to a junkyard for 10K. Or sell this shit to a dumbass who wants their first car for 10K. Nigga. Wait. Nigga, where are all the mufflers at? Nigga, no mufflers? Welds? Oh yeah, we cannot take this vehicle. Can't take this vehicle. Take this shit home. Take this shit home. We can't take this car. Nigga, you did too many modifications. It's just the body looks like you can't take this car. Nigga, I'm gonna get a rocket launcher just so you understand we cannot purchase this car. Pulls out rocket launcher from back seat. I'm not taking this piece of shit. I'll take the 480,000 though. I'm not. I'm not gonna lie. You should have fired his ass. Oh, bro, you never did turn on your sirens. Oh, I came out granny. She got hit by the bazooka. I'm not getting any of my bodily friction, lady. I'm scared for the reply to get to that message I sent earlier. It's gonna be we all good. We still good. Yo, what happened? Let me see it. Go ahead. You see it. But look at the front. It got a dick print on it. God's dick on it. Alright. It got dick all over the mirror though. God's dick on that. Alright, this car's worth the easy 400,000. You don't even have to trade another car. We'll give you whatever you're trying to get. And we'll give you whatever you're trying to get and the money afterwards, bro. Drops dick on the drops dick on the windshield. Why does your windshield have a dick print on it? Because he's a shitty cop. Yeah, he's a shitty cop. That's what. Nigga, he did not help you. Nigga, he did not help you. Don't even be a good guy. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, nigga. He wasn't there for you. He was Brookmere police. He wasn't there for you, nigga. Kill that nigga. Go kill that nigga. Actually, here, gives you. Go handle that. So you telling me your bitch ass not about to go handle? Probably, but you telling me your bitch ass not about to go handle that mission? Yo, nigga, fuck that shitty ass Infinity. Go handle that. Oh. Oh, yeah. Come inside. Come on. Bitch, we got everything. Come on. Sign the papers. Bitch, we got everything. The McLaren? Yeah, the Mercedes-Benz McLaren. No. I'm saying the McLaren Mercedes collab. That's what that car is. That no, I said, aren't that what you're trading in? So a car outside. That's the McLaren Mercedes collab, right? How much is that worth? I'm about to check myself. Me too. SOR, right? Or SOS. Alright. I'm sorry, but I thought you had a Mercedes Mercedes and McLaren collab. That's why I was going to give you so much. I'm only going to give you 230,000 for this. It's nigga. The AI even told me it's the lowest I can give you is 230,000. That's what I'm giving you. You said what year? All right, I put 2014. It's telling me 175,000 to 150,000. Nigga, we're not a reseller. You're selling it for whatever the hell I would give you for it. I'm sorry. You're surprised that, but like, we barely work with cops here. And you're asking me for a $400,000 car, and no. But you're asking me for that, and then come on. Then you're asking me for a Sherry. What year Sherry were you asking for? See, I would have given you the other car for $1 million, and you wouldn't even have to worry about that. But you're not telling me about your with the SLR. You're like, I don't want anything that's not. You're asking for a McLaren, but I'd rather change a clad McLaren than this shit. This is just a basic Benz, essentially. You think I'm looking at a car for the looks? The year? Nigga, what's the performance? What's the performance? Alright, let me show you something. 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 This car cost me $145,000 and it's faster than this. I'm not gonna lie, we're more performance over here. See, like if you would have shown me that rare McLaren Mercedes, I would have obviously given you that full price. No, none of the lowest price bullshit. I would have given you the full one, but you're giving me this second-hand bullshit. Alright. I'll sell you. I'll make your sale. But I really don't think I can. I know I can sell it. It's just I don't even want to get my custom. All right, come on. No, don't actually sell the card, but don't sell the card to me. Cause I'm not gonna lie, I'm more. If I'm gonna sell a car, I want to sell a car with performance. That's what machine. That shit I can sell for easy 2 mil to a car head. I know I could. This one right here, niggas not really looking for this, bro. They want a McLaren and a Mercedes at the same time. They want to dig something down. Alright, come on, let's go. We can work out something. Come on. What will my return be on every car I sell for you? What would I make? Specifically me. I'm looking out for me and me alone. For cars worth $500,000. Alright. That sounds way better, big boy. Let's go make this little tiny spot. Let's go sign these papers. Oh, we'll give you that as a card. Come over here. What the fuck? Here you go, VIP customer card. Just wave that around at the owner, you know what that's gonna say? That I spent so much money here and I gave y'all so much shit that I don't even have to pay full price anymore. But now, here today, for all the cars that you give us, until you finish giving us cars, yeah, that's what you're gonna have to pay. You're gonna have to pay full price. Here you go. Here's an NDA, non-disclosure agreement. Alright. So, here you go. Yep. And just so you know, I could sell that car outside for a good mil. Let's see what, because I already have one of those. If I wanted one of those in here, I would have sold it. Nigga, you don't think I got a red car, a red Porsche Carrera GT? I dropped dick on it before. Drop dick on McLaren. I had to put my print on this. I'm sorry, I had to. You wanna know why? It was my sale. You want to race? Damn. Happy I already sold it. Nigga, I knew that since the start of the RP. Are you sure? Are you sure that's not true? Nigga, do you not forget every time we blew you down because you crashed? Nigga, I want that SLR first because I can sell that for easy too, man. Drop stick on windshield. Alright, that's fair. Drop stick on wheel. I know my dick hurt. Oh wait, now that, see that looks sketchy. Let's sign that pic. Slaps dick on all over seat. Drags dick and balls everywhere, including in the air vents. Fucks the air, nuts in the air, nut in the. Nigga, no, what? Nigga, we're just, no, stay here, nigga. We gonna finish this. Back the fuck up. Nigga, this is not my customer. This is just a friend of mine because he's doing dumb shit. Like, obviously, I need this car from you. Come on, let's go sign the paperwork. Wait, so what? You want how much for this car? I'm gonna give you a mil for this. The fuck? I already said I was giving you a mil. Come on. Nigga, this is the car I wanted. Fuck that other shit. I wanted this car. Alright. Bitch, yes. Drop that shit on the table right now, and all you have to do is sign this NDA and this fucking release form. Alright? NDA and a release form. Non-disclosure agreement, so you can't tell them where you got this car from, or where the hell this car is at. You can only say... we're the only people allowed to tell people, essentially, when we're ready to. Yes. Alright. Go ahead. Oh, wait, I'm gonna go test that shit out, because I might buy it myself. I'm gonna give the dealership $2 million for it. Unlock the door? Okay, thank you. Damn, you nutted in the exhaust already? I'm gonna get it clean, don't worry. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I like her. I'm about to do all my black people shit in this car. You hear? I'm about to do all the black people shit in this car. I'm about to buy it, though. For real. Go back. Did you just... Why are you always nutting? That car is only 400,000. I'm about to buy the Black Series. I just bought the Black Series. Come on. I didn't even know they had a Black Series in this game. Yeah, come on, I'm gonna go outside right now. Nigga, that's why you always look through the trims. Go ahead and nut anywhere you want to. I'm gonna clean it. Huh? Huh? You want it? Nigga, this shit is sexy as hell. This might be my new roleplay car. I just dropped like 325,000. Not that much. I don't fucking know. Mercedes going off sale. Like, and then I also got the Black Series. And not the Black Series, the other shit. The one that I actually wanted. I'm like, why would I get the regular SLS though? That shit's so ass. That shit's so ass. I'd rather get a final edition, bro. The final edition looks better. And it got the carbon fiber hood. Yeah, I'm definitely getting this one instead. The fuck? Like, you telling me to get regular ass Mercedes? Yeah, I got the better regular Mercedes, bro. Like, so you really just didn't know there was a black wing? Not a black wing, a Black Series. They do got a black wing. They do got a black. I mean, carbon wing. Yeah, you're right. Oh, me, it's mostly paper. Yeah, it's carbon. It's carbon fiber. Carbon fiber. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I paid for it. Throughout the years, I just paid for it. Like from like 2020 to now, I just started buying shit. So like slowly but surely, I started just racking up bread in the game. Yeah. I did because I did not want to have to work out. I was already working in real life. I was like, I'd rather not. Just like, I didn't have the time. If I had the time at the time, I would have. For $100, but for $50, I got 2 million. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Those are called. To be honest, because Roblox started. Remember, Roblox is on sale on the phone. If you go on your phone and you're a member, Roblox Premium, then you can get shit for cheap or something. So now I'm a Roblox Premium member for like 5 years now. I'm not gonna lie, this game should know by now that I'm not buying an April Fool's car unless it looks sexy. The Honda. I regret not buying it because I'm not gonna lie, I would want that car. The Milwaukee Honda, with the one on bricks. You know how niggas steal your tires and just be barely leave you on street bricks. Yes. Not gonna lie, this Black Series is sexy as hell. I gotta go to a birthday party tomorrow. This is not my Black Series. This is just a final edition. Oh, the better respect shit on that shitty ass gun. I mean, it's a nice car to have. It looks nice and all, but the fact that my Corvette is faster than that shit, I was not buying it. Not my 235, my Corvette. And he's talking about the limited edition Pagani. Oh, right. Then I think I'm faster than the regular Pagani, but I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to the other Pagani that you're talking about, me and that are like neck and neck. I'm sorry, but I'm not spending. I'm not spending a mil and up on a hypercar if it's not fast. There's no fucking point in that shit. I mean, it's not. I mean, the fact that my Corvette's faster, is like, or the same speed. Corvette's the same shit. Same shit. Same shit. Well, yeah, but Pagani isn't American art. Like, you gotta think about it. Corvette is American art, and I'm a full-blooded American. Yeah, Paganis are cool and all. Like, I'll nut when I see one, but I'm not gonna fuck around and just buy one. Nigga. That's not me. Yeah. For the car, I'm not. I was not spending shit on the Pagani, especially because you just told me that shit was straight art. So you telling me I'm buying an expensive ass art piece? My grandparents would look at me so retarded just for doing that shit. So, Trey, can you stop sucking dick? What? Alright, Trey, if you're gonna do dick sucking right now, you gotta do that to me. I'm not gonna lie, that should sound magnificent. That nigga retarded. Yeah, he's retarded. I would. You think you the shit? You're not even a fart. Sound like a wild ass fart. And this is only my final edition. Oh, you don't hold the wheel. I know. I forgot this car's rear wheel drive. I should have upgraded that shit to all wheel. Oh, what the fuck? No, you hit my car on the highway. Now you trying to weed. Yo, stop his ass. Stop it. Stop it. Oh. I see you. I see you. I see you, nigga. I'm on your ass. You're not taking that corner. You're not a real G. You're not a real G, nigga. Nigga, you know you just making rights, right? And I know you're not gonna drive that shit for real. I know you can't drive that shit for real. Yeah, you crashed that shit already. Yeah, you're not a real driver, bro. You're not. No, you're not, bro. I seen you crash like 6 different times. You're gone. You're stuck. You're stuck. You're stuck. Yo, go on the other side so he can't. Yeah. I know. I heard it. Fuck. I don't know why you acting like he the shit. Like I ain't seen him crash a million times. And I doubt that shit was on purpose at all. Huh? Cheese, are you in the van? Cheese, are you in the white van? That ass stuck in the mouth. Yo, Cheese is a white van. I don't know. Who is this? And when the fuck did I follow her? Nah, that's because you're this is big. Me too. I'm about to hop off Wookie because I gotta wash my clothes and go to a birthday party tomorrow. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna drop dick on your forehead tomorrow. Catch you tomorrow. All on your forehead. All this dick. I'm still drop dick all on you. I'm still gonna drop dick all over your forehead. Dick all over it. Nuts. Nuts gonna be dragged all over you. All in your mouth. Like you playing basketball or something. Nuts all in that shit. What that nigga? Bro, niggas don't realize I troll for the love of the game, bro. I don't troll for real. I also don't troll for fake. Yo, when Nike said that shit was fried by shit, yo.
That it is infused with magic at a lot of points, and even the greatsword, which should be incredibly heavy, seems like nothing in her hand as she swings it around.
Protected infrastructure that keeps the region
I'm about to watch this for the next 2 hours.
The story starts in a magical world where 9 races live side by side, including the beast folk, dwarves, oni folk, demon kin, elves, dark elves, dragonutes, centaurs, and lastly humans, one of whom is a rookie adventurer named Light, driven by the hope of lifting his family out of hardship. Our hero says goodbye to his village and embarks on a quest in pursuit of power and prosperity. When he finally reaches the grand city, he's hit with the harsh reality of discrimination as people sneer at him just for being human. Still determined, he walks into the guild to register as an adventurer, and is assigned an F rank since it's his first day. The receptionist asks if he has a special skill, and Light's face lights up as he proudly says yes. It's something called unlimited gacha. Curious, the girl asks him to explain it since she's never heard of such a thing before, but Light insists it'll be easier to show her in action. He pulls out his gacha device and presses it, creating a card right before her eyes. Beaming with pride, Light explains that whatever's on the card can be summoned, but his excitement dies fast when he realizes the first card's just a damn bent fork. Embarrassed, he laughs it off, saying it's just a failure, and tries again. But instead of something useful, out pops even more worthless crap, like a rotten apple and a piece of moldy bread. He insists it doesn't usually suck this bad, but she's already over it and just hands him his F-rank card without another word. Still fired up, Light rushes to take his first quest. The receptionist points him toward the bulletin board, but the problem is that he can't read. In this world, that's not unusual since most humans barely know their letters. Thankfully, she helps him out and picks a few beginner jobs for him. They're all low-paying, but Light doesn't care, because he's ready to work his ass off, and by the end of the day, he's completely drained. He's done several jobs back to back, and all that effort barely got him enough for a single night at an inn. Still, he tries to stay positive, saying that if his gacha can spit out something edible, he'll manage just fine. Then, out of nowhere, a group of beast folk thugs bump into him, and start yelling like it's his fault for dirtying their clothes. Before he can explain, they snatch every coin he has, claiming it'll cover the laundry bill. Light pleads for them to give it back because without it, he won't even have a bed for the night, but they don't give a shit. One of them kicks him to the ground, telling him to go sleep in a pigsty, and they walk off laughing. The people around don't even lift a finger to help. Instead, they sneer and call him nothing more than worthless human garbage. Right then, a young woman lifts him up, yet Light notices she's an elf, and he's taken aback. He frantically apologizes for making contact with her, but the woman reassures Light that she will not harm him. Light cannot grasp why an elf would show kindness to a human like him, and the woman even embraces him. Spectators are appalled to witness an elf nearly touch a human, and Light is completely stunned. This elf girl soiled her knees just to hold him, so he questions if he's dreaming. The woman assures him that he's not, and the rest of her companions introduce themselves. They state that they are members of the Concord of Tribes. It's the title of their group that represents all 9 races created by the divinity. The beast folk names himself Garu, and the elf is Sasha. There is also Diablo the demon kin, Obero the Oni folk, and Drago the dragonute. Then comes Nano the dwarf, Sion the dark elf, and Santoru the centaur. That makes 8 members. So the party reveals that all they need now is a human to complete the set. Light is left speechless, so they clarify that their aim as a group is an honorable one. They want to wipe out racism in the world and build a future where every race stands on equal ground, and they want him to be part of it. But Light cannot believe what he's hearing. So the group's leader steps forward and promises that they mean every word, and just like that, Light agrees to join them, heart full and eyes shining. Sometime later, Light finds himself under attack by enormous serpents, and he has to be saved by Drago. Another creature almost creeps up on him, but Sasha is there to kill it. She cautions Light to be more cautious and reminds him that they're in the largest and harshest dungeon in the world, called the Abyss. If anything strikes him here, he will bite the dust immediately. Light apologizes, so Sasha explains that she's simply worried about him, and she examines him to ensure he isn't hurt. They've been traveling together for a while now, and the rest of the group starts teasing Sasha, calling her out for always babying him. They joke that she just can't help herself, that the second she's near Light, her face turns red and all her tough talk melts away. Sasha tries to say that she only does not want their group's reputation damaged by losing a member, but the others are not convinced. Light is feeling quite useless at this point, but Drago tells him not to be concerned. He says that he enjoys the tea that Light prepares for them, so he's already contributing enough. Light feels relieved hearing this, and the group continues their journey through the abyss.
No,
They
he's not
reach an
wrong.
area with only a single way out, and Drago decides that this is the ideal place. Light thinks that it must be
Hate
time
nigga
for a
let's die.
rest, so he cheerfully tells everyone that he will prepare his well-known tea for them to enjoy. He says that it will just take a moment, but Drago immediately cuts him off and announces that Light is expelled from the party. Light cannot speak, so Drago repeats himself. Light remains completely confused, so Goru simply tells him that he's being thrown out of the group. Everyone's attitude has completely shifted as they all become harsh, and Goru says that he's worthless to them now. Even Sasha calls him a foolish child and says that he always irritated her. They even
Where's the blonde? Where's the blonde? Oh, sorry about that. Wow. My computer acts like it got no sound haptics at all.
The lunch crew company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, you're right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watched my stepkids, bitch, I watched Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I...
Still immediately cuts him off and announces that Light is expelled from the party. Light cannot speak, so Drago repeats himself. Light remains completely confused. So Goru simply tells him that he's being thrown out of the group. Everyone's attitude has completely shifted as they all become harsh, and Goru says that he's worthless to them now. Even Sasha calls him a foolish child and says that he always irritated her. They even wonder aloud if his incompetence comes from a lack of brain cells or if it's simply a human trait. They all drop their act and reveal that they despise human trash like him. Light desperately hopes that it's a joke, but they tell him that they didn't come all the way into the abyss for some prank. Light points out that they were all so kind to him before, but they admit that it was all fake, as they needed him in their group. It makes no sense to him. So Drago explains that the entire setup was because of Light's ability. This only confuses Light more because his unlimited gacha has always seemed worthless. Drago says that their leaders have been monitoring Light because of his odd ability, suspecting that he might be something called a maestro. The only reason they brought him into the Concord of Tribes was to watch him closely. Light argues that his unlimited gacha is a useless ability because it only produces piles of junk, but that does not matter to them. They already know his power is worthless, and his stats are even worse. That is why the leaders have decided that Light is not the maestro, which means he's nothing but dead weight now. The others wish the higher-ups had decided sooner, because they hated pretending to like him all this time. Light knows nothing about these leaders or the maestro, but Drago says he's heard enough. It won't matter anyway, as Drago declares that it's time to finish the damn job. Horror crashes over Light as he realizes he's not just being thrown out of the party, because finishing the job means they're going to finish his ass off. That's when it begins, and Garu lunges forward, slicing across Light's face. His whole frame trembles as the brutal truth sinks in, and he bolts in panic. But escape isn't an option as the group tells him there's no way out. He couldn't survive even a single beast in the abyss, so they tell him to just accept his fate. Sasha makes it clear there won't be a chance to run, firing an arrow that pierces through his damn leg. Garu admits how much pleasure he gets from hunting humans, and Sion agrees, saying their freaking screams are like a sweet melody to her. Garu doesn't stop there, and he kicks the shit out of Light. Drago tells him to cut it off, but Garu is eager to keep going, so Sasha reminds him they have to stick to the script. Their excuse is going to be that a monster from the abyss killed Light, so they can't leave behind wounds that say otherwise. Garu steps up to deliver the final blow, telling Light he's been a fun target to beat on, so the end won't be quick. Light crawls desperately across the ground, questioning how it all came to this shit. His hopelessness explodes, and he shouts that he doesn't want to die, accidentally activating a teleport trap. Drago yells at Garu not to let the damn rat slip away, but it's already too late. A few seconds later, Light finds himself elsewhere in the dungeon, but the change in scenery brings no comfort. His injuries are severe, and he knows the moment one of the creatures here finds him, he's done. All he can think about is his family, wondering what led to this. The others had treated him kindly, and he thought they were becoming like comrades after everything they'd shared. But reality is cruel, and the friendship was fake, and they took joy in breaking him. They were thrilled at the thought of watching him die, and they planned to do it with smirks on their faces. Light's heartbreak quickly burns into fury, and he now despises every single one of them, so he promises to wipe them out. That fury lights a fire in him, and his thirst for vengeance refuses to let him fall here. He swears they'll pay, and he'll tear them all to pieces, and take his sweet revenge. But things only get worse as a creature shows up, and Light's eyes go wide as he sees its level 1000. That shouldn't exist because beasts like that belong in myths. That's when Light realizes the terrifying truth that he's been warped to the very bottom of the abyss itself. There's no freaking chance of escape as the monster to perish before claiming his vengeance. All Light has to even attempt to resist is his unlimited gacha, so he activates it. Light triggers his unlimited gacha again and again, silently begging for a miracle. He will not surrender because he must destroy those who betrayed him at any price and return to the family he treasures. And by fortune, Light's persistence succeeds, and his gacha blazes with dazzling brilliance like never before. The monster strikes, but it's already too late as Light's gacha produces a new card. A voice proclaims that nothing shall harm its master, and a maiden manifests, completely obliterating the level 1000 creature. This mighty girl clears the wreckage she caused, and astonished.
I still remember our first session.
Astonishingly, kneels before Light. She heals him and quickly apologizes for doing so without asking his permission first, saying it would be shameful if his handsome features and fair pearl skin were marred by such dreadful injuries. Light is amazed to hear her speak this way about him, and even more shocked to realize that she has healed every wound. The girl asks him to grace her with his name in his fine voice. So Light tells her who he is. The girl calls him Master Light and announces that she will devote her existence to serving him. It is the maid's oath of honor, and she vows her total loyalty to him without hesitation. Naturally, Light wants to know who this mysterious girl is, so she introduces herself as May, the ever-seeking maid, and her level is 9999. What stuns Light most isn't her power. It's that she's a super ultra rare card pulled from his supposedly useless unlimited gacha. But May goes on and on about her undying devotion, even saying she would follow him beyond death itself. Still overwhelmed, Light tries to explain that his unlimited gacha isn't anything special. There's just no way someone like her could have been summoned from such a useless useless skill. May kindly asks permission to inspect his gacha using her appraisal ability, saying she'll only do so with his consent because it's the proper way for a servant to act, and Light agrees. As soon as she examines it, May is amazed. She reveals that Light's abilities are buried beneath a powerful concealment barrier known as Conceal, and no one below her level would ever be able to uncover it. Then she tells him that his unlimited gacha is anything but trash. It allows for infinite draws, and the quality and rarity of what it produces depend on the mana levels in the surrounding area. She lists the rarity tiers from highest to lowest: extra, super ultra rare, triple is rare, double S rare, rare, normal, and at the bottom, error. Light doesn't fully understand the part about mana, so May breaks it down for him. She explains that mana is an invisible force that flows through everything in the world, but its concentration is weakest near the surface, which means the odds of pulling a super ultra rare like May up there are practically non-existent. But things are different down in this place. Right now, they're in the very depths of the dungeon, and the mana here is thick in the air. That means Light's chances of drawing rare cards improve dramatically at this depth. May has no idea what led him here, but she praises his courage for venturing this far below just to unlock the full strength of his unlimited gacha. Light, however, refuses to pretend he's some kind of hero. He admits that he would have never made it this far on his own. He explains how his old allies turned on him, how they slashed him, beat the shit out of him, pierced him with an arrow, and left him for dead. As he speaks, the memories overwhelm him. Tears come, but so does the rage, and he swears that he won't rest until every single one of them pays the price. Without warning, May gently wraps her arms around him and apologizes for the torment he's endured. She assures him that now that he has her at his side, serving justice to those traitors will be effortless. She then begs Light to give her the order to hunt down the treacherous ones and bring back their heads on stakes as tribute. Light takes a step back, not giving an answer. So May assumes it's because he has too much compassion in his heart, and tells him his enemies are beneath mercy. But Light replies that's not the issue. He trusted them and got tricked. He was beaten nearly to death and thrown to the bottom of this cursed place. And the real problem wasn't them, it was his own weakness. And that's why he's decided that he must grow stronger. He admits it might be impossible for a weak human like him, but he desires vengeance by his own hand. He then wonders aloud if May thinks he's being foolish, but she says she would never think that of him. Instead, she declares that his desire is hers, and if his goal is personal vengeance, then it's her duty to see it through. She says that she believes in what he can become, more than anything in the world, so Light thanks her for her unwavering loyalty. With their resolve now aligned, Light rolls his unlimited gacha once more in the depths of the abyss, vowing to master his ability to build a kingdom powerful enough to clear the way toward his vengeance. After 3 years, we see that Light has built a massive empire right in the depths of the abyss. Surrounded by his loyal maids, he stands at the center, his calm voice filled with praise as he tells them they've done excellent work once again. In perfect harmony, they bow and express their gratitude toward their adored master Light. Every one of them seems completely captivated by him, whispering that being near him feels like the luckiest thing that's ever happened in their lives. One overly devoted maid even gushes that she'd give anything just to sniff his feet. Their obsession quickly grows absurd, and May, visibly irritated, requests permission to put them back in line. But Light just waves it off with an easy smile, saying there's no need because they're just showing loyalty in their own way, and allows it to pass. Then we see the true scale of Light's empire. Vast cities filled with bustling shops and countless citizens leading peaceful lives. Wherever he walks, people greet him warmly, calling out to Master Light and offering him their finest dishes.
Takis has intense flavors, but not all are spicy.
She told him he really built the kingdom underground. Out of a gacha.
Even those who are running low on supplies approach him without fear, knowing their leader is kind and fair. Light reassures them that he'll alert the administration to fix any shortages, and May immediately takes charge, insisting on resolving every issue at once to ensure no one doubts the Empire's stability. Light observes that the population has grown enormously over the past 3 years, and he realizes he might need to overhaul the entire governing structure soon. His next concern is the status of his elite warriors, each one a summon from level 999 super ultra rare card. May reports that they're all currently out on mission. Ayuki, for instance, is mapping the outer perimeter of the Abyss, a region crawling with dangerous creatures. But Light isn't worried because he's confident that a genius beast tamer like her can handle anything out there. Next is Eli, who's been hard at work developing new forms of magic aligned with Light's grand vision. He knows he's given her a lot to handle and hopes she isn't pushing herself too hard to meet his expectations. Then there's Nizuna, who's patrolling the castle as usual. She specializes in close quarters combat, making her the ideal bodyguard. May admits Nizuna isn't exactly the sharpest mind in the group, but she's easily the most entertaining to be around. Back inside the castle, May grows annoyed to find someone waiting outside Light's chamber, and it's Jack, the level 7777 warrior. May scolds him for being too casual and reminds him to show proper respect to Master Light. But Light dismisses her concern and tells her it's fine, and he doesn't mind because he always thinks of him as his big brother. The two men step outside for some serious training, and Light warns that today there'll be no holding back. He declares the gloves are off, and immediately opens with a lightning-fast punch straight into Jack's stomach. Jack stumbles back, clearly impressed, but laughs it off because after all, there's a reason they call him the Iron-Blooded Barricade. Light's hit would have taken out nearly anyone else, but Jack is built like a fortress. As their sparring session heats up, we cut to Nizuna making her rounds through the castle. She proudly informs the other maids that she's carrying out a direct assignment from Master Light, a critical patrol mission. The maids shower her with praise, saying they feel safer knowing someone like her is watching over them. Nizuna tries to remain modest, saying she's just doing her duty, even if her posture says otherwise, not sure where to head next. Nizuna listens as the maids nervously mention a certain restricted zone they'd like her to check out. Turns out that area is none other than Light's bedroom. Leaving May puzzled about why Nizuna's knocking there, Nizuna says she's simply planning to inspect the room, but May calmly tells her that Light's quarters are already tightly secured. But Nizuna hits back by pointing out that Light isn't even home right now, and more suspiciously, wonders what May is doing inside. May quickly claims she's just keeping busy, as all diligent maids should be, but Nizuna shrugs and lets herself in. Once inside, Nizuna begins to observe the surroundings. Something seems off. The bed is clearly ruffled, as if someone had been flopping around on it. Even stranger, there are impressions on the pillows like someone was lying down, kicking their legs, and sniffing. May doesn't flinch and calmly says this is part of her specialized bed-making technique. She claims it's a top-secret method, not to be shared. Nizuna, completely convinced, gasps in admiration. She praises May's incredible skills and says she truly deserves her position as Light's first ever summon. But Nizuna didn't come empty-handed. She also delivers a message from the other maids. They're fed up with May monopolizing access to Light's room. The note says the maids demand fair cleaning rights, and that a formal petition has already been launched to remove May as head maid. They accuse her of tyranny and sign off the letter with a sharp get wrecked. Nizuna offers to help however she can, but May politely declines, saying it's her job to handle this uprising herself. She thanks Nizuna for relaying the message, and even slips her a tip, which leaves Nizuna beaming with joy. Nizuna immediately rushes off to splurge her reward money at a local vendor that just restocked with a fresh batch of irresistible treats. She refuses to waste her coin on anything average, because what her stomach truly craves are those glorious milk and pancake sandwiches. With no hesitation, she shoves the snacks into her mouth, completely lost in flavor heaven. And that's when she stumbles upon Aoyuki inside the castle. Confused, Nizuna asks why Aoyuki is back so soon, because she was supposed to be exploring the forest perimeter of the Abyss. As always, Aoyuki replies in a series of cat-like meows. Unfortunately for her, Nizuna doesn't speak meow the way Light does. Ever confident in her own brilliance, Nizuna attempts to interpret her cryptic words, but her guesses miss the mark entirely. First, she asks if Aoyuki needs help chopping down trees to clear the scouting path, but the answer is clearly no. Then she wonders if Aoyuki might have run into some kind of monster that was too tough to handle. But that's not it either. Nazuna eventually acknowledges that while Aoyuki was summoned before her, she still looks older and stronger. So with full confidence, she tells Aoyuki that if she's ever in trouble, she should feel free to rely on her. Tired of the guessing game, Aoyuki finally drops the act and speaks normally, explaining that she completed the mission without any issues. She didn't encounter a single threat and came back simply to deliver her portion of the completed map. Back inside the castle, Nazuna finishes up her patrol with pride, though she's a little down that she hasn't seen Master Light all day. After making sure she's alone, she sneaks over and climbs onto Light's grand throne. She reflects on how effortlessly cool he looks whenever he sits there, and quietly wishes he were here now. But her fantasy is abruptly shattered when she accidentally snaps off a small piece of the throne's angel wing. In full panic mode, she slaps the broken part back on, hoping it stays, then bolts from the room in a full sprint. Meanwhile,
Grammarly helps me get the best grades possible while completing the least
Nigga,
amount of
who
hours of
asked?
out near the training grounds, Light and Jack are still exchanging blows, but eventually agree to wrap up for the day. While catching their breath, Jack comments that Light has practically mastered the art of turning his entire body into a weapon. But Light, as humble as ever, credits Jack for being a great teacher. The intense sessions have transformed Light into a powerhouse, and Jack admits that there are only a handful of beings in the Abyss that could even stand a chance against him now. The Abyss is home to the most fearsome creatures on the planet, meaning that if so few can rival Light down here, even fewer can challenge him on the surface. But Jack isn't saying this to brag. He's reminding Light of an important truth. Stronger foes still exist out there. Light takes the warning to heart, and he knows the surface world is full of unknown dangers, and he vows never to grow complacent. He'll survive no matter what it takes, because his mission for vengeance still isn't over. In another room, May gathers the maids for a meeting, but they all pretend they have no idea why she summoned them. May calmly recites every word of the message they sent her, including the final, "Get wrecked" line, instantly. The group starts apologizing all at once. None of them know what to say, so they scramble for excuses. One of them claims they were just trying to help because May is always so overworked, and the others chime in, saying their intentions were good. But none of that explains the last part of their note, and worst of all, they had the nerve to send Nazuna to deliver it instead of facing May directly. Their so-called unity crumbles in seconds as they start blaming each other. But May shuts it down, and she firmly rejects their request to be allowed inside Light's room. Instead, she assigns them a different task, cleaning the corridor that leads to the throne chamber, and just to drive the point home, she orders them to scrub it all manually, without magic or shortcut. The hallway is ridiculously long, and the maids groan that it'll take forever. But May doesn't budge, and she reminds them that she'll be heading to the surface soon on a special mission for Master Light, so she expects them to keep everything spotless while she's away. Meanwhile, in the market, Nazuna stares dreamily at a sleek-looking weapon on display, muttering that she wishes she could buy something that cool. Ellie suddenly shows up behind her, surprised to find her hanging around the shop. Thinking Nazuna's probably there for sweets again, she's surprised to hear that Nazuna's just admiring a pair of battle gloves. Nazuna thought Ellie would be off doing fieldwork or overseeing repairs like usual, but Ellie casually says she's on break today and everything's running so smoothly. She actually has free time for once. Ellie suspects Nazuna's even more scatterbrained than usual, but Nazuna tries to prove her sharpness by proudly reciting multiplication facts, only to mess up right away. Ellie bursts out laughing, mocking her, and the two start bickering. Ellie smugly points out that Light trusts her with high-level tasks, crucial to his master plan for revenge, unlike Nazuna and her adorably tiny brain. Nazuna claps back, saying her patrols are important too, but Ellie waves it off as nothing special. Then Ellie reveals she just had tea with Light to discuss strategic matters. She taunts Nazuna, saying next time she might even reserve a private room for their meeting. Nazuna instantly gets jealous, not over the conversation, but the tea. She desperately wants to have tea with Light too. Ellie can't believe that's what upset her, but Nazuna just blinks confused, because she doesn't see what else there is to be jealous about. So Ellie says there's something even more jealousy-worthy, something that should really light a fire under her. But Nazuna misreads the moment entirely, and she assumes Ellie's talking about magic, and immediately offers her support, thinking Ellie might be worried about not being able to fight without spells one day, and she promises to protect her if that ever happens. Left speechless, Ellie just sighs and says sure, she'll take her up on it. Nazuna skips off, happy as ever, ready to resume her patrol. Ellie watches her go, thinking to herself that there really is no one else quite like Nazuna. Elsewhere in the castle, the four maids gripe about how they ended up in trouble despite having what they believe was a perfectly valid complaint about their supervisor. The problem is that she is the supervisor, and May is practically untouchable, powerless to act against her. They all sulk, dreaming about how nice it would have been to be the ones cleaning Master Light's room. The conversation quickly derails as one of them says she'd bury her entire face in his bedsheets just to catch his scent. As usual, the girl who always takes things too far goes way over the edge, saying she wants to lick every utensil he's ever used. The others immediately call her a freaking freak, but after a moment of hesitation, they all sheepishly admit they'd probably do the same. Their thoughts wander to May's seniority because, after all, she was the very first One Light summoned. It wasn't until 3 months later that Aoyuki appeared, and they can't stop imagining what might have happened between Light and May during that time, and their imaginations spiral out of control. Light is pure, innocent, and sometimes completely clueless, and the idea of a young boy and girl being alone together in a death trap of a dungeon makes them sick with envy. They feel so jealous. They wish they could channel that emotion into an actual curse to put on May. They try.
Oh, these notes. So blah.
Why don't you try these in the cinnamon pebbles?
Thanks, Henry.
Take this to everybody.
We seize the day, no time to waste. Express yourself, live life with taste.
Nope.
But all freeze in horror when May suddenly appears behind them. They had all assumed she'd already left for her surface mission, but apparently not. May tells them she caught wind of them chanting die repeatedly and has come for an explanation. Instantly, the girls change their tone, pretending to be nothing but loyal underlings. But May isn't fooled in the slightest. Eventually, they confess, admitting their envy got the better of them. What they really resent is the fact that May got to spend so much one-on-one time with Light. May tells them she has no obligation to share what happened during those 3 months, but since she's feeling charitable, she'll humor them. She reveals that during that time, Light didn't spend a single moment doing anything remotely romantic or questionable. He buried himself in study, devouring every book he could find and practicing martial arts non-stop, because he was entirely consumed by his goal of growing stronger. As for all the depraved fantasies the maids cooked up, none of them came even remotely true. May admits that lately, she had been feeling like she might have been too strict, that maybe her leadership had been a little unreasonable. She was
Can't wait for them to give like the assholes that did that shit to my nigga Light. I can't wait for them to tell him like, this is just because y'all niggas backdoored the wrong human. We're all right. Y'all niggas backdoored the wrong nigga. The wrong nigga done got the right power. Like play stupid games and get stupid prizes. You hear me? Like y'all thought y'all beat the nigga. Y'all just said fuck it. The nigga teleported away. Thought he died. Nigga. Y'all was dealing with maybe a maestro. Did y'all not consider that he needed just a power up? Like near-death experience might have given him some power, y'all. Like, niggas don't be contemplating shit like that. Like, wait, that nigga just nearly died.
But
every
now,
anime, every manga, everything I've read, when a nigga nearly died,
she was way too lenient.
they could have boosted the power where they actually died.
The hallways by hand.
The fact that they didn't even see his death should have put him on
The
tip.
girls groan in despair, realizing that will take an eternity, but May coldly remarks that, given how much time they spent bad-mouthing her, they clearly have plenty to spare. Her tone shifts from casual to commanding, as she tells them to acknowledge the order immediately. The maids have no choice but to salute and get to work, grumbling as they go. But just as they begin cleaning, disaster strikes. The broken angel wing on Light's throne, previously reattached in a panic by Nazuna, snaps off and hits the floor. Inside her room, Nazuna stretches out with a sigh of relief, proud to have completed another day of keeping the peace. Still, there's a lingering disappointment in her chest because she didn't get to see Light at all. More than anything, she wishes he'd finally give her the order she's been waiting for. She wants to be sent to the surface, so she can destroy everyone who dared to betray him. She eventually calmed down, hoping she could see him the next morning, and fell asleep with that wish in her heart. The following day, Light steps outside the castle and finds the usual scene. Ellie and Mizuna locked in another argument. Mizuna lights up the moment she spots him, thrilled that her wish came true, and she gets to see Master Light again. As always, Light can't help but treat Aoyuki like a cat, and the other girls quickly become jealous of the attention. But the peaceful moment is shattered when a familiar beast shows up, one that looks exactly like the hellhound Light first faced when he fell into the abyss. Even now, Light feels his body tense up at the sight of it, haunted by the fear from that day. But things were different now because he had powerful warriors by his side, and they were ready to fight without hesitation. Nazuna drops her usual air-headed tone, filled with rage that a lowly training mutt would dare show its face in front of Light. Ellie's furious too, ready to punish the creature for its arrogance. Aoyuki is equally disgusted. Just the hound's presence is disturbing Light's peace, and she promises to wipe out their entire breed if needed. They make it clear that they're about to unleash the overwhelming force of their level 999 strength. But before they can make a move, Light gently steps in and tells them it's alright. His voice alone is enough to make them stop instantly. He reassures them that he's fine now. Surprisingly, Light even apologizes to the beast for scaring it. In the back of his mind, he knows that if he ever gave the word, his girls would wipe the hellhounds from existence. Then Light gets to the reason he gathered them. He informs them that May has returned, and her mission was a success, which means it's time. Their target has fallen right into the trap, and now they move to Phase 2. The girls are a bit annoyed that May got to take the lead, but they're just as fired up knowing they're finally moving forward. Light turns and leads them forward, declaring that the first dish of his long-awaited revenge is finally ready to be served. Far away, in the City of Wolves, one of Light's targets, Garu, strolls through the streets. The people cheer for him like he's a hero, blissfully unaware that vengeance is already on its way. The villagers are obsessed with Garu, to the point where one of them even jokes that he should marry his sister. They heap praise on him non-stop, and Garu laps it up without shame. He soaks in the attention, strutting around like a celebrity and telling everyone to clear the way for a legend. Off to the side, a human digs through a pile of trash, and Garu can't stand the sight, so he calls the boy gutter scum, slams him into the ground, and spits right in his face. Like most beast folk, Garu holds nothing but contempt for humans, and he tells the boy to vanish, and makes it clear he better never show up in front of him again. Later at a local tavern, he confidently claims the best seat, and instructs his entourage to order anything they like, boasting that he's been earning handsomely. His companions heap praise on him, calling him a symbol of pride for all beast folk, even though he himself once clawed his way up from the filth of the slums. Now, he's a leader admired by many. With unfiltered arrogance, he tells them that becoming someone like him isn't something just anyone can do. He's mastered the art of influence, and since beast folk are naturally inclined to follow, all he needs to do is leverage that trait. Then life becomes royalty. According to him, the key to success lies in properly categorizing tasks, knowing which ones are worth the investment, and which consume too much effort for too little return in power or profit. One of the less intelligent beast folk brings up an old job Garu took 3 years ago involving the Concord of Tribes, asking whether it had been lucrative. Another companion scolds him for prying, but the wolf-like leader answers calmly, stating that the Federation they worked for had bound them by oath, making it impossible to reveal any specific details. He recalls, however, that it was the easiest and most profitable mission he'd ever taken. Just eliminate one insignificant, worthless human boy. And now he's both wealthy and respected. Still, something about that portal nags at him. He never discovered where it led, though he highly doubts someone like Light could have possibly survived. What intrigues him more is the mysterious maestro that the Federation was so obsessed with locating. The thought alone sends a chill through him, warning that digging too deep into it might be dangerous. Before he can think further, his thoughts are interrupted by the sudden arrival of a stunning young woman revealed to be May, who politely asks if they can speak. She inquires whether he is Goru the Beast Folk leader, and he nods after casually sipping from his drink. May falsely claims to have served as the maid of Master Light, who she explains hails from an esteemed noble bloodline. Guru is stunned by this revelation and begins to wonder if he had kept Light alive. It would have been more profitable for him. May continues her deception, claiming that she has been searching for Light for the past 3 years, and that every clue she followed led her to this country, the very place where he was last seen traveling with a new party. Guru casually admits that he was indeed part of that group and confirms that Light had been among them. May's eyes glisten as she feigns sorrow, saying she heard rumors that Light perished inside the dungeons and was never seen again. Guru nods solemnly, agreeing that it's true that Light met a tragic end, but May gently asks if he could guide her to the site where it happened, explaining that it would bring her comfort to visit the place where Light drew his last breath. Guru responds bluntly, asking what's in it for him. To his surprise, May calmly places a small bag on the table, and inside are 3 solid bars of gold. His companions are stunned into silence, their eyes wide, but Guru keeps a straight face as his mind races. He wonders whether this is a setup, or if the girl genuinely seeks nothing more than a guide into the depths of the dungeons. But after a moment's thought, he decides to take the deal. In his mind, a fragile human woman poses no threat to someone of his strength, as she couldn't even touch a strand of his fur, let alone harm him. Guru eventually leads her into the dungeons, accompanied by his loyal followers. After several hours of trekking through damp tunnels, he turns to ask if she's holding up. May, though visibly drained, offers a faint smile and insists she can continue. Guru smirks inwardly, thinking about how fortune always seems to favor him. He plans to rob her of her gold once they arrive, and then defile her right there, over the grave of the man she mourns. Finally, they reach the cavern where Light had once been abandoned and left to die. Guru gestures ahead, claiming this is the spot where Light met his unfortunate fate. He spins a false tale about a group of monsters ambushing them, saying Light didn't have time to flee, was torn apart, and then triggered a teleportation trap and was never to be seen again. May collapses to her knees, tears streaming down her face, while Guru's thoughts turn cruel. He mocks how pitiful humans are, so fragile, so unaware of danger even as it closes in. His men subtly spread out, forming a circle and sealing off the only escape, while Guru continues his performance, pretending to lament that he tried to save Light but failed. Just as he prepares to strike, May's tone suddenly changes. Her voice hardens as she declares that only the most depraved creatures in existence could deceive someone as pure-hearted as Light, luring him into a filthy dungeon only to betray him. Her words echo sharply against the stone walls as she glances around, regret burning in her eyes, admitting that if she had entered Light's service even a little sooner, he would have never been hunted, shot through the leg, and beaten until he could barely breathe. Guru instantly senses danger and instinctively leaps backward, his mind racing with confusion about how on earth this woman knows such specific details. His followers glance around, clearly puzzled, unaware of the full weight of what's just been said. But Guru knows better. The only individuals who could possibly be aware of that event are either members of the concordative tribes or high-ranking figures from the nation's elite. He narrows his eyes and demands to know who she's working for, accusing her of being a spy dispatched by a rival tribe. She scoffs in response, boldly declaring that she serves no one but Light and that Guru is about to face her fury. The raw energy surging from her sends a shudder through him, which he finds deeply unsettling. He tries to reassure himself that she's nothing more than a worthless human, good only for being used and discarded. But the moment she locks eyes with him, a cold wave of dread washes over him. His instincts are screaming the truth that this is no bluff, and if he fights her, he's going to die. Just as May is about to strike, a calm voice echoes from the shadows, and it's Light's voice urging her to stand down, saying that he'll handle Guru personally. Guru's eyes widen, refusing to believe what he's hearing. But then, Light steps forward into view, his tone almost casual, as if greeting an old acquaintance. He tells Guru he's come to settle the score from 3 years ago. Suddenly regaining his swagger, Guru bursts into laughter, claiming he never thought he'd see Light again. He mocks him for being a pathetic level 15 human, bragging that someone like him couldn't possibly stand against a level 158 raid boss. He sneers, saying he doesn't even care how the Hell Light survived. But now at last he can slay him with his own hands and drag his corpse back as evidence. Light exhales softly, asking if Guru isn't at least curious about who May is, or how powerful she really might be. Garu shrugs it off, admitting that he has no clue about the true strength of this so-called maid. But he's absolutely certain that weak little humans will never measure up to beast folk like them. He boasts that all his men are above level 130, and that they'll crush them with overwhelming force. Without further delay, he gives the signal to attack. Two of his subordinates rush toward Light at full speed, weapons drawn, ready to strike him down. But in an instant, May intercepts them, appearing before they even blink. Their heads fall cleanly to the ground in the same spot, while their bodies collapse in silence. She coldly warns that anyone who dares to threaten Light will lose their life, but Light calmly instructs her to fall back and block all the exits because this time, he wants to have a little fun himself. Garu's men start to lose their nerve, unable to comprehend what they've just witnessed. But Garu quickly tries to get them back in line, brushing it off as nothing more than a cheap parlor trick she pulled, nothing real. Light looks at him and asks if he still honestly believes humans are weaker, if it ever crossed his mind that humanity might be the most powerful race of them all. Garu bursts into laughter, proudly flexing his level, as if that ends the conversation. But Light calmly responds, saying that a level is just a number, and it means nothing when it comes to true strength. Garu's patience snaps, and with a furious roar, he and all his cronies launch themselves at Light in full force. But to their shock, Light doesn't flinch and stands as still as a mirror's surface. Then, in an instant, he erupts into motion, parrying every strike and flooring each of the beast warriors in flawless succession. One by one, they crash to the ground, dazed and breathless. Light steps toward Garu and asks him again if he still thinks humans are weak. But Garu, consumed by pride, refuses to accept defeat. Gritting his teeth, he pushes through the pain, vaults back to his feet, and shouts that no human could ever rival him. Determined, he pulls a glowing magic crystal from his pocket and slams it onto the floor, summoning his familiar, an enormous level 500 wolf monster. Light watches calmly and asks if that's truly the best Garu can do. But Garu assumes he's stunned into silence and mocks him, urging him to start begging. Light doesn't budge and tells Garu to go ahead and strike, promising not to take a single step from where he's standing. Enraged, Garu commands his beast to unleash a blast so devastating it could obliterate an entire city block. The explosion rocks the dungeon, and a cloud of dust swallows everything. But when it clears, Garu's expression freezes in disbelief. Light stands exactly where he was, untouched, not even a scratch marring his robes. Light smirks, mocking him for giving that overblown attack such a grand name when all it did was stir up a little dust. Garu is too stunned to reply, and now his men are visibly trembling, some barely able to hold themselves together. With a quiet confidence, Light announces it's his turn. He reaches into his coat like he's in the middle of a duel and pulls out a card just like in a trading card game. He plays the legendary level 9000 ultra rare card, the Primal Wolf Divinity. The divine beast materializes behind him, radiant and ethereal, leaving the beast folk dumbstruck. Light gives a simple command, eliminate Garu's familiar, but instead of firing off a dramatic explosion, the divine wolf exhales gently, and that breath alone is enough. Its divine essence freezes Garu's massive wolf solid and then shatters it into gleaming fragments, right in front of its stunned master. Garu stands frozen.
Join the team that protects millions.
Join us at papdrecruit.com.
Do kids want to grow tall to reach the pros? Or to reach a Reese's?
Mind spiraling, unable to accept that his level 500 monster was destroyed in an instant, without even a real fight. But Light simply shrugs, telling him that he could have crushed the beast himself if he'd really wanted to. Then, as the final blow to Garu's pride, Light reveals his own level maxed out at 9,999. Garu begins to stammer, his whole body trembling as he mutters that this simply can't be real because humans aren't supposed to exceed level 100. And if Light were truly the same human from 3 years ago, he should have aged by now. Light calmly explains that he wears an age ring to halt his physical growth, a reminder of who he was and the day he was betrayed by the lowest form of filth to ever walk the earth. At that moment, Garu realizes his fate is sealed. He stands no chance, none at all against the monster that Light has become. Knowing he's as good as dead, he does what any coward would. He drops his weapons and falls to his knees, begging for mercy. He pleads that it wasn't his fault, claiming he acted under orders from the Federation. With a trembling voice, he insists that he never intended to harm anyone, that his subordinates were the ones who came up with this entire plan and dragged him into it. His underlings stare at him in disbelief because this is the same man who was bragging about his power and dominance just this morning, and now he's bowing his head, begging for forgiveness, even offering to serve as Light's pet if it would spare his life. Light, however, remains indifferent, and instead he asks what the Maestro truly is and why the government is so obsessed with finding him. Garou answers honestly that he doesn't know, only that they were told the Maestro was likely a human. Light's tone hardens as he asks why they chose to kill him once they believed he wasn't the Maestro. Garou quickly prostrates himself again, swearing that he has no idea, that they were simply following orders. Light's eyes shift toward the other beast folk, demanding to know if any of them possess real information. In a desperate bid to survive, they all start shouting that they do. But May's special eyes flare with power, exposing their lies. Without hesitation, she cuts them down where they stand, their blood splattering across the cavern floor. She coldly declares that anyone who dares to lie before Light will meet death by her hand. Light turns back to Garou and asks if he believes there's anyone strong enough to challenge him should he decide to wage war on the surface. Garou admits the truth that Light's power is beyond comprehension, enough to crush nations single-handedly. But he adds that if the nations unite and unleash the weapons they've been developing, even someone like Light might face difficulties, especially with only a maid by his side. Light smirks and tells him he wants to show him something. With a flick of his hand, he casts teleportation magic, transporting them straight to his own throne room. Garou's sanity nearly snaps the instant he arrives. His mind can't process what he's seeing, an army so vast and terrifying that the weakest among them is level 1,500, while 4 maids stand at level 9 and 999. The rest range between 6,000 and 9,000, each radiating divine power. Garou can't speak, and a single tear slips down his cheek as the horrifying truth sinks in. Light could erase the entire planet in the blink of an eye. He isn't just powerful, he's a walking apocalypse. And Garou can only tremble as he wonders what will happen when that deity finally decides to go to war. The next morning, Light heads back to his hometown with the hope of reuniting with his family and bringing them back to his dungeon city.
This side
But when
alone,
he
I'm not
arrived,
gonna lie.
that hope quickly
The
turned
whole
to
world would have been
despair.
cut. I
Before
don't care
him lay
if
nothing but a
human,
wasteland of
elf,
shattered ruins
fucking
and decaying
ant.
corpses.
Oh,
The village
that-
had been completely
or,
wiped
like,
out
I would've
roughly
been like,
6
let's
months
go back to
earlier by
cave.
unknown
Let's go back
attackers,
to cave.
leaving no trace of life
wage
behind.
war.
Determined to at
No
least
one
give
shall
his
live.
loved ones a proper farewell, Light began sifting through the rubble, searching for any remains he could lay to rest. To his immense relief, none of the bodies matched
Alright, that
those
would've
of
been
his
that
younger
far.
siblings,
That would've been
which
like
gave
all
him
the
a
other
faint
races
spark of
besides
hope
human,
that
they
they
can all
might still
die.
be alive somewhere.
I hate
But
you,
his
nigga.
parents
Let's
hadn't
die
been
on
so
some
lucky.
shit.
Gold, noticing the weight of the moment, asked if Light was holding up, acknowledging how difficult this must be to process, but Light assured him he would manage. Right now, their focus had to remain on the current mission, so he requested Gold and Nemamu to assist in gathering as much intelligence as possible. While it had become clear that their military strength was formidable enough to rival the world's major powers, rushing headfirst into conflict would be reckless. He wanted detailed information about the capabilities of each nation. Moreover, Light suspected that the destruction of his village was directly linked to rumors of him being a maestro, so he was determined to uncover what a maestro truly is, and why such a title would warrant so much bloodshed. And if it turned out that all this devastation was the result of a few power-hungry elites chasing influence, then he vowed to reduce the world to ashes, and personally force the culprits to swallow the aftermath. Gold sympathized with Light's anger, but cautioned him to control his fury in public. The aura he was emitting could easily kill an ordinary person on the spot. Light apologized for his lack of restraint, and equipped an item called the Fool's Mask to suppress his energy and conceal his identity. After paying his final respects at his parents' graves and quietly apologizing for not being able to protect them, he and Gold and Nemamu took off, heading toward the city of Dagas. Along the way, Nemamu, curious and slightly unsure, asked what Light intended to do once they arrived. Before Light could answer, Gold advised her to be mindful of how she addresses their lord while they're on the surface, and
The new Panera Mix and Match menu. Choose two or more. Just
Yeah, I
$4.99.
forget Light is actually from the surface, and niggas are actually looking for him now. Well, not looking for him now, but like looking for him. As in, like, there's niggas who would still want to try and kill him, even though they can't. Like, they couldn't even step to the
Light explained that using his real name could alert those affiliated with Concord, so for the time being, he would go by the alias Dark during their mission, and Nemamu nodded in understanding. As for his plans in Dagas, Light informed her that he intended to register as an adventurer under the name Dark. and by rising through the ranks, he hoped to gradually gain access to valuable information from the upper circles within the guild. After a short while, Nimemu spots the city of Doggers on the horizon. Since flying straight in would attract unnecessary attention, Light recommends landing in the forest and making the rest of the journey on foot. Still, with Gold's dazzling suit of armor, they're bound to stand out regardless. As the trio makes their way through the woods, they stumble upon a troubling scene, a human merchant being ambushed by a group of dwarven bandits. Although they would have preferred to stay unnoticed until reaching the city, Gold's armor includes embedded sparkle effects that catch the light, and unfortunately the attention of the thieves. The dwarves then decide to try their luck robbing him as well, which ends poorly for them, as they are left tied up and humiliated in the middle of the trail. The grateful merchant and his son, overwhelmed with relief, offer Light and his companions a ride to the city as thanks for their timely rescue. During the trip, the boy can't stop talking about how incredible Gold was in battle, admitting he'd never seen anyone take down dwarves with such ease. His father guesses they must be a well-known team of adventurers, but Light clarifies that they haven't even registered yet. Surprised by the response, the man tells them that if they are serious about becoming adventurers, Doggers is the ideal place to do it. The city boasts one of the largest guilds in the region and sits at the border between the elf, dwarf, and human territories. With a solid population of humans residing there, it's considered one of the more welcoming cities for their kind. He even mentions owning a successful human-run hotel and invites them to stay there if they need lodging. Not long after, they reach the outskirts of Doggers. Light asks Colonel to drop them off at the city gates, as they prefer to walk the rest of the way on foot. For Gold and Nimemu, this is their first time setting foot in a surface city, and they quickly take note of the many storefronts selling armor and weaponry. Light explains that it's no surprise because this place is filled with adventurers, and with the nearby dwarf kingdom known for its blacksmithing prowess, it's only natural that their goods are sold here in abundance. When the group finally arrives at the guild hall, Nimemu observes that humans tend to scatter and avoid eye contact whenever someone from another race passes by. Light interprets this behavior as evidence that humans aren't exactly treated with respect in this city either, even if that discrimination isn't openly acknowledged. Light makes his way to the front desk to register, and as expected, he's required to begin at F rank. That means he'll need to complete a few entry-level quests later on to raise his status. But before handling any of that, securing a place to stay takes priority. Recalling that Colonel mentioned owning a hotel, Light decides to head there with the others. Colonel is visibly surprised to see Light again and asks how he can assist him, and Light explains that he has a rather specific request. He would like to rent out the entire top floor of the building, and under no circumstances should anyone, staff included, be allowed to enter. To seal the deal, Light drops a heavy bag of gold coins onto the counter. Colonel is left utterly speechless, unsure how to respond. Light offers to pay even more if needed, but Colonel quickly assures him that this is already 10 times more than necessary. He also says he can't accept such an extravagant sum from the man who saved his life earlier. However, Light remains firm in his decision, and eventually Colonel accepts the generous offer and promises to prepare the rooms immediately. Not long after, Light and the group head upstairs. Once inside, Light takes out several perception-blocking spell cards and activates them throughout the room, ensuring that no one can eavesdrop or spy on them. Finally able to let his guard down, he pulls up a chair and sits, taking a moment to rest. As he settles in, Nimemu speaks up and says that while she understands Light is incredibly strong, and has chosen to become an adventurer here to gather intelligence, there's always a risk that he could be injured on the surface. She believes it might be safer for him to return to the dungeon city, and let the rest of them handle matters on his behalf. Although Light is generally a calm and considerate person, Nimemu's suggestion hits a nerve. To him, it sounds like she's trying to sideline him from his own mission of revenge, like she thinks he's not capable of carrying it out himself, so that implication infuriates him. Nimemu immediately realizes her mistake and drops to her knees, begging for forgiveness, but the damage has already been done. Light's expression turns deadly, and for a moment, it looks like he might actually harm her. Sensing the rising tension, Gold steps in, laughing lightly to ease the mood. He tells Light that Nimemu simply doesn't grasp the emotional weight behind revenge, and he explains that Light intends to carry out his vengeance with his own hands. No intermediaries, no delegation, and that's something truly noble to stand behind. Hearing Gold's light
Check it out.
No, he's not wrong. I'm not gonna lie. A nigga who send another nigga to complete his work, that is crazy. Like, if you got something to settle that shit for yourself. Don't send no third party. Do that shit for yourself. Because I'm most likely the third party niggas gonna send it. I don't want to go. I want to go handle my own business.
Hearted jab brings Light back to his senses, and he realizes that he may have let his emotions spiral out of control. He kneels down and apologizes to Nemamu, admitting that he overreacted and understands her words came from genuine concern for his safety. Nemamu, however, insists that she was the one in the wrong for speaking out of turn, so she pleads for the chance to renew her vow of loyalty. Although Light doesn't think such a gesture is necessary, he agrees to honor her request. With care, Nemamu lifts his foot and presses her lips to it. In this world, a kiss to the foot is the ultimate sign of deference and respect toward one's sovereign. Still, Light has never been fond of this custom, especially recalling how awkward it felt when all of his subordinates lined up to perform the ritual when he first summoned them. Even Gold can't help but comment that the whole thing is a bit odd, especially since Nemamu seems to be enjoying it far too much. The following day, Light and the others set out toward the dungeon. As they stroll through the city streets, they quickly draw attention. Gold clad in radiant armor, sparkles like a walking treasure chest, and Nemamu's striking beauty turns plenty of heads. As for Light, the only remark people seem to have is that he looks strange in his mask, but that only adds to his enigmatic dark persona, so he isn't bothered in the slightest. When they reach the dungeon entrance, they find a long line of people waiting to get in. Gold quickly notices something odd. There aren't any elves present. So Light explains that the elf and dwarf kingdoms are currently locked in a territorial dispute over ownership of this particular dungeon, which has led them to avoid crossing paths. Nemamu compliments Light on always having an answer for everything, which he appreciates, though he raises an eyebrow and asks if she really needs to stand that close, as her melon is pressing hard against the back of his head. She replies with complete seriousness that it's her duty to guard him at all times, and maintaining close proximity is part of that responsibility. Before Light can protest further, he notices a small group of 3 cutting ahead in line. The shortest one is likely a servant, while the second appears to have received moderate combat training, but it's the man in front who truly catches Light's eye. Despite the oversized weapon slung across his back, his movements are sharp, deliberate, and practiced, signs of a seasoned warrior. The surrounding humans hesitate to confront him, likely afraid of provoking a deadly response. But Light has no such fear. Stepping forward, he calls out the elf for his rudeness, stating plainly that cutting in line is unacceptable. The elf immediately bristles with rage when he realizes a human had the audacity to speak to him. He reaches for his sword, clearly ready to escalate the situation, but the elder accompanying him quietly advises that it's not worth causing a scene over something so trivial. After a brief pause, the warrior reluctantly agrees and moves to the back of the line, but as he passes by Light, he leans in and coldly warns him that he'll come to regret showing such disrespect. Once the elf is out of sight, the surrounding humans begin to cheer for Light, applauding him for standing up to the arrogant bully. The kids from earlier even return to personally thank him, having finally mustered the courage to approach. Light tells them there's no need to thank him because he simply acted out of self-interest, but the children remain sincerely grateful nonetheless. Right then, one of the kids curiously asks Gold if his armor is really made of actual gold.
But I'm not gonna lie, niggas like that elf nigga pissed me the fuck off. I'll be back. I'm gonna go put my clothes in the dryer.
Everyone nearby has been wondering the same thing. Before Gold can respond, Nimamu steps in and explains that his armor isn't made of gold at all, because if it were it'd be far too soft to offer any meaningful protection. The boy starts to ask if Gold just wears it for show, but his friends quickly stop him, realizing that might come off as rude. Still, Gold takes no offense. With a grin, he proudly admits that he absolutely wears it for attention, because no color better reflects the shining example he strives to be as a knight. The conversation shifts as the kids ask if this is Light's group's first time venturing into the dungeon. Light confirms, but also wonders aloud how they guessed. The children explain that this floor is usually reserved for more experienced adventurers due to the high entrance fee, and most who enter come prepared to camp inside. And since Light's team didn't bring any visible gear, it was pretty easy to tell they were new to this.
Protect the infrastructure that keeps the region moving.
Join me at papdrecruits.com.
This specific dungeon. Right then, a guard calls for the next party to proceed. The kids wave goodbye and dash off together into the dungeon. Watching them disappear, Light and the others consider whether they should start carrying fake equipment. Even though all their actual supplies are stored inside an item box, it might be worth the effort just to avoid looking like total newbies. A short while later, it's finally their turn to enter. For Light, this is the first time he's stepped into a dungeon that isn't the Abyss. Dungeons are saturated with mana that grows more potent the deeper one goes, often spawning monsters, traps, and even entire ecosystems. In essence, the inside of a dungeon functions as a world of its own. Once they reach the first floor, Light casts concealment magic over the group, shielding them from detection, and with that, they begin flying together toward the second floor. At the same time, the elf from earlier is furiously venting his frustration on a pack of orcs, unable to accept that a mere human had the gall to speak to him so casually. His name is Kaido, and he loudly declares himself a legendary hero of the Elf Kingdom, boasting that the blood of a maestro flows through his veins, making him deserving of reverence. He mutters bitterly that such humiliation would have never happened if his level weren't currently so low. But Yanok the Elder traveling with him reminds him that a level of 1,500 is already far beyond the standard cap for elves. Still, Kaido scoffs at the idea since it's not enough. He needs the kind of overwhelming power that would allow him to erase every last clown he dared mock or look down on him. Yanok, clearly holding on to some resentment of his own, says he understands the sentiment. After all, he was exiled for research no one respected, so if there's any chance to use that very research to help Kaido grow stronger, he's all in. Back on the other side of the dungeon, Light and his team have already made their way down to the third floor, having just cleared out a massive horde of orcs. Light suggests it's a good time to head back since they've gathered more than enough proof of their strength for the guild. Plus, that last battle left him a mess, and he's eager to clean up. The moment Nimamu hears that, she eagerly volunteers to wash every damn inch of his body once they return, but the fool Light doesn't even respond. As they make their way back up, Light and the group spot the kids from earlier and descend to meet them. But before they can say much, a loud commotion erupts from deep within the forest. In a sudden burst of chaos, dozens of wolves come charging through the trees. The kids quickly panic and tell Light they need to fall back, because there's no way they can take on that many enemies. But Light calmly tells them that the wolves aren't the real danger here because something far worse is coming. And a moment later, the ground trembles and a towering quad-sized mantis bursts into view. The kids freeze in stunned disbelief at the sight before them. The mantis monster species was believed to have been eradicated 10 years ago, and they're clearly in no condition to take one on by themselves. The group's leader quickly tells Mia to use a bit of magic to try and distract the creature, but he already knows that won't be nearly enough. Desperate, he turns to Light and the others, urgently asking for help to throw the beast off long enough for everyone to escape safely. But when Light hears they're planning to retreat, he casually asks if that means they won't mind if he claims the kill himself. The kids look at him like he's insane since a mantis of that size has to be at least level 500. Still, Light calmly assures them there's no reason to panic because he and his companions are more than capable of handling it. Gold then steps forward to land the first strike. But to his surprise, the mantis blocks several of his blows with minimal damage, meaning its claws must be a lot tougher than he expected. Light steps in next and fires a blazing arrow directly at the mantis, but just before it hits, the mantis redirects it and sends it flying back toward him. Watching this unfold, the kids begin to worry that Light and the others might be in serious danger, so they urge Mia to hurry up and cast her spell. But she's too stunned to concentrate because she just witnessed Light unleash a high-grade combat spell without even chanting, and she had no idea that was even possible. Since the rest of the kids aren't familiar with magic, they can't really tell what counts as impressive, so they don't know whether to intervene or stay back. But Gold tells them it's better if they sit this one out, and to top it off, he offers them a brief lesson in what it means to be a true knight. For starters, he explains that a shield isn't just for blocking, and as the mantis lunges at him, he pivots and flawlessly counters the attack, completely destroying one of its claws. He then adds that a knight must never miss an opening, and with the mantis still reeling from the blow, Gold moves behind it and slices off one of its legs. Light follows up with another wave of fire arrows, but this time, when the mantis deflects them, the arrows curve mid-air and strike its back. Light has taken full control of their trajectory, so no matter what the mantis tries, the arrows will find their target every single time. Eventually, the mantis has all of its limbs blown clean off, and realizing it doesn't stand a chance against Light, it turns and makes a desperate dash toward the forest. Light is caught off guard, surprised that the creature is intelligent enough to recognize when it's completely outmatched and attempt a retreat. But he has no intention of letting it escape after everything that just happened, so he quickly casts a massive firewall in its path to block.
Tati's chili lemon chips, light heat, big bunch of lime.
I was today years old when I learned that Iam's pet food from Mars made an app that can
access to the trees, and Mia absolutely loses it. She's never witnessed someone deploy such wide-area tactical magic so instantly in her entire life, and with the path forward sealed, the mantis has nowhere left to run, but it still has its wings, so in a last-ditch effort to survive, it launches itself into the air. But before it can flee, Nemumu leaps skyward after it and effortlessly shreds it to bits mid-flight. After she lands, Gold tells her she messed up, which really irritates her since she thought she was doing exactly what Light wanted, destroying the monster. But Gold explains that she also obliterated all the valuable parts, which means there's nothing left to sell once they return to town. Realizing her mistake, Nemumu immediately starts begging Light for forgiveness, but he assures her it's not a big deal. Off to the side, the kids are still frozen in place, unsure if they really just witnessed a human take down a quad-sized mantis, or if they collectively hallucinated the whole thing. And after a few minutes, as they dig through the remains, they stumble upon the mantis' magic gem. Miraculously, it's still intact, meaning Light can use it as proof of his achievement. But just before he departs, one of the kids approaches him and asks if he's part of a famous adventure party or something, because there's no way someone that powerful is just a rookie. But Light calmly replies that he and his friends are indeed ranked F, leaving the kids even more confused than before. With the battle now over, Mia conjures a ball of water using her magic, and offers it to Light so he can rinse off all the mantis goo. He's genuinely touched that she would use her precious mana for his sake, but she insists it's the least she can do. Since the sun is starting to set, the leader invites Light and the others to camp with them for the night, not just because it's dangerous to travel in the dark, but also because Mia is dying to chat about magic with Light, and since there's no real downside to staying, Light agrees. Then, while the group is gathered around sharing a meal, Mia starts bombarding Light with all kinds of questions about his past. But since he obviously can't reveal his real background or future goals, he improvises a story and claims that both of his parents were exceptional mages, which explains why he's able to cast spells without needing incantations. That explanation seems to satisfy Mia, but her brother still doesn't get what's so impressive about it. Hearing him say that, Mia launches into a passionate rant about how insane Light's magic really was. She explains that there are 3 primary classifications of magic. First, there's combat class magic, typically used against individual enemies. Then there's tactical class magic, which can affect a broad area, like the firewall Light cast earlier. And finally, there's strategic class magic, capable of impacting the world on a much larger, even global scale. That includes cataclysmic spells like triggering earthquakes or calling down meteor strikes, which usually require a team of elite mages to pool their mana and recite lengthy incantations in unison to even attempt. While other races can cast powerful magic with relative ease, it's extremely rare for humans to reach that level. That's why Mia was so stunned to see someone like Light pull off a spell of that caliber so effortlessly. Her brother might not understand the mechanics of magic all that well, but from how Mia explained it, he can tell Light is on a completely different level. Still, he tells Mia she deserves credit too, since her abilities were strong enough to earn her a formal recommendation to the Duchy's Magic Academy. That piques Light's interest, so he asks if they mean the academy overseen by the Principality of Nine, the governing body formed by all 9 major races. Mia confirms that's the one, and Gold adds that being recognized by the Principality is no small feat, which makes it clear she's a highly capable mage. Her brother agrees, but says their circumstances made things difficult. Both of their parents passed away during a plague, and without the money to afford academy tuition, they had to form an adventuring party with their childhood friends, Gimra and Wordy, just to survive. Currently, their main objective is to earn enough through dungeon runs to eventually send Mia to that academy. But Mia says she's already happy just being able to travel with the people she cares about, so they don't need to go to extreme lengths for her. Her brother promises not to do anything reckless, and watching the two of them talk like that brings back memories for Light, specifically of the moments he used to share with his own younger sister. Right then, Mia and her brother ask Light what inspired him to become an adventurer. So sticking to his cover story, he tells them his parents died in a fire, and he was left with severe burns, prompting him to search for a rare magic potion that could heal his injuries. The story sounds so tragic that everyone falls silent, unsure of how to respond. Sensing the awkward tension, Gimra decides to break it by abruptly asking if Gold and Nimamu are a couple. Nimamu immediately bristles and snaps that she would never, under any circumstances, date someone like Gold. Gold, on the other hand, remains composed and casually replies that he has no interest in dating a woman as immature as Nimamu. While those two go back and forth in their usual bickering, somewhere deeper in the dungeon, Kaido is busy slaying orcs to collect the necessary biological samples Yanok needs for his next experiment, an attempt to bypass the level caps placed on every race. Now that they've gathered enough magical material, Yanok says the only thing left is a human test subject, and Kaido already knows exactly who he wants for that role. Time passes, and Light stops by the guild to exchange his most recent batch of magic stones. A crowd quickly gathers around.
Nutella is back at Paris Baguette. From pastries and cakes to lattes
I
and
heard
more,
about that
enjoy
place.
the delicious...
Should sound good as hell.
Around him, amazed by the sheer volume of gems he managed to bring back. Ever since Light and his team took down the Quadside Manties, their reputation in the city has skyrocketed, and people have started referring to their group as Black Motley. Even the receptionists, who used to ignore them, have begun treating them with far more respect, and Light is genuinely pleased by all the attention, since that kind of recognition was part of his goal from the beginning. As he and the team are walking toward the dungeon, a man suddenly calls out to him from the road. Nemamu instantly goes on guard, but the man quickly assures them he means no harm. He introduces himself as Suvalin, and the guy next to him is Gilbert. They explain that they heard Light's party not only defeated a Quadscythe Mantis, but also made it to the 5th floor of the dungeon, and when they spotted him passing by, they just had to say something. At that moment, the rest of Suvalin and Gilbert's party shows up, reminding them it's time to enter the dungeon, so they say goodbye to Light and head inside. Watching them go, Light finds it nice to see he's inspiring hope among the other humans in town. However, not everyone is thrilled since many from other races are openly envious of Light's growing strength, and are convinced he's a fraud. Light expected as much though, but if they're not going to accept his achievements willingly, then he'll just have to make them recognize the truth by delivering results they can't ignore. And once he steps into the dungeon, Light informs Gold and Nemamu that he plans to return to the 5th floor today. But before heading down, he notices the same group of kids from before, and decides to drop by and greet them. Mia and the others are surprised to see him again. It's been a while since they last crossed paths. But Mia's brother says it's actually great timing because Mia had been wanting to give something to Light. Mia seems a little shy at first, but she eventually hands Light a small clamshell container filled with ointment she made herself. She recalls him saying that he suffered severe burns across his body, so she created it to help ease some of the pain. Light is genuinely touched by the kind gesture, though it does make him feel a bit guilty for lying to her about the burns. Wanting to return the kindness, he pulls out one of his own items to give to Mia as a gift. It's a bracelet, and a beautiful one at that. So Mia hesitates, unsure if she should accept something that looks so valuable. But Light assures her that her gift truly meant a lot to him, and he wants her to have the bracelet as a token of appreciation. Mia lights up and promises to treasure it forever. However, after Light and his group head off, Amamu asks if he's really okay with giving away an SS-class item so casually. That bracelet was a wishing bracelet, capable of creating a small miracle depending on the wearer's intent, so Light thought it would be the perfect gift for someone like Mia. A short while later, they arrive on the 5th floor, which is completely blanketed in snow. This actually works to their advantage, as the snow provides excellent cover. Light assigns Gold and Nemamu the task of hunting Yetis while he's away, then activates a teleportation item that whisks him back to his throne room within the dungeon city. Once there, he sits down with a warm cup of tea and checks in with his team on the progress of their revenge operations. Ellie reports that preparations are almost complete, and they'll be ready to move to the next stage very soon. Light is pleased with the update and tells Ellie she's free to use whatever resources she needs to keep things running smoothly. In the meantime, he asks Mei to continue overseeing matters in the Abyss and instructs Aoyuki to remain focused on scouting through the ancient forest. Right then, Mizuna asks if there's anything he'd like her to handle in the meantime. Light isn't quite sure how to respond, since Mizuna's only real strength lies in monster combat, so she's not exactly useful outside of that. Still, not wanting her to feel left out, he tells her to remain on standby and protect the city in case a dangerous enemy shows up. That's more than enough for her, so she proudly declares that no one will get past her while she's on watch. Light smiles to himself, looking forward to the day his plan finally unfolds, and he wants to relish every second of the look of pure misery on Sasha's face when he stands in front of her. Elsewhere in the dungeon, Gilbert and Suvalin had made camp and were standing watch while their party members rested. At one point, Suvalin needed to relieve himself, so he stepped briefly into the woods, but when he returned, what he saw was horrifying. Gilbert's severed head lay on the ground, with Kaido standing calmly over the corpse. Their 2 sleeping companions had already been silently executed, and Kaido makes it clear this massacre isn't personal. It's fueled entirely by his deep-rooted hatred for the human race. Blinded by rage, Suvalin wants to strike back, but he knows full well he's outmatched, so thinking quickly, he throws down a smoke bomb and bolts, determined to escape and alert the guild about what happened. He feels confident about his chances. After all, most magic is useless unless the caster can see their target. But just when he thinks he's gotten away, something strikes him hard in the back. Looking up through the haze, he sees Kaido effortlessly flying toward him on a magical hoverboard. Moments later, Suvalin is knocked unconscious by Yanok, who berates Kaido.
Join the team that protects millions.
Join us at papdrecruit.com.
The new Italian Trio Protein Pocket from Subway. Pepperoni, salami, ham, provolone, lettuce, tomato, and garlic aioli with
for killing all the humans despite being crystal clear about needing them alive. But Kaido doesn't see what the big deal is because in his eyes, killing a few worthless humans shouldn't matter, especially since Yanok never cared about them in the first place. But Yanok is running out of time and viable test subjects, and his research is still unstable, so he points out that Suvalin will likely die from side effects long before the formula is perfected, so they'll need to hunt down more human lab rats and fast. After some time on the surface, we see Nemamu is in the middle of a tense back and forth with the guild receptionist, trying to push for Light's promotion. While the receptionist is well aware of how strong Light really is, she points out that they already bent the rules once to promote him from F rank to D rank recently, and not enough time has passed for them to justify another exception. That said, she adds that if Light pulls off something truly outstanding again, the guild will have no choice but to advance his rank. So Light decides that he's going to make it happen. Later that day at the inn, we see him holding a poster about an unknown killer targeting adventurers, so he figures that taking down this murderer should count as a major achievement, and he sets his sights on hunting him down. The problem is, he doesn't have a single clue to start with, which makes things tricky. Gold throws out the idea of using his gotcha ability to draw a card that might help track the killer, but Light explains the cards are totally random, and the odds of pulling a tracking one are insanely low. Hearing that, Nemamu wonders if they should head back into the Abyss to bring someone more skilled at tracking. While it's not a bad idea, the trip would take too much time, and Light doesn't want to waste a second when people's lives are at stake. The killer seems to be going after humans specifically, and he refuses to let that slide. Right then, the 3 of them sense a spatial distortion tearing open inside the room. Something's definitely about to arrive, so they immediately drop into formation and get ready for combat. But instead of a threat, Light is stunned to see Mia tumble out of the portal unconscious. He rushes forward and catches her, only to watch the miracle bracelet he gave her snap in half. He doesn't know what she just went through, but whatever it was, it clearly wasn't good, so he carries her gently to bed, hearing her mutter fragments in her sleep, saying she needs to warn him about something important. Light then casts a healing spell on her to speed up her recovery, but she's still too weak to speak. With no other choice, he quietly apologizes and prepares to read her mind. Using a high-level spell, he dives into her thoughts and is suddenly hit with a vivid memory. Mia and her team coming face to face with another party of human adventurers. The second party gave them a serious heads up that there were reports going around about an adventurer killer on the loose, and from what they heard, his targets were strictly human. The kids had heard whispers about it before, but they figured it was just some wild beast causing trouble. Still, thinking about it now, no regular monster would go after humans specifically. That realization made Mia uneasy because she knew full well that their team didn't stand a chance if they ever crossed paths with that killer. The other party felt the same, which is why they were in a rush to leave the dungeon. But before they took off, they told the kids that sticking around was a bad idea. And until someone puts that psycho down, this place isn't safe for human adventurers. The kids didn't take that warning lightly, and they agreed to head back up right away. But since they hadn't planned for such an abrupt exit, they were already feeling drained. Still, they had no choice but to push on, even as night fell, because stopping meant risking their lives. And just their luck right then. They hear Yanok's voice echo through the dark, warning them that it's dangerous to be wandering around so late. None of the kids had any clue that these two were the killers they were so desperate to avoid, so Mia, not suspecting a thing, suggests they warn them too. They let Yanok and Kaido know that there's been a string of murders happening in the dungeon and advise them to get out while they still can. Kaido and Yanok thank them for the tip, and for a second, the kids feel relieved, thinking they must just be regular adventurers too. But then Yanok casually starts complaining that he should have cleaned up their last ambush better, since all this chatter has made human adventurers more cautious and now they're avoiding the dungeon. That single sentence hits like a brick wall. So the kids freeze in horror as it dawns on them that they're standing face to face with the very murderers everyone's been terrified of. And Kaido looks like he's enjoying every second of watching their fear sink in. The group is paralyzed with fear, but they quickly understand the truth. There's no way all of them can make it out alive. So the three boys draw their weapons and yell for Mia to run, ready to hold them off with everything they've got. Kaido is visibly offended that mere humans would believe they could take him on. So when Mia's brother charges at him, he casually slashes him across the chest without a shred of hesitation. He does the same to the other two boys as well. They're not dead yet, but their injuries are so devastating that they're barely hanging on. Still, they force themselves upright again and shout at Mia to run, choosing to throw themselves at Kaido one last time. Their persistence only angers Kaido further, so he decides he's done playing around and goes in for the kill. Yanok shouts at him, furious that Kaido just ruined his chance to use the boys as test subjects. But Kaido snaps back, saying he's not about to let anyone... who dared to disrespect him live, because fighting back like that, trying to protect someone, it's revolting. And he adds that Yanok can still perform his experiments if even one or two of them survive. Yanok admits that a magician does make for a valuable research subject, but he argues that those two boys could have been equally useful, so Kaido swears he won't kill any more lab rats from here on. Still, before Yanok starts working on Mia, Kaido wants to teach her how to crack a watermelon, because he's got needs that need satisfying. Yanok refuses to take part in that grotesque act, so he just tells Kaido not to kill Mia and turns away in disgust. Mia is shaking in terror as Kaido looms over her with sick intent. But before he can do anything, her brother miraculously staggers to his feet and screams at her to run. Yanok is astonished that the boy is still breathing with wounds like that, exactly the kind of resilience he needs in a subject. So he orders Kaido to make sure the boy is taken alive no matter what. The boy's body is nearly shutting down, but he doesn't care. All he's thinking about is giving Mia a chance to escape. He screams at her one more time to run, and even though she doesn't want to abandon him, she realizes this might be her only window. So, with Kaido briefly distracted, she turns and sprints away. The moment Kaido notices she's escaping, he gets ready to chase after her, only to be intercepted by Elio's desperate attack. Elio doesn't stand a chance of hurting Kaido, but the move is enough to stall him and buy Mia a few extra seconds. Kaido is itching to finish off Mia's brother once and for all, but Yanok reminds him yet again that he needs the boy alive, so Kaido restrains himself from making a fatal move. While Elio staggered in place, his lips moved in a whisper, running through every strategy he could think of to buy Mia more time. His thoughts drifted back to a lesson he picked up from Gold during their first encounter. Gold had told him that while most people see a sword as a weapon and a shield as defense, true combat relies on creativity. The ability to surprise your opponent is what turns the tide of battle. That advice echoes in his head now, so Elio hurls his sword straight at Kaido. Thinking this was the actual attack, Kaido leans back to avoid the blade, but while he's focused on the sword, Elio charges in and slams his shield into Kaido's jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. That was all he had in him, but it landed, and Elio feels a flicker of pride. Even if this is the end, at least he got in one clean shot. Kaido, stunned and furious, can't process the fact that a human actually struck him. Enraged and humiliated, he ignores Yanok's command to keep Elio alive and fires a spear of light straight through his stomach with his sword. But somehow Elio doesn't die right away. But Kaido has no plans to end things quickly because he wants to make him suffer for daring to touch his precious face. Yanok cuts in, warning him not to waste any more time because if Maya escapes and word gets out, their entire operation will be exposed. Kaido's still fuming, but he gets the point, and with a scowl, he turns and takes off after her. Mia had been running flat out, heart pounding in her chest. Just as the dungeon's exit comes into view, 3 glowing swords shoot down in front of her, blocking the path. She freezes in place, eyes wide because she hadn't expected Kaido to catch up so fast. But he's wielding Grandius, the Phantasma-class weapon once held by the Elven Queendom, a legendary blade that lets its user spawn and control endless blades of light. He tells her it's pointless to run. As long as he's using Grandius, she won't get far, but Mia refuses to surrender. Gritting her teeth, she chants a quick spell and hurls a spray of sharp icicles toward Kaido, just enough to obscure his view, and then she turns and dashes into the forest, using the momentary distraction to vanish into the trees. But after a few more minutes of running, Kaido catches up to her again and knocks her to the ground. He sneers and tells her she should feel honored to be sacrificed for the rise of a future legendary hero like himself. But Mia screams back that he doesn't deserve that title one bit. She says a real legendary hero isn't just strong, but also compassionate like light. But Kaido, on the other hand, is just a pathetic coward who gets off on pushing around people weaker than him. That hits a nerve, so her words drag up memories Kaido would rather forget, how the other elves used to laugh at him, call him a useless bully who only picks fights with those who can't fight back. That humiliation was part of why he got exiled from Elven society. But instead of taking the blame, Kaido convinced himself that everyone else just failed to see how amazing he really was. Consumed by rage, he loses control again and completely forgets about keeping Mia alive. So he raises his weapon to finish her off. Mia knows she won't survive the blow, but she still refuses to give in. She's desperate, mentally scrambling to find some way to reach light, to cry out for help, and that's when the bracelet finally activates. Back in the present, after witnessing what Mia and the others went through, Light is seething with fury. Without hesitation, he turns to Gold and Nemamu and tells them to gear up, because he's about to bring hell down on those elves. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, Yanok is doing everything he can to heal Elio, but from the looks of it, his body is way too far gone. The damage is beyond repair, and Yanok is genuinely frustrated because losing such a prime test subject feels like a huge waste. Then Kaido walks in, and Yanok immediately demands to know whether he managed to catch the girl. But Kaido shrugs and says he lost her. Yanok starts freaking out because he can't believe what he just heard, and he starts questioning how the hell Kaido gets outsmarted by a human girl. Kaido snaps back that it's not his fault because how was he supposed to know that she could vanish into thin air? Yanok's mind races, refusing to believe it, but the evidence is there, and somehow that girl had access to teleportation magic or items, so there's no denying it now, which means they're in serious trouble because if Mia tells the guild what went down, it won't take long before word gets to the Elf Nation, and once they find out Kaido stole the Grandius sword, they'll be coming for him no question. Worse yet, the Elf Nation won't just send anyone, they'll send the head knight himself, a warrior said to be around level 3000, with his entire personal guard ranked no lower than 2,000. In short, if that happens, Kaido and by extension Yanok are as good as dead. Their only chance at survival now lies in testing Yanok's experiment.
Maybe you just need a Snickers pecan.
Experiments in hopes of making Kaido powerful enough to go toe-to-toe with the elite Elven Knights. But just as they're preparing to leave, Light suddenly appears and calmly tells them they're not going anywhere. Kaido immediately recognizes him as the same guy who called him out for cutting the line when he first entered the dungeon. But what truly throws him off is how a human managed to sneak up on him without him sensing a thing, especially considering he's level 1500. Light's expression drops when he sees Gimra and Wordy lying motionless on the ground. He's too late to save them, and the best he can do is gently shut their eyes and whisper an apology for not arriving sooner. Meanwhile, Gold rushes over to Elio and lifts him up. He still has a faint pulse, which means there might still be hope. Light focuses and channels a healing spell into Elio, then turns back toward Kaido and demands an explanation. Actually, no. He immediately corrects himself because he doesn't care about their twisted reasons. The moment they made his friend suffer, they sealed their fate, and Light swears by his name that they're going to feel a level of agony so intense, they'll beg for death to come early. He then turns to Nememu and Gold and tells them to stand back, because this is something he wants to handle alone. Kaido, meanwhile, is completely insulted by the idea that a low-tier human dares to think he can take him on solo. He's had enough of being mocked and defied by lesser beings, so he promises to savor every second of tearing Light apart. But the moment he launches his first attack, Light stops it cold with his staff, and honestly, he's a little underwhelmed because he expected more from Kaido, and then Light slams his staff forward, nearly knocking Kaido unconscious. Driven mad, Kaido goes all in and activates the full power of his sword, unleashing wave after wave of radiant blades aimed straight at Light. But even as dozens of glowing blades fly toward him, some even slicing through parts of his cloak, so Light calmly responds with a burst of ice magic, freezing and deflecting every last attack with ease. Kaido's face twists in disbelief, and he stomps and rages like a child throwing a tantrum, unable to comprehend how a mere human could be outperforming him. He starts ranting about how, with the ancient sword of Maestro in his hands, this should be impossible. Light at first wasn't even listening, but the second Kaido mentions Maestro, his expression sharpens. That's the exact kind of clue he's been searching for, so he presses Kaido, asking how he knows about the Maestros. So Kaido laughs and says of course he knows, because he was born with the blood of a Maestro in his veins. After finding out that Kaido carries the bloodline of a Maestro, Light immediately tells Nememu and Gold that the mission has shifted. His original plan was to wipe Kaido out right then and there, but now he intends to haul him down into the abyss and rip every shred of information straight out of his mind. The two understand right away, and they tell him they'll take care of Yanok while he handles Kaido, but Yanok protests, saying it's completely unfair for everyone to gang up on him when he's not even built for combat. Still, he's not stupid, since he planned ahead for something like this. He waves toward the shadows behind him, where two motionless figures stand, and the two begin to shift grotesquely, their forms mutating to reveal the truth that they're the product of Yanok's twisted experiments. Hybrids born from forcibly fusing humans and monsters into a single, horrifying entity. Yanok starts going on about how he fused humans with monsters to break through the natural limits of the human body. He says he would have gone even further with his work. But it takes a ridiculous number of human test subjects to get a hybrid stable enough to function, so he plans to keep collecting more whenever he gets the chance. Gold, Nememu, and Light are sickened by what he's done. But what makes it worse is that Light actually recognizes one of the hybrids. It's the same man he met back in town, someone he now regrets not being able to protect from becoming another piece of Yanok's twisted research. There's no saving him anymore, so Light quietly asks Nememu and Gold to end the poor man's suffering. Without hesitation, Nememu and Gold slice clean through the hybrids' bodies, trying to grant them peace, but Yanok just smirks and says it's not over yet. He reveals that the creatures were engineered to regenerate from any kind of damage, so simple cuts won't be enough to bring them down. Light starts to worry for Nemamu and Gold's safety, but he's got his hands full. Kaido keeps launching sword energy at him non-stop, and Light can't afford to take his eyes off the fight. Nemamu and Gold keep cutting down the hybrids again and again, but no matter what they do, the bodies repair themselves within seconds. Yanok watches from a distance, mocking them for thinking they stood a chance against his perfect creations. Both Nemamu and Gold are fed up, not just with Yanok's smug taunts, but with the thought of leaving those poor souls trapped in such agony, so they both decide it's time to use their ultimate techniques and end it quickly. Both Nemamu and Gold channel mana into their weapons and slash through the hybrids with everything they've got. Yanok starts taunting them again, thinking there's no way they'll actually manage to put down his creations. But then he notices something strange, and the hybrids aren't getting back up. In fact, they look pretty damn dead, so panic sets in as he stares at the aftermath in disbelief, and he can't accept that the pinnacle of all his research could be wiped out so effortlessly.
The tabs you open here are also here. Choose Chrome to share tabs across devices.
I'll get a bang of anybody for the
While he's still frozen in shock, standing over the ashes of what used to be his experiments, Nemamu casually walks up behind him and kicks him straight between the legs, just to shut him up once and for all. Meanwhile, Light has been dominating Kaido with his relentless magic attacks, and every time one gets close, Kaido's face contorts with panic. Light finds it hilarious, especially considering how smug Kaido was acting just moments earlier, refusing to let some pathetic human look down on him. Kaido digs deep and activates the Holy Sword's final form, stacking multiple enchantments onto the blade and massively boosting its range. Light is mildly impressed because the sword really does seem insanely flexible, but no matter how flashy it looks, Kaido's aim is trash, so he cannot land a single hit on Light. Frustrated, Kaido starts yelling that Light's just a coward for dodging everything and insists he'd be dead already if he actually stood still, which is kind of the entire purpose of dodging. But Light decides to play along. He plants his feet, doesn't move an inch, and tells Kaido to take his best shot. Kaido assumes Light must have lost it, but he's not about to waste the opportunity. He charges up, jumps high, and brings the sword down with everything he's got. The hit connects, but to his horror, it barely leaves a scratch. Kaido stands there stunned, since there's no way a regular human should be able to tank a clean blow from Grandia's. Light just stares him down and says he's welcome to keep swinging if that helps him understand the gap between them. Kaido goes wild, unleashing a flurry of attacks, slashing again and again, but not a single one even phases Light. Eventually, Light gets bored, so with a quick flick, he shatters Grandius's enchantment, drives a punch into Kaido's gut, and then knocks him flying with a clean shot to the face. Kaido hits the ground hard, bouncing across it until he finally stops, bruised and bloody. Light walks over and towers above him, his expression cold. He says he's got plenty of questions for Kaido, so he's not going to kill him just yet. Not until he's made him feel a fraction of the suffering he caused his victims. Kaido quickly realizes Light isn't messing around, and there's zero chance he's fighting his way out of this. So with no other options, he drops to his knees and starts pleading for his life. He admits he's from the Elven Nation, and was once poised to lead the White Knights as their next commander, and in exchange for mercy, he swears he'll give Light any intel he wants. Right now, Kaido looks absolutely pathetic, and the sight of him makes Light's blood boil. This was the guy parading around like some so-called legendary hero, and now he's groveling the second things don't go his way. A real hero fights until their last breath, standing for something even when the odds are hopeless. But Kaido, for all his ego, couldn't even manage that. Honestly, Ilio, Gimra, and Wordy were the real heroes because they faced off against Kaido and Yanok to protect Mia, fully knowing they didn't stand a chance. Light turns to the lifeless bodies of Gimra and Wordy and offers them a quiet apology for not being able to save them, but he promises he'll do everything he can to make sure Leo pulls through. With that in mind, he says it's time to head back to the Abyss immediately. Right then, Kaido nervously asks what's going to happen to him, so Light tells him bluntly that he and Yanok are both coming along, since he's not done with them yet, not until they answer every question he has. A second later, Light activates his teleport spell, and when Kaido and Yanok open their eyes again, they're both stunned to find themselves in a totally unfamiliar location. Yanok is in disbelief, demanding to know where they are, so Light tells him they're in the deepest layer of the Abyss dungeon. Yanak can't wrap his head around it because they were just in Dagas a moment ago, and now they've been warped all the way to the most brutal dungeon in the world. But he still doesn't get why Light dragged them here. Light simply replies that this is where he lives, so Yanak and Kaido stare at him like he's insane. No one in their right mind would choose to live in a place like this. But the moment they say that, Nemamu starts stomping Yanok's back flat for daring to suggest that Light would lie. The sound draws the others, who quickly gather around to see what's going on. They're excited to see Light again, but when they spot the two battered elves, they can't help but ask why he brought such trash with him. Light explains that these two are notorious criminals who used innocent people for unspeakable experiments, acts that led to countless deaths, including the lives of two close friends of his. Still, they're carrying knowledge about what a maestro truly is, and for that reason alone, Light decided to delay their execution for the time being. The moment the girls hear what Kaido and Yanak have done, their expressions darken, and their eyes lock onto the two criminals with pure killing intent. One by one, they start listing off the horrible things they'd like to do to make them pay for their crimes. Light figured they'd react like this, but he steps in and firmly tells them both of these monsters need to stay alive until every bit of intel about Maestro is wrung out of them. The girls grit their teeth, but agree to rein themselves in if that is what Light has decided. With that settled, Light turns to Gold and asks her to handle Aleo's recovery, then tells Nemamu to follow him because he's going to give Gimra and Wordy the funeral they deserve. Just as he's about to walk off, Yanak suddenly drops to his knees, begging Light to wait. He pleads for mercy, insisting that none of this was really his fault, and it was all Kaido's idea. But Kaido snaps back, blaming Yanak for everything, saying he only went along with it because Yanak promised he could help him surpass his physical limits if he supplied enough test subjects. The two immediately start bickering, trying to shove the blame onto each other, until Light shuts them up and throws out a single question. Back when they were pretending to be deities, slaughtering and torturing innocent people like they were nothing, did either of them ever spare someone who begged for their life? Kaido and Yanak go completely still because they both know they never spared even a shred of mercy for any of their victims. And that heavy silence tells Light everything he needs to know, so he calmly declares that they will be treated the exact same way, and there is nothing they can do to change that. Sometime later, Mia slowly wakes up at the inn in Dagas and finds Light sitting quietly by her bedside. She blinks and asks what happened, because the last thing she remembers was running for her life from Kaido. Light explains that he and the others reached her just in time, right before the murderers were about to catch her, so they brought her back to safety so she could recover. He also left...
Protect the infrastructure that keeps the region moving.
Join me at PAPDrecruit.com.
Monster Jam and Jams, mini-sized maximum chaos. Launch into adventure in the crash and crumble jungle. Go!
Lets her know that Aleo's wounds were treated, and he pulled through. But when Mia nervously asks about Gimra and Wordy, Light doesn't have anything good to say. He gently hands her a lock of their hair and tells her that Gimra and Wordy both died from their injuries before he could reach them in time. Mia breaks down, crushed by the loss, though she still thanks Light from the bottom of her heart. Without him, she and her brother wouldn't be alive right now. Light stands up to leave and give her space to process everything. But he cannot shake a faint sense of guilt, because moments like this make him question whether using his power purely for revenge is really the right path. The following day, Light makes his way over to the Adventurers Guild to file a report on the incident involving the killers and hand over all the important details. But he conveniently leaves out the part about him hauling Kaido and Yanak away himself, so the guild still believes those two are somewhere out there. As far as the guild is concerned, those two are still at large, in recognition of the information he provided, and for saving two potential victims. The guild grants Light and his team an official promotion to C rank. Afterward, Light sits down with Mia and Aleo to talk about what's next for them. When he asks what they plan to do, Aleo says they've decided to retire from adventuring and return to their hometown. Light is a little surprised, and tells them they could probably find another team to work with. Ilio agrees, but says it wouldn't feel right to move on so quickly after losing Gimra and Wordy. Besides, they want to take what remains of them home, so their friends can be laid to rest properly. Light respects that, but turns to Mia and asks what she plans to do about her magic studies. After all, that was her whole reason for becoming an adventurer in the first place, to save up enough to attend the academy. Mia says she's going to focus on teaching herself for now, and she plans to work hard so that next time she crosses paths with Light, she won't be a beginner anymore. Once Mia and Elio head out, Light decides it's time to return to the Abyss and check on things. And when he arrives, he's greeted by May and Ellie. He asks for an update, and May hands him a file summarizing everything they've pulled from interrogating Kaido and Yana. According to the information, descendants of a maestro are said to level up faster than normal people. There's also an ancient legend claiming that if a maestro isn't stopped, they could eventually bring about the end of the world. This revelation makes Light curious about just how powerful a maestro has to be to hold the potential to wipe out the whole world single-handedly. But sadly, they do not have any more information on the subject. The intel they gathered mostly came from a conversation Kaido had with the White Knights captain a few years back. Even after Ellie tapped into her forbidden magic to extract the memories, most of them were broken or incomplete, leaving them with only fragments of the truth. Light then asks about the current state of Yanak and Kaido, so Ellie opens a portal to show him, and the two of them look like they've been dragged through absolute misery, since there's nothing left to extract from them. Light decides it's time to dispose of them for good. He summons a creature known as Dead Man's Banquet, and it consumes Kaido and Yanak in a viciously gruesome manner. With that problem finally resolved, Light turns to Ellie and asks how her other preparations are coming along. She happily reports that everything is in place, and he can begin his revenge on Sasha whenever he's ready. But before that though, she wants to capture the White Knights first, since every one of them is reportedly a submaestro, and she doesn't know what kind of abilities they might have. Their vice captain Mikhail is also Sasha's fiancé, so Ellie suggests he would make a perfect hostage, and Light is genuinely impressed by how thoroughly she planned everything. At the same time in the Elf Nation, Sasha is having the time of her life retelling the story to Mikhail about how she betrayed Light and made him beg for his life with a pathetic look on his face. Mikhail clearly enjoys every detail, even saying he wishes he had witnessed it himself. He once went on a mission to wipe out a human village, and he loved seeing the humans pleading for mercy. Both of them laugh and bond over how much pleasure they get from watching humans suffer, completely unaware that Light is preparing to return the favor for every pain Sasha ever inflicted on her. Later over on the Elf continent, Sasha lounges comfortably inside her carriage. Still glowing from her meeting with Mikhail, she feels genuinely lucky. Like the way she could have ended up with a better fiancé. Her maid glances over at her with pride, already lost in thoughts of wedding bells and decorations. A bit flustered, Sasha reminds her that the ceremony's still a long way off, but the maid insists it's never too early to start preparing. Just then, the carriage jolts to a sudden stop as a frail man drops a heavy load of crates right in their path. His furious elf master immediately starts whipping him, shouting at him to hurry up. Watching the pitiful scene, Sasha scoffs, muttering that humans really are completely useless. Right then, Light steps into a shadowy alley, and Sasha's heart nearly skips because she recognizes him in an instant. Stunned, she jumps down from the carriage and rushes after him, thinking her eyes must be playing tricks on her. She weaves through the tight back streets, but he's nowhere in sight, and she ends up stuck at a dead end. Convinced she imagined the whole thing, Sasha lets out a sigh of relief that Light isn't really here, but as she turns to leave, her eyes fall on a message left by Light himself, calling her to meet him at the Great Tower. The shock hits her all at once, and she screams, overwhelmed. Her maid dashes over in a panic while Sasha crumbles, thinking this might cost her everything she earned from the mission to kill Light. Watching the chaos unfold from a nearby rooftop, Light quietly tells Ellie it's time to take care of the rest. Hearing the order, Ellie starts daydreaming about how...
Have you tried the new Reese's Oreo cups? Totally delicious. It's a match made in heaven. I was 2 years old when I learned Mars and Calm created the first ever pet-inspired well-being collection to celebrate pets' impact on our mental well-being. 83% of U.S. pet owners see their...
How brutally she's going to destroy Sasha for laying a finger on her beloved master. With everything in place, they finally turn around and head off to start the final act of their revenge. Meanwhile, over at the Elven barracks, two soldiers, Enhia and Kia, are having fun tossing knives at a bound, beaten man. Not far off, a sleazy elf named Sharfat gropes his human slave in full view of everyone, and his fellow soldiers and even their captain watch on with visible disgust. Sharfat casually starts talking about Kaido and Yanak, mentioning how Kaido snapped and went on a killing spree before getting taken out by a human, So now the higher command wants them to avenge his death. Sharfat doesn't care, and he says Kaido was a traitor who abandoned his team, but must one of the elves nearby insists that it's still their responsibility to avenge a fallen comrade. While Enhia and Kia keep tormenting the poor guy, Sharfat tells them to finish him off already. They refuse, saying they'll play with their toy however they want. Then they take a jab at Sharfat for being such a public creep, which clearly pisses him off. Behind them, Must calmly tells the two that ending a human's life should be considered a mercy, and it's an honor to be slain by an elf. Sharfat rolls his eyes and says Must takes everything too seriously, but Must just replies that knowing when to act with purpose is what separates them from beasts. Out of nowhere, the captain snaps and orders everyone to shut it, and just the weight of his aura is enough to shut them all up on the spot. He tells Enhia and Kia to knock off the torture games, then shoots a glance at Must, telling him to loosen up for once. After that, he shouts a command to Sharfat, who immediately kills the human slave without hesitation. With the body now still, the captain turns to Enhia and Kia, and tells them to clean up the mess. They nod without question, and he then orders Must to prep for the next assignment. Off to the side, Sasha stands frozen, tears falling as she breaks down from witnessing another human die, so Sharfat gently tells her she can go rest in her quarters. The frightened girl wastes no time and runs off, and the captain turns his attention back to Sharfat. He warns him to quit messing around with humans, reminding him that elves treat their lineage like something sacred. Bearing children with lower races isn't just frowned upon, it's a disgrace. Instead, the captain reminds him that elves have always married into the bloodline of the Maestros, and if Sharfat wants to uphold that tradition, he better start acting like it. Sharfat scoffs and says it doesn't matter because they've all stopped growing stronger anyway, even with their so-called elite blood. That's when the captain shoots back, telling him it's because their bloodline's been watered down through generations of crossbreeding. Sharfat finally drops the act and says he never planned to have kids with any of the slaves, and he just enjoys toying with them. He finds it hilarious to trick weak girls into thinking they're special, just to watch them bend over backward trying to win him over. As Enhia and Kia drag off the slave's corpse behind him, they call Sharfat a twisted freak with no shame. Bored now, Sharfat says maybe it's time to get rid of Sasha too, and asks if the captain wants to handle her execution. But the captain refuses and stands up, saying they've got more important things to do, like getting revenge for Kaido and restoring the Elven Queen's pride, even if Kaido was a disgrace who walked away from them. Later that night, Sasha lies asleep in her room until a strange noise wakes her. Off in the distance, a magic circle flickers to life and summons a massive tower right in the heart of the forest. At the very top of that glowing spire, Ellie appears and waits silently for Sasha to arrive. Back in her room, Sasha stares at the strange tower from her window, quietly wondering if that's the place Light meant when he left that message. Somewhere else in the forest, an elf hauls a group of slaves through the trees, only to be ambushed by a savage Orthos. Panicking, the elf ditches the children and bolts, leaving them to face the beast alone as it marches toward them. By the next morning, the carriage driver shows up at a local tavern, where the latest gossip is already flying. The forest is crawling with vicious monsters, and people are starting to freak out. One elf suggests they might be coming from that weird tower that popped up, but another mutters that the queendom won't even send scouts to check since it's too short on manpower to risk it. Across the city, the queendom's authorities have plastered bounty posters everywhere, offering rewards to anyone with intel.
I done seen some shit earlier that asked me, like, wasn't even asking me. It's like, you don't have to have the biggest house, you don't have to have the bigger car, you don't have to have all the money in the world, and that's not the shit I really desire. I desire to be set for life, you feel me? So, how I answered in the comments was, I know I don't need any of that shit, but I have a dream. And my dream is gonna grab me and make me escalate so hard that I'm gonna start shooting from the sky and hit a star and create a black hole. That's how far I'm trying to hit my dream. I'm trying to go investigate that black hole now.
At the mysterious tower, Light stops to glance at one of them, a little taken aback by how many elves are signing up to face the dark threat. Not far off, two cocky elven adventurers catch sight of Nemamu and instantly start hitting on her. Boasting about being level 150, they urge her to ditch the Metal Geezer Gold and the kid tagging along, but Nemamu shuts them down with a cold glare, clearly unimpressed. Light then steps in, calmly asking the pair to back off, and that's when things get ugly. Offended, the two elves swing at him, but Light stops them in an instant with a snap thunderbolt. Seeing him cast without even a chant, the crowd quickly realizes they're dealing with the infamous Black Motley. The crowd freezes, then slowly backs off, giving them space. Light walks away with his group, knowing
Rich drizzled minis. The salty sweet combo of your dreams.
Everything they take it light in the Fear 101 is fried. Any version of the nigga named Light.
The way you see an idea in your mind.
full well that rumors about them will be everywhere by sundown, and as they move through the streets, he silently hopes Aoyuki's holding things together on her end. Deep in the forest, a band of elves marches forward, using a chained human girl as their guide while they scan the woods for clues. One of them nervously mutters about the danger, but another smugly says they'll just let the girl act as bait if monsters show up. Thinking their plans rock solid, they push forward until the girl stumbles to the ground, trying to catch her breath. Her master immediately threatens a beating, so she scrambles back to her feet without a word, as the arrogant elf keeps ranting about how pathetic humans are. A single drop of drool splashes on his hand. He glances up and sees the massive beast towering above him, but before he can scream, the Orthos flattens his skull like a melon. The other elves watch in horror as the monster effortlessly picks up their friend's body, then proceeds to tear them apart one by one. When it finally looms over the chained girl, she freezes, thinking death is inevitable, but instead the creature sniffs her and slowly backs away, disappearing into the trees before she even realizes she's still alive. Right as she starts to process what just happened, a group of rough-looking thugs strolls onto the scene. She assumes the worst, just got spared from a monster, only to fall into worse hands, but to her surprise, they pour healing potion over her wounds. Confused, she stares at them, wondering why strangers would help someone like her. They then start talking about finding her some new clothes, something to eat, and even a walking stick to help her walk. Then their leader casually reports back to Ayuki, letting her know they've just rescued another survivor. And while Ayuki relaxes at the top of the towering structure, Ellie steps up and asks how her mission's going. She's curious whether keeping so many monsters in check across the forest is wearing her down, but the cat girl simply says she's managing. A bit thrown off by how casually she responds, Ellie asks if she's really okay handling any intruders that might interfere with their operation. Ayuki shrugs it off again, but Ellie can't help doubting her, thinking Light might have dumped too much on one person's shoulders. She worries that a single mistake with the monsters could cost an innocent life, but Ayuki tells her she's being paranoid. Ellie then questions if they're really meant to serve as Light's obedient puppets, following orders without ever hesitating. Ayuki confirms without hesitation that's exactly their role, and she insists that loyalty to their master comes above everything else. But Ellie pushes back, saying Ayuki's acting like a mindless pet. That strikes a nerve, and Ayuki snaps, threatening to kill her for speaking against their master. But Ellie doesn't flinch, and she calmly asks if Ayuki honestly believes she can take her in a fight. Ayuki says she's willing to find out, and tension instantly thickens between them. Just as they're about to throw down in a bloody showdown, the thugs call out to Ayuki that they've returned to base, so the two calm down. At the base, the group delivers the rescued girl to an elderly man who looks after all the survivors. Once the girl is safe at the foster shelter, she thanks the thugs with a quiet voice, and they tell her to stay strong. Watching Ayuki care for each human with such precision, Ellie finally feels reassured, so maybe she really can be trusted to protect the forest alone. At night, Sasha stares out her window, worried sick about reaching Light. The monsters now swarming the forest are way too dangerous for her to handle, and she knows the White Knights will soon start sniffing around. That'll blow her cover for failing to eliminate him, and with her back against the wall, she decides there's only one option left, so she'll head there herself and finish the job no matter what it takes. By the next morning, the elven aristocracy gathers for a formal council to address the tower. Around the table, the elven chancellor recommends sending in the White Knights to investigate, but Captain Hardy shuts it down cold, claiming his elite forces aren't needed for something so trivial. The nobles quietly observe their standoff, but none of them dares speak up, and only the queen holds the authority to end the debate. At last, the elf queen raises her voice and sides with Hardy, declaring that his proposal makes the most sense, so she orders that the bounty be raised to attract more adventurers to investigate the forest in their place. Once her decision is final, the nobles quietly disperse, though the chancellor lingers, clearly irritated that Hardy got his way. Afterward, Hardy meets with his mother and thanks her for sparing his soldiers from being sent on a scouting job. She affectionately tells him there's no chance she'd risk her precious son on something so low tier. Hardy vents about the Chancellor, annoyed that he's playing political games in the middle of a crisis. The Queen just laughs, entertained by his frustration, but Hardy insists this isn't some joke. He believes the Chancellor's real goal is to tear down the monarchy altogether, but she's confident that as long as her son stands guard...
Valid ass point. Niggas buy a car and decide to be pussy with that shit. I'm not gonna lie. You get that Hellcat, you get that Track, you get that Lamb. Learn that shit and drive that motherfucker. Word is born. You don't want to buy a car just to be for it to be sitting in your driveway. You don't want to buy a sports car. If you want to buy a sports car, you don't just let that shit just be a symbol. Let that shit let niggas know you know that shit. You don't be driving that shit like no pussy bitch ass nigga. That shit be blowing me. If I see a Lambo, I want to see that shit either loud and moving at a decent speed in a normal road. And at nighttime, I want to see that shit dogged on a clear one. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to see no bullshit and no fast car. If you're gonna go slow your car, everybody buy a Honda Civic, basic models, basic trim, no sports upgrade. You buy a Honda Accord, you buy fucking Nissan, you buy some bullshit. You buy fucking even a Benz. Buy something that's gonna be like nice and sustainable, something that's gonna be like alright, something worth keeping the value of. You don't buy no Lamb, you don't buy a Hellcat just to go slow. That's just some stupid shit. I mean, that's what niggas steal Hellcats for, because they see niggas going slow. Word is born. I'm about to get my clothes real quick. Alright, it's been a week. I gotta do 20 push-ups before bed. Guys, remember 20 push-ups I gotta do every day for a week now.
You won't get caught. She then rises and warns Hardy that the tower itself is the true threat, not the scheming Chancellor. Her tone grows serious as she says it might be capable of wiping out their entire kingdom. Leaving Hardy stunned, he wonders aloud if this is the beginning of another Dark Lord's rise. The Queen admits it's possible, but believes that if all the other races unite their strength, they they might be able to stop him. Still, she notes that the emergence of a Dark Lord always leads to the rise of a hero from the human world, and that could be even more dangerous. She's clearly frustrated they can't just eliminate humanity altogether to prevent that risk. But Hardy reminds her that doing so would only make them look like the villains. Still, he reflects that if the humans really do manage to produce someone on par with a maestro, the elves will be forced to either befriend or destroy them to stay safe. The word maestro sparks a memory in Hardy, and he recalls the human named Light, rumored years ago to be one. The Queen quickly brushes it off, saying that man was eliminated long ago for being too weak. Hardy turns away to leave, but as he walks out, a cold thought lingers. Humans deserve extinction for all the chaos they've brought upon his people. Meanwhile, over in the Elven City, Light's group strolls through the streets when they notice the two adventurers from earlier staring daggers at them. So the group wonders if those guys plan to pick another fight. Not far behind, Sasha catches a glimpse of Light's face and instantly calls out to him. Nimamu and Gold instinctively brace for combat, but Light signals them to stand down. Sasha then steps forward and asks him to take off his mask, but he replies that it's only covering some old burn scars, but she doesn't buy it, and instead she reaches out and knocks the mask off, exposing him completely. Though Light can barely hold back his urge to put
A career with competitive pay and pension.
Join me at the Port Authority Police Department.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Face 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
Sasha in her place immediately. He lets her remove the mask from his face, choosing instead to save that sweet revenge for the perfect moment. Nimamu, enraged at Sasha's smug little attitude, tries to lash out at her, but Light steps in before it spirals into something worse. He slowly pulls back his hood, revealing a face twisted with gruesome burn scars. Sasha recoils at the sight, visibly shaken, and recognizes that this isn't the man she was hunting for. She turns and walks away. Once she's gone, Light can't help but feel satisfied, knowing the illusion of those burn scars worked like a charm, and pushing things further would have been a dangerous risk. He thanks Gold and Nimamu for not jumping into the confrontation. Gold grumbles that Sasha's unbearable, and Light agrees, recalling how hard he once fell for her twisted lies back in the day. Refocusing, he reminds the others to stay on mission, then heads deeper into the woods with them. As the trio dashes through the trees, the two elf brats from earlier show up again, hot on their trail. Light tells the fools to back off, but they don't listen. Eventually, they reach a dense, secluded part of the forest, where Light was supposed to rendezvous with some of his subordinates. But no one's there yet, so he decides to wait. What surprises him, though, is that the elves somehow manage to keep pace with them. The elves act like they've cornered him, refusing to let Light slip away, so he smirks and compliments their nerve. Nimamu scoffs, saying it's a shame that these two punks waste their talent bullying people instead of doing something useful. But the elves sneer back, claiming it's a divine privilege for any human to die by the hands of their sacred elf race. Tired of hearing their nonsense, Light casually calls for Mira to handle them, and since the elves can't detect anyone else nearby, they think he's bluffing, so they mock him, saying he's just acting cocky because his party got a bit of fame. That's when a chilling presence appears behind them, and a creepy woman materializes out of nowhere. Mira tells the stunned elves that they've just signed their own death warrant by disrespecting her master. Her arms twist into grotesque, flesh-ripping jaws that clamp down on the elves and devour them alive in a flash of gore. Once the slaughter ends, Light apologizes for having her deal with the mess, but Mira shrugs it off,
I might not buy it, I might just play the game.
Like garbage. She's always happy to serve him. Gold admits her power is impressive, but says she's downright terrible. Surprisingly, Nimamu agrees with him, despite usually taking the opposite side. smiling faintly. Mira reminds them both that there's no need to be afraid. After all, they're friends now. Right then, 3 more of Light's followers show up, led by a poised maid named Ice Heat. Close behind her, Suzu and Jack step in, both prepped and ready to roll for whatever lies ahead in the forest. After Light gives them his thanks, Ice Heat glances at Suzu and tells her to take the lead. Suzu gives a soft nod, but that doesn't fly, and Ice Heat immediately scolds her for not showing proper respect. Worried they might have offended their master, Suzu's musket, Locke, steps in and quickly apologizes on her behalf. Knowing Suzu's always been the quiet type, Light just waves it off because he doesn't mind her silence. Before long, the group starts moving, and Gold takes a moment to thank Jack for hopping in with the squad. Jack throws him a grin and says it's just bro code, so he couldn't leave him grinding alone. Gold appreciates the gesture, but Jack admits the real credit goes to Ellie for sending him in the first place. Still, he insists there's no way he'd ditch his boy Light. But just as the words leave his mouth, all the girls suddenly shoot him nasty looks. Jack blinks, thrown off, asking if they're actually mad about the nickname he just used for their master. While Light stays quiet, Jack shrugs and tells the girls they're overthinking it. As far as he's concerned, they're all partners. He casually drops the nickname again, saying that if they keep treating Light like some untouchable king, they're only making him lonelier. Even Gold starts sweating watching Jack push their buttons, and finally, Light steps in and tells him to take it down a notch. He reminds the girls that Jack's got special permission, and it's fine if he uses that name. They all nod without complaint, but the tension in the group only gets heavier as they push forward. Light then glances over at Ice Heat and notices something different about her. She's ditched the usual maid uniform from the Abyss and swapped into combat gear. Curious, he wonders why the sudden change. So Ice Heat explains that she's been training under May in maid duties. But since they're out on the surface now and there's going to be action, she figured battle attire was the smarter choice. Mira laughs and tells her to just take off the whole maid outfit if it's going to drag her down. That hits a nerve, so Ice Heat snaps back and tells Mira to quit messing around in front of everyone like this isn't serious. As the two of them start arguing, Light feels weirdly relieved that the gloomy air around them has finally lightened up a bit. At the same time, Jack leans toward Gold and asks if he's been slacking off while Jack wasn't around, but Gold just shakes his head like always. Watching them mess around like that, Light gets the sense that the team's going to be alright. Then he shifts his focus to Suzu and explains that she's painfully shy, and she only talks freely through her musket, Locke. Turning to Nemu, he suddenly asks if Suzu's even technically a girl. Caught off guard, Nemu nods, but Light explains that her identification card listed her as androgynous, so he figures he'll need to look up what the hell that means later. Meanwhile, at the tower, Ellie waits anxiously beside Aoyuki, and as soon as Light's group arrives, Nozuna and the other 2 girls rush over excitedly to welcome him. Ellie wastes no time and guides them inside the massive tower, revealing an enormous, sleek interior. She explains that every room here is fitted with advanced tech she reverse engineered from the Abyss's core, making the tower completely secure from any outside threats. As they enter, they're greeted by a massive dragon, but Ellie casually tells them not to worry, it's just her pet. Then she points out that the top floor was specifically designed as a wedding hall for Light's final act of revenge, so the entire group heads up. Once there, Light climbs the stairs and settles into his throne, while Ellie offers to go over the plan again to keep everyone aligned. She explains that the goal is to celebrate Sasha's upcoming marriage before delivering the payback she's had coming. Though she thinks Light's original plan was solid, Ellie admits she tweaked it a bit to spice things up. She tells them that the Elven White Knights are the Queendom's top warriors, so she's arranged for them to face off against their own elite fighters and get utterly humiliated. After that, she plans to capture the Knights and cut off the Elves' military strength. That way, they'll gain access to all the intel they need on the Maestro, and eventually, the rest of the 9 races too. Ellie designed the massive tower not just for drama, but as a full-blown fortress to serve as their command base. She then summons a shadow clone of Light, explaining it'll help the Black Motley Squad level up independently, while he hangs back and monitors everything. Impressed by how thorough she's been, Light commends Ellie for her work. She tells him that Aoyuki is already in the forest, luring Sasha toward the tower using her beasts, Surrounded by those terrifying monsters, Sasha's clearly rattled, but she keeps pressing on. She knows the only way to finally feel at peace is to confront Light. Back inside, Light ponders how things might play out once Sasha shows up. Ellie grins and says her pet dragon will give all their visitors a warm welcome. Outside, when Sasha lays eyes on the enormous beast, fear takes over, and she immediately retreats. Watching everything unfold through a camera feed, Ellie turns to Light and says it's only a matter of time. Sasha will be back, and this time she'll bring the White Knights with her. Finally, she promises to set up the perfect clash, with their troops going head-to-head against the elves, calling it a showdown worthy of Light himself. Afterward, in the Elven Queendom, Sasha gathers the nobles for an emergency royal meeting. She tells them that a swarm of giant beasts has started circling a mysterious tower, which has caused other creatures to scatter across the outer parts of the forest. She also reveals that a terrifying dragon now stands guard over the tower itself. News that leaves the room in stunned silence, but almost immediately, the elf nobles scoff, brushing off her claims. They say there's no way monsters that strong could show up out of nowhere. But Sasha pushes back, insisting everything she said is real. That's when the Chancellor steps in and says that not long ago, they received a similar report from the Black Motley, and now that two different sources have given the same warning, he calls out Hardy for still refusing to deploy the White Knights, choosing instead to let others clean up the mess. Hardy stays silent for a beat, then calmly announces that he'll personally lead the White Knights to face the dragon threat head-on. After Hardy leaves, Sasha turns to the Chancellor and asks if she can accompany the Knights to the tower. He tells her that it was always the plan, and in fact, she's being sent along as a reward for reporting the situation in the first place. But he warns her that if she's going, she needs to bring one of the powerful artifacts from her father's vault. Without it, she won't be much help in battle. Sasha nods, and later that night, she visits her father to ask for his blessing to use the item. The following morning, Hardy gathers the entire White Knight unit and breaks down the mission strategy. He explains that Sasha will act as their guide, but Sharfat raises an eyebrow, wondering if she can even keep up. Sasha confidently assures them she'll be fine, and Michael steps in to say he'll protect her if things go sideways. Right then, twins Enhia and Kia bring up that Sasha's tagging along on direct orders from the Chancellor, and that she's carrying a rare heirloom from her family. While the twins assume it's because Michael's tight with the Chancellor, Sharfat seems irritated, frustrated that the Queendom's nobles are dragging politics into a military operation. At the same time in the tower, Ellie uses her magic to project the scene for Light. Curious, he asks how Sasha's doing, so Ellie zooms in on her face, catching her marching determinedly through the woods. Light compliments her flawless plan for luring Sasha here, and thanks her for pulling it off. As he watches, he notices his hands start to tremble, but it's not fear, it's raw anticipation. The thought of seeing Sasha's face twist with fear and regret once he unleashes his revenge makes his blood boil with excitement. And all he can do now is hope she shows up soon. Meanwhile, in the forest, Charod questions if Sasha even knows where she's going, but she calmly explains that she marked the path during her last visit, pointing out the faint signs scratched into the trees. Just then, she stumbles on a rough patch in the trail, and Michael catches her before she falls. Watching their little moment unfold in the misty woods, Sharfat mutters, wondering how they're managing to flirt in a place like this. Meanwhile, atop the tower, Oniki senses the White Knights closing in fast. Not long after, the group arrives at the gates, which
work and play
slowly creak open in response. From deep within the tower, two massive Orthos beasts stomp their way out and head straight into the forest. But they're not alone, and wave after wave of monsters begin spilling out. Charod reaches for his weapon, ready to strike, but Hardy stops him. He reminds them that the real threat is the dragon, and that the adventurous squad they hired will be launching a diversion soon. Suddenly, flares erupt in the forest, drawing the monsters away from the path. Once they're gone, the captain turns to Sasha and asks if those were the only Orthos stationed inside. When she confirms it with a nod, Hardy gives the order to move in, declaring the tower's interior clear except for the dragon. Still, he warns them to stay alert because something could still be lurking inside. To ensure silence during their infiltration, Hardy casts a powerful magic barrier that wipes out all sound around the squad. The sudden, deafening quiet sends a chill down Sasha's spine, and she quietly admits Hardy's reputation for ruthless tactics is well earned. As the elven force charges through the tower entrance, Ellie turns to Light with a smirk. telling him to get ready because the appetizer is about to be served before the real feast. Inside the Dark Tower, the White Knights suddenly trigger a hidden teleportation circle beneath their feet. In a flash, they're split apart, scattered into different sections of the tower's twisted maze. Watching the chaos unfold, Light leans forward with a cold smile, eager to see each of them claw their way helplessly toward his trap. Mikhail and Sasha suddenly get transported to a lower basement floor, and it doesn't take Mikhail long to realize the whole thing was a setup. Every step of it crafted ahead of time with precision. Sasha immediately asks who planned this, but Mikhail doesn't offer any guesses. He just tells her the truth is waiting at the top of those stairs, and they'll find out soon enough. At the same time, Ellie and Light are quietly observing the scene through a crystal orb. And as the duo begins their climb, Light can barely contain the anticipation, practically buzzing with excitement at the thought of Sasha stepping through that last door and finally seeing who's been pulling the strings all along. At the same time, the elf twins Anhia and Kia are stuck on a completely different floor, shrouded in darkness and trying to figure out what just hit them. They start thinking about regrouping with the others, but before they even get the chance to move, voices echo from behind. Those voices belong to none other than Mira and Ice Heat, casually chatting about how to handle what they call these pathetic elves. Mira shrugs and says Ice Heat can kick back while she takes care of both herself, but Ice Heat shoots back with a smirk, calling her a greedy pig and saying they should each take one of the morons. The elf twins are stunned because no one's ever dared to talk down to them like this, not in their entire lives. But Mira and Ice Heat couldn't care less, and they keep rambling as if the elves aren't even there. Ice Heat throws in a warning, saying she better not get cocky since even a desperate rat might bite if cornered. Mira just scoffs, calling the elves nothing more than buzzing insects, not even worth the trouble. She asks if Ice Heat honestly believes these so-called warriors could take down either of them, and Ice Heat laughs, saying these B-tier wannabes are nowhere near their league, but still they shouldn't toy with their prey too long. That was the final straw, and the twins snap, rage blazing in their eyes as they launch forward without hesitation, shouting that they're the damn submaestros of this continent, and no one gets to label them second-rate. But Mira and Ice Heat casually sidestep their charge mid-air like it was child's play. Undeterred, the twins start ricocheting off the surrounding pillars, blurring like lightning as they come crashing down behind them with a dual strike, only for both attacks to be dodged again, just as effortlessly, and the girls land lightly on the ground, barely phased. Mira lets out a laugh and says the elves are starting to look more like sugar-high flying squirrels than cornered rats, pushing the twins past their limit as they vow to bring the fight straight to their smug faces. At the same time, Sharfat finds himself stranded in total darkness on a completely separate floor. He lets out a long sigh, kicking himself for not spotting the teleport trap sooner, and already dreading the earful he's gonna get from Hardy later. But unlike the rest of the dumbasses, Sharfat instantly senses that he's not alone. He calls out, telling whoever's lurking in the shadows to show themselves and explain what the hell's going on, and stepping out comes Suzu. One glance at her, and he's instantly whipped, drooling like a fool as he starts throwing compliments like candy. Suzu's face instantly sours from his creep energy, but Sharfat ignores it and dramatically asks for her name, saying he's ready to be her loyal knight or whatever cringy nonsense he thinks works. She doesn't even get a chance to reply before her damn gun beats her to it, snapping at Sharfat to zip it and keep it in his pants. It also throws in that Suzu doesn't speak, which clearly just makes things worse. Sharfat's focus immediately shifts because he just realized the gun is sentient. The weapon warns him not to bother remembering its name though, since he won't need it because they're about to ruin his day and everything he holds dear. Sharfat slumps, grumbling to himself that not only did he fall for a basic trap, but now he's stuck fighting a smoke show for no damn reason. Still, he gives it one last try and suggests maybe they could pause the whole trying to kill each other thing and take some time to get to know each other. The gun instantly shuts him down, telling him Suzu's not interested and that he's just not her type. But Sharfat, clearly lacking any form of shame, asks what her type even is, so he can start working on becoming it. Suzu calmly tells the gun she's into short kings with black hair and a thinning hairline. The gun pauses, instantly catching the subtext, and tells her to give it up because Light's already got a harem, and she'll have to wait her turn. That sets her off, and she starts bashing the gun against the nearest pillar while it screams for her to chill. Sharfat, on the other hand, has seen enough, so he drops the flirt act and says he would have loved to claim her as his own toy. But screw it, he'll take what he wants, one way or another. Then, in a flash, he lifts his arm and fires an invisible bolt from a hidden crossbow straight at her. But to his shock, Suzu instantly senses the invisible bolt and dodges with precision, firing a bullet in return. Sharfot deflects it with a flick, impressed that she not only saw through his stealth attack, but launched a counter right after. The gun actually praises him too, admitting that not many people...
That little piggy booked the villa. This little piggy booked a hotel.
can deflect one of her bullets. Sharfat flashes a grin, loading up another bolt, and mutters that this fight's already looking way more fun than he expected. At the same time, the twins are still zipping between the pillars, knowing full well the terrain gives them the upper hand. While darting around at high speed, they launch another round of their wind cutter technique. The girls dodge with ease, but the twins immediately repeat the move, trying to land a clean hit. Mira and Ice Heat dodge again, but this time they're a little more focused, realizing they can't keep underestimating them for too long, so they need to wrap this up. The twins, though, just keep spamming the same damn move non-stop, so Ice Heat mutters that there's no way they can keep that pace up forever. But the twins fire back with smug grins, saying they could keep this going for hours without even breaking a sweat. Annoying as that might be, their strategy soon changes, and they reposition near one of the pillars and launch an advanced version of their wind cutter, spraying the area with thousands of tiny blades aimed straight at Mira and Ice Heat. The flurry is way harder to dodge, and as the girls are focused on slipping through the gaps, Kia suddenly hurls a dagger that stabs deep into Mira's gut, and Enhia swoops in, slicing her damn arm clean off. The twins land and start laughing like lunatics, saying it won't be long before every last piece of them is lying on the floor. But to their shock, Mira and Ice Heat don't even flinch. Mira casually turns to Ice Heat and asks if she's figured out their power level yet. Ice Heat answers with a bored tone, saying the twins are even weaker than she expected. That hits a nerve, and the twins scream that they're clearly the ones winning. But their voices crack when Mira bends down, picks up her severed arm, and chomps into it like it's lunch. The sight makes the twins freeze in place, unable to process what they just saw. And then Mira decides to up the nightmare and rips off her own head, tossing it around like a toy. The twins scream in disbelief, demanding to know what kind of monster she is. And that's when Mira finally drops the reveal that she and Ice Heat are both ultra-rare level 7,777 cards. The twins stand stunned, refusing to believe something like that could even exist. But before they can wrap their heads around it, they charge again. Only this time, Mira and Ice Heat don't even bother dodging. They take the attacks head-on without blocking, saying it's not even worth the effort. That's when real fear sinks in, so the twins turn back and start running. Mira bursts out laughing like a psycho while Ice Heat calmly charges up a massive heat blast. So Mira shields herself in preparation for the finishing move. Down on the lower floor, Sharfat is staying aggressive, launching bolt after bolt at Suzu, shifting their paths mid-flight, and even sending a barrage all at once, hoping something lands. But Suzu weaves through every shot without so much as a scratch, and that just fires him up even more. He grins and tells her she should dump that loser Light and be his girl instead. But that was all Suzu needed to hear. Her eyes start glowing, her body flares with fury, and the rage rolls off her like a storm, fully locked in and ready to blast this creep into dust. At the same time, the elves run straight into a dead end and choose to follow the edge of the area while searching for the exit. But before they can even move, they begin to sense the floor heating up. To their horror, a massive wave of heat crashes into them as Ice Heat fires her scorching blast. The twins realize they are about to be burned alive, so they urgently begin chanting several spells and raise a massive ice wall to shield themselves. To their shock, the ice wall melts instantly, forcing them to summon another one. They keep forming new ice barriers, but before long their mana is completely drained, and their armor starts to warp and melt under the unbearable heat. Moments later, the flames fully engulf them, wiping them from sight, and only then does Ice Heat finally stop. She quickly thinks she may have killed the two fools by accident, but Light had ordered them taken alive, fortunately. Mira informs her that Ellie placed powerful protective enchantments on them, so these fools would not die. Without that magic, the two elves would have been burned to ashes. The twins lie on the ground, scorched and broken, pleading for mercy, but Mira coldly tells them they will receive the same mercy they showed the humans and uses her tentacles to restrain and silence them, as Light intends to draw out every piece of information before subjecting them to the most devastating pain imaginable. Elsewhere, Sharfat finally understands the gravity of his actions when Suzu fires several rounds into the air before unleashing them all toward the elf. Sharfat runs for his life, desperately trying to evade the incoming fire, but he quickly realizes he is completely outclassed. He turns to block the shots with his own bolts, but it is useless as a storm of bullets tears through his body, leaving him bleeding and barely alive on the ground. Barely conscious, Sharfat pleads for mercy, but the only thing before him is a furious Suzu standing over his body. She is not finished and begins smashing his face with her boot, screaming for him to die. And she would have killed him if the gun had not snapped some sense into her, reminding her that Light wanted to see their full potential before capturing them. The words snap her out of it, and her rage turns into panic, so she immediately drops down, trying to patch Sharfat up so he can still fight, but the gun gently tells her it's too late because he's too messed up to stand, let alone battle. Suzu starts crying, guilt written all over her face, while the gun quietly reassures her that Light won't be mad over an honest mistake. At the same time, on a completely separate floor, Jack finds Must standing alone with his axe and casually tells him that they're supposed to fight, but suggests he just throw in the towel since Jack isn't the type to bully the weak. Must clearly takes offense but keeps his cool, declaring,
Fuck all that shit, he was declaring that we gonna shoot
that Jack should feel honored to die at the hands of an elf ranked over level 1500. Jack brushes it off, telling him not to stress because he's an ultra-rare card level 7777. Must scoffs, calling it a ridiculous bluff, and tells him to at least make it believable. But Jack just grins and dares him to check for himself using his appraisal skill. Spotting the hesitation in Must's eyes, Jack mocks him, asking if he even has the skill in the first place. Must finally snaps, claiming he doesn't need to check out some clown and charges at him with his axe, hoping to end it fast. But Jack smacks the weapon aside like it's nothing. Must is stunned, thinking it had to be a fluke, so he starts swinging relentlessly. Jack effortlessly blocks every hit, and what really throws Must off is that those strikes were supposed to be strong enough to rattle even Captain Hardy. Then, with just his fingers, Jack blasts him straight into the wall. Must crawls out of the crater in complete disbelief, refusing to accept that a human could overpower him. He starts ranting about how humans are inferior and deserve worse than death. That's when he slams his axe into the ground, activating it and revealing that it's a cursed magical weapon. Jack notices instantly that the weapon's draining the boy's soul and life force to boost his strength, but Must doesn't give a damn. He screams at the weapon to take whatever it wants, as long as it gives him enough power to crush this human. Fueled by every last ounce of strength he's got left, Must charges again, but Jack calmly activates his iron armor skill, blocking the strike with just his forearm. Instantly, his whole body gets covered in a dense, metallic shell, and with one punch, he launches Must into the wall, leaving him bloodied and out cold. Jack walks over, lifts him up, and wonders for a second if he went too far. But thanks to Ellie's magic, the kid's still breathing. Upstairs, the final white knight left standing is Captain Hardy, who now finds himself face to face with the chaotic and unhinged Mizuna, who flashes a wild grin as she draws her blade, ready for one hell of a fight. Hardy waves her off like she's just some wannabe playing dress-up. But Mizuna doesn't budge and sharply demands his attention. He lifts an eyebrow, half smirking, and asks if she's seriously the one they sent to deal with him. She nods with zero hesitation, calmly stating her master's orders to take him down. That's when Hardy finally starts paying attention, and his eyes narrow as he senses the pressure rolling off her. She might look like a kid, but the power radiating from her is anything but childish. And if someone even stronger is backing her, that means a serious player is moving behind the scenes. Still, he doesn't fully register how far out of his depth he really is, and he draws his sword, ready to test her. Mizuna also grips hers tight without a flicker of fear, and that's when he notices the faint magical glow rippling across her armor. As he studies her closely, Mizuna's already swinging. Sick of waiting, she hoists the blade and slashes, sending a sharp gust of wind hurtling at him. And in a blink, it slices through the wall and Hardy's arm, dropping him to the ground. Mizuna blinked, confused, so she cautiously stepped closer to the fallen elf general and gave him a light poke with her sword. And when he didn't move, Mizuna's expression turned anxious. That's when Ellie contacted her, scolding her hard for wrecking the damn tower. Nazuna tries to play dumb as usual, but Ellie's not having it. She reminds her that the whole tower was built using Ellie's own mana, reinforced walls and all, so that Nazuna wouldn't accidentally nuke it. Nazuna mumbles out an apology, but Ellie tells her point blank that if she can't get her strength under control, she won't be able to carry out Light's orders. Feeling guilty, Nazuna agrees to rein herself in. Meanwhile, behind her, Hardy secretly patches himself up with some hidden healing magic. She stares, confused that he's still breathing after getting hit full force, so Ellie explains she's been keeping him alive using her magic from a distance. Hardy, now back in the fight, stands tall, and Nazuna braces for another round, but this time promising to keep it in check. Hardy now takes her seriously and unleashes his true strength right from the get-go. He activates a silent field, throwing Nazuna off. He then explains that the spell applies a debuff, slowly draining her energy and funneling that power into him instead. Then he shapes that stolen mana into an invisible, soundless blade, explaining that its size constantly shifts, making it impossible to predict. Nazuna immediately puts her sword away and gets into a focused stance. Hardy narrows his eyes, thinking maybe she's trying to outmaneuver his wild swings with precise movement. Still, he notices her slight hesitation and figures she's bound to slip up if she rushes in. But out of nowhere, she flashes right in front of him before he can even blink, and slams him straight into the tower wall. This time though, instead of blowing it apart, the wall just ends up covered in cracks. So Nazuna throws her hands up in victory, proud of her self-control. But Ellie's voice cuts in, still yelling at her for messing up the structure since now she has to burn even more mana to fix it.
I was today years old when I learned M&Ms were the first candy in space, not just because Mars makes them.
Nazuna snaps back, shouting that she's being way too annoying. Ellie freezes, baffled at where the hell she even learned to talk like that. And Nazuna casually mentions that the palace maids are always griping about her behind her back. Light then steps in and tells Ellie to go easy on Nazuna. After all, she did just pull off her mission. Reluctantly, Ellie lets it slide and tells Nazuna to bring Hardy back already. Then she turns to Light and apologizes for snapping, admitting that she only wanted to drill some discipline into Nazuna for his sake. Light then gently asks if she's okay, especially after burning through so much magic to patch up the tower. Ellie insists she's fine, brushing it off with a smile, saying it's just her legs that started shaking from the mana drain. Still, Light doesn't look convinced. Just then, Ayuki chimes in, reminding them that Sasha and Michael are about to walk in. Light straightens up, tells everyone to focus, and slips his dark mask on, fully ready to face Sasha and finally settle the score. Right outside the throne room, Michael leans towards Sasha and promises he'll protect her, no matter what. That calms her down just enough for her to reach for the door, only for it to creak open on its own. Inside, Light greets them both calmly, and the two step in and walk toward him. As they draw closer, Sasha's expression shifts as she suddenly realizes that this masked man is the same guy who once showed her his burned face. Dark welcomes her with a casual tone, prompting Michael to glance over and ask if they've met before. Sasha quickly brushes it off, saying she only saw him once, then glares at Dark, accusing him of acting way too familiar. She tells him to shut his mouth and stop pretending like their old friend, but Light hits back by mentioning every bit of kindness she ever showed him back then. Then, without warning, he pulls off the mask, and Sasha freezes. Her mind blanks as she stares, realizing the scars are completely gone. She stammers, asking what happened to them, and Light calmly reveals that they were never real to begin with, just an illusion. He then adds that he stopped his body from aging altogether, just so he'd never forget how much it hurt when she betrayed him. While Sasha struggles to process the truth, Michael turns to her, confused, and asks if Light is really the same maestro their team supposedly killed 3 years ago. But Light cuts in, revealing that after the ambush, he was flung to the abyss's lowest floor through a teleport trap, and from there, he survived using the power of his maids to climb back and plan every piece of his revenge. After laying out his whole backstory, Light finally turns to Sasha and tells her straight that this entire tower was crafted for one reason, his perfect revenge. He calmly asks how she feels about that. But Sasha just stands there in silence. Her fiancé, though, suddenly bursts out laughing like a maniac. He grins at her and says this is their golden chance to claim the reward for clearing the tower and capturing Light alive. Sasha immediately points out that if Light walks back through the capital gates, it'll expose her for failing to kill him years ago. But Michael waves it off, saying the higher-ups will likely forgive her screw-up if she hands him over now. His words seem to light a fire under her, so Sasha spins toward Light with a smug grin, mocking him for still clinging to revenge, and she gets into position, ready to fight. Light calmly grabs his staff and tells his maids not to interfere because this one's personal. As he steps down to meet Sasha face to face, he congratulates her on the engagement and promises to offer her his revenge as a wedding gift. She scoffs, laughing in his face, thinking no human could ever match an elf's power. She brags that she recently hit level 500, but Light barely reacts, visibly unimpressed. Oblivious to his indifference, Sasha smugly pulls out a rare item gifted by her father. Light's curiosity sparks when he spots the ocarina, and the moment she plays it, 3 massive angels appear before him. Confident she can't lose now, Sasha grins and commands the attacker angel to finish him. The creature lunges, smashing the ground, and Light leaps back, surprised that it actually broke through the tower floor. He fires back with his staff, but the second angel blocks the blast with a glowing holy barrier. Light scowls and ramps up his magic, finally shattering the shield with raw force. But instead of blowing the angel to bits, his attack only manages to destroy its arms. That's when the third angel steps in and heals both of its companions with divine magic. Watching how they move, Light chuckles to himself, immediately recognizing the setup. A full trio with a striker, a tank, and a healer. Across the room, Sasha is absolutely stunned. Her jaw drops as she watches a level 15 human stand his ground against her family's sacred Phantasma class summon. Then Light smirks, looking her dead in the eye, and calmly reveals his level 999, leaving Sasha genuinely afraid. Michael spins around and casually tells her to relax, saying there's no way Light's legit because nobody's ever reached that kind of level in recorded history. She eases up and commands her angels to launch another strike, but Light instantly wipes them all out using a crushing dust press. Without missing a beat, he chains it with a shadow dance and a fire squall combo that incinerates their bodies, making sure they can't regenerate. As a finishing blow, he rains down a barrage of ice arrows to eliminate what's left. But Sasha just smiles and plays her ocarina, bringing them all back like nothing happened. She smugly mentions that she can revive them endlessly without even dipping into her mana reserves. That's when Light realizes her ocarina is way more annoying than he first thought. He blinks in right in front of her, driving his staff toward the instrument to smash it. But Michael...
Enjoy convenient banking and welcoming space all in one place. Capital One Cafe.
They couldn't give him the righteousness of Fear 1.
Before he upended other countries.
That's how you know they were full racist pussy. He just tried to take on the whole shit.
With a shield, warning him to back off. Light gives him props for blocking that strike, but Michael corrects him that he didn't just block it. And the moment he says that, the shield pulses and sends Light flying across the field, stunned by the force. Light demands to know how that's even possible, so Michael calmly reveals that the shield isn't just any artifact. It's a Phantasma-grade relic that absorbs enemy power and throws it right back at them with even greater force. Michael then slams the shield into the ground, breaking the spell that was restraining the angels, and explains that it also boosts the stats of both its wielder and nearby allies. Sasha laughs in Light's face for thinking he had any shot at winning this, while Michael is convinced the match is over. She steps up with a smug grin, asking him how it feels to be completely cornered, and that's what finally makes Light lose it and start laughing uncontrollably. Michael and Sasha both pause, thinking he's snapped from the pressure, but Light straightens up and tells her she's dead wrong if she thinks she's ever been close to scaring him, and with a wild grin and burning eyes, he declares that he's about to show her what real despair looks like. Ellie and Ayuki both panic and try to stop him, but it's too late because Light undoes the seal on his soul that had been holding back his true form. Suddenly, pitch-black chains start swirling around him, radiating a terrifying energy, prompting Michael to yell at Sasha to retreat. Right then, Light calls out code 999, and the command summons a massive weapon rack while breaking every chain holding him down. His old staff reshapes itself into a brand new X-class weapon Gungnir. The moment Gungnir lands in his hand, Ellie and Ayuki freeze in horror. The dense, dark pressure clears out, and Light steps forward with a deathly calm, telling Sasha that now she'll understand what true fear really means. And for the first time, Sasha and Michael actually panic as Light slowly walks toward them. Michael urgently tells Sasha to deploy her angels again, and without hesitation, she does. The attacker-type angel rushes forward, slamming its weapon down at Light, but he casually breaks it in half, and the look of horror on the angel's face says it all. Next, the defender-type angel raises a divine shield to block him, but Light swings his new staff and smashes right through it like it's nothing, witnessing how effortlessly he's dismantling them. Michael yells for Sasha to keep summoning more to slow him down. Light just laughs, ready to watch them scramble and struggle all they want. But in that moment, a jolt of pain shoots through his hand. He glances down and sees Gungnir's dark aura scorching his skin, eating away at his flesh. He knows the weapon's power is too much for a human to handle for long, but he doesn't give a damn. If losing his whole arm is the price for revenge, he'll gladly pay it. This time, Sasha goes all in and activates her ultimate ability, fusing all three angels into a single supreme archangel. She gives the command to fire a tactical class spell meant to erase Light completely. The archangel lifts its weapon high and summons a radiant golden spear, and Sasha proudly declares it as her strongest skill, Holy Javelin. Watching the divine power gathering, Michael grins, thinking that once he marries Sasha, he'll inherit the ocarina and all its terrifying abilities. The archangel then hurls the golden spear with crushing force, and Sasha laughs as it barrels toward Light. As it lands, she smugly says goodbye, only for the whole thing to vanish in an instant. Light stands there completely unfazed, having neutralized the javelin like it was a joke. He mocks Sasha for thinking she ever had the strength to harm him. Panicked, she orders the archangel to strike again, but every single blow shatters on contact as Light walks through them like a force of nature. He calmly asks if she's already out of options, and Sasha desperate launches a rapid volley of javelins, hoping quantity will succeed where quality failed. But Light blocks each one effortlessly, never dropping the grin on his face as he marches toward her like a death sentence. Sasha finally loses it, shrieking at him to stay away. She fires off every last bit of magic she has left, but nothing touches him, and nothing even slows him down. Light just laughs, telling her to try harder, and warns her that if this is the best she's got, then she's going to die right here. Shortly after, Light releases a colossal phantom from his weapon, drowning the already panicked elves in an even deeper surge of fear. Sasha scrambles to call forth her archangel, but the phantom cuts through it effortlessly, like it was never even there. Mikhail shouts at her to try again, but even when she raises the ocarina and plays it, the item stays silent. Her panic spikes as she watches her cherished artifact flicker, turn pitch black, and then crumble to ash right in her palms. Light scoffs, mocking them for putting their faith in such a flimsy trinket. But Mikhail lashes back, insisting there's no way any weapon could possibly erase a treasure ranked as Phantasma class. That's when Light reveals the truth that his Gungnir isn't just any weapon. It's a Genesis class relic, a whole different beast. Mikhail scoffs, refusing to believe someone like him could possibly wield something that legendary. Nervous, Sasha ducks behind him and tries to play it off, saying Light just got lucky and the ocarina must have been under too much stress. Mikhail backs her up with confidence, saying he'll just block whatever comes next with his shield. But when Light strikes again with his staff, the attack shatters the shield instantly and sends both elves crashing to the floor. Mikhail tries to stand, his body aching, but one thought hits him that Light has to be a legendary maestro. Light just smirks and says he doesn't even know what a maestro is, despite hearing the term thrown around by the 9 races. Realizing how outclassed he is, Mikhail admits he's planning to retreat, but plays it off like he's being generous, leaving to make a report to his kingdom. He pulls out a high-tier teleportation item called the Skyrunner Wing, hoping to escape the tower. But the feather doesn't react at all, so Light explains calmly that
Sour Patch Kids presents glow-ups with edible confetti that glows.
He said I was ready to die behind this, no matter how much more powerful any of y'all had died. I was going to die behind it. Y'all niggas was weak because y'all thought y'all was the strongest.
That his tower blocks all teleportation magic. Mikhail refuses to believe it because teleportation blocking fields aren't even supposed to exist. That's when Light calls out to Ellie. She steps forward and explains that while teleportation magic may be impossible for most, she built her own teleportation blocker after analyzing the Abyss's dungeon core. Hearing that, Mikhail freezes because he can't process the fact that someone has actually researched something that dangerous. And with escape now off the table, Light casually asks if the elves plan to keep running anyway. But Mikhail doesn't surrender, and he's certain the other White Knights will show up soon, and once his level 3000 Captain Hardy arrives, he's convinced Light will be obliterated. He starts laughing and throwing around taunts again, believing his rescue is inevitable. But Light knows exactly how to deal with someone this delusional. To shut down every last hope Mikhail has, he calls his warriors forward, and they drag in the broken, defeated bodies of the other white knights. Before long, Light's servants stroll in, dragging the unconscious elves behind them, leaving Mikhail and Sasha completely speechless. Right then, Jack steps into the room and immediately tenses up at the sight of the sinister weapon in Light's hand. The maids grow visibly uneasy too, but Light casually tells them not to panic and that everything's under control. He then walks straight up to Mikhail and mockingly asks what happened to all that arrogance. Just like that, Mikhail's cocky mask drops, and he drops to his knees, hands flat on the floor. He starts sucking up, offering to help Light take over the entire elven queendom using his political smarts, completely blindsiding Sasha. He tries to tempt Light with a pitch for power, but Light cuts him off cold, saying he doesn't give a damn about their pathetic little kingdom. Then he makes it clear that he's here for revenge, not thrones. So Mikhail quickly shifts gears and begs for his life, and he insists that he had no part in the 9 Races' mission to kill Light 3 years ago, and dumps all the blame on Sasha instead. She's crushed, watching her fiancé throw her under the bus without hesitation. But Mikhail acts like he's never even cared about her. He treats her like a random nobody who dared to climb the ladder by clinging to him. Sasha, heartbroken, reminds him of all those times he swore he loved her. But Mikhail just shrugs it off like it was all a lie, leaving her utterly destroyed. Then, with zero shame, he turns to Light and offers to kill Sasha himself. But Light ignores him and calls Ellie to take the stage. As Ellie starts walking toward the elves, her eyes burn with rage. She calmly tells them how long she's dreamed of making them bleed for every sin they committed. She promises a slow, agonizing death. And that's when Mikhail starts whining for mercy. He then flips the switch again, acting like he's suddenly in awe of Light, and praises him like he's some divine savior. Ellie just smirks, instantly seeing through his pathetic, bootlicking performance. Then, when Mikhail realizes no one's buying his bullshit, he does what cowards do best and bolts. But Ellie instantly casts a strategic class spell called Dorn Fessel, summoning brutal thorned vines that lash around his body and slam him to the ground. She explains just how dangerous the spell is, and Mikhail's eyes widen in horror when he realizes she did it without even saying a word. Ellie grins darkly and tightens the vines, making him howl like a dog in a meat grinder. Then she yanks him forward, slaps a hand on his forehead, and starts forcefully scanning his memories. Mikhail panics and begs her to stop, but she fries his brain like scrambled eggs while ripping out every last bit of information. Watching Mikhail writhe in agony, Sasha starts shaking with fear, so Light turns to her and coldly reminds her that she's next. Trembling, Sasha spins around for one final glance at her fallen allies before locking eyes with Light again. She tries to soften him, reminiscing about the time they spent together. She plays the role of a guardian, claiming she was always the one shielding him from the cruelty of their world. Then she tries to justify her actions, saying she was only trying to protect him from Geru's abuse. But Light cuts through her act without blinking. He calmly reminds her of the smug tone she had, and how much she enjoyed the idea of crushing a powerless human like him. As Light calls out her fake sincerity, Sasha scrambles for a new excuse, blaming everything on Drago and claiming she was just following orders. She tries to convince Light that the suffering he endured in the abyss wasn't really her fault. Reaching even further, she brings up the past, reminding him that he once had feelings for her. She even offers to be his intimate partner now if he just lets her live. Suddenly, Ayuki storms in, furious that Sasha would dare try seducing her master like he's some pathetic, desperate creep. With venom in her voice, she threatens to feed Sasha to her monsters, and bring her back just to make her suffer again and again for daring to disrespect Light. But before she can act, Light calmly tells her to stand down. Ayuki takes a breath, then steps back in obedience. Light shifts his gaze back to Sasha, his voice sharp. He tells her that no matter what lie she spins, his goal is the same. He'll uncover the truth behind their world and unlock the full potential of his power. Until that day comes, she can rot away in the abyss, chained to Garu, left to share his miserable end. As he turns to leave, Sasha desperately calls out one last time. But Light responds by firing an arrow straight into her leg, giving her a taste of the same pain she once gave him. Then, without another word, he instructs Mira to finish things. So Mira's beasts happily devour her wholly. Choking back panic, Sasha blurts out that all she ever wanted was to find her own happiness. But Light doesn't even blink. and he coldly wonders how someone could chase happiness by torturing and humiliating others. With that, Sasha's fate is sealed, and Mira clamps down and rips her apart without mercy. But as soon as it's done, Light stumbles, drained from using the cursed weapon. His body starts to break down under its strain. Before it destroys him completely, he activates...
That nigga said, fuck it all, we're gonna break the seal. He took one of the multiple seals off. That nigga said, fuck it. I'm going back.
His soul seal once more, barely managing to subdue its raging power. A while later, the maids gently carry him back to the abyss so he can recover. Outside the room, Nazuna turns to Ellie, asking if Light's gonna make it. Ellie hesitates, admitting she doesn't really know. That makes Nazuna question how their master ended up this badly hurt in the first place. So Ellie starts explaining that despite grinding his gacha non-stop for 3 straight years in the Abyss's thick mana, Light only managed to pull one ultra-rare weapon, the Genesis Gungnir. She and May tried everything to unlock its full potential, but the damn thing was way too unstable, even for them. That's why Light had to rally all 4 of his level 9999 maids just to seal away its true power. And now, inside the tower, he undid just one of those 4 seals, and even that was enough to shred his own arm, showing just how brutal the weapon's pressure really was. Elsewhere in his room, Light slowly opens his eyes to find May standing right in front of him. She breathes a sigh of relief, thankful he's still alive.
You're not ready for
As Light sits up, he recalls blacking out inside the tower. He tries to get out of bed to return to work, but May quickly stops him, asking him to rest just a little longer. She starts remembering the first moment they met, when she saw the tears in his eyes, and says that ever since then, she's done everything in her power to help him reach his dreams. But now, she tells him those dreams aren't worth dying over. Not when he's got a whole kingdom of people who believe in him and need him to survive. Meanwhile, deep in the Elven Nation, the Royal Chancellor reports that the entire squad of White Knights has gone silent. One of the elf nobles throws out the possibility that they've been wiped out, which pisses off the Elf Queen to no end. She refuses to believe anyone could take down Hardy, but the noble reminds her that it's been 2 full days with no word from him. Just then, a scout crashes into the council room, gasping for breath. He shouts that an army of dragons has gathered just outside the kingdom's walls. Everyone rushes to the windows, only to see a terrifying swarm of dragons circling their skies. The nobles snap at the guards, furious that something like this slipped past their defenses. But before anyone can answer, Ellie's voice echoes through their minds, using telepathy to introduce herself as the Wicked Witch of the Towering Monolith. She tells them that she received the intruders who stepped into her domain, and unless their queen shows herself now, she'll reduce their entire kingdom to ashes. And to make her point, Ellie orders her dragons to rain down fireballs outside the city, setting the nearby forest ablaze and turning it into a hellish inferno, leaving everyone in the court frozen in fear. Then Ellie gives them just 3 minutes to bring out their ruler. Then she descends from the sky and lands smack in the center of the Elven Palace garden, where she's instantly surrounded by every royal guard on the premises. But just before things can erupt into a fight, the Elf Queen herself appears before Ellie and formally introduces herself as Lith. She coldly tells Ellie that she won't tolerate her insolence and commands her to leave the Elven Nation immediately. But Ellie calmly fires back, reminding her that it was the Queen's own White Knights who disrespected her first by storming into her tower uninvited. At that, the Queen stiffens and demands to know what became of them. Ellie ignores the question and instead turns it around, asking why the Queen sent her knights in the first place. She accuses her of trying to ransack her sacred relics. The Queen explodes with fury, shouting that her noble race would never stoop to such disgraceful crimes. But Ellie clearly isn't buying it, and she steps forward without hesitation. Alarmed, the royal guards spring into action, but Ellie immediately unleashes a swarm of vampiric trees that pierce through the guards and drain every last drop of their life force. As the Queen watches in horror, Ellie smugly explains the terrifying power behind the spell she just cast. Panicking, the Queen bolts and tries to escape, but Ellie lashes out her vines and drags her right back. With the brambles wrapped around her, Ellie slaps a hand on her head and begins a brutal scan of her memories to check if she's telling the truth. After digging deep, Ellie confirms that the Queen wasn't lying about the knights, but her expression darkens as she uncovers wave after wave of elitist, racist ideology buried inside her mind. Furious, Ellie demands the immediate release of every enslaved human still trapped within the queendom. Then she issues a chilling decree. The elves are never to enslave another soul again, or face total annihilation. With that, she leaves the queen shattered and stunned. At the
Damn,
same
she
time in the
said,
abyss, Meg
nigga,
rings light up to
it's
speed on
maybe
their
your
success.
kingdom, but I'm the one running shit. Now, if I see another nigga enslaved here again, best believe you will have hell to pay. Now, I know she not no god, but damn it, she done made them think she was. She done stood on straight business, did not give him no time. Like, nigga, you do that shit again, I'll murk you myself. You do that shit again, I'll come back and make sure your whole city full. Playing with it, I'm not gonna lie, you playing with anime characters that really got nothing to lose. Like, think about it. Like, oh shit, 4 people? It's 4 in the morning. Hey man, oh shit, it's 6 in the morning. Hello. What was I saying again? But yeah, you deal with niggas who got nothing to lose, man. Hear me out. Right, the one nigga you guys tried to kill in the fucking dungeon. Then that nigga trained multiple years. He came back, his family was gone. He was like, nah, the niggas I hold the years. I'm ready. And this is when he had a whole night squad on him. Y'all niggas tried to kill him. That nigga already had nothing to lose. He was like, you know what? I'm just training my ass off. Got the strongest in the nation. Said, nigga, y'all step on shit. I'm stepping harder. You hear me? Y'all niggas really the cockroaches. Y'all niggas the ants. And I'm the eater. You hear me? Y'all niggas is the gazelle and I'm the lion. That's what he said. And if you don't get that, that means he's saying he's the prime predator. He's looking for them. He's like, don't worry. You don't have to find me. I'll come straight to your front door. Knock, knock, knock. I'm here. That shit is crazy. Nah, I wish I could see it. I just found out a website where I can watch other shit too. Any website in the world. Like, am I wrong? Am I not, or am I wrong? Like, let me know. Because Naruto had to spam 2 juices at a point. Like, people say Naruto only spams Rasengan. But in realness, that nigga had to spam 2 at a point. That nigga had to spam multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, or Shadow Clone Jutsu, and Rasengan. He needed the Shadow Clones to make the Rasengan because he couldn't control the chakra flow at all. Or barely. That nigga said, let me summon these Shadow Clones. They gonna form the chakra flow. All I gotta do is hold that bitch and maneuver it. Boom. That's how he learned that shit. And then once he learned how it felt in his hand and how it felt to actually control the mana flow, the chakra flow, he actually learned how to do that shit by himself. That nigga Naruto was a W learner, but that nigga could not figure that shit out for the jump, so he said, fuck it, I'm gonna use a cheat code. That's the same cheat code Kakashi taught him himself, but he just didn't know he was using this shit. You feel me? Remember, he said, well, if you use a Shadow Clone to use a jutsu, or you learn something, or if you use a Shadow Clone to do something, they're gonna re-inherit everything they learned, and it's gonna go back into you once they disappear. So, every time he used that, he just learned a little bit more. He just learned how to form his Rasengan, and soon enough, he perfect Rasengan skills. Like, let's be honest, like, who else is using a Rasengan Shuriken? Who else knows how to use a Spirit Bomb out of Rasengan? I don't think anybody else knows how to. I'm just saying. And now that he has that arm that stores chakra, all he had to do was learn how to use the chakra flow. Or like, put the Rasengan inside the arm, and now the arm just spawns in infinite binks. He can use Earth Style now too. I don't think you guys seen that episode on Boruto. But yes, he was able to use Earth Style against he trained his, he didn't train, but he was sparring against his son. He was like, Earth Style, fuck it, spawn in a wall. We, come on, son, bink. He was like, nah, you wanna come like this? Water Jutsu, niggas start doing bullshit. I'm like, yo, you going too hard on a 12-year-old, bro. Remember, you ain't have somebody as strong as you as a father. Your dad died before you even got to fight with that nigga. You got to fight with him in the final war, in the Fourth Shinobi War, or Third Great Shinobi, I'll forget which number it is, but he was like, oh, him and his dad together is a fucking duo, and I won't lie. That shit was hard as hell to see Minato back on screen at his full power, actually do what he do. Sadly enough, he had to die though, because like, the anime wouldn't have been able to, like, it wouldn't have been Naruto anymore. It would have just been Minato for me, I'm not gonna lie. Minato one of my top favorite characters, because it's like, he got that mix of Naruto without all the stupidity. Like, he's exactly what it is. He's an adult Naruto without that, like, but like, he had both his parents and he had somebody, like, he was actually a prodigy when he was growing up, so like, that's the difference between him and Naruto. And he didn't have to worry about the curse of the beast his entire life, only like throughout the minimum portion of it. Like, when he came back. So I just like, shit.
Vaughn was the first Okada and young niggas. Nigga came out the guru with a ski and a bag of clothes like, Vaughn, you rich! Put that shit back on my dad, grandma. The teacher asked Vaughn what's 41 plus 22. I ain't never seen that bitch since. The follow button, nigga. Vaughn skipped the 6th and the 3rd grade. One time he shot a nigga for being 63 years old. One time he shot a nigga for being 6'3". One time I look up.
One time he shot a nigga for being 63 years old. One time he shot a nigga for being 6'3".
Blessed be the ones with no desire. Hold up, Pastor. For what cannot be drawn cannot be defeated. Amen. Amen. He ain't all that. Hey, what you mean? How? He got the limited and the 2 eyes, nigga. He lost to Mark. He allowed her to evolve for the story. Well, heaven and earth. He alone is the honored one. Yeah, nigga, but how you know that? He hit Liddy with a hollow white. Is that all the colors? It's all the colors. I see his face every time I close my eyes. Legends say he inherited the one shadow technique and has an earthly restriction. Was that you or me? He don't have any feats because why would he have to prove himself to us mere mortals? That's when it hit me. He not a glitch in the system. He is the system. I can't breathe. The real question is he the strongest because his John's in him, or is he John's in him because he's the strongest? What is it? Nah, when what? When fighting no barroom, you getting your ass whooped via Bluetooth. She ain't all that. So basic.
When fighting no bar, you get your ass whooped via Bluetooth, and I feel like that's just facts. You're fighting a nigga with nothing to lose.
Y'all calling yourselves some freedom fighters, nigga? On Black History Month? That's what I said. I mean, we all hate the Fire Nation, but nigga, god damn. He's a nightmare. He's like a crash out Peter Pan. Yeah, nigga, but how you know that? I should have known this nigga was crazy from the fact he always chewing on wheatgrass. And nigga, the signs were there. He's talking about some trust me. And nigga, I just met you in the woods. So sit your ass down. Thank you. Smeller B, you a victim, my nigga? He pre-ordered your shit. Have you ever seen Pipsqueak? He sound like a bitch. No? Take that back.
Take that back.
Think he fooling? Aaron, we know that's you, nigga. Jet don't got allies or ops, nigga. He got people who know he ain't shit and people who don't. Did you know he almost stole the Avatar's girl? No, neither did I. He looked me dead in my eyes and said, nigga, I don't have to win. I just need you to lose. For real? That shit right up my back. He said, fuck water, earth, fire, or air. Nigga,
I got backbending on bro.
From the Water Nation, nigga, all he know is boats and hoes.
Boats and hoes.
He's a nightmare. It's like if Nick Fury was dropped on his hand as a baby.
Yeah, nigga, how you know that?
Just when you start to think he a genius, the nigga will put Toph on lookout. Not that smooth. What? What you... Ow! He may be dumb, but he's still light-skinned, nigga. Did you know he one-tapped Sparky Boo Boo, man? No.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Where the fuck you get a sword from, nigga? I can't breathe. I'm all out. The Avatar takes direct orders from Sokka.
Was that you or me?
He either right for the wrong reasons or wrong for the right reasons. Oh, this nigga just a smart dumbass. I found Liddy with a sword in his back and a boomerang in his mouth. What happened? Nigga, I ain't asked no questions. Somebody come look at this. What is it, Pastor? Blessed be the nigga with no powers. Yes, Lord. Because when magic fails, destiny prevails.
Y'all niggas ain't hearing him. Y'all ain't hearing him.
Whosoever hated the Sharingan,
Okay.
It is them who is truly seeing red.
Y'all niggas ain't with it.
Who he think he fooling? Jim Crow, we know that's you, nigga. If you can't police the ops, okay, make the ops the police.
Amen.
Most niggas wanted the Sharingan. He wanted the Sharingan.
Well, yeah, I feel
all
it.
his time making jutsus, nigga, reanimate you some bitch. Sit your ass down. Thank you. Of course he a water style user. Uchiha's greatest weakness. Yeah, nigga, but how you know that? He loved the village.
Just not equally. There's gotta be a better plan than segregation. Hashirama, get your man, bro. He spit on Liddy. Damn, that's it? Afterwards, he did drown him, but I just thought, I'm not saying he was right for how he treated them niggas, but we did have to assemble all 5 nations to beat 2 of them niggas. The book of Toby Rama states, what if Martin never dreamed? Huh? What? I don't know. What if Django never got unchained? The hell you talking about? Whosoever hated the shot, so when fighting an old nigga,
you don't. Nigga, you don't fight.
How many times I gotta tell you we don't fight old niggas?
You don't fight an old nigga. You don't fight an old nigga in anime. Every anime nigga knows this. If you fight an old nigga in anime, you're bound to lose. And everybody knows this.
Probably crack bending. Then the nigga got into a boogie boy and rolled him through the city. That's cat. He stole his city and he spun the block by himself. By himself? He in the White Lotus? Why the fuck am I here? Did you know he can earth bend without moving? No, neither did I. King Boomy is the first nigga in existence to weaponize patience. Hold on, man, where the rest of your teeth at? I can't breathe. Come on, man, I'm sick of these cracked ass old niggas. So sit your ass down. Thank you. That wasn't
I know the niggas in the Avatar be pissed as hell when they see a nigga like Iroh or Booby step up like, this nigga, I got it. He old as hell, and then proceed to get their ass whooped like, nigga, how are you moving like this? 83 years old.
This nigga, you just trying to kill.
Boomy is 112 years old. I think people fail to think that or realize that when Aang, that was Aang's friend when he was 12 before he had went into the ice ball. Nigga, 112 years later, he popped out that bitch was like, I'm here. Casually met up with this nigga Boomy. They didn't know it was him. That Boomy reveals like, yo, yeah, I'm 112 years old. Straight off power alone. I knew he was coming back. What's good, babe, bro? Dapped him up and said, go along your way. I'm gonna be here later. Come learn earthbending after you master waterbending. Nigga gets captured. He's like, bro, there's other earthbenders better than me. Knowing this, he already knew there was other niggas better than him. He was like, nigga, I'm just good at this shit because I'm old. Nigga, and later on in the series, while the fucking Fire Nation fucking lost their whole powers, he was like, oh, after fucking 3 months of waiting in this fucking box, I could break out. Breaks out the box and leaves the village like, shit, oh well, I'm gonna come back for y'all. Like, Boomy just might actually have crack bending. I'm not gonna lie, because that nigga said, I could do this all in my sleep and decided not to. Like, are we gonna stop the old niggas in anime from like Aura farming for real? Like, Boomy, if he wasn't so old and like old and gray and like, so wrinkly, or like looking so old and fucked up in the face, like, I'm telling you, he would be a D1 Aura farmer. Like my nigga Iroh, yeah, he look old and all. That nigga's a real Aura farmer. I'm not gonna lie. Like, talking about some got it over here, bang, and then he could just generate that shit too. He was like, bro, I can redirect it or give it to you. Which one you want? Word is bond. And don't let Azula hit you with her lightning. Gonna be looking like Aang when he was trying to go into Avatar state. Alright, I'm overfried, overstimulated. You guys can see we going for it. Oh shit. I'm surprised you up this early. Ooh. Is that just now? Hello. But like I was saying, like, Avatar is one of the greatest anime known to man. Yes.
Are you paying attention? Yes. The first law of fades is, if the hair is gray, today not your day. What the Iroh states, failure is only the opportunity to begin again.
Yes.
Yes, Jesus. Yes, Lord. This time more intelligent.
Amen.
Who he think he fooling? Master Uwe, we know that's you, nigga.
You do know that's you.
Bending style, nigga. Soul bending. Good times become good memories. Stay with me now. Come on.
bad times become good lessons.
Put that down.
He can do the lightning thing too. Look
Cut.
at this nigga India and Thor. He the nigga broke out of jail and folded up the entire guard.
That happened.
He let Zuko fall.
I'm doing good. How about you?
Yes, Jesus. So he can learn how to stand on his own. Fuck, this nigga so cold. Hold on, man. Hold on. What he be putting in that tea? I can't breathe.
That Zaza.
Altogether, as we all know, we measure evil using
metric unit wrong.
At 6 years old, Azula reached 500 gigabytes of evil nigga. That's half a Griffin. That's what I said. It's like if Megan was raised by Crazy Steve. Carly. Here she go, Paul. Water. Earth. Fire. Hair. I mean air. No hair. Shit. Not all that. What you... Ow! He fired the fucking Fire Lord by taking his fucking fire away, nigga. Do you hear me? Then the nigga fused with Avatar Roku and started throwing forest fires at niggas. That's cat.
That did happen.
He broke guitar with him? What's wrong with that? Everybody know you get a 5% stat boost in front of your girl. He's just a kid. Kid? This nigga 112. So sit your ass down. Thank you. His eyes started glowing. Nigga, that's the last thing I remember. So you took a 100-year nap and ain't grown no hair. Yeah, I have seen it all. This little nigga pulled up with 2 light skins and a little blind girl, and they started moving like the fucking monster. I don't know if he bended the air out my lungs, or when he dropped the boulder on me, it just left on its own. Went into the spirit realm. And then came out and sent Lenny in. Did you know he can fly too? No. Neither did I. So all the past avatars told you to beat my ass? Okay. We did manage to steal that bison though. Wait, Appa? Yeah. Oh, you already dead. Huh? Get out, nigga. I don't know you.
Don't touch Appa, nigga. You gonna die.
The question on everybody's mind is Sokka smart or dumb?
Yes.
What is it? Yes.
Yes.
He bend elements. He bended logic. And how does he always have a baddie with him, man? This shit ain't fair. Sit your ass down.
Now he not wrong though.
Thank you. He not just the comic relief. He's the win condition.
He is the win condition.
Not that smart. Come here. Hey, let go of my shirt. He out-strategized the fucking Fire Lord, nigga. Did you know he the group leader? No. Neither did I.
He the group leader on the team with the Avatar. You guys gotta let that sink in.
Us down with a boomerang and straight courage. I can't breathe.
He wants everybody.
You know, regular nigga outthink magic, man.
He's outthinking magic water, magic fire, magic earth, magic air. Not only that, he's outthinking the magic of all 4 together. Plus the past niggas who knew all 4.
I've seen it all. He one-tapped Lenny. How? Man, that boomerang got a mind of its own. I mean, these other niggas got superpowers. And somehow he the one I want to fight the least. It always happens like this. He make a plan. We laugh at the plan. The fucking plan worked. The question on...
I'm just saying, his win-lose ratio is about 100 and no. No, 101. That one time Aang got bat.
I told this nigga to wear a black suit to my wedding. He put up in a prison jumper. I seen him walk past the mirror and go, shit, I sure hope that nigga don't steal nothing. He never even dapped me up. Why not? He don't want to catch nigga Itis. Harriet Tubman ain't fight for it. That's true. Hey, he ain't me. I said, Ruckus, can you pass the hot sauce? He said, why would I help a criminal? Nigga, it's the cookout! He can't even go 5 minutes without mentioning how Martin Luther King was too loud or he would have dragged Rosa Parks off that damn bus. He tried pulling up to a Klan meeting and they whooped his motherfucking ass. He was only mad because they gave him a black eye. Nigga ain't no white eye! No, Ruckus, I don't want to know about how Larry Bird is the golden kid. Lenny trying to be nice, offered him some collard greens. He said, I don't eat struggle leaf. Scale of 1 to 10, how racist is he? He called my son Curious George. No. Yes. What the fuck even is Revenilago? Ain't that the opposite of what Michael Jackson had? I'm sorry. You don't argue with Ruckus. You just keep him away from microphones, children, and churches.
No facts.
Sir, put the weapon down. Are you real? Am I real? I mean, I was whooping his ass. Okay. Giving him straight business, right? Yeah. Then I woke up dead. He would be a pacifist to his brother. Everybody else could get it. He was a good guy. Oh. Look on my shirt. Itachi made his little brother watch his parents die 500,000 times. Nigga, do you hear me? He pointed at Liddy and that nigga just started drooling. I don't know what I thought he had to look at niggas. When the hell they dropped? Did you know he was captain of the Angu at 12 years old? No. Neither did I. Legends say he came out the womb and was immediately promoted to Jonin. Was it like Satsuki?
I don't think it was that. I think it was immediately a Genin. Anything. He came out the womb was a Genin off rip. I would believe that. But Jonin, I'm gonna have to see it to believe it, brother. I knew he was a Jonin at 8 years old.
Dummy, how'd you know I was gonna say that? Nigga, you've asked me this question 84,000 times. And then the nigga started crying blood. And Liddy been on fire ever since. He pierced me with the Tosca blade, nigga. It felt like I had shotgunned the leader of Everclear. I can't breathe. He put me in a 70-year genjutsu. What happened in it? I went to school, paid taxes, paid rent, and died of natural causes. Nigga made me live a mundane life. On the good note, I did find $100 on the ground. Well, that's good. I'm in Tsukuyomi, ain't I? Yeah, I know. Can I read that shirt? What is? Yeah, sure. So sit your ass down. Vaughn killed his own shadow one time. I ain't never seen the sun and Vaughn out at the same time since that day. You should just have been Santa Claus. Come down our chimney, leave gifts on Christmas just to rob us the next day. Vaughn would leave his key under the mat in old block. Oh, he wanted you to come in. It's like, do I even slide? He taught my daughter how to ride a bike, dude. He took that moment from me.
Maybe you just gotta stop being a deadbeat. When niggas like, well, I was trying.
I just watched a grown man with ball sack skin pull 2 Glocks out of a Hello Kitty backpack. Nigga, I ain't have to say it all. I can't explain it. But something about that fight felt unconsensual. For me, pain is a bad thing. For him, pain is a kick. He slammed my head against the camera lens and it broke. I guess you broke the fourth wall this time. I apologize for my outburst. Did you know he cracked death? No, neither did I. He sliced his own meat off and threw it at Liddy face. No, he didn't even die. He just cried and went home. He's a nightmare. It's like Ryan Reynolds with hands. How you know that? I said, hold on, bro, you just gonna fight a school chump? Yes? Okay. He pinned me down and whispered in my ear. Nigga, I'm finna show you why my movie's rated R. Why manipulation or something? Why the fuck am I here? I mean, when we find her, did he just add me to his dance routine? It was kind of smooth with it, though. Yeah, I know. Fuck this man, I quit. What? Why? He was touching my butt cheek. I just watched a grown man with ball sacks.
He was touching my
In the span of 4 seconds, he managed to collect all the wings and my soul. He be talking all that shit. You too slow. You too slow. Maybe nigga, you just too fast. He's a nightmare. He's like the Flash with over Flash. Yeah, nigga, but how you know that? He turned into a ball and bounced off my chest at light speed, nigga. The air vanished from my lungs. So he's just fast? Hey, look on my shirt. Nigga, you could. Ow. Nigga, you clearly haven't been punched at Mach 20. Did you know he got speed and plot armor? No, neither did I. He turned Liddy into a black-ass speed bump. Damn. Nigga threw up like 8 Sonic rings. On some real shit, I just want to know why I was sent to fight Super Mario's top up. He got a whole game, too? Why the fuck am I...
I watched a lot of these.
Dudes like, oh, you so pretty, you don't need makeup. You don't need that black spray, you don't need that haircut, you don't need them grills, you don't need the veneers, you don't need none of that, you don't need no money. How the fuck did that feel?
Like the damn truth, bitch. The fuck are you talking about?
Nah, facts.
Alright, I could get the Doonies with $19 on my Cash App. I'm really from New York City, where a bad bitch will jump out her man foreign and go cheat on him with a nigga that's on a bike. I seen.
I ain't gonna do is like, oh, you so
I
pretty, you don't
seen
need
it all.
makeup. You don't need that black spray, you don't need that haircut, you don't need them grills, you don't need the veneers, you don't need none of that, you don't need no money. How the fuck?
In business school.
Right there. Whoa, now I'm in Goose place. Came in the first. Should've seen Goose face. Then I showed him the stand. It was like 50K. Couldn't buy a car. We say get straight. Couldn't buy some wool. We say get a crate. I'm finna throw some wool. We say get a ring. Let's get down the door. Then it go to James.
It's the whole clan? How? I just died. How did the whole clan die after me? You blew the whole clan. Yo, how the whole clan get packed up? Who was y'all beefing with? Gojo? Impossible. I passed the clan down to Megway. We shouldn't have no beef with Gojo. Nigga, is that my son? Maki. What Maki y'all talking about? Y'all can't be talking about OG though. I know y'all can't be talking about mom. So OG, I say make Megumi the clan leader if Gojo's not in the picture, right? Gojo's not in the picture. Megumi's the clan leader. He gives your daughter Maki permission to get some weapons. You say nah, I'm gonna kill Maki and her sister instead of giving up some weapons. Is that right? So you saying because her sister died, her heavenly restriction got a boost, and now she's Toji 2.0? Nah, Mike, that's why you loaded into the server with a devious ass smirk. I should have knew something was up. What you did, man? What you gave her? Shit, now that I know Maki outside moving like Toji, I'm not even surprised the whole clan is getting packed up. That's why you came in missing the top of your dome piece. OG, she took the top off the Maybach. No, yeah, and you see now why I didn't make you clan leader, because all your life you've been talking shit. Like, oh, I'm the biggest, I'm the best, I'm the baddest. You talking about, oh, I'm gonna be the next Toji, until the real next Toji showed up and put you in your place. You couldn't dodge a punch, my nigga? No, yeah, I just watched the replay. You punched Maki 100,000 times. No damage. You throwing straight muffins. You were squishy. She punched you one time and you died. You know, son, for somebody that talks all that shit about people using weapons, you would greatly benefit from picking up a sword, my nigga. All that speed you got, all them frames you moving in, and you can't do no damage. Yo, Jinichi, you care to explain to me why Ronta can't see? He spawned in the afterlife with no eyes. I heard it had something to do with your aura forming, so break that down to me, bro. No, because Ronta literally said, word for word, bar for bar, the only reason the Zenin clan exists is because Toji allows it to, right? So when you see a Toji 2.0 moving out here, why do you think you can turn into Prime Deku and start punching 100,000 times? That's why she took your top off. The Kukuru unit. Y'all sent the Kukuru unit to go fight a fully realized Maki with a soul-splitting katana in her hands. So what I'm hearing is y'all was just helping her charge her ult. How did I think about it? When I let her go to Jujutsu High School, she said she was going to come back and become the head of the Zenin clan. But in order to become the head of the Zenin clan, you got to remove the head of the... She was going to take... Nah, she wasn't going to take me out. We was cool. I wasn't violating her. She wasn't going to take me out. Nah, Janichi, seriously, I'm going to need an explanation as to why you was aura forming. Like, you aura formed and then died. And to make matters worse, Toji was your brother. You know better than anybody you can't hang. Why was you doing it? Hold on, OG, is that your wife? That's your wife? She killed her moms? You let her count out your frames, son? Like mid-attack, she's counting from 1 to 24. Are we dead ass? This is my fault. I blame myself. I should have smacked the shit out you as a kid. I should have really put hands on you, because maybe if you knew how to take a punch, you'd be able to throw one. You know what? I'm not even upset that she killed the whole family. If I'm really being honest, y'all deserved it. Y'all was terrible people. I wasn't the best. Don't get me wrong. But you niggas was terrible. Especially you, OG. Especially you.
They lied to you.
God will never bless a man full of lust, because lust proves you can't be trusted. If you can't control your eyes or what you do in private, why would God trust you with more? With relationships, with that business, with your goals. Because lust isn't just a sin, it's a sign. It shows you're still ruled by pleasure over purpose. So stop asking God to give you more and start asking, have I become the man God can trust? Because lust separates you from Him. It's candy to the eyes but poison to the soul. So flee from your lust, build discipline, change your environment, find the community of men who help you grow. I use the Rewired app, it's full of Christian men.
No, he's trying to promote. See, I was listening. He was speaking facts. No, I can't listen no more. He definitely right about that. I'm about to go grab my clothes though. I don't even think I'm gonna go to sleep. Shit, y'all might just get the 24-hour stream today.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
In the 7th century of the Eiroku era, deep inside the forest, a man named Hyodo hid behind thick trees, watching 3 bandits and tightening his grip on his sword as he tried to gather the courage to step out and strike them down. Yet before he could move, 2 figures approached the criminals calmly, a little girl named Tama and her older brother Jinka, who explained in gentle voices that they were not siblings by blood but by oath, and that Jinka had lived beside her since his master passed away, and instead of attacking, they advised the bandits to abandon their wicked path and live differently. But the criminals only laughed at them and decided to rob them instead. And in that instant, Jinka sighed, formed a spell, and threw 3 magical talisman cards onto the ground before the men, and each card transformed into a massive hand bursting from the earth, crushing the criminals in a heartbeat. Yet Tama struck Jinka in frustration and scolded him because killing them meant they could no longer learn where their leader was hiding, revealing that their true goal was to erase evil, protect humans, and create peace. While Hyodo watched in shock at their overwhelming power and wanted to approach them, but fear rooted him in place. So he chose instead to follow them quietly through the trees. And after some time, Tama sensed his presence, forced him out of hiding, and he introduced himself as Hyodo, saying he was traveling to prove himself and grow stronger, asking them about the technique they had used. But Jinka coldly replied that it was none of his concern, and turned to leave with Tama, until Hyodo quickly claimed he knew where the bandits' leader was, forcing them to pause and listen, though Hyodo demanded they tell him who they really were and answer his question first. And Jinka finally said he was a wandering ascetic sage, that his sister was a fox demon, and that the technique came from talisman sorcery fueled by spiritual energy. Yet Hyodo mocked them and called them children. And suddenly Tama produced a giant claw from thin air to frighten him into leading them to the gang's hideout. And terrified, Hyodo rushed them there and pointed from afar to a group known as the Oni Botsu, indicating their leader who wore a helmet at all times. But as they spoke, the gang noticed them and surrounded them with weapons drawn, and battle erupted without warning. Jinka and Tama moving with breathtaking combat skill as they cut down many foes, while Hyodo stood stunned because no one had ever defeated the Oni Botsu before. Yet he forced himself to join the fight and slashed down a criminal with his sword, growing braver as they pressed toward the leader, striking his helmet in hopes of killing him, only to discover he was a Katawara, a being from another world, and essentially the spirit of the dead. And seeing Hyodo's confusion, Jinka explained quickly and ordered him to stay back because this monster's power was far beyond him, saying that only spiritual fusion could defeat such a foe. And without hesitation, Tama bit her own hand, drawing blood, forming a bond with Jinka as their energies united and his form transformed, and with that new power he wiped out the remaining gang members effortlessly before striking down the Katawara leader in a single decisive blow. And once the area was cleansed of evil, he returned to normal, and they prepared to continue their journey to eliminate darkness. Yet after witnessing all of this, Hyodo chose to follow them, convinced he could gain strength from their path, and eventually they reached a traveler's lodging where a man told monks from the Dangaisu about a massive monster named Shakugan, who had killed one of their own, a monk named Siren. And angered, the monks vowed to hunt the creature the next day, while Hyodo feared they might target Tama since she too was a Katawara. But Tama assured him they only fought those with malicious intent, and that her wish was only to fix the world. And since night had fallen, Hyodo stayed with them, slipping outside while they slept to train alone under the moonlight, believing their meeting was no coincidence but destiny, guiding him toward becoming stronger and fighting evil. And at dawn he awoke to find they had left him behind, so he ran desperately to catch up, finding Jinka and Tama speaking with Dangaisu monks, who refused to reveal why Shakugan fought humans due to orders from the main temple. And while Hyodo spied from a distance, Shakugan appeared behind him and attacked, forcing him to flee as the Dangaisu rushed toward the noise and found themselves face to face with the monster, channeling their spiritual power to restrain him, but failing as Shakugan shattered it easily and nearly killed them. And Jinka stepped forward, striking with his wooden staff to no effect before scattering numerous talismans around Shakugan and unleashing a powerful blow that knocked him down, buying just enough time for everyone to escape. And after finding an abandoned house to rest, Tama told the monks that without Jinka they would have lost their lives. And grateful, the monks agreed to share what they knew about Shakugan as repayment for being saved. And so the truth slowly began to surface. At first it sounded like a holy mission, but the truth underneath it was ugly, because the monks admitted that in the main Dangaisu temple they had experimented on humans with one clear goal: turning people into Katawara to boost their fighting power. And for those experiments they targeted simple farmers who happened to have spiritual potential. Yet Shakugan was the one who suffered the worst luck of all,
because she managed to escape during the procedure, slipped out of their control completely, and when she finally returned to her village, something inside her had already been broken. So she began attacking the very people who used to bully her and killed them as revenge. And even though everyone could feel pity for how she had been treated, Hyodo couldn't hold back and lashed out at the monks, blaming them for creating this disaster. But they insisted she had been an outcast even before the experiment, and they claimed they were willing to accept her into Dongaisu even after she went wild. Yet every time they sent monks to retrieve her, she slaughtered them. So they decided the only option left was to eliminate her, and Tama stepped between them, pulling Hyodo away and telling the monks to abandon the idea of hunting Shakugan because she and her brother would handle it. But the monks refused, saying this was Dangaisu business, and Tama warned them they couldn't defeat her anyway, and after a tense pause, the monks realized she was right and left the house. And then Jinka fused with his sister through spiritual transformation, and as if drawn by that energy, Shakugan arrived at their location, and immediately Jinka charged her, raining down sorcery and talisman techniques as a brutal fight erupted, blow after blow, until Jinka finally managed to pin her with talisman magic and slammed her with a massive rock-like fist, cracking open the monster shell that had been trapping her, and in that moment, Shakugan's true body appeared, weak, unconscious, and barely breathing. So the Dangaisu monks tried to take her back to the temple, but the thought of what Jinka might do to them after all the harm their sect had caused made them freeze, while Jinka and Tama's anger hardened into something sharper, and they decided they would strike Dangaisu itself for what they had done. And the monks warned them there were 300 monks in the main temple, yet they ignored the number and chose revenge anyway. But first they carried Shakugan back to the house and waited beside her until she woke, and when she finally opened her eyes, they realized she had lost her memory of the entire time she had been transformed into a monster, and the last thing she remembered was being taken from her father by the monks to be used in the experiment. And the next day, Jinka, Tama, Hyodo, and Shakugan moved toward the Dangaisu temple, but Jinka decided to go alone so he wouldn't drag the others into danger, leaving the three of them to watch from afar as he released his spiritual power and flew straight toward the temple. And the second he stepped through the gate, the monks attacked together, stabbing with swords and sharp daggers, believing they had killed him, only to discover they had pierced a decoy doll, while Jinka had already risen above the temple, and from there he formed his unstoppable rocky fist and smashed down from his position, wiping out many of them, while his friends watched proudly from a distance. Yet suddenly Jinka was hit by a bullet fired by the Dangaisu leader, and he barely reacted, turning ferocious as he tore through more monks, breaking their weapons and crushing their resolve. Then he faced the one who had shot him, and the leader ordered the guards to unleash all their spiritual power at once, surrounding Jinka in a blazing aura until the pressure triggered a massive explosion, and from far away his companions panicked, and even the monks believed the blast had ended him, but without warning, he emerged from the smoke like a nightmare, radiating lethal spiritual force, and he charged again with his magical fist, erasing another group, and after subduing them all, he walked out of the temple safely, only to meet the supreme Dangaisu figure named Yazin, who commanded one of his assistants to kill Jinka, and that monk activated a spiritual enhancement technique and tried to become a Katawara-like beast before attacking. Yet Jinka, with sharp combat genius, trapped him with a magical vine created from a tree branch and finished him, and when the monks demanded to know why he had come all this way, Jinka admitted he wanted to steal their research and become a permanent Katawara, because his spiritual transformation technique had a time limit, and once it ended he returned to being human, and he refused to live with that weakness. So he left and flew to the fortress Shakugan had revealed, where Dangaisu had conducted human experiments, ready to break in, but he was stunned to find Yazin already inside, and Yazin moved the fortress itself and then struck Jinka with a single blow from his fist, sending him flying a great distance, and at that exact moment the spiritual transformation power vanished from Jinka's body, and Tama felt it instantly, knowing that when this happened, Jinka was either unconscious or already dead, and right then, a monk reached Tama, Shakugan, and Hyodo, transforming into a Katawara and announcing he had orders to kill them, and Hyodo threw himself forward to buy time, hugging the monster so Tama and Shakugan could escape, but they didn't run, and the creature tried to kill Hyodo in one strike, and that was when Shakugan began transforming again, her arms swelling into a huge powerful limb, and she slammed the attacker so far away that she destroyed him, and the shock of that transformation snapped something loose inside her, because the missing part of her memory came flooding back. She saw herself as a monster, slaughtering her classmates and neighbors in horrifying ways, the same people who once bullied her when she was human, and she collapsed into tears, unable to accept what she had become, convinced she was evil and didn't deserve to live. And after a while, Jinka was sitting alone by a lake when the phantom of Yazin, the one who had struck him at the fortress, appeared and coldly told him he would send people to finish him since he was still alive, then asked about Jinka's master, Jitsu, and when Jinka said his master had died, Yazin admitted he had wanted that for a long time, and meanwhile, Shakugan avoided Tama and Hyodo because she couldn't face them, slipping into the forest until Hyodo searched for her and finally found her. And after a full day of absence, Jinka returned to them, and Tama's heart lifted when she saw he was safe, and Hyodo tried to make Shakugan understand understand that no matter how far she ran, she could never escape herself. So staying with them was the only way forward, and Shakugan finally agreed, and the four of them escaped together, deciding they would destroy Dangaisu after they recovered their strength, forming one team with one mission, fight evil and defeat it, while Jinka also took on the role of training Hyodo, and soon they heard new rumors that a Katawara in a nearby village named Jura was eating villagers in exchange for not destroying the entire place. So Jinka and Tama approached the villagers and asked where Jura was, and a child offered to guide them to the lake, and as they walked, the boy said Jura had swallowed his mother yesterday, and he wished they had arrived sooner to save her, and when they reached the water, Jura appeared and lunged to devour them, yet Jinka transformed spiritually, grabbed Tama and the child, and flew them out of reach, and then he turned back with a promise that Jura would regret everything he had done to the village, and Jura trembled at Jinka's power, thinking fast and using a cruel trick by vomiting the boy's mother out of his stomach and holding her up as a shield, and the child froze in disbelief that his mother was still alive, begging Jinka to bring her back from the Katawara's grasp, and as Jinka prepared to strike, a man suddenly appeared from nowhere and sliced into Jura's body, and it was revealed he was a Dangaisu monk named Rito, infamous in the temple as an eater of darkness, and he demanded Jinka fight him and lose, in exchange for Rito not dragging the mother and child back to Dangaisu for experiments. So Jinka accepted, charged him, and threw a heavy blow that should have flattened him, but Rito dodged cleanly, and Jinka sent magical fire energy toward him, only for Rito to meet it with polished combat skill and a magical sword, and a savage battle exploded between them with clashing techniques, and despite Jinka's power, the outcome flipped against him, because in the end, Rito defeated him and pressed the blade to Jinka's neck, yet Jinka refused to kill him and let him go, and the fight ended with Jinka's loss, leaving him ashamed in front of Tama, who had always seen him as a hero, while Rito returned to Dangaisu with a warning. If Jinka didn't face him again and be finished for good, the sect would destroy Tama, and the next day, another Dangaisu messenger arrived, demanding a second duel with Rito, making it clear it had to end with one of them dead, and threatening to wipe out the village Jinka had grown up in if he refused. So Jinka saw it as the perfect chance to erase his humiliation and agreed, and they faced each other again, and Rito cut Jinka's hand with his sword. But Jinka's will did not break, and with fierce determination he unleashed his magical fist, slamming Rito to the ground and snapping his sword, winning this time, and Rito, defeated, said he surrendered and asked Jinka to kill him, but Jinka refused because Rito had spared him before, and then Heijin, Rito's sister, sent a message to Dangaisu announcing she would become the new fighter after her brother's defeat, and it was revealed Heijin was one of the 4 strongest leaders among Dangaisu's monster commanders, a woman who abandoned her humanity to become a war demon and push their goals forward, and when Jinka and his companions learned Heijin had arrived in the village, they rushed to confront her first, and Jinka transformed spiritually, leaving Hyodo at home to care for a gentle Katawara that Heijin had injured for no reason, and war began against Heijin, who created a fortress-like defense around herself, while Shakugan stepped in to protect Jinka from Heijin's danger, charging with her beast-like arms, but Heijin blocked, and Shakugan released fiery magic energy from her arm and blasted toward Heijin, only for Heijin to answer with the same spell on an even larger scale, and while that clash raged, Hyodo at the house decided to step outside, and a strange-looking man named Jinin passed by with a child helper named Sinya, and the second Hyodo met Sinya's eyes, terror flooded his body, and Jinin and Sinya moved on quickly, and then Jinka's companion came out and told Hyodo he smelled the scent of a dragon, meaning they all had to flee immediately. So Hyodo ran to Jinka and Tama and told them what he saw, and they turned pale and agreed they must escape at once, and when Heijin heard the word dragon, she realized they meant Jinin, and before Jinka and the others could move, Jinin arrived saying he had come to eliminate Heijin for assassinating a high-ranking official, and he transformed into a dragon and struck her, sending her flying far away with one blow. But then he noticed Jinka, recognized him as the one who attacked Dangaisu's temple, and prepared to fight him, and Jinka created a smoke barrier and used illusion techniques to give everyone a chance to escape, and it became clear Heijin had been badly damaged by Jinin's strike, yet Shakugan refused to abandon her and fled with her anyway, and even though Jinka and his companions tried to help, the moment Heijin regained consciousness, she tried to devour Tama to restore her strength, so Jinka ended her in a single strike, and after that, Tama stood in front of her friends, steadying her voice as she reassured them that the path ahead was only getting darker, but they would keep walking it together. At the same time they tried to catch their breath, a hard truth settled over them like a shadow. The only road to survival, and the only way to crush evil for good, was to defeat Jinin himself, because he was the strongest force inside Dangaisu. Yet they also understood they couldn't face him now, because if they rushed it, the story would end with their defeat, so they had to unite their strength first, train together, and plan for every possible outcome until there was no room left for failure. And as they walked, Hyodo suddenly felt something shifting inside him. His power was growing, and it was because of a sword Rito had given him, a blade meant for revenge after Rito chose to correct his sister's mistake even after death, taking the punishment in her place, and Hayoto tried to open the sword with excitement, but the moment it opened, a crushing force burst out like a storm and slammed him onto the ground, and he realized with a bitter sting that no one without spiritual power could properly use it. So Tama explained softly that he would slowly gain that power over time, as long as the sword stayed with him. Yet this only made Hayoto feel more frustrated, because he needed strength now, not after endless training. And while they continued the road, Tama dozed off briefly, then woke up as a familiar smell drifted into her nose, her favorite drink, sake, and she followed the scent like a child chasing comfort, until she found a group of shoju monkeys guarding it, and she politely asked them to sell her some, but they refused, telling her the sake was a gift for their guest. So she followed them to the guest to ask for just one drink, and her companions went with her, and the moment the shoju's guest saw them, he recognized their description as the group that attacked the main Dangaisu temple. Yet instead of drawing a weapon, the man calmly revealed he was indeed a Dangaisu monk, introduced himself as Doran, known as the Tiger, and explained that he still hadn't received an order from the temple leadership to kill them, so he wouldn't harm them. And they spent the day together, and Doran felt strangely different from the other monks, warm, respectful, even gentle. So when morning came, Tama and the others left quietly after they woke, and they returned to their journey. But not long after, they reached a village surrounded by a strange magical barrier, and nobody outside understood why it existed. So they tossed a stone to test it, only for the stone to snap back as if time itself rejected it, and it struck Hyodo, and Tama decided she would go into the village alone to negotiate with whoever was inside and ask them to remove the barrier so her group could pass through. Senjinka helped her by using his talisman cards to open a way, and it worked, and Tama stepped into the village, only to find it eerily empty with no humans anywhere, until a strange-looking Katawara appeared and introduced himself as Fuko, saying his role was to protect the village from change, because he had been born in an age of war, poverty, and collapse, and the villagers who suffered through that misery had wished for time to be frozen forever, so no new evil could arrive. But Tama didn't accept that logic, telling him time had to move, that tomorrow would come no matter what. And as she spoke, Fuko drifted into his own memory of losing someone dear, Ginzo, years ago, and how he once wished time would stop so that person could stay. And it became clear he could read her thoughts, which startled Tama. Yet she felt grateful that Jinka was still with her after Ginzo's death, and it was revealed Ginzo had been Jinka's master and had essentially raised him. And while Tama was inside, her companions waited outside, and suddenly a Dangaisu judge named Rashin arrived and declared he had come to fight Jinka and kill him for attacking their temple. And Jinka stepped forward without flinching, saying he didn't even need the spiritual transformation Tama helped him with to defeat Rashin, and Rashin lunged with his sword. But Jinka blocked his strikes cleanly, and the focus returns to Tama inside the village as she keeps trying to make Fuko understand that building a barrier can't stop time, and she thanked him sincerely for his good intention of protecting people, and those simple words shattered something inside Fuko, because he burst into tears and told her no one had ever thanked him before, and the moment he finally felt safe, he vanished, and the barrier around the village dissolved, and at that exact time, Rashin unleashed an extremely powerful blow on Jinka, knocking him flying into the village's boundary, and then suddenly Jinka appeared again, this time spiritually transformed with Tama's help, and he attacked Rashin with his strongest force, smashing him with a flying punch that hurled him as far as possible. Yet Jinka burned with irritation because he still couldn't defeat Rashin on his own without relying on transformation, and his deepest wish in life was to become a permanent Katawara and grow stronger than this. And they passed through the village and continued their journey, later resting in another Katawara village they crossed, where Jinka wandered alone, weighed down by frustration that he still couldn't become a permanent Katawara, and the real reason behind his obsession quietly surfaced. He wanted to live beside Tama forever, because humans live far shorter lives than Katawara, and he couldn't accept a future where he would disappear while she remained. And then, as he walked through the mountains, he saw a pregnant woman in agony, about to give birth, so he guided her to a safe hut, and he and his companions cared for her as best they could, and afterward they went to the mountain Katawara, who served as the village elder and caretaker of all its affairs, asking that the woman be allowed to stay until she delivered, and the elder agreed, filling everyone with relief, especially Shakuga, who was excited to see the newborn child. Yet far away the danger was already moving, because Yazin met Doran and approached the village entrance with Rashin beside him, coming to carry out Yazin's orders and kill Jinka, and they first spoke with the mountain elder, who understood their intent and quietly commanded the rock beasts under his control to hide Jinka and his friends before the two intruders could enter and harm them. But it was pointless, because Jinka chose to step out himself, and he appeared before them spiritually transformed with Tama's support, ready for battle, and Doran ordered Rashin not to interfere because he wanted to defeat Jinka with his own hands in an honorable fight. And suddenly, Doran transformed into a tiger Katawara, revealing he was spiritually enhanced, and even when Doran landed a devastating flying punch that made Jinka's face bleed, Jinka didn't crumble, rising again and hurling a fierce fire spell at Doran. But Doran countered with shocking skill, and Hayoto and Shakugan watched in awe, because these were Jinka's best and strongest combat techniques, and the two fighters crashed crashed into each other again and again with such force that each one kept slamming the other into the ground, only to rise and continue, blood hot with excitement. And they even laughed because they truly enjoyed the battle, and they launched brutal attacks trying to prove who was stronger. Yet while their duel raged, Rashin attacked Hayoto and Shakugan, and it was revealed Shakugan had cast a concealment spell on the hut where Tama and the pregnant woman were staying. But Rashin detected it anyway and told Shakugan he would strike the hut and kill everyone inside, and Shakugan swung her Katawara arm and hit him hard. But Rashin vanished using illusion magic, and he launched a massive rock toward the hut to crush it along with everyone inside. And at that same moment, the woman's labor reached its peak, and Tama tried to help her with everything she had, while Shakugan rushed to stop the rock before it hit, and Hyodo saw her struggling and sprinted to help. Yet Rashin filled his path with many copies of himself, blocking him, and Doran, still fighting Jinka, hated Rashin's twisted methods and saw them as an insult. So Doran tried to interfere and strike Rashin, but he was stunned when it failed to land properly. And then Hyodo realized the copies in his way were only illusions, so he pushed through them to reach Shakugan. But the real Rashin slipped behind Shakugan and stabbed her with his sword, and Hyodo's world cracked the instant he saw his friend dying right in front of his eyes as Shakugan's life began to fade. So friends, if you enjoy this anime and want the next part, so don't forget to like the video.
Whereas this music is just like
I listed this on eBay in like 2 seconds and got a really good price.
Find what you love, sell what you don't.
Our story begins with Aloy, a boy who born in a village so absurdly powerful that even an ordinary resident there possessed strength equal to an entire army, a place where even small children casually played with dragons as if they were pets, and monsters feared by the outside world were treated as nothing more than wild animals. When Lloyd finally left this village and stepped into the wider world, everyone he met assumed he was nothing more than a weak, harmless child, completely unaware that he was so overwhelmingly strong that defeating a demon lord would be no more difficult for him than swatting a fly. The story begins in a dense forest where a small boy hides behind bushes, carefully watching a rabbit, but the moment he leaps forward to catch it, the rabbit effortlessly beats him instead, leaving the boy crying on the ground. This boy is Lloyd, who had come to hunt in the forest, and as he sobs from the humiliation, his older brother Shoma arrives and easily captures the same rabbit, making Lloyd light up with joy because it had been so long since he last saw him. On the way home, Lloyd asks Shoma what the outside world is like, admitting that he wants to see it someday too, and Shoma gently assures him that he will, once he grows a little older, before gifting him a book about ancient heroes, something that fills Lloyd with excitement and admiration. Years later, Lloyd has grown and finally entered the outside world, wandering until he stumbles upon the home of a witch named Marie. The moment he steps inside, she bluntly reminds him that witches grant wishes for a price, and demands to know what he is willing to sacrifice, but Lloyd innocently explains that he has no wish at all, and has only traveled a long distance to become a soldier, asking merely for a place to stay until his exam. Offended, Marie lashes out, accusing him of mistaking her home for an inn, until Lloyd calmly explains that he comes from Clone Village, and that the village chief's name is Alka, placing a mysterious orb on the table. The moment Marie sees it, she panics, as Alka herself appears from within the orb as a projection, revealing that she was once Marie's master. Alka casually tells her not to be afraid, explaining she is not physically present, then scolds Marie for her behavior, and declares that Lloyd will stay there until he passes his final soldier exam, cursing Marie with a day of bad luck as punishment. Marie explains that ancient witches like Alka have existed since ancient times and possess power great enough to destroy the entire world if they wish, forming a civilization separate from ordinary humans. Once Alka disappears, Marie vents her rage on the orb, though she has no choice but to accept Lloyd's stay, and despite herself, she begins to find him strangely endearing, only to be cursed again by Alka for disrespecting her senior. The next morning, Marie wakes to find Lloyd has already prepared fresh breakfast by himself, something she hasn't enjoyed in a long time, and as they talk, Lloyd shares how his brother taught him everything and how he owes his journey to him. Marie reminds him that the soldier exam includes both combat and magic tests, but Lloyd casually mentions he first needs to improve his stamina since it took him 6 days to reach the city, shocking Marie when she realizes he ran the entire distance without rest, proudly adding that his grandfather used to cover the same distance in just 2 days. When Marie says it's lucky he didn't encounter monsters, Lloyd innocently mentions fighting fire-breathing lizards and giant mantises along the way, not realizing those were considered monsters, because to him, only demon lords qualify as such. During breakfast, Lloyd accidentally drops tea on Marie
Marie's face, then wipes it with a handkerchief enchanted to clean and make things shine, leaving Marie horrified when she realizes he used an extremely high-level magical item on her face. Later, Lloyd enters the city and learns about an upcoming festival where military academy candidates will gather, some even accompanied by dangerous monsters. Meanwhile, a mysterious girl hiding her face wanders the city and collides with a soldier who recognizes her, hinting that powerful individuals are already moving within this seemingly ordinary world, unaware that Lloyd's arrival is about to quietly shatter every common belief they hold. The girl silently walked away without answering, but as soon as she slipped into a narrow alley to hide herself, a giant mantis monster suddenly lunged at her, leaving her no time to react, and just before it could devour her, Lloyd appeared and in a single instant crushed the monster and hurled it into the sky as if it weighed nothing. He gently helped the girl up, asking if she was hurt, and wiped her face with his enchanted handkerchief, but she quickly covered her face again, hiding her identity and introducing herself as Selene. Lloyd, clearly in a hurry, only told her his name before leaping away across the rooftops, leaving Selene staring after him with a racing heart because no one had ever treated her with such kindness before. In truth, Selene was a cursed princess who had been forced to keep her face hidden for years due to an unbearable debt-like curse, enduring insults and hatred from others, and even when her father once sought a magician to cure her, the man refused and instead foretold that one day someone would appear who would free her from the curse. Overcome with emotion, Selene finally removed the cloth from her face and stared in disbelief as she realized the curse was gone, unknowingly erased when Lloyd had wiped her face with his magically purified handkerchief. Meanwhile, Lloyd returned from the market carrying vegetables to cook, and even bought a gift for Marie with his remaining money. Elsewhere, two soldiers in uniform carefully observed the city, one of them a senior officer named Mato, tasked with maintaining order due to rising political tension between nations, and their attention soon fell on Riho Levin, known as the One-Armed Machinery, a dangerous individual with multiple arrest warrants. Though Mato noted that as long as her contract with the army remained valid, her crimes would be forgiven once she officially enlisted. Their focus then shifted to Lloyd, the same boy Selene had collided with earlier, and when Selene, now revealed as a princess, was questioned about removing her veil, she again left without answering. Shortly after, Lloyd casually sat beside her, whose instincts screamed danger as she felt an aura so overwhelming it resembled sitting next to a monster, yet Lloyd merely expressed curiosity about her mechanical arm and introduced himself. Before Riho could respond, Selene stormed in and struck Riho aside, openly declaring her devotion to Lloyd, whom she now viewed as her savior, and when Lloyd asked if she was also joining the army, their conversation distracted Riho enough for her to attempt escape, only to be stopped by Selene's possessiveness. The soldier entrance test soon began, with candidates ordered to attack a massive stone target under Mato's watchful eye. Particularly focused on Lloyd, whose potential he vaguely sensed, and when Riho's group was called, Mato warned her that any trouble would land her in prison for good. At the same time, Alka returned to Marie, visibly anxious about Lloyd's results, and by evening, candidates searched the results board, only for Lloyd to find his name missing entirely. The next day, the selected recruits gathered in class, and Mato was deeply disturbed to learn Lloyd had failed, something he believed impossible, though his concerns were dismissed as political tensions took priority, until the commander announced that the greatest current crisis was the disappearance of Princess Maria, and offered a massive reward to anyone who found her. Meanwhile, Lloyd wandered the city, troubled by his failure and wondering if he lacked something, when he noticed a restaurant hiring sign and decided to apply for work, only for the owner to suddenly attack him, instantly backing down when Lloyd effortlessly evaded and released an aura so terrifying it left the man trembling. After calming the misunderstanding, Lloyd demonstrated his skills by cooking with precision that reflected years of experience, explaining he had failed the exam and wanted to prepare to retake it, rather than return home empty-handed. Elsewhere, Mato, Selene, and Riho examined Lloyd's answer sheet and discovered he hadn't failed the physical test at all, but the written exam, because instead of normal answers, he had drawn strange symbols, which the commander recognized as ancient characters capable of representing magical power itself, something far beyond ordinary knowledge. Further investigation revealed that Lloyd had even cast a weather-controlling spell during the practical exam, confirming that his power surpassed all expectations, forcing them to realize they needed to find him immediately. While back at the restaurant, the owner hesitated to taste Lloyd's dish, fearing poison, completely unaware that the boy standing before him was the most dangerous and extraordinary existence the city had ever encountered. The restaurant owner, who finally tasted the dish Lloyd had prepared, was left completely speechless, unable to believe that a child could cook something so incredibly refined, and after introducing himself as Chroma, he immediately decided to hire Lloyd on the spot. Meanwhile, Mato, Selene, Riho, and the others continued searching desperately for Lloyd, until Selene suggested suggested they temporarily focus on finding Princess Maria first, and later invite Lloyd to the celebration ceremony planned after her recovery. That evening, when Lloyd returned home and Marie learned he had failed the exam, both she and Alka were stunned, and before Alka could punish Marie out of anger, Lloyd politely stopped her and asked to be allowed to retake the exam next year, explaining that he now had a part-time job and wished to continue staying with Marie, a request Marie accepted, forcing Alka to reluctantly agree. Since Lloyd would remain there, Alka decided she might stay as well, only for Marie to argue that she should focus on protecting the kingdom instead, warning of the growing danger surrounding Ajami and the upcoming festival, where visitors from many regions would gather, creating the perfect opportunity for the Geo Empire to start a war. Alka coldly dismissed the concern, stating that humans had caused their own conflicts and must face the consequences themselves, leaving Marie with a final warning that dragging Lloyd in
Today, business happens virtually everywhere. That's why you need Supermobile from T-Mobile.
Our story begins with Yuki is an incredibly powerful sorcerer who tragically loses all his memories after a brutal confrontation, and even though his mind was blank, being surrounded by beautiful women who encouraged him and stayed by his side slowly reminded him that a fierce fighting spirit still lived inside him, pushing him to rise
For some reason, this one's still
every
up.
enemy ahead. And yet, after his memory loss, the goddess AED sent him back to Earth along with a guide meant to help him recover who he truly was, while Kokoro, his assistant, rushed to find him, and after passing through a decorative window, she discovered Yuki collapsed on a hill, helplessly being bothered by two dogs, so she chased them away, managed to wake him up, and gently told him she would give him courage and emotional support. And as Yuki struggled to understand what was happening around him, Kokoro calmly admitted that he had forgotten many things as well. But just then the dogs returned, and she urged Yuki to fight them so his body might remember how to battle. However, he was easily overwhelmed, leaving Kokoro filled with guilt for dragging him into danger, and afterwards she brought him to the city of Losol, explaining along the way that humans and many different races lived together peacefully there. But while she spoke, Yuki became completely distracted by a bakery window, and she followed him with a sigh, handing him a gold coin so he could buy whatever he wanted. Yet, with his memory gone and his thoughts barely holding together, he started biting the coin instead, forcing Kokoro to patiently explain what money was, and only then did he decide to buy sweets for both of them, after which Kokoro went to an inn to rent a room but failed due to lack of funds, so Yuki suggested camping outside, where once again the dogs attacked him, and when morning arrived, they headed to the Adventurers Guild, where a man named Karim welcomed them and showed them the job board, and although Kokoro spotted a request to slay a dragon in Landasol, Karim warned it was far beyond their level, and instead suggested a mushroom gathering job in the Jato ruins, while at the same time, a young girl named Pecorin was bathing under a waterfall when she heard two boys crying for help, and when she rushed over, one pretended to be dead while the other pointed at a monster, but while her guard was down, they stole her sword and ran, forcing her to chase them until they hid in bushes near the Jato ruins, only to freeze when they sensed something strange. Soon after, Kokoro and Yuki arrived at the ruins and began collecting mushrooms, eventually finding a starving Pecorin nearby, so they cooked some of the mushrooms to feed her. And just as they were enjoying the meal, an unknown maid cast a spell that brought giant, wild mushrooms to life. When those monsters rushed toward the fire and attacked Pecorin, she told the others to back away, but Yuki and Kokoro refused to leave her alone. And even though Pecorin handled the fight well, her clumsy interference kept getting in her way, until suddenly a mushroom nearly stabbed Kokoro, and in that instant, fragments of Yuki's memories surged back, giving him the courage to block the strike, and then a strange magical aura burst from his body, empowering Pecorin so much that she could control the entire mushroom world by herself. And while collecting the largest mushrooms afterward, Pecorin found a tiny one and swallowed it whole, instantly passing out. And soon they also encountered Hartley and Charlie surrounded by mushrooms, who were luckily rescued by crows. And later, while returning to the guild, Yuki carried Pecorin on his back as she softly thanked him for taking care of her. And the next day, Kokoro found Yuki practicing sword swings in the courtyard, his silly behavior strangely endearing to her, and during breakfast, she voiced her concern about Pecorin's condition since the girl had been deeply affected when they separated, while also mentioning they needed better ways to earn money, and a suspicious merchant nearby joined their table, telling them that if they formed their own guild, the union would give them a place to live. Meanwhile, Pecorin woke up in the stables, freshened herself up, and decided to search for her stolen sword, unaware that Charlie and Aquino were already in the city planning to sell it, and back in town, Kokoro and Yuki searched for work when they noticed a crowd gathering, only to discover Pecorin competing in an eating contest, devouring food like a starving beast and crushing every opponent. And just then, Aquino and Charlie appeared, causing Pecorin to chase them while holding medicine and completely forgetting her cash
so I guess I'm
prize,
musty
with
right now
Kokoro and
because I just
Yuki
smoked
sprinting
cold, but
after
the mustard
her
didn't
until
come
they
from
encountered
here.
a giant boar monster, which Pecorin bravely faced head-on, not realizing it was being controlled by a witch named Carol who boosted its power, yet Pecorin still managed to defeat it and smash it into nearby ruins, where they later found both the boar and Carol unconscious among the rubble. So the group waited until they woke up, and when Carol finally regained consciousness, Kokoro introduced herself and explained they had found her passed out near the monster, and Pecorin kindly welcomed her without knowing she was the mage behind it all. But Carl snapped in anger when someone nearly shoved a hot spoon into her mouth, suddenly sitting up in confusion, and when Yuki tried to help, she shoved him away sharply, saying she never asked for his help, then walked off frustrated with herself because the person she was meant to defeat had instead cared for her, unable to understand why she kept calling herself Pecorin since that wasn't her real name, and she swore to defeat her next time. And as she hid behind a tree, she remembered Pecorin mentioning her lost sword and how precious it was, and right then she spotted Kaki and Charlie nearby holding that very sword. But as they wandered lost in thought, a dragon suddenly appeared and snatched them away, giving Carol the perfect chance to capture Pecorin, and she approached Pecorin again, offering to help her in return for the kindness she had received earlier, just as Pecorin began to explain. Pecorin explains that she needs help delivering medicine to a sick man and asks if there is any clear trait that would make him easy to identify. And Pecorin answers without hesitation that the man carries a huge sword and was just taken away by a massive dragon, which instantly reminds Kokoro of the notice on the billboard about a dragon drawn to treasure, leading Carol to calmly conclude that the dragon must have been attracted by the sword. Yet Pecorin grows anxious, fearing that Aquino and Charlie may be in trouble since they were guarding her weapon, and insists on going to help them, so Carol leads the group to the dragon's lair, but suddenly stops and declares she will not go any further, and despite the hidden scheme in her heart, Pecorin thanks her sincerely, causing Carol to blush in spite of herself. And after she leaves, the group sees the dragon holding Pecorin's sword in its mouth, while the two thieves are trapped in its tail. And just then, Yuki appears, waving his cape in front of the group to draw its attention as Pecorin promises the thieves she will save them, which enrages the dragon and makes it snap Yuki up in its jaws, distracting it long enough for Pecorin to leap onto its back and climb toward its head. But the moment she reaches it, Carol returns and uses her magic to control the dragon, ordering it to kill Pecorin, and the dragon slams its head against a cliff and starts flying away. Yet Pecorin manages to cling to the sword in its mouth, then loses her grip and desperately grabs onto Aquino's afro instead. And seeing this, Carol forces the dragon to thrash violently, hoping this will finally
Give me 1 second, guys.
But Yuki
You guys
suddenly
gonna lose
blinds
it,
the
but
dragon
it's
with his
gonna go.
cape, giving Pecorin the chance to regain her strength and strike in midair, and she smashes the dragon's head with all her power.
Like, it's 7 in the morning. This is an 8-hour stream.
Carol's magic fades, the dragon releases
I hope you
the
did not
beast
expect
and
Greenville to
turns
still
devour
be
Pecorin,
going on.
But she reappears with her sword in hand, and reunited with her weapon, she unleashes a divine strength and defeats the dragon.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a musical-obsessed couple. You book a dazzling hotel in the Big Apple, 5 stars, with a balcony for your solo. If Broadway buffs can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
After the battle, Kokoro treats Yuki's injuries, gently scolding him for being so reckless, while Pecorin takes Carol's hand and thanks her for helping, unaware that she has been guided straight into a trap. And that night they say goodbye to Aquino and Charlie, after which Pecorin invites Carol to have lunch together. And although Carol claims she is not hungry, the loud growl of her stomach betrays her, and she reluctantly joins them. And later, Pecorin is in wonderful spirits because after traveling alone for so long, she finally has friends, which makes Carol feel a sharp pang of guilt over the deception she is planning. And Pecorin excitedly suggests they form their own guild to work together and search for the most delicious food in the world. And Kokoro and Yuki immediately agree. But when Pecorin turns to Carol, she coldly says she does not need their help and starts to walk away. Yet she stops to taste the onigiri Pecorin made and realizes it is surprisingly delicious. And not long after, Carol reflects on Pecorin's terrifying strength, still convincing herself that she will eventually find her weakness and defeat her. And the next day, she secretly follows Pecorin to uncover discover that weakness, only to discover that Pecorin eats with unmatched greed while somehow maintaining her figure effortlessly. And soon, Carol runs into Aquino and Charlie, who tell her about a new restaurant and offer to treat her as thanks for saving their lives, while at the same time, Kokoro visits the Guild Association and tells Kareem she wants to apply to register her own guild. And Kareem eagerly agrees, but Kokoro says she will only take the form for now because she still needs to convince the others. And while Yuki waits outside, a beast girl suddenly collapses beside him, and he immediately helps her, assuming she is starving and offering her food as she gasps for air, causing her eyes to glow with a dangerous
Just
red
so you
light.
know, I'm about to actually take off.
Kokoro, Yuki goes looking for Pecorin and finds Carol spying on her through a restaurant window, and they quietly approach and startling her badly. And when asked what she is doing, Carol lies that she was hungry and just stopped by for a quick meal. So Kokoro tells her Pecorin is already inside and invites her to eat together, and Carol reluctantly joins them, only to find Pecorin, Kino, and Charlie eating with wild intensity. And while they sit together, Pecorin notices Carol looks down and tries to feed her by force, which finally makes Carol snap, unable to understand why Pecorin treats her like a friend when she is actually there to kill her. And when Pecorin hands her the menu, Carol orders fish and fries, only to learn the restaurant has run out of ingredients, causing Carol to complain loudly and tug on Pecorin's cheeks for being such a glutton, until Pecorin reveals the restaurant has a secret insect food menu, horrifying and disgusting Carol even more when she sees the dishes. And the situation worsens when she watches Kokoro finish her portion and praise the food endlessly. And in the middle of Carol's tantrum, Pecorin stuffs some insect food into her mouth, and to her shock, she actually likes the taste. And Pecorin apologizes for overeating, explaining she got carried away because she finally has friends, and promising to restrain herself from now on, while Carol keeps a cold attitude, declaring she did not join them on purpose, and this will be the last time they eat together. Yet Pecorin ignores the odd behavior and continues treating her like a friend.
This is my big boy pants, just so you know. Look at that elastic waist. No one got pants like that.
Join her and Yuki in forming a new guild, and Pecorin instantly
wide all
helps Kokoro
outside,
and accepts, but Carol firmly reminds them she already rejected the offer, turning it down again before walking away, frustrated outside by how close she came to sharing a meal with the woman she is supposed to eliminate, and to wash the taste of insects from her mouth. Yuki grabs fruit from a nearby tree, and Pecorin approaches and casually remarks that peaceful times are boring, and she hopes the gods of the story write an action scene in this episode to see something exciting, asking Carol if she feels the same. Carol replies that they have nothing in common, and
I don't know,
because
like, if I sit down the wrong way, I'm gonna pass out
his
when I
name
wake
on
up.
guild forms and quietly wishes Carol will join them too. And the next day, Pecorin reveals she accepted a job at
I
a
didn't want to
restaurant
be up on
because
it.
she ran
It's
out of
just
money,
like,
making
shit,
Kokoro
it's
realize
alright.
Pecorin can no
Shit be
longer join
happening.
their guild.
I just gotta
So she
deal with
hides
it.
the form behind her back
Dug it
as
out.
they head to visit the restaurant. Watching her work so hard lifts the mood, and Yuki gently feeds Kokoro with his own hands to cheer her up. And right at that moment, 3 young girls named Misoji, Mimi, and Kyoka step into the restaurant unwillingly, where Pecorin greets them with a huge welcoming smile.
If my brother Drew go to my little sister's birthday party, I would be surprised. Because he told me no. So if he go there and say, nigga, I would never have said no. I would just look at him like he wanted me to be the bad looking brother. I'd be like, alright, that's how it is. And I'm gonna put the fire on his ass. He's gonna be acting. He was like, damn, nigga, why you do that to me? I'm like, cuz, nigga, you over here tapping on my name like I ain't tell you about this shit weeks ago.
That she has not fully adapted to the power of the Princess Knight bestowed upon her. So guidance will be provided, and not long after Carol stumbles upon Pecorin feeding insect food to the girls of Little Lyrical, prompting
People
Carol
know I'd
to
be
snap
busy.
in shock
People
and demand
think.
to know what she is doing, only for Pecorin to
I
casually
don't know.
reveal she is not actually a waitress here. And before Carol can respond, Kokoro arrives with the guild registration form, asking Pecorin to join them, and Carol instinctively refuses, yet suddenly remembers she originally intended to join the guild to spy on them. But before she can speak further, a loud and obnoxious one-piece fanatic with an absurdly large chest storms into the restaurant and immediately picks a fight with Akari, taking over an entire table and demanding food. And when the owner approaches him, the man snaps his hand in seconds. But instead of fighting back, Pecorin calmly does her job as a server and takes his order, then cooks alone with remarkable skill, serving a dish that looks worthy of a legendary chef. And before tasting it, the man smugly thinks ruining Pecorin's spirit will shut the place down and profit his competitor. Yet just as he is about to eat, Karin stops him and pours lemon juice over the dish, making it glow beautifully. And the moment he tastes it, his mind completely breaks.
desperately wanting to insult the food, but after an inner struggle admitting it is the best he has ever eaten, only to revert moments later into a brat by smashing the plate and claiming it tastes awful, and seeing this Pecorin finally stops being kind and kicks him out, quietly wondering if she has matured during her journey. And afterward, Carol picks up the guild registration form and signs it, allowing the four of them to receive Kareem's official approval seal. And as they walk toward their new guild home, Pecorin declares her dream of finding the most delicious food in the world and enjoying it together, officially naming themselves the Gourmet Guild. And upon reaching the house, Pecorin is bursting with excitement to begin their adventure, though first they must make the place livable. And when they ask Kareem why the house looks like it once belonged to Freddy Krueger's grandmother, she casually replies that all clean houses are already taken, and when Pecorin asks if something strange happened there, Kareem quietly hints the place might be haunted. But even though Karen is scared, Pecorin cheerfully says it is fine, since ghosts would surely enjoy joining them for dinner, and despite everything, the house is still better than sleeping in the forest. So Kokoro suggests cleaning it up, yet while cleaning, Pecorin suddenly panics and claims the house has a major flaw, drawing everyone together, only for her to announce it lacks a dining table. And although Carol suggests buying one, Pecorin explains that since her goal is sharing meals together, the table is essential and cannot be just any store-bought one. So she decides to build the perfect table herself, quickly chopping wood as Carol watches in confusion. And Kokoro then asks Carol to handle cleaning while she goes out to buy necessities. And once Kokoro leaves, Carol inspects every crack to ensure no insects remain before scrubbing the bathroom tiles, while Kokoro reaches the city and realizes she lacks money to buy a dining set. And just then, a blonde girl explains that bazaar prices are inflated and bargaining is key. But before they finish negotiating, the girl rushes to stop her subordinate being controlled by a horse, then introduces herself as Saren, a servant working for Shiori, and after learning Kokoro needs help carrying items, Saren offers her cart, and as they walk, they bond over serving others, with Kokoro feeling grateful for her kind master, and Saren sharing that Shiori was once vice captain of the Palace Knights before giving it up to help orphans, inspiring Saren to stay by her side, which comforts Kokoro and makes her hope to one day build a similar bond with Yuki. But while chatting, they suddenly get lost in the forest and panic, and when Kokoro casually mentions monsters, Saren panics completely and runs off with her donkey, tripping and falling face first, allowing Kokoro to catch up. But the donkey escapes with the goods, leaving them broke, lost, and in danger until they spot an animal in the bushes, and Kokoro suggests using it to pull the cart, only for the creature to beg for its life in human speech, introducing itself as Rima, a llama from Elizabeth Park beyond the forest. And after hearing their situation, Rima offers to pull the cart herself. And back at the house, Carol finishes cleaning the toilet and finds Pecorin still working on the dining table, then asks Yuki to help clean windows. And while talking about how a messy house creates a messy mind and cleaning offers a fresh start, Carol suddenly spots an insect under her foot and panics, dropping the chair and causing Yuki to fall and hit his head. And Yuki awakens in the divine realm where his body is still being repaired, explaining he lost consciousness from the fall and mentioning recent improvements to his life, warning that his companions are tied to the world's mystery and each carries their own demons, especially Carol, and advising caution since an enemy is aware of him, promising she will help when the time is right. And Yuki wakes in the real world to Carol's visible relief, and soon after they see Pecorin has finished the dining table, though it turns out too wide to fit through the door, forcing them to dismantle it, while Rima pulls the cart through the forest with Kokoro and Saren, and they are ambushed by armed bandits demanding the donkey for safe passage. But when Rima realizes they mean her, she explodes in rage, drawing her sword and blasting them away, and afterward, she eats a fruit that makes her glow and transforms into a beast girl, explaining that eating a metamorph fruit grants a human form, and by nightfall, the house is finally clean. Though Carol notices Kokoro is still missing, until Kokoro arrives with a large bag and enters to find the place spotless, quietly taking it all in. Seeing the dining table that Pecorin built with her own hands, and watching everything finally come together, fills Kokoro's heart with warmth. And that night, when the house truly feels whole for the first time, Pecorin sets the dining table with delicious food, and everyone enjoys the meal together. And a few days later, Yuki falls sick because he didn't dry his hair after bathing. So while Kokoro gently places cool towels on his forehead, Pecorin brings him a bowl of steaming hot rice porridge. Yet as usual, she pushes a spoonful that is far too hot straight into his mouth, making him cry out in pain. And seeing this, Carol mutters that they are spoiling him too much and that he should toughen up like a man. But as Yuki's condition worsens, Carol slowly grows anxious and urges Kokoro to do something quickly, so Kokoro prepares medicine for his fever
flavor, only for Carol to panic when she sees insects mixed into it. And when she rushes into the kitchen, she finds Pecorin adding insects to the porridge as well, finally realizing that everyone around her is an insect fanatic and completely fed up. Carol forces them to take Yuki to a royal hospital where they meet a nurse named Nanaka dressed like a mage, and once inside the examination room, Carol notices both the nurse and the doctor look more like models than medical staff, though Pecorin cheerfully tells her not to judge by appearances, yet Carol remains convinced that something is off. And soon the doctor notices small red marks on Yuki's body and orders Nanaka to prepare him for surgery. And before the girls can even process what is happening, Yuki is already rushed into the operating room, leaving them waiting outside in panic, while Kokoro begins casting a strengthening spell to increase his chances of survival. And suddenly screams echo from the operating room, and a thin, terrified man stumbles out, whom they recognize as the once chubby Discord moderator who had complained at their restaurant. And when Pecorin asks why he became so skinny, he ignores the question and desperately warns them to flee because this place isn't a hospital but a prison, then runs away. And just as they consider rescuing Yuki, they hear his screams again, soon spotting a demon girl named Eriko dragging him back, declaring she has no time to discipline him because she must find her soulmate. And shaken, the girls ask Nanaka if Yuki is safe, only for her to coldly tell them to leave. And later, they regroup at the restaurant, trying to cheer Kokoro up with good food, while elsewhere, Erika walks through the city, recalling the time she was starving on the streets, and Yuki kindly gave her a rice ball, making her believe he is the soulmate she seeks. And noticing a divine tent, she steps inside and learns she will soon meet her destined partner, which excites her greatly, and she then wanders the town searching earnestly, but only encounters drunk men eager to test her forbidden demon power, so she beats them all and steals their treasure, declaring none of them are worthy. And after hours of searching, she returns to the hospital, feeling empty, and, without knowing why, goes to Yuki's room, where Yuki awakens to find Eriko's face pressed against his, her glowing red eyes making him gasp in fear. And the next morning, the Gourmet Guild girls wake up at home and decide to visit Yuki after breakfast, with Pecorin assuming he must be craving her cooking, unaware he is being emotionally traumatized by Eriko's obsession. And when they arrive, they find a crowd gathered outside the hospital, and upon questioning, they explain that one of the nurses assaulted them and stole their treasure the day before, and right then, Eriko throws her axe down from a window at their feet, ordering silence because her soulmate is resting. And when they refuse to leave, she attacks with elegant movements, revealing herself as the infamous Destroyer, followed by Nanaka launching her own attack and revealing herself as the Collector. And finally, the Doctor joins in, introducing herself as the one-eyed demon Mitsuki, and together they are known as the Twilight Caravan, one of the strangest and deadliest guilds, infamous for kidnapping thieves as human test subjects. So the Gourmet Guild decides to infiltrate and rescue Yuki, and they sneak into his room unseen, only to freeze when they see Eriko caring for him tenderly. And as they watch, Eriko pulls out a cursed engagement ring, intending to put it on Yuki so they can enjoy wild adventures together, prompting the girls to act before it's too late, asking Kokoro to cast a strange spell that fills the building with purple smoke, which distracts Eriko and lures her out, allowing Pecorin and Carol to rush in and drag Yuki away, but they soon run into Eriko and Mitsuki approaching from opposite sides, and at the last second, Carol creates a distraction while Pecorin pushes Yuki out the window into Kokoro's waiting arms. And when Pecorin turns back for Carol, she sees Mitsuki already has her, so Carol tells her to keep going without her. And while Carol stays behind the others, take Yuki to a real doctor who assures them he'll recover with rest, also explaining that Mitsuki isn't as evil as she seems, leaving them feeling relieved and hopeful as they decide to pick Carol up once she's better. And the next day, Carol returns home alone and collapses into bed, waking up the following morning with no memory of returning from the hospital. And during breakfast, Pecorin announces they should celebrate Carol's return, and reveals she already signed them up for a food-related mission involving harvesting spices for daily pay. And Carol immediately refuses physical labor, but Pecorin starts crying over missing their first mission together, forcing Carol to give in under the pressure, and later they set out, with Pecorin bubbling with excitement, and after crossing many biomes, they camp for the night, where Carol reluctantly goes fishing, continuing only because she knows she'll be forced to eat insects otherwise, and when she finally gives up, Kokoro suggests vegetable and frog soup, just as Yuki arrives with dozens of frogs, making Carol panic and swear she's going vegan, until Pecorin returns with perfectly cooked poultry and saves the dinner. and as they eat, they notice Kokoro holding a strange fruit that Pecorin says came with the bird, and since it's sweet and ripe, they all eat too much, unknowingly getting drugged, with Carol collapsing first, and the rest soon acting strange, leaving Kokoro awake to keep watch. Feeling grateful she found such a wonderful companion, the next day, Carol wakes dizzy as Kokoro hands her a wet towel, when suddenly they see a monster carrying Yuki away, causing panic, and as it runs, it's struck by an arrow and collapses, sending Yuki crashing through a tree, and when he wakes, he finds a small log talking to him, confusing him deeply, and when he shakes it violently, an elf archer named Aoi jumps out, begging him to be gentle with her friend, introducing herself and explaining she carved the log because she has no real friends, since she can talk to plants and animals, but not humans. And as she speaks of loneliness, Yuki reflects on the word friends, leading Aoi to think he's searching for one too. So she excitedly suggests they find a friend together, and even names their team Goodbye Loneliness, while Yuki silently wonders if she has an extra chromosome or drank too much. And soon Pecorin and the others arrive, Yuki thanking Aoi for saving him, and as they walk, Aoi lags behind so as not to intrude between friends, until Carol tells her she's their guide and should walk ahead. And when they reach the village, they're greeted by a woman named Misato, who asks for their guild name, with Kokoro hesitating until Pecorin proudly declares they are the Gourmet Guild, and Misato reveals that another guild called Elizabeth Park is also present, the same one Rima belongs to, while elsewhere Rima and her teammates head toward the village and stop to rest because one member, Shiori, feels unwell, just as they suddenly face clones. Dark and gloomy clones of themselves suddenly emerge and attack without mercy, and the team tries desperately to defend themselves, but in the chaos, they are knocked out by a powerful blow, and once the dust settles, a tall, confident blonde woman appears, introducing herself as Christina and telling them to get up and give her a proper fight. And back in the village, the Gourmet Guild spots a pink-haired girl floating lazily in the air before crashing straight into the bell tower. Yet she doesn't wake up until Kokoro shakes her, and she cheerfully introduces herself as Hatsune, claiming she's just a normal girl who loves sleeping, then explains she's also here for the harvest mission and is excited to meet her sister Shiori from Elizabeth Park, adding that Shiori has been sick for a long time and loves dogs, which is why she brought her a new one as a gift, unaware that Shiori has been separated from her guild and her condition is worsening, and suddenly Shiori is ambushed by her own shadow clones and dragged away, and Shiori recalls a memory of lying in bed with Hatsune while they read the book together, with Hatsune noticing her health improving since coming to the farm and promising she would never abandon her even if she got sick again. But just then, Shiori's fever spikes and Hatsune tucks her in, making Shiori feel like a burden, and in the present, Shiori floats alone in empty space as a dark aura begins to consume her, while elsewhere, Pecorin and her team eagerly prepare for the harvest, using the time to bond, when Misato and Yaori arrive with Hatsune, who explains that using her powers drains her too much, so she won't join the harvest today, and as they speak, they hear cries for help and see a crowd gathered around the injured members of Elizabeth Park, with Maho explaining they were ambushed by their own shadow clones and then attacked by a powerful sword, and Hatsune anxiously asks about Shiori, only to learn she vanished during the attack, with everyone admitting they couldn't move after the battle and survived only because Rima dragged them back. And while Kokoro treats Rima's wounds, Hatsune overhears villagers talking about monsters in the forest, which makes her panic for her sister, so she touches Rima's forehead to read her memories and decides to find Shiori before it's too late. While deep in the forest, Christina sits calmly as hundreds of shadow figures watch her from the trees, and after muttering about a grand plan, she leads the shadows forward into the second phase of her mission. And back in the village, Hatsune wants to work alone, but Misato refuses to let her go until Rima volunteers to accompany her so the sisters can reunite. And seeing this, Yuki decides to go as well, prompting Aoi and Kokoro to join the search. And when Pecorin asks Kirill to come too, she realizes Kirill has already left. And later in the forest, Aoi senses something wrong. So Hatsune flies up for a better view, only to be struck by an overwhelming power that sends her spiraling down. And as she lands, she notices a single arrow on the ground and turns to see Shiori approaching with a terrifying expression. And at first, Hatsune feels relieved until she sees Shiori's hair changing color. And before she can react, Shiori summons a dark bow and attacks, causing a massive explosion in the forest. And when Kokoro and the others arrive, Hatsune is sitting alone crying, unable to understand why her sister would hurt her. But Yuki encourages her to stand again and face Shiori, while elsewhere Kirill, secretly acting as an enemy spy, already knows what's happening and struggles between loyalty to Her Majesty and her bond with Pecorin, realizing that although her mission was only to observe, the shadow invasion could destroy the entire town. And just then, Pecorin runs up to her, saying she noticed the sadness on her face and wanted to cheer her up, making Carol snap and yell in embarrassment. Yet Pecorin smiles happily because Carol is acting like herself again. And when Pecorin asks her to help search for Shiori, they're interrupted by screams as the shadows invade the town, and Pecorin immediately rushes to fight them, only to face her greatest threat in a mind-controlled Shiori wielding her dark bow. And while Pecorin is turned, others try to return to help, but are blocked by Christina's sudden appearance, with Rima instantly warning them that she is the woman who attacked their squad, and without hesitation, Christina charges so fast she nearly misses Hatsune, but Yuki steps in to block, only for Christina's technique to let her blade pass through him. Saved at the last second when Kokoro boosts his defense, though Yuki collapses and awakens in the Divine Realm, where Ames warns him that his friends are far too weak and will be slaughtered, and when Yuki demands to return, Ames ignores him, explaining she has fought Christina many times and isn't ready to act directly, meaning Yuki must save everyone by awakening his Night Prince ability, the same power he used before losing his memories, and after urging him to remember their old adventures, she sends him back, and just as Christina prepares to finish the others, Yuki awakens and releases a power that strengthens all his allies, allowing Rima to take human form, Aoi to provide sharp support from afar, Hatsune to drop a massive astral attack, and Yuki to clash blades with Christina, who is stunned that a single buff turned them into heroes. And although she is still too strong, she spares them out of respect for Yuki, warning Hatsune that Shiori will soon be consumed by the shadow, prompting Hatsune to rush off, while back in town, Pecorin struggles alone against the shadows as Carol watches from afar, torn by her beauty, until she finally leaps in to help, jokingly telling Pecorin to stop slacking before unleashing her true power in a massive explosion. And at the same time, Hatsune touches foreheads with Shiori, reliving her memories and pulling her back just before she's swallowed by darkness. And though Shiori wants to stay because she feels like a burden, Hatsune gently pulls her cheeks and reminds her she's her precious little sister who always gives her strength, keeping her promise to never abandon her until a giant psychic monster appears, forcing Shiori to take action and fire an enchanted arrow through it. And with Carol and Pecorin finishing it off together, Carol finally makes her loyalty clear, and as the danger fades, the Gourmet Guild continues taking missions, earning praise, sharing meals in the fields, arguing over food rewards, mentoring Little Lyrical, and quietly growing stronger together, bound not by power or orders, but by shared meals, hard choices, and the simple promise to keep moving forward side by side. Carol was secretly working on something, and when asked what it was, she only said they would find out the next day, while at the same time Yuki was carefully preparing a hidden treasure that the girls would discover at the end of their journey, so they could feel a real sense of achievement. And the next morning, Pecorin gathered the Little Lyrical girls and suddenly turned into that annoying PE teacher everyone remembers from school, showing them a simple map with a big X marking the treasure, checking that they had all the essentials, and then sending them off on their mission with Yuki, which made Carol worry since Yuki was more of a burden than a mentor, but Pecorin trusted that the map was so simplified even he couldn't mess it up. And yet when the group reached a fork in the road, the Little Lyrical girls asked Yuki which way to go, and he confidently pointed them in the wrong direction. And despite this, Pecorin and the others chose not to interfere. And as the girls walked through the forest, they were ambushed by small spiders that scared them badly, and in the middle of the chaos, Kokoro secretly called Yuki to warn him that he had led them the wrong way. But when the Little Lyrical returned, Yuki guided them down yet another wrong path, forcing Pecorin to use her secret card, and soon the girls encountered Pecorin herself disguised as a scary monster mascot, warning them that the path ahead was full of ghosts. But feeling confident after their earlier fight, the girls defeated Pecorin anyway, and as they continued, Carol realized they had strayed even further from the original route, and just then, a real monster appeared and bit Yuki, causing the girls to bravely stand their ground to protect him, but before they could fight back, Kareem secretly defeated the monster, saving them, and she and Kokoro moved ahead to clear all nearby monsters so the girls wouldn't face real danger, allowing the Little Lyrical to relax and enjoy a picnic. And it was there they reunited with Pecorin, who revealed that Yuki was unknowingly leading them straight toward a harpy nest, a highly dangerous place, and as they argued, they suddenly saw a giant bird snatch Yuki and carry him to its nest, prompting the Little Lyrical girls to chase after it to rescue him, only to face real danger as the bird attacked them. And when the Gourmet Guild arrived at the nest, they found Yuki and his scarecrow inside, realizing it was the same bird that had been attacking the rice fields. And although Carol tried to subdue it with magic, she quickly ran out of energy after exhausting herself earlier clearing the forest. Kokoro had no offensive magic, and Pecorin was too weak to fight on an empty stomach. But when Pecorin saw the food the Little Lyrical leader had prepared for their journey, she took a bite and instantly regained her strength, defeating the bird with a single blow. And when the girls woke up, they convinced themselves they had defeated it on their own. celebrating proudly until Kokoro announced the mission was complete, only to realize she had forgotten to bring the treasure. But Pecorin quickly declared that the giant egg was the treasure, and that she would turn it into delicious food. Yet to everyone's surprise, the egg suddenly cracked, and a baby bird cuddled up to the little lyrical leader. And Kyoka then revealed she had known the whole thing was staged, and thanked them for going so far just to help them, promising not to tell Mimi and Misoji, and even thanking Yuki for pretending to be captured when he had actually been caught for real. And the next day, the Gourmet Guild returned to planting rice, with Carol annoyed that they still hadn't earned proper rewards, while the little lyrical leader now had a pet bird to protect the fields. And days later, Kokoro won lottery tickets and went to claim them, leaving Carol to finish fieldwork and head home for dinner, only to learn Kokoro had won first prize, a pile of beach-related items, and that night Kokoro nervously asked Yuki's opinion because she had grown up in the forest and never worn a swimsuit, unsure if it looked good despite the shopkeepers praising her, and after Yuki gave a thumbs up, she handed him a swimming guidebook and they practiced together. And the next day they went to the beach where Pecorin was cheerful as always, while Carol felt shy about showing her body, and after being dragged out, Pecorin splashed Yuki, burning his eyes with salt water, and later pushed Carol into the sea and even shoved her float around, which Carol hated. And when they returned to shore, Pecorin admitted she was tired because her usual armor boosted stamina at the cost of hunger, but wearing a swimsuit removed that effect. And although Carol scolded her for sharing secrets, Pecorin happily said it was fine since they were friends, and then they rescued Suzume being dragged by her donkey, who thanked Kokoro and invited them to her snack stand, where they met Shizune and ate together, soon realizing all customers were at a rival stand selling special Mercurius Foundation taiyaki run by Aquino, who arrogantly mocked them and tried to recruit Shizune, secretly wanting Pecorin as an ally, angering Carol, and refusing to let Aquino get away with it. They decided to create a new menu, gathered ingredients, and rushed back when a Kraken kidnapped Yukari, defeating it together and turning it into grilled food that attracted huge crowds the next day. And after enjoying the beach, Karil even shared a water-breathing potion so they could explore coral reefs, where Kokoro reflected that none of this would have been possible without Yuki, and days later back home, they discussed how they were finally living up to their guild's purpose, delivering squid sandwiches, meeting Shinobu and Miyako, uncovering a pudding possession, being invited to a demon guild castle, meeting Ilya, the sealed demon queen, watching her regain power through Yuki, only to immediately lose it again, and as chaos settled once more, Miyako scolded Yuki for losing all her pudding because of him, leaving their strange but warm daily life to continue forward together. She will now curse him for life, and meanwhile Carl is stuck at home feeling bored and restless while waiting for the others to return, until she suddenly hears Yuki at the door and opens it with excitement, only to freeze when she realizes he has brought an entire group of strange people with him. And after letting them inside, she learns that Yuki destroyed Miyako's precious pudding, which is why Miyako now demands that he make her a new one or else suffer a lifelong curse, while at the same time Pecorin is still out shopping and overhears two men talking about a theater being destroyed, and just then she spots Cheru and Kurumi with their boss, who explained that he had previously been possessed by a ghost, yet thanks to Yuki freeing him, they are now celebrating his recovery. And without warning, Kurumi's mother suddenly appears and smacks Kurumi on the head, scolding him for freeloading like his father and ordering him to help at the shop, then turning to thank Pecorin for helping her son and wishing he were even half as useful as her, which leaves Pecorin blushing as she cheerfully says she learned everything from her parents, though something in the woman's words makes it clear Pecorin's parents themselves are not very happy with how things turned out. And just as more customers flood the store hoping to see Pecorin, she decides to stay longer to help out. While back at home, Carol is slowly losing her mind, trying to make pudding, and desperately wishing Pecorin would come back and take charge, because none of the others can cook even if their lives depended on it. And although Kokoro asks Miyako to wait for Pecorin's return, Miyako stubbornly insists she wants her pudding right now. And later that night, when Kurumi's family closes the shop, her mother thanks Pecorin again and gives her a pile of vegetables as gratitude. And by the time Pecorin finally gets home, Miyako has already turned every single one of them into pudding and is about to eat them all. So understanding the chaos, Pecorin calmly promises to make Miyako the best pudding she has ever tasted if she returns everyone to normal. And tempted by the offer, Miyako agrees, and as expected, Pecorin delivers on her promise, leading Miyako to proudly declare it the greatest pudding ever and undo all the curses. Yet the mood instantly darkens when Pecorin casually reveals she added insects to enhance the flavor, causing Miyako to faint on the spot and forcing Shinobu to carry her home. And a few days later, the group waits for Carol to wake up for breakfast, but she takes so long that Pecorin grows impatient and starts pounding on her door, only for Carol to stay completely still, making Pecorin panic and smash the window thinking she is dead, before realizing she is perfectly fine. And at the table, Carol scolds Pecorin about respecting personal space, which Pecorin misunderstands as another side dish until Kokoro explains the meaning, prompting Pecorin to promise she will be more careful, though Carol remains upset because her favorite plushie was broken, a problem Kokoro quickly resolves by saying she can sew it back together, and after breakfast the three head to the market to buy sewing supplies while Carol stays behind to guard the house. And when they fail to find a fabric shop, Yuki suggests splitting up, even though Kokoro knows he would get lost even with directions burned into his brain. Yet Yuki confidently assures her he will be fine and sets off alone, only to soon stumble upon a shop where a shadow is about to devour the owner, forcing Yuki to rush in and defend him. But the shadow is far too strong, and Yuki feels his life flashing before his eyes until, in a sudden burst of motion, a girl named Shisune dramatically slices the shadow in half, then rushes over calling him little brother and bombarding him with questions before remembering his memory loss and promising to protect him, only for a red-haired girl to appear and scold Shisune for exposing herself when they were ordered to observe from afar, dragging her away and telling Yuki to pretend he saw nothing. And later, in a dark alley, the red-haired girl complains that she also wants to talk to Yuki, but orders come first, until she suddenly forgets her mission and decides to visit him anyway, only to be headbutted by Shisune back to her senses, while elsewhere, Kokoro follows a pink butterfly and loses it in an alley, and at the same time, Carol wanders outside wondering if Kokoro can really fix her plushie, spotting beautiful white flowers and deciding to bring them to Her Majesty to cheer her up. Yet across the city, shadows begin appearing, and Shisune reports this to her guildmaster, the barista, and later Yuki reunites with the others, and despite failing to find fabric, they decide to keep searching, while Carol reaches Her Majesty's castle and witnesses her creating shadows, even unveiling a stronger one with a metal mask, then ordering it to hunt prey. And as it passes, Kareel the flowers in her hands instantly wither, Her Majesty coldly ordering her to throw away such filth, which Kareel does with quiet sadness. And back in the city, Yuki and Kokoro stop for a snack until Yuki spills ketchup on his clothes, and Kokoro goes to fetch a wet cloth, only to be confronted by the red-haired girl, demanding to know why she stays so close to Yuki, and although Kokoro calmly explains she serves Yuki by the will of the goddess Ahed, the girl explodes in outrage, accusing her of trying to steal Yuki's purity, until Shisune knocks sense back into her and apologizes, explaining how precious Yuki is to them. Yet when they turn back, they realize Yuki has vanished from the bench, making them fear the shadows took him, and deciding to split up to search Kokoro, rushes to update Pecorin, only for them to overhear two men talking about Yuki's kidnapping, forcing them to interrogate the men who lead them to a dark castle, where they discover the story was actually about Cheru. And when the terrifying gang leader appears, threatening everyone, it turns out to be the same chubby man from Pecorin's workplace weeks ago, who lets Cheru go. And later, the four girls regroup and decide to post a missing notice for Yuki at the Guild Association, only to learn from Karen that Yuki had already been there for a mission. And right then, Yuki arrives holding a rainbow silkworm, explaining he accepted a fabric gathering quest after hiding from Eriko, nearly becoming moth food in the process, but doing it all just to fix Carol's plushie, a sight that makes Shisune and the red-haired girl quietly realize that even without his memories, Yuki remains just as kind and selfless. And that night, Carol walks home worrying whether the new shadow is too powerful and questioning if she should keep pretending as a double agent, her heart sinking when she finds the house empty, until her friends return with her repaired plushie and she smiles softly. And later that night, the barista meets her old acquaintance Neneka and proposes an alliance, only to be refused as Neneka transforms into a pink butterfly. And one day, Pecorin dreams her parents no longer recognize her and wakes up in tears, yet still prepares breakfast with her usual cheer, only for Carol to complain about her missing egg, which Pecorin explains happened because a dragon nested on the bridge to the city and the palace never responded, so she took the high-rank mission herself. And later, Carol uses Pecorin's shoulder armor to taunt the dragon away with insults, while Yuki and the others set a rope trap, allowing Pecorin to defeat it and hug everyone in thanks, unaware that the masked shadow nearby steals an innocent merchant's soul. And back at the guild, Karen confirms the mission's completion as Yuki volunteers to file the report, and as word spreads, the city gathers to thank Pecorin, who then leads everyone for dessert to the place from her and Yuki's first day, where Shinobu happily gives free crepes until Pecorin eats nearly everything. And that night, the barista finds a village wiped out by shadows, while Yuki dreams of past deaths until Ahed warns him it may be both past and future, sending him back to wake up drenched in sweat and declaring he needs to learn swordsmanship, with Pecorin offering to train him. As Kokoro watches proudly, And later, as they wait for lunch, Pecorin overhears talk of Princess Justiana wiping her smile away, while outside, Carol feeds stray cats and meets Kurumi and Cheru, just as an even more massive shadow begins to emerge nearby. A massive shadow, far larger than before, suddenly appears right beside her, and as the entire town falls into panic, Pecorin runs into the boys outside who warn her that Carol might be in danger, while in truth, Carol is standing at a distance watching the gigantic shadow about to devour the townspeople because she was ordered to only observe. And just then, Pecorin arrives and tells everyone to run so she can face the monster with all her power, causing Carol to step out of hiding. Yet when she is asked to help, she hesitates for just a moment, allowing the shadow to almost swallow her whole, until Pecorin saves her life at the last second. And even though Pecorin unleashes her strongest attack, the shadow only grows stronger and triggers a massive explosion that sends Carol flying. And when Carol opens her eyes, she realizes Pecorin protected her from being crushed by a falling rock, putting her own body in danger, and with her back exposed, the shadow relentlessly attacks Pecorin, yet she endures it all like a champion while shielding Carol, whose foot is trapped under the rubble. And when the shadow charges up an enormous attack, Pecorin hands Carol her shoulder armor to boost her defense and rushes forward to take the hit head on. And after a blinding explosion, the shadow is left with a hole in its face, while Pecorin collapses from exhaustion, and Carol, now free, rushes to her side, and when Pecorin opens her eyes, Carol angrily calls her an idiot for risking her life to protect her, tears streaming as she remembers she was ready to abandon her just moments ago. Yet Pecorin saved her at the cost of herself. And as Kokoro tends to Pecorin's wounds, Yuki prepares to fight the monster alone. But as his power surges, his memories begin to return, and he loses control, until a massive wall suddenly appears, separating him from the battlefield, and he finds himself surrounded by smoke and debris. And while searching for his friends, the barista appears, and calmly tells him not to worry, because everyone is safe. And meanwhile, Kokoro finds herself inside the palace, where she notices a picture of Pecorin with the king and queen. And soon after, Pecorin enters the hall and explains they are inside Ansol Castle, strangely empty, and when Kokoro asks about the picture, Pecorin finally reveals her true identity as Justiana von Astria, the princess of Ansol, explaining that her parents sent her on a mission to live among the people to understand them and become a ruler worthy of the throne. And her mother even gave her the crown she still wears, telling her it would protect her, but also cause immense hunger, which Pecorin humbly accepted as she traveled across the continent, completing her mission. Yet when she finally returned home, the gate guards refused to let her in, forcing her to fight her way into the castle, only to find even her mother's maid did not recognize her. And after searching the castle, she reached the throne room where her parents sat, but even they did not know who she was. And then, a white-haired demon woman entered, pretending to be Justiana, making Pecorin realize this imposter had taken her place as ruler, leaving her with no choice but to abandon the castle and leave her past behind, wandering aimlessly until she met Yuki and the others. And from then on, her life became brighter as they completed missions and shared countless meals together. Yet beneath her cheerful smile, Pecorin feared being forgotten again, which is why she tried so hard to stand out and hugged everyone so tightly to give them reasons to remember her. And as Pecorin falls to her knees, Kokoro gently holds her and promises she will never leave her, and that the days spent in the Gourmet Guild are priceless to her, finally allowing Pecorin to release all her suppressed emotions, unaware that Carol is watching from the doorway. And as Carol turns toward the Colosseum, she finally understands where she belongs and prepares to face the shadow, while elsewhere, the barista assures Yuki she is not his enemy and urges him to remember where they are, making Yuki realize this place resembles where Ahmed resides, prompting the barista to explain she is essentially his guardian angel, slowly restoring his memories, then warning him about the Princess Knight power within him and how using it without memories could have dire consequences, also revealing that the shadows have already consumed hundreds of souls and are born from the will of a powerful entity, and that the very world they live in is the result of a battle between Yuki and that will, a truth that shocks him deeply. And back in the real world, the townspeople search the ruins for Pecorin and the others until Tomo of Nightmare Guild arrives and orders the area cleared, reporting the situation to Palace Knight June. And as they speak, Christina appears 1616 and expresses interest in the mysterious girl with a sword who protected everyone. But June tells her to focus, only for Christina to remark that such a powerful monster appearing so close to the capital is suspicious, and that they only noticed after it vanished, even hinting there may be a beast on Ansol's throne before leaving Jun and Tomoe stunned. And as Carol fights the massive shadow, she once again struggles between loyalty to Her Majesty and Pecorin, not knowing the princess she serves is an imposter, while Pecorin is the true queen. And when Carol finally chooses to let the shadow take her life, Pecorin appears yet again determined to save her, while Yuki fully learns the truth and the barista promises to protect him and his friends. Yet Yuki firmly declares he will protect them himself, proving he has not changed at all. And when Shinobu and the redhead girl report the others need help, the barista orders them to stay back and lets Yuki handle it, opening a path to the castle and lending him her object transformation power so he can save everyone. And Yuki crashes into the battlefield, boosting everyone's strength, and with Kokoro's support, the group finally defeats the Shadow with Yuki delivering the final blow, after which they are suddenly teleported back into the restaurant where Kurumi and Cheru are mourning, only for everyone to rejoice at their safe return. And amid the celebration, Pecorin thanks Paro and hugs her tightly, and for the first time, Paro hugs her back, just like that, as life returns to normal for the world, though many mysteries still remain unresolved.
USA Safe Pilot, I can save when I road trip safely.
Or with USA Safe Pilot Miles, I can save when I staycation.
Yeah, with Safe Pilot, you can save when you drive. Or
You just told me I'm thinking my own destiny.
You can save.
Our story begins with a boy named Alex, who is actually the strongest human alive, but he is incredibly bored with his...
Oh, you can't just watch any of these, bro. This shit killing me. I'll watch this.
Hi, I'm Puzzle Handicap. The story begins as the guy wakes up and is surprised to see that his hands are really small. He goes to look at his surroundings and finds that he's in some sort of giant kingdom. Jess, the anime, rushes to him because she's worried that he'll fall out the window. This kid's name is Vaughn, and he apologizes. The scenery outside was just too magnificent, and he was overwhelmed by its beauty. The maid is shocked to hear him speak like this, and she wonders where he learned such difficult words. She points out that he's only 2 years old, and this comes as a surprise to Vaughn. He's actually much older, so he wonders what's going on. He has vague memories of living in this place, so he wonders if this is that thing called reincarnation. Vaughn remembers that this maid is named Till, and his name is Von Nefertio. His father is Marquise, and his older brothers are Mercia, Jard, and Sesto. Till is very impressed by his ability to say all their full names at his age, but Vaughn just wants to know where he is right now. As the entire family enjoys breakfast, we see that everyone is very tense and serious. Vaughn, on the other hand, isn't anything like his brothers, and the maids all think he's adorable. He is eating his vegetables like a good boy, and the maids compliment him for being so good at chewing his food. They absolutely adore him, so Vaughn feels like he's a VIP at some kind of hostess club. Vaughn then puts all the jokes aside to review his current situation. It seems that he's been reborn in this new world, but his memories of his time in Japan are still intact. Just we see just how serious Marquise is as he asks Jard what he will be studying today. Jard immediately responds by saying that he will be learning about fire magic and battle formations. Marquise has the same question for Sesto, so Sesto responds that he will be studying magic. Marquise then turns to Vaughn to hear what he will be doing, but his answer is a bit different. Vaughn explains that there are a lot of things he doesn't know, so he was thinking of starting by studying their nation's culture and history. This instantly shocks all of his brothers, and Marquise can't help but laugh. He thought that he had been spoiling Vaughn since he was the last child of his late wife Mura, but he's happy to see that at just 2 years old, Vaughn is already a fine young man. Marquise is very pleased with his growth, and he's positive that Vaughn will possess powerful fire magic like Mira and himself. Marquise says that the family's future is in good hands, and he looks forward to Vaughn's magical aptitude appraisal when he turns 8. Marquise then gets very serious and declares that he has high hopes for Vaughn. Vaughn then thinks about how apparently a person's magical aptitude is very important in this world. Their offensive capabilities make them useful for protecting people, so nobles desire one of the 4 elemental magics. These 4 are fire, water, wind, and earth. Those with aptitude for other types of magic that don't fit into those 4 are seen as a disgrace. As for his family, Marquise and all of Vaughn's brothers possess one of the 4 elemental magics. A while later, we see that Vaughn has really taken an interest in this nation's culture during his studying. He is looking at a map, and he wonders if a nearby port is the only one where ships can sail from. Till says it is, because huge monsters lurk in the deep ocean, and the ships would come under attack if they sailed from anywhere else. Vaughn can't get enough of this new information, so he wonders what kind of races exist in this world. Till begins to list all the different kinds, like elves and dwarves, but she's interrupted by the other maids. They point out that this is all too complicated for a 2-year-old to learn, so Till apologizes. Vaughn tells her that it's no problem, and he was asking her because he wants to learn everything he can. He has become interested in something else, so he asks Till to teach him about magic tools. Till begins by explaining that magic crystals, gemstones, plus some rocks and ores can all store magic. Because of this, people can make magic tools related to their magic aptitude with them. The maids are amazed to see Vaughn absorbing all this information because he's still just 2 years old. Just then, their little lesson is interrupted by the butler named Esparta. Esparta acknowledges that Vaughn is currently 2 years old and is learning to read and do basic numeracy. That isn't enough for Esparta though, as he wants to find out exactly how much Vaughn really knows. Vaughn takes a look at this guy and thinks about how Esparta is a talented butler who has apparently been in his father's services for many years. This guy seems pretty dependable, but Vaughn can't help but think about how he can be really scary sometimes. Vaughn quietly says that his reading isn't so good, so Esparta wants to hear about his numeracy skills. Again, Vaughn speaks softly and explains that he can do a little addition and subtraction. Esparta doesn't waste any time, and he gives him a quick test. He raises a few of his fingers and instructs Vaughn to tell him how many fingers he's holding up. Vaughn correctly counts 5 of them, and everyone patiently waits to see what Esparta says. Esparta then declares that he will become Vaughn's tutor, and Vaughn is horrified. The lessons begin immediately, but they're absolutely brutal. Esparta never takes it easy on Vaughn, but thanks to these tough lessons, Vaughn is able to learn how to read and write in just a few weeks. Vaughn often wonders if this kind of studying is even okay for a 2-year-old, but it eventually helps him to learn a lot of stuff. Vaughn then spent the next 2 years studying from dawn to dusk, and eventually he turned 4 years old. We now see him training swordsmanship with Till, but he's no match for her. Till wins like she always does, but Vaughn has had enough of her taunting him. The other maids scold her, as they point out that Till must not value her life for her to be taunting Lord Vaughn like that. They insist that Vaughn punish her, but Vaughn says that he doesn't mind how she treats him. The other maids refuse to accept that, because normally it would be a serious crime for someone to be so rude to a noble. Vaughn acknowledges that this is just one of those obligations he has as a noble, so he prepares to punish Till for her insolence. Till screams in terror as she gets ready, but Vaughn just ends up flicking her in the head. The other maids implore him to do more, but Vaughn declares that the matter is settled. Till can't believe that he spared her, and Vaughn just gives her a reassuring smile.
Yep, those are nuggets in there. The new crispy chicken Crunchwrap slider.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want. You can have...
Vaughn then studied swordsmanship every single day, and by the time he was 5, he was able to fight on equal terms with the older soldiers in training. As Vaughn spars with one, he thinks about the fighting style of his opponents. He usually fights other children, so their attacks tend to be simplistic. Vaughn's experience from his past life makes a huge difference, so he's able to beat the soldiers in training easily. After demolishing the kid he was just sparring with, the other trainees say that Lord Vaughn is really amazing. They can't believe that Vaughn is really good with a sword, on top of all his other talents, and they call him a real prodigy. Vaughn is also very kind-hearted, as he helps the kid up. This amazes the others as well, because unlike Jard and Sesto, Vaughn talks to them, despite their lower status. As Vaughn takes a break, he is met by the deputy commander, named Dee. Dee takes a look at Vaughn's hands, and he's amazed, because Vaughn doesn't have any calluses. He thought that Vaughn was sword training every night, so he expected his hands to be in rougher shape, but that is not the case. Vaughn explains that he can't train his swordsmanship as much as he wants, because his studies take up all of his time. Dee then reveals that Vaughn has been studying so much because Esparta was ordered to make Vaughn study 3 times harder than anyone else. Vaughn is shocked because he had no idea, but it all makes sense now. He thought it was odd that he was the only one studying from morning to night, and now he knows why. Dee assumes that Vaughn would rather be learning about the sword, so he says that if he wants to train more, then he will plead his case for him. He calls Sparta an egghead, and he says that the egghead is too devoted to academic subjects. Dee doesn't want that for Vaughn, so he declares that he should pursue the path of the sword instead. He vows to teach Vaughn everything he knows so that he can become the nation's greatest swordsman. This guy's way over the top with everything he says, but the look in his eyes tells Vaughn that he is dead serious. Vaughn settles him down by explaining that while he does like the sword, he also likes studying. There's only so much time in the day, but Vaughn vows to do his best to do both. Dee accepts his decision and says that at the very least, he will instruct Vaughn personally for his sword lessons. Vaughn is intimidated by this guy's determination, so he tells Dee to just go easy on him with the training. Dee assures him that he will, as he says that he hasn't forgotten that Vaughn is still a kid. Dee is really eager to teach him some fighting, so something tells Vaughn that the sword training will be pretty intense. Vaughn ends up being right, as Dee's training has Vaughn swinging his sword hundreds of times. He tells Vaughn to do 100 upswings and 100 mid-sweeps over and over again. The training is absolutely relentless, and it seems to never end. Eventually, Vaughn finds a moment to catch his breath, and he can't help but call Dee a demon. Dee isn't done though, as he notices that Vaughn isn't really doing anything on his break. He can't have that, so he tells Vaughn that he should rest in a squatting position instead of using a chair. Dee is getting pretty crazy, so Vaughn thinks that he might not be a demon after all, and he might just be an idiot. Just then Till arrives to give our hero a towel. Vaughn acknowledges that his life has been pretty rough, but every day has been fun since he was reincarnated. As he looks at the people around him, Vaughn says that he feels a satisfaction that he never experienced in his past life. Vaughn doesn't want to take any of this for granted, so he determines that he must enjoy this fun life he has in this world to the fullest. A while later, Vaughn goes over what has happened so far. After being reincarnated, he became regarded as a prodigy by the time he was 6. Every day he went through his grueling studies and swordplay training. One day, Vaughn's body even gives out mid-studying, and Till says that he seems really worn out. It has been the same thing day after day, and it's getting to be too much for him. Vaughn realized that at this rate, he was never going to get to enjoy his new life. That is why he now tells Till that he wants to go outside and play. She wonders if there's anywhere he would like to go, so Vaughn thinks it over. He eventually decides to go to the market, so they head there immediately. While there, Vaughn thinks about how he isn't exactly on good terms with his brothers. They're all very competitive, because whoever ends up being the strongest among them will take over as the head of the family. Vaughn knows that he has to be careful, because if he stands out too much as a prodigy, his brothers might try to end his life. If things keep going the way they are, Vaughn knows that he won't be able to enjoy his life in peace. That is why Vaughn has decided to become a slacker, so he can be a normal child instead of a prodigy. Vaughn now enjoys himself as he notices that there's so much activity in the market. It's the biggest market in the city, and it's right next to the Chamber of Commerce. This company is huge, and it has branches all over the kingdom. Just then, Vaughn hears a loud noise in the distance, and he sees that it's coming from someone yelling at a tied-up kid. The guy tells everyone to stop looking at them because he isn't putting on a show, and he is shocked when Vaughn's guards prepare themselves. Vaughn stops them, and he asks the man why the boy he's with is tied up. The man explains that this boy is his son, and he can do whatever he wants with him. Vaughn is startled by this answer, and the man explains that he is here to sell his son into slavery. This confuses Vaughn, so Till explains how things are here. For a long time now, poor families have sold children they can't feed into slavery to earn money to live on. Vaughn thinks about how appalling this is, and he wonders what he can do. Just then, some woman comes out of nowhere, and she wonders if Vaughn is the youngest son of Marquise. Till confirms that he's the young prodigy, and she even shows the woman his family crest. The woman is delighted because everyone has been talking about Vaughn, and she welcomes him to the Chamber of Commerce. Her name is Rosalie, and she says that they have everything Vaughn could ever want inside this place. Vaughn immediately points to the kid, and he explains that he's going to be sold into slavery. Vaughn wants to know how much he will go for, so Rosalie takes a look at him. She wonders if the kid has any magical aptitude, so the man explains that he's capable of using thieving magic. That's not very valuable, so Rosalie explains that they wouldn't pay any higher than 3 large silvers for him. Unfortunately, this makes the man furious, and he takes his anger out on his son. He says that he is worthless, and he calls his son a useless brat. The man drags him away as he plans to try and sell him at a different shop, but he is stopped in his tracks. A voice comes out of nowhere saying that he will purchase the boy, and everyone is shocked to see that it's Vaughn. The man is taken aback as Vaughn offers to buy him for 5 silver, and Vaughn instructs Till to get the money. They pay the man the 5 silver, and the guy doesn't even hesitate to leave his son behind. Vaughn wonders if the kid is okay, but the kid doesn't even say a single word. Vaughn removes the rope that was tying him up, and the kid snaps out of his shock. Vaughn introduces himself, and the kid reveals that his name is Camson. Vaughn happily explains to him that he's free now, so he can go anywhere he wants. Till is surprised because she thought Vaughn bought him to be a slave, but that isn't it at all. Vaughn just felt like he needed to help the kid, so that is what he did. He wonders if Camson has anywhere to go, but once again he goes silent. Vaughn can tell that he doesn't, so he asks him if he would like to come with them. Vaughn's guards see a problem with this, because they doubt that Marquise will allow a child of unknown origin into the mansion. It would be different if Vaughn brought him back as a slave, so Vaughn determines that he has no other choice. He wonders if that would be okay with Camson, and Camson says that he doesn't mind. That's fantastic news, so Vaughn says that it's time to find him some proper clothes. Vaughn realizes that he isn't the best at this, so he asks Rosalie if she will help them. Rosalie's happy to have their business, but first she says that they should finalize the slave contract. She then takes both of their hands and begins the process. This puts a seal on both their hands, and it acts as their slave contract. It cannot be removed, and the seal will remain as long as the contract isn't nullified. Rosalie says that she will waive the contract fee because this is their first time doing business with each other, so Vaughn thanks her. Rosalie is stunned for a moment, but she remembers that it's time for work. As she runs to get started, Rosalie can't believe that she was actually thanked by a noble. Vaughn is glad to finally have everything settled, so he takes Camson to get fixed up. A while later, we see that Camson looks like a different person as he informs Vaughn that Dee is looking for him. Vaughn offers to give Camson a cookie if he tells Dee that he isn't here, but Camson points out that Dee already knows he's here. Camson feasts on the cookie anyway, and Vaughn wonders where his gloves are. Camson explains that he doesn't need them, but Vaughn wonders if he's really okay with showing his slave seal. Camson isn't just okay with it, he's actually proud of the seal. He declares that it symbolizes his friendship with Vaughn, so he likes to show it off. Vaughn points out that he bought those gloves for him, so Camson throws everything he just said out the window, and he puts the gloves on. Just then, Dee arrives in search of Vaughn, but Camson tells him that Vaughn isn't here. Dee says that someone saw Vaughn come into this room, but Camson says that he must be mistaken. Camson declares that he can't be sure, but he believes that the person just hallucinated because of their strong feelings for Vaughn. Dee's investigation isn't done, as he notices the cookie crumbs on Camson's face that were not there before. Camson denies that they were ever there, but Dee saw him wipe them away. Dee is done with the game, as he determines that Vaughn must have bribed Camson to lie. Dee's impressed by Camson's boldness for lying right to his face, so he decides that he will train Camson in Vaughn's place. Camson can't believe it, but there's nothing he can do, as Dee takes him to begin their sword training.
5 years ago, let that slide. I'm gonna go straight my dream.
People might say there's no way that's safe.
Vaughn sees that it's safe to come out, and he can only apologize to Camson for letting him take the fall. A while later, we see that the entire kingdom is talking about Vaughn. He has finally turned 8 years old, which means it's time to appraise his magical aptitude. All of his brothers have an aptitude for either fire or wind magic, and everyone is sure that Vaughn will possess fire magic. Everyone's looking forward to seeing Vaughn's results, and they all hope the best for him because he's so nice to everyone. Unfortunately, the story takes a very dark turn as Marquise hears about the results of Vaughn's aptitude test. It reveals that Vaughn has no aptitude for any of the 4 elemental magics, and Marquise is furious. The news gets even worse as Marquise is told that Vaughn's aptitude is actually for production magic. Vaughn is terrified by his father's reaction, and tension begins to fill the entire room. This is the worst possible outcome, as Marquise explains that production magic is known as the most unfortunate type of all. It allows its user to create swords and accessories by preparing materials and visualizing the result in their mind. The problem is that it consumes a lot of mana, and those things can be produced without magic anyway, so production magic is practically useless. Besides that, Marquise wonders how Vaughn is supposed to protect the people of this nation with that kind of magic. Marquise says that his late wife Mira was a powerful fire mage, and so is he. Their power was passed down to their other sons, so Marquise can only wonder how he and his wife gave birth to a useless production mage. Vaughn is the last child Mira left him before her passing, so Marquise is furious. He has a terrifying moment of clarity as he realizes that he was a fool for getting his hopes up. Vaughn displayed some very rare talents despite his young age, so Marquise let himself think that Vaughn would become something more. It's clear now that he was wrong, and Marquise can't believe that his house produced such a disgraceful failure. Marquise has taken hold of his sword, so Vaughn realizes just how dangerous the situation is. His father only cares about the strength of their family, so Vaughn begins to panic as he can tell that his father is prepared to end his life. Marquise realizes what he must do, so he raises his sword before his son. Vaughn can only watch in horror as he's completely defenseless, and he desperately tries to think of a way out of this. Just then, before Marquise can strike him down, Mercia steps in to stop him. Marquise demands to know what the meaning of this is, so Mercia explains that he has an idea. There is a remote village that remains undeveloped due to its location, but it's still part of their domain. Mercia has a plan for this place, so he suggests that they leave the area to Vaughn. Marquise knows about this nameless village, but he wonders why Mercia thinks that this is a good idea. Mercia begins his explanation by saying that the village has just over 100 residents. Nothing special ever comes out of there, but the magical resources in the nearby mountains are very powerful. This village is part of the territory that Marquise gained when he was promoted, but it sits between two countries that are at war with each other. This territory of theirs has some loyalty issues, so they would benefit greatly if they sent Vaughn there to gain trust. It's incredibly dangerous in the village because it's surrounded by the war going on, and it's under constant attacks from monsters. It's also an impossible place to defend, and it's practically a death trap. Marquise was going to end Vaughn's life anyway, so Mercia thinks he could at least make use of Vaughn by sending him to the village. Marquise likes the idea, so he puts his sword away and declares that Vaughn will become the lord of that village. He tells Mercia that he did a good job because he was able to find a good use for the useless Vaughn. Vaughn is absolutely shocked as they leave, and Mercia apologizes. He couldn't bear to see anything horrible happen to Vaughn, so he made the rash proposal. Vaughn is being sent somewhere dangerous, so Mercia says that he's free to hate him if he wants. Vaughn points out that he wouldn't be alive right now if it wasn't for Mercia, so he's actually very grateful. Mercia promises to do whatever he can to help him, so the two brothers shake hands. The next morning, Till says that she doesn't care about the results of some dumb test. Even without magic, Vaughn is still a wise and upstanding noble in her eyes. She is furious about Vaughn being sent to a remote village, and she calls it outrageous. Vaughn thanks her for worrying about him, but he says that right now he's looking forward to it. A lord of a rural town won't have much to do, so Vaughn looks forward to having more free time. If things go well, Vaughn believes that he will finally be able to live a fun and laid-back life. He's really optimistic, as he declares that he will turn it into a place that he really likes to live in. Unfortunately, the king couldn't care less about Vaughn now, so he's being sent without any knights. The only people that will be going with him are 10 adventurers that Mercia hired. At first, they were only going to let him take Camson with him, but Vaughn knows that it would have been terrible for them. Luckily, his brother kept that from being the case, so he can only thank Mercia. Just then, Till arrives to remind Vaughn that she is his personal maid, which is why she will be coming with him. Dee appears out of nowhere and reveals that he will be coming as well. He still plans to teach Vaughn everything he knows about the sword, and nothing's going to stop him. It's a very kind gesture, but Vaughn can't help but think how he's going to put him through more training. Just then, Esparta's the next to say that he's coming with because he just retired as a butler. He has decided to supervise Vaughn's studies for fun during his retirement, and Vaughn can't believe that everyone is joining him. As they leave, Till points out that Vaughn has a big smile on his face. Vaughn didn't realize it at first, but now he can tell that he was really anxious about going out on his own. Vaughn then thinks about how the family crest isn't on this carriage because Marquise wanted to send him away without anyone knowing. Vaughn fully expects this to be a sad departure from his home, but a little girl comes out of nowhere to say goodbye. It turns out that the entire kingdom knows he's leaving, and they have all gathered to wish him farewell.
That's crazy.
One of these knights explains that Dee was upset after hearing that Vaughn was being sent away in secret. They couldn't do anything about him being sent away, so Dee wanted to at least make sure that his departure was a grand one. Vaughn points out that no one was supposed to know about this, but there's no way to tell Dee that because the soldier says that he's asleep right now. He can't even tell everyone to go away, so Vaughn will have no choice but to accept everyone's kind farewell. Just then, Vaughn is shocked as he sees that Dee isn't actually asleep, and he's getting the crowd hyped up to say goodbye.
The CBS Epic Beauty Sale is on. Earn over $100 in extra gift rewards through March 28th.
Oh, I used to do this when I was younger. Don't worry. Slight pain for no gain. Just willpower.
The departure's more grand than Vaughn could have ever expected, as they tell him to take care of himself.
It makes no sense
and
to
Vaughn says goodbye to everyone. On the way to the village, Vaughn tries out his power for the first time. He's able to turn a twig into a small dagger, and he explains that this is what production magic is. Vaughn figured he would start trying it out here and there, just in case he ends up needing it. He has an aptitude for it, and he hopes there's a good way to make use of it. They have been traveling for some time now, so Till says that they should be arriving at the village soon. Vaughn tells Camson that if he ends up not liking the village, he can return to the manor. They have a slave contract, but Vaughn doesn't want to force him to live in the village. He says that he can release Camson from the slave contract, and he would tell Murica to make sure that he's treated right. Camson, of course, declines the offer, as he declares that he's already decided to dedicate his life to Vaughn. It doesn't matter what kind of danger they're ever in, Camson's determined to protect him. Just then the carriage comes to a sudden stop, and Arb frantically explains that the village is under attack. Dee sees the culprits behind the attack, and determines that they must be bandits or washed-up mercenaries. He is sure that they're experienced fighters, so Vaughn assesses the situation. The village is surrounded by a tall fence, but it's ineffective against arrows. Dangerous-looking men are attacking from the front gate, so Vaughn determines that the villagers have to keep up their turtle-like defense. There are about 50 enemies, and Vaughn's group has way less numbers. Dee asks Vaughn for permission to join the battle, because if they all attack together, they should be able to defeat the bandits. The adventurers that Murica hired disagree, as they think it's too dangerous. The enemy outnumbers them by a wide margin, and they would just be throwing their lives away. Dee recognizes this guy as Ortho the Adventurer, and he says that he's aware of the danger. He already knows that they will take some losses, but he is sure that they can drive the bandits away. Ortho points out that the adventurers were only hired to guard Vaughn until they reached the village, and he would never accept a quest that risked the lives of his comrades. Dee doesn't back down, as he explains that this village is Vaughn's first territory. The villagers are his first citizens, so they must draw their swords to protect them from danger. Ortho admires his chivalry, but he explains that it has nothing to do with adventurers like them. Dee is furious, but he knows that he can't force them to fight. Instead, he just asks them to at least protect Vaughn, and he says that they can run away if things take a turn for the worst. Ortho agrees to do this, but Esparta is now the one to object. If Dee's life is taken in battle, the village will have no future, even if they take control. He says that they can't risk that, so Dee can only wonder what Esparta thinks they should do. Esparta reminds everyone that while he did serve as a simple butler at the mansion, he is still an elemental mage. He assures them that they can count on his combat prowess, but the adventurers find it hard to believe that this guy can fight. Esparta just goes right into explaining his plan by saying that he will first create a defensive wall. It will serve as a shield, so he asks the adventurers to fire ranged attacks from behind it. Once the enemy's focus is on the ranged attackers, he and his men will charge him from the flank. They are severely outnumbered, but a sequence of surprise attacks will improve their chances of victory. Vaughn wonders if Esparta is really planning to stay behind and fight, so Esparta reveals that this is always his plan. If he doesn't act as a decoy and continue attacking from behind the wall, then Dee and his men will lose their lives for nothing. Vaughn is still against it, because he is sure that Esparta will lose his life in battle, but Esparta doesn't waver. He declares that this is one last chance to show off his old man's strength, and he pleads for Vaughn to allow him this selfish request. Vaughn admires his determination, but he points out that Esparta has contributed so much to his family. Vaughn refuses to let his life end in a place like this, and he says the same for Dee and his men. If they lose their expert strategist Esparta and their best fighter Dee, then it will be impossible for them to develop this land. If Vaughn fails this mission, he's sure that his father will take his life. Vaughn can't allow any of this to happen, so he declares that he will be the one to act as a decoy. Everyone is shocked by his decision, until immediately refuses. She would rather do it herself, and Camson says the same thing. Vaughn appreciates what they're trying to do, but Till is very precious to him, and he doesn't want to see her life ended. The same goes for Campson, especially because he should be free right now and enjoying his life. Vaughn has already made his decision, so he declares that he will ride the carriage into the battle and attack head-on. That way the rest of their group can attack from range on both flanks. Dee tries to stop him once more, but Vaughn reminds him of something. He did sword training with him every day, so he won't lose his life easily. Vaughn says that even if he were to lose his life here, he can't think of a better end for a lord than sacrificing his life for his people. Vaughn's speech is incredibly inspiring, and Ortho's completely shocked by Vaughn's determination. Ortho hated the idea of guarding a noble when he first heard about the mission, because he believed that there were no good men among the upper nobility. He was sure that they all looked down on adventurers and common folk, so none of them were worth protecting. The only reason he accepted the quest was because he wanted to keep getting high-paying jobs from the guild, so he had no choice. Ortho was surprised when Vaughn arrived to greet the adventurers when he heard that they would be the ones guarding him. Vaughn politely introduced himself and thanked them for their service. The other adventurers pointed out how wrong Ortho was when he said that there were no good nobles, because Vaughn was clearly a polite young man. After Vaughn left, the other adventurers were relieved to see that they would be guarding an ordinary kid. Even Ortho had to admit that he was wrong, as he realized that not every noble was the same. Vaughn is a good kid, and seeing how determined he is to protect his village has changed Ortho's mind. Ortho marches forward and says that just this once, he will entrust their lives to Vaughn. Vaughn tries to stop him, but Ortho interrupts him. A child saying that he's willing to risk his life can't be ignored, and Ortho wouldn't be able to face his comrades if he didn't do something. His comrades are on the exact same page as they realize how wrong they were before. They used to ridicule the idea of a noble having resolve because the nobles they've met until now were all talk. Vaughn, on the other hand, was ready to put his life on the line, and everyone's inspired. Vaughn had no idea that he was having this kind of effect on Pluriel and the others, and Pluriel can only laugh because Vaughn even took the time to memorize the names of adventurers like them. It's those kind of things that Vaughn does that makes them feel like they can trust him with their lives. Dee is next to step up, as he declares that he and his men are noble knights in service of the royal family. Protecting Vaughn here and now means defending the future of the house. Esparta joins in by saying that he cannot condone Vaughn using such an irresponsible strategy. He will fight with the others, but once the enemy is dealt with, he will have to teach Vaughn the responsibility he bears as a potential heir to the royal family. Esparta joins Dee and Ortho on the front lines and says that he will amend his strategy. First, he will create a defensive wall and fire ranged attacks. Then Dee's men will take the left flank, while Ortho's group charges him from the right. Everyone's ready, so Esparta immediately creates the wall. It's up in the blink of an eye, and the adventurers say that they didn't expect the old butler to be such a powerful mage. They're also still impressed by Vaughn, and Ortho even says that he would welcome him becoming the king. The bandits, meanwhile, haven't noticed the giant wall that Esparta put up behind them. They're too focused on conquering the village, and they are sure that it will be a cakewalk. This isn't the case, however, as arrows begin to rain down on them, and several of the bandits are eliminated. They finally notice that the arrows are coming from behind the wall, so their leader declares that they will attack whatever's behind it. The bandits go charging in, but Dee appears to start wiping them out. He runs through their group with incredible force and eliminates several of them with his blade. Ortho's right there with him, and Dee says that everything's going as planned. The enemy fell for their decoy, and they were able to surprise them from both flanks. The battle's really heating up now, so Ortho tells his men not to let the knights show them up. The knights and the adventurers are charging in from both flanks, so the bandits realize that they're surrounded. The bandits still have a number advantage, but our heroes make up for it with pure skill. The terrifyingly powerful Dee tells his enemies to step forward if they want their lives ended, so the bandits start running away from him. Just then the bandit leader rushes towards the wall, and Ortho realizes that he's targeting the people on the other side. Ortho desperately calls out for someone to stop him, but it's too late. The bandit leader has made it past the wall, where he finds a defenseless Pluriel. He prepares to end her life, but Vaughn manages to get his attention. Vaughn maneuvers his way to the guy's back, and he cuts him down with his blade. Campson then follows up Vaughn's attack and puts an end to the bandit leader's life. The battle isn't over yet though, as Vaughn says that there's a good chance that the enemy will focus on their position. He tells everyone to pay attention to what's in front of them, and Plario can only wonder how Vaughn can be so composed.
Something happens when you put crispy,
We've gone to see multiple wars, I'm sure.
Crunchwrap slider.
And died and lived to see another one.
What happens is, probably order...
You're talking about Vaughn, right? Like King Vaughn.
The battle ends a while later, and Arthur reviews the situation. The enemy took huge losses, while Vaughn and his group suffered no casualties. This is the best possible outcome, and it's a complete victory. Once Ortho receives payment, their quest will be complete, and they can leave. However, Ortho says that he has become curious about Vaughn's potential. He knows that there won't be much money in it, but he wonders what his group thinks about staying in this village for a while. Some of the adventurers would rather go on another quest, so they leave, but Ortho and his men stay behind. Clario's especially interested in staying, because Vaughn saved her life, and she wants to repay him. The others were really impressed by how Vaughn carried himself on the battlefield, and they can't believe he's only 10 years old. He's also much nicer than any other noble they have ever met, so they're all eager to see what this village becomes under Vaughn's leadership. Ortho wonders if they're all ready to stay here to help Vaughn, and they all agree. Meanwhile, To scolds Vaughn for putting his life in danger. She is furious and she demands for him to let her risk her life first next time. Dee arrives to congratulate Vaughn on a job well done, and Vaughn says the same back to the commander. As for Esparta, he senses that the villagers have gathered near the entrance. Vaughn remembers that this is their first time here, so he prepares to meet everyone. Inside the village, Till notices that this place has a lot more space than she imagined. Vaughn introduces himself to the village chief named Rhonda, and Rhonda thanks him for saving their village. Unfortunately, these attacks have happened before, and they have been attacked several times this year alone. Vaughn can only wonder why this village is being targeted, so Rhonda explains their past. Back when they were part of Ferdinando County, knights patrolled the area to protect them. Unfortunately, that all went away when the village became part of the territory that Vaughn's father controls. Vaughn can only apologize to them, as he explains that his father has not been informed about the status of the smaller villages yet. Rhonda is terrified by this statement because it makes it seem like the smaller villages are not worth protecting. They practically pay nothing in taxes, so he fears that that is why the king doesn't care about them. Vaughn tries to calm them down by saying that complaining about the state of the kingdom won't do any good, but it just makes things worse. The villagers don't want to hear that kind of talk from a noble because he can't possibly understand how hard things are for them. Vaughn tries to calm them down again by explaining that his main concern is the future of this village. He admits that nobles have their flaws and they're to blame for passing laws that don't benefit the smaller villages. Unfortunately, they can't do anything about that right now, so Vaughn says that they should focus on thinking of ways to protect this village. Vaughn has already thought it over, and he has come up with 3 measures that they can take. First, Vaughn says that they need to produce something so valuable that the kingdom can't ignore this village. Then they need to regularly earn enough money to hire mercenaries. Lastly, they need to improve and develop the village themselves. The villagers say that they've come up with ideas like that before, but it's always easier said than done. Vaughn acknowledges that it must have been difficult before, but he declares that things will be different now because their new lord has arrived. This village is all he cares about now, so he will do everything he can to defend and develop it. His inspiring words have no effect on the villagers, so Vaughn can tell that they don't trust him yet. Just then, Esparta introduces himself and explains that he has served the king as his head butler for many years. He vouches for Vaughn by explaining that he has been entrusted with land at the age of 8 after being considered a prodigy. Dee introduces himself next by saying that he's the deputy commander of the king's knights, and he also vouches for Vaughn. The villagers are in shock because the king's head butler and deputy commander have come to their village. They're clearly very important people, so they can only wonder what they're doing here. Rhonda wonders if Vaughn being a prodigy means he can use elemental magic, so Vaughn reveals that he can. He says that it's only production magic though, so they shouldn't expect too much from him in combat. It's clear that the villagers are disappointed to hear this, but Vaughn says that he just hasn't figured out his powers yet. Just then, one of the villagers brings up the problem with taxes. So far, it's been an incredible struggle to give 30% of their harvest, and it's been having a terrible effect on the village. Vaughn wastes no time in fixing this, as he says that they can cut it down to 10% for a while. He has a lot of plans for this village, so it's important to secure a stable way of life first. The villagers are shocked to hear that the taxes will be lowered, and it's a huge relief. Vaughn declares that it's time to get started, and they will begin by strengthening the village's defensive walls. He wonders if Esparta's earth magic wall is long-lasting, but unfortunately it's not. It maintains its integrity while active, but when the mana fades, it becomes a simple mound of dirt. Vaughn determines that they will have to replace the wall with something sturdier, but they need something in the meantime. It will only be a temporary measure, so he asks Esparta to create a wall of dirt for them. Esparta does it immediately, and all the villagers are amazed by his incredible power. Vaughn also wants to build a moat to slow down any intruders, so Dee tells them to leave the job to the knights. Vaughn really has the attention of the villagers now, so he tells them that everyone's cooperation is vital right now. If they all stand together, this village can be reborn even stronger than before. A while later, Till wonders what Vaughn is doing out in the woods. He explains that he was thinking of testing out his production magic, so he has gathered a pile of wood. As he tries his magic, Vaughn notices that he can feel a warmth slowly growing in the pit of his stomach. Vaughn walks himself through the process of using production magic by reminding himself to focus on controlling his mana. Once the mana reaches his fingertips, he must sense every fiber of the wood. Then he will spin them together to make them stronger, like plied thread, before weaving the fibers even more tightly to make a block of wood. The process is a complete success, as Vaughn creates the block, but the others can only wonder what it is. Vaughn explains that it's a fiber block, and he compares it to how microfiber is made. Unfortunately, microfiber only exists in his old world, so the others have no clue what he's talking about. A while later, Ortho comes strolling by, and he's shocked when he sees what Vaughn has been up to. Till explains that Vaughn made these blocks, and the adventurers can't help but notice how many there are. Ortho touches one of them, and notices that they're lighter and harder than he expected. Vaughn gives him permission to cut one in half, but Ortho finds that he can't even scratch it with his blade. Ortho says that he swung at it hard enough to cut through a stone, but this block Vaughn created is incredibly tough. None of them have ever seen anything like it before, and they all wonder if it's really just made of wood. Vaughn is pleased with what he created, and he determines that these blocks could be surprisingly useful. A while later, Till wonders if Vaughn has exhausted his mana yet, because he's been creating all sorts of weapons and tools. Vaughn says he feels fine, and he doesn't understand why production magic has such a bad reputation. He heard that the mana consumption of production magic is really intense. Supposedly, it consumes so much mana that it's almost impossible for most people to make even just one thing. Vaughn doesn't know the full potential of his power yet, but what he does know is that he can easily create weapons. Kamson really likes the sword Vaughn just made, so Vaughn tells him he can have it. Kamson promises to cherish it forever, and Till eagerly waits to see what Vaughn will give her. Vaughn hands her an axe, but she isn't very excited about it. Vaughn wonders if there's something wrong with it, so Till tells him that she only went quiet because she was entranced by the weapon's beauty. Vaughn can tell that she doesn't like it, so he thinks about making her a nice accessory later. That night, Vaughn thinks about how his body's sore from all the traveling. They've hardly had any breaks, but worst of all, Vaughn hasn't been able to bathe. Vaughn is sure that the others are tired as well, because they've only been camping this entire time. They can't keep living like this, so Vaughn decides that they need to secure their basic needs before strengthening the village's defenses. Vaughn thinks about what will be the best thing to make first, and he determines that they should make a house. The next day, Rhonda wonders what our heroes are doing, so Vaughn reveals that they're building a home for themselves. This spot used to be a public square, but it hasn't been used in the longest time. There's a lot of space, so Rhonda says that it's the perfect place for Vaughn's mansion. Vaughn is finally ready, so he determines that it's time to find out if he can actually make something as large as a house. Vaughn gathers all his focus and determines that he must start with the four pillars.
Tall black nigga with some muscle with auto-tune, he can rap.
Fine wires to go
that's all you gotta do. A tall black nigga with some auto-tune, he can rap
pump.
automatically. That's what they said with Honcho. No, the Honcho, that's not even that. Nah. I'm not gonna lie. I don't understand the like in Honcho, but if you fuck with Honcho, that's cool. Me personally, you won't catch him on my playlist unless he's a feature. I mean, the song is hard to be on my playlist with a feature. And the reason I'm off the camera right now is because I'm getting ready for my shower. Got shit to do today. So can't let y'all see me. And I gotta get butt naked because I'm having my bathroom. When I mean butt naked, I mean y'all about to see. Have a look before a nigga like me take a shower. Got toast in the hamper. You ever have a sock stuck on your foot? Yeah.
After that comes the floors and the walls to connect the pillars. Finally, after all that, Bond finishes up his home with the roof. Bond declares that he's finished, and everyone's in complete disbelief. The villagers begin to gather, and the adventurers wonder what just happened. Till explains that Bond just built a house for them to live in, but they can't believe that he did it in such a short time. The knights and the adventurers couldn't be happier with their new home, and everyone gets a good look as the dust finally settles. Bond doubted himself at first, because everyone told him that production magic is useless, but he realizes now that his magic is actually very useful. Vaughn looks at the beautiful home he created for him and his friends, and he can't help but wonder if he made it a little too big. No one can believe that Vaughn made a giant house so fast, and they determine that his production magic is better suited for governing a territory than elemental magic. Vaughn agrees that it's an interesting skill, but he still thinks that offensive magic is still best for protecting people. He is sure that people would feel much safer living under the protection of a powerful lord, but his friends assure him that that isn't the case. Esparta says that he would be correct in times of war, but what people seek is simply a lord who will improve their lives. In that way, Esparta says that no one is better suited than Vaughn. What Vaughn just did was incredible, and Otho has determined that Vaughn's powers far exceed those of regular production magic users. Vaughn isn't done, as he says that if they bring him the lumber, he can even make houses for everyone else. Everyone is stunned to hear this, so Otho and Dee tell their men to hurry and gather the materials. The villagers all want homes as well, and Vaughn quickly realizes that he doesn't know what he got himself into. Their homes are in really bad shape though, so Vaughn decides that he will start by dramatically renovating the people's lives in the village. Vaughn agrees to make everyone a home, so they all celebrate. Vaughn finishes making a bunch of houses, and everyone's amazed by his huge mana capacity. His extensive knowledge in how to construct a neighborhood is also very impressive, and Vaughn explains that it's called a grid plan. It has a 4-home block as its fundamental unit, and large streets run between the blocks. Vaughn says that these homes should work for now, but when they eventually obtain lots of stone, he will rebuild each home to better suit its residents. Vaughn also built a bath next to his mansion, simply because he wanted to bathe. He went with a simple design for the bathtub, and Player used her water magic to fill the tub. That night, after taking a bath, Vaughn finally gets to sleep in a nice comfy bed. The next day, Vaughn is told that thanks to the knights, they now have a trench around the village. Vaughn is very pleased with this, but it would be ideal for their defenses to fill it with water and make it a moat. Beyond that, they will need water for drinking and for use in the bath. This makes it clear what their next job should be, so Vaughn declares that it's time to find a water source. They quickly diverted water from a nearby river with the help of Esparta's great powers. He instantly dug a trench a few meters long, while Dee and the others extended it by hand. Vaughn followed behind to strengthen the bottom and the sides of the trench. There's a lot of distance between the river and the village, so Till says that it's quite the project. It can't be helped though, as Vaughn points out that people need water. It's hard work, but having everyone pulling toward the same goal is pretty fun. Furthermore, once conditions are improved and less uncertain for people, it'll be easier for merchants to visit. This will be essential, because it's the only way Vaughn will be able to live his laid-back life in the future. Vaughn determines that this job will take at least a week, but he's shocked when the workers point out that they can already see the village from where they are. Vaughn decides to call it a day for now, but Dee says that they will reach the village in a few hours if they keep going. Dee is eager to keep working, but Vaughn points out that the others are ready to pass out. Dee considers this to be a new kind of training, but he realizes that he can't push too far. The next day, Vaughn announces to everyone that they have finally completed the canal to carry the water to the village. He thanks everyone for their hard work, and he tells Esparta to open the water gate. Water comes flowing in, and all the villagers are amazed. The moat around the village is complete, and now it'll really be difficult for the bandits to attack the village walls. Vaughn fears that the moat will flood when it rains, so he wonders if he should create a lake behind the village too. Esparta thinks it's a good idea because that lake could be used as a reservoir that will be useful during droughts. Vaughn does that next, and the villagers can't believe that so much is happening. The village that once had no waterways now has a lake for a reservoir, thanks to Vaughn. The villagers don't have to trek to the river every single day just to fetch water. The chief thanks him, but Vaughn says it's not necessary. He's glad that everyone has access to water now, because life will be much easier for the entire village. That night we see that a girl referred to as Lady Art is traveling with someone named Panamera. Panamera says that it's still a long way to a certain remote village, so she tells Art to get some rest. The next day, Vaughn finishes creating a giant defensive wall called the Rampart. The village wall used to just be a wall of dirt, but now it's an incredible construction. Ramparts have a wide top, so guards can even patrol on top of the wall. Everyone is really excited about this, because with a rampart this sturdy, the villagers can rest easy, even when bandits strike. Vaughn shocks everyone when he says that he isn't satisfied with this, because he wants to make the villagers feel even safer. Vaughn tries out making some basic crossbows, and everyone is stunned when he's finished. They say that these things aren't basic at all, and they're super impressive. Vaughn even attached shields to the front of them, so the guards can fire arrows while protected from enemy attacks. This is really stunning, and it's clear now that Vaughn can make all sorts of things with his production magic. Their village is relatively small, but Vaughn is pleased because it's starting to look like a fortress city. Everyone agrees, and they say that mere bandits will never conquer it, no matter how hard they try. D is sure that if the king knew what Vaughn could do with his power, he would have made him the head of the house instead of banishing him to this remote village. The king thought that Vaughn was weak, but one look at what he has done to this village makes it clear that his power is more than sufficient for combat. D would argue that Vaughn is more powerful than anyone, but Esparta believes that his power is best for protection. The two begin to argue, but Vaughn settles them down. He says that they shouldn't get frustrated over their circumstances. They all just have to make do and fight with what they've got. Just then Vaughn's stomach rumbles, so Toad makes him a meal. It wasn't easy though, because they're short on ingredients. Esparta says that the defense of the village is important, but they must do something about the village's regular income. This village has no connections, aside from a few merchants who come here once a month. Vaughn doesn't think that this needs to be a priority, because the village's crops are able to provide plenty of food for the village. However, Esparta points out that they don't have the ingredients to make Vaughn's favorite sweet-baked desserts, and Vaughn completely changes his mind. Not having those sweets is horrifying to him, so Vaughn declares that it's time to come up with something this village can sell. Tamsin thinks they should sell those wood blocks Vaughn can...
Alright, I'll be back. I gotta go take a shower, piss. I gotta do everything actually, and I gotta piss bad too. Like, I've been holding it in for like 3 hours. Oh, it was good. Yo, I didn't even know you were still in there at the time. Yo, see, people gotta talk more fast. Nigga was, what's up? My fault, bro. I gotta piss now though. So like, I'm doing the PP dance now. So like,
the lunch crew company.
Ooh. You're the chosen.
Yeah, so you're right. Look. Me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I washed my stepkids, bitch, I washed Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The lunch crew company.
Ooh. You're the chosen.
Yeah, so you're right. Look. Me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I washed my stepkids, bitch, I washed Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas. Yellow.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, so get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas. Yellow.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, so get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas. Yellow.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, so get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas. Yellow.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, so get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas. Yellow.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, so get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas. Yellow.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, so get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look. Me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look. Me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look. Me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look. Me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look. Me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look. Me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas. Y'all
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look. Me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look. Me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look. Me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look. Me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look. Me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watched my stepkids, bitch, I watched Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas. Hello.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watched my stepkids, bitch, I watched Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas. Hello.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watched my stepkids, bitch, I watched Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watched my stepkids, bitch, I watched Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas. Hello.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watched my stepkids, bitch, I watched Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watched my stepkids, bitch, I watched Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas. Hello.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas. Hello.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas. Hello.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look, me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit, I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Yeah, she get right. Look. Me and Georgie out in Houston and we big bullin'. She made me put the lean down, we went and got smoothie. Spent with 5 switches in the car and left the block woozy. Before I watch my stepkids, bitch, I watch Tubi. I'm just pissed I'm not high, I am not moody. If this money won't change her mind, I bet the cock do it. If I was a little baby, I would've popped jeweler. And I don't trust white people, that is not Jewish. BTA, I don't even have to see booty. If I told you shut the fuck up, nigga, why your teeth moving? Nigga, I am not twin, that fake shit, I see through it. I don't got to kill a nigga, I have baby Chief do it. I fuck with all the YNs, I'm supporting them niggas.
The Lunch Crew Company.
You're the chosen.
Guys, I was using the best. Oh, I took a shower.
Selling them wouldn't work because only he can work with them. Everyone gives their suggestions, but Vaughn can tell that coming up with something to sell that is unique to this village will be difficult. Later, Vaughn learns that Till and Campson don't want to use their weapons. They were gifts from Vaughn, so they don't want to cause any damage to them. Vaughn points out that they need to learn how to defend themselves with those weapons, so they need to practice. Zara tells him not to worry, and he shows them his shield of the Orc Knight. It's sturdy and flexible, so it will be easy on their weapons when he blocks with it.
Awaken to a world of wonder in Final Fantasy XIV Online. Take it easy and play your way.
I'm mad now. I lost one of my keychips, I just pulled up.
Campson's first attack doesn't have a single bit of force behind it, but everyone is confused when the shield ends up on the ground. The shield is even cut in half, so everyone is amazed that the weapon was able to do so much damage with such little force. It's technically a wooden sword, so Vaughn is surprised that it was able to cut so well. Till fixes Zara's shield, and Arthur arrives to wonder what all the commotion is about. He has brought some ores that they mined, and he wonders if Vaughn would like to purchase them. Arthur explains that the forests around the nearby mountains are filled with strong monsters, so people have avoided that area. That place hasn't been mined before, which is why they can find a lot of rare ores without even having to go into the mountains. They were able to find iron, copper, silver ores, and even a little bit of gold. Arthur really stuns our hero, though, when he reveals that they found mithril ore. This is great news, because if all this was at the foot of the mountains, then the actual mountains must hold a wealth of resources. Vaughn takes some of the iron ore, and he amazes everyone as he turns it into a solid block of iron. He says that he didn't melt it down to make it more pure, so he doesn't know how pure it is. Zara's really excited, so he wonders if Vaughn can make him a sword with it.
I'm not underwear on, don't worry, guys. Now you guys don't want to worry about
so he says yes. Zara wants one long sword and one short, so Vaughn gets to work. This is his first time making an iron weapon, so it will take a lot of focus. He thinks hard about its shape and how sharp it must be, and soon he's done.
Those freaks, you guys still technically got
customer, so he paid extra attention to the sword's embellishments. Zara couldn't be happier with the short sword, so Vaughn gets to work on the next one. That one is just as amazing, so of course the other adventurers want weapons too. Vaughn points out that they were the ones to get the ores, so it's only right that he make them weapons. When he's done, everyone is certain that Vaughn can sell these weapons for a lot of money. Vaughn then looks at the mithril ore, and he wonders what the weapons would be like if he made them with mithril. Esparta is very intrigued with the mithril because he has never heard of anyone mining metallic ores in the woods. The only explanation is that there's a dungeon nearby. Esparta tells Vaughn that if they discover a dungeon, their situation would change massively. Hordes of people and goods would begin to flow in and out of this village. This gets Vaughn really excited, because if they discover one, the importance of this village would jump dramatically. Dungeons have tons of resources in them, with gems as valuable as national treasures. Normally, when the guild receives words of a new dungeon, they open a branch in the nearest town or village. Unfortunately, Vaughn points out that their village doesn't have the resources to welcome the guild right now. Esparta agrees, because the guild coming here would bring many adventurers, merchants, and even the chivalric order. Right now, their village lacks the facilities, food, and infrastructure to support them. If this news spread, a neighboring nation would attack them, seeking to profit off the dungeon. On top of that, Vaughn points out that he's the black sheep of his family. If his father found out that the village he was sent to actually had value, he would be sent somewhere else. This means that Vaughn needs to grow this village and produce results before discovering the dungeon. Ortho's on the same page, so he says that they will avoid the location where the dungeon is likely to be when they gather resources. Vaughn knows that the adventurers could gain a lot by just reporting this to the guild, so he appreciates that they're holding back for the sake of the village. A while later, Vaughn is pleased with how everything looks, so he says that this concludes his dramatic renovation. Till wonders if Vaughn really isn't out of mana yet, because he has been making tons of houses and weapons. Vaughn says that he's fine and only feels a bit tired. Just then, a messenger urgently reveals that some armored lizards are approaching the village. Vaughn immediately instructs everyone to get inside the walls and orders for the drawbridge to be raised and the gate to be closed. All the villagers are terrified because they know how dangerous these monsters are, but Vaughn has no fear. He knows that everyone is afraid of battle, but he reminds them that the lives of everyone in this village depend on what they do. Vaughn promises to fight for everyone, but he can't protect them with his strength alone. That is why he tells the villagers to lend him their strength so they can all protect this village together. The villagers are ready to protect their village, so Vaughn instructs them to man the crossbows. Campson explains that the adventurers are out hunting, so they're not in the village. In that case, Vaughn decides that he must partake in the battle, but Till stops him. He sees just how serious she is, so he asks Dee to go up the wall and report down to him what's happening. This way he can issue orders from a safe distance, so Dee agrees. Dee is horrified by what he sees, so he reports that there are roughly 40 armed lizards. This is really bad, because even a bunch of veteran knights would struggle to take down just one armored lizard. There is no time to waste, so Vaughn tells Dee to load the crossbows. All the villagers follow Dee's command, and they launch their first attack. The arrows seemingly vanish when they hit the lizards, and Dee realizes that they're going right through them. After a while, they're able to take down 10 of the monsters, and the villagers begin to celebrate. There's still many left though, and they only have one bolt left per crossbow. They have no choice, so they fire their last arrows, and they manage to take out another wave of armored lizards. Unfortunately, they're out of iron arrows, and there's still many monsters left. Vaughn struggles to think of a solution, but he comes up with an idea. He tells Dee to use the wooden bolts, but the others fear that it won't do much. The scales on these armored lizards are made of steel, so wooden arrows would never pierce them. Dee tells him not to worry, because Vaughn has already defied his expectations in countless ways. He protected this village from bandits, then developed it at a tremendous pace. Dee won't ever doubt him again, so he has decided to put his faith in Lord Vaughn. The villagers launch the wooden arrows at the beasts, and the knights are shocked to see that the arrows are getting stuck in their heads. They wonder if this really worked, and everyone begins to celebrate as the monsters collapse to the ground. It's clear that the wooden arrows are enough to take the lizards down, so Dee orders for the villagers to keep firing them. He says that they will feast on lizard kebab tonight, and arrows begin to rain down on the monsters. Soon Dee announces that they have won the battle, and all the villagers cheer. Vaughn is given credit for his great decision, and he's just glad that it worked. The knights assess the situation, and they're very impressed. Not only did they avoid any casualties, not a single person on their side was even injured. Their victory was overwhelming, and this makes Dee realize that Vaughn is going to be a big deal. Later, the villagers harvest the giant lizards, and Dee tells everyone to take care when preserving their eyes and fangs. The guts can be thrown out, but they have to be sure to extract the magic cores. The harvesting is going much faster than expected, and it's all because of the incredible knives that Vaughn made. Vaughn arrives to see that they have tons of meat in the village now, which means that they can have a feast.
It's a call, Mike and Nick and Alex. The best action comedy I've seen in years. That's a great attitude.
C.E. Ferrula by SkinCeuticals. Our vitamin C serum with powerful clinical results in just...
The feast is held that night, and Vaughn gives a toast to their victory. The villagers thought that there would never come a day where they could enjoy themselves in this village, but Vaughn changed all that. The chief is amazed, because it's hard to believe that there's a noble that enjoys spending time with lower-class villagers. Vaughn's friends tell them that it's normal, because it's just the way Vaughn is. Ortho wasn't there for the battle, but the story all made sense when he was told that the wooden arrows were made from the same stuff as their weapons. Just then he overhears them talking about their weapons, so he declares that he will buy one from Vaughn as well. The other knights also want to buy some, but Vaughn says that he can never charge them. Once the village's finances are in order, he will make them all weapons for free. Afterwards, Ortho explains that they could sell the armored lizards to merchants and get 20 gold for each. Unfortunately, most of the meat will spoil, and Vaughn will have to pay for a transport fee. Accounting for that, they will probably be able to get 8 gold for each. There are still 40 of them left, so they will get a little over 300 gold. Vaughn does the conversion, and he's amazed when he realizes that this is about 300 million yen. Unfortunately, Esparta must remind him about something. When a village makes more than 100 gold, it's required to pay 50% in the form of taxes. There's no way to keep it a secret either, because it will be discovered immediately if they try to sell this much at once. That would bring the profit down to 150 gold, but the worst part is that Vaughn's father will learn about how well this village is doing. If he learns that this place has value, then he will exile Vaughn to a different remote area. Esparta comes up with an idea and says that they could try reporting this to Vaughn's brother Mercia. They could give him the glory of defeating the armored lizards, and no one would get suspicious. Later, some merchants arrive at the village, but they wonder if they're at the right place. They have been here before, but it doesn't look like the old remote village that they remember. Vaughn introduces himself as the lord of this village, and they immediately recognize him as the son of Marquis. He is known for being a prodigy, so they wonder what he's doing here. The merchants introduce themselves as Mario and Rango, so Vaughn welcomes them to their village. Inside, the guys are absolutely stunned when they see what Vaughn has to sell them. They are the materials from the armored lizards, and the guys can't believe that they managed to defeat such a huge army. Even adventurers fear these giant monsters, so the guys struggle to believe that this tiny village fought off so many of them. They are eager to buy everything, but they will need about a month to transport it all. Vaughn agrees, because these guys will have to recruit more men for this job. Unfortunately, the meat won't stay good for that long, so Vaughn tells them that they can take some for free. In return, Vaughn would like for them to take a look at some of the weapons they're selling. The guys had no idea that there was a blacksmith in this village, and Vaughn doesn't tell them that it's actually him. The guys are really impressed with the weapons, so they agree to buy them at Vaughn's asking price. Vaughn even takes it a step further by asking if they would promote the weapons as well, but they are hesitant. The guys can tell how incredible these weapons are, so they don't want to share them with any other merchants. Vaughn knows that they just want to make a good profit, so he comes up with an idea. He points out that if they sell the weapons just outside the village, then everyone will figure out where they came from. People will come to the village searching for them, and that could be a good opportunity. This is why Vaughn says that the guy should set up a shop inside the village before they start promoting. They will be doing the hard work of getting the word out about the weapons, and they will have a shop ready for anyone that comes searching for them. The guys wonder if Vaughn would really be okay with that, so Vaughn says that he would. Vaughn builds the shop right away, and the guys are even more amazed. They just finished telling Vaughn what they thought the shop should look like, and he made it in the blink of an eye. Just then we see that the girls have arrived at the village. Panamera is concerned about something, so she says that she will find out if Vaughn is really a prodigy herself. Inside Vaughn's mansion, Esparta explains that the village is growing at an incredible rate. He believes that more people will come, so they need to build a town that can hold 10,000 people. As they develop the land, they will need plenty of people to guard the village and administer its facilities. Furthermore, Vaughn will have to decide what kind of fortress town they want to be. Square fortress towns are the most common design, but Vaughn has other ideas. He wants to use a star design, because attackers will have to spend time conquering the pointy parts to get near the main parts. If they try to ignore them, then they will just end up getting attacked from 3 different angles. Just then, Vaughn is told that an emissary from Fortunato County has arrived to see him. Panamera introduces herself as a knight, and Art introduces herself as the youngest daughter of Count Fortunato. Art is here to pay her respects on her father's instructions, so she hopes that they can get along. Vaughn, however, can tell that they're actually here to assess the state of their enemy and possibly win him over. Panamera is impressed with his conclusion because he is right. Vaughn has been entrusted with land between Fortunato County and the Kingdom of Yolenita, so Fortunato is wary of him. He fears that Vaughn might spearhead his father's unseemly ambitions. Panamera determines that Vaughn being sent all the way out here means that he doesn't have an aptitude for elemental magic. Vaughn knew that word would get out eventually, so he doesn't deny it. He says that Ferdinado's concerns are unwarranted because he's not planning anything with his father. Vaughn says that he was simply exiled here by his father, but Panamera doesn't believe him at all. She points out that Vaughn has turned this remote village of 100 people into a fortress in a matter of days. She suspects that at least 5,000 men were sent here with Vaughn to accomplish all this, because it's their goal to turn this village into a new military outpost. Vaughn shocks her by laughing right in her face, and he can only apologize. She was so serious when saying all that, but there's a huge misunderstanding. Vaughn explains that all his father allowed him to bring was Kamsin and some of his luggage. He says that his family didn't even see him off, and Art is horrified to hear this. Panamera points out that his night butler and maid are here, but they explain that they came on their own. Dee was even ordered to return to the kingdom, but he just ignored it. Esparta says that he's retired, and he just wanted to hang out in a nice village. Till says that Vaughn cares about people more than anyone, which is why she has decided to serve him for the rest of her life. Panamera is still skeptical, so she wonders how the village was able to change so fast. Vaughn determines that it would be best to show them, so he takes them outside. He says that he will make a rampart like the one that surrounds their village, but Panamera can't believe it. She is amazed when Esparta makes it clear that he's a great elemental mage, but this wall won't be enough. Panamera knows that once this wall loses its mana, it will come crumbling down. This is where Vaughn steps in, so he uses his magic to turn the wall of dirt into a rampart. He then uses some of his blocks to create a gate right in front of their eyes. The girls can't believe what they're seeing, and they can only wonder what Vaughn's magical aptitude is. Vaughn explains that he has an aptitude for production magic, and it's not what people think it is. Society calls it the most unfortunate magic of all, but they are wrong. Art is stunned by this, and she has visions of her past. Vaughn explains that the instant his father learned about his aptitude, he drove him out of their home. Panamera calls Marquise a fool because with Vaughn's power, he could have expanded his influence drastically. He exiled him though, and now he doesn't even know about Vaughn's power. Panamera is convinced, so she reveals that the real reason she's here is to offer Art's hand in marriage. Vaughn can tell that Ferdinando wants them to get married, so they can just leave his kingdom alone. Vaughn explains that he plans to continue strengthening and developing this fortress town, but he doesn't seek conflict with anyone. He doesn't want to fight anyone, so there's no need for marriage. Vaughn says that Art wouldn't be happy here anyway, because it's really dangerous. Panamera says that she came here to prevent the marriage, but her feelings have changed. After meeting Vaughn, she would happily welcome him getting married to Art. He possesses great foresight, and he has the power to unite people behind him. She wonders how Art feels about marrying him, and she doubts that she will ever find a better man. Art does think that Vaughn is a good person, but she doesn't know about marrying him just yet. Vaughn hasn't even considered marriage at his age, so they decide to hold off on that. Vaughn is shocked when Panamera reveals that they will be staying here for another day, and she's delighted to see Vaughn acting his age for once. Panamera wonders if Vaughn has a spare room they can stay in, and they're both shocked when Vaughn says that he will make an inn. Vaughn makes the inn immediately, and the girls can't believe their eyes. At dinner, Vaughn wonders what kind of things Art likes. She explains that she likes cute things, like dolls and flowers, but Vaughn hasn't seen much of those. Art offers to show him the one she brought with her, and she's shocked by how interested he is. The others want to see them as well, so Art feels really welcomed here. That night, Art thanks Vaughn for the wonderful day. She was really nervous at first, but seeing how nice he is was a huge relief. Art says goodnight as she runs off, and Vaughn is just glad that he made a good first impression. Back home, Esparta determines that Art was most likely sent here for the same reason Vaughn was. She probably can't use elemental magic, so Vaughn realizes that it was hard for her to say that she was driven away from home just like he was. Vaughn is okay with that, and decides that she can stay in this village if she's not able to return home. That night, Panamera wonders if they should stay a while longer. Art says it's a great idea, and she heads to bed. She thinks about talking to Vaughn the next day, and it's the first time in a long while that she's actually looking forward to waking up. The next morning, the others urgently wake Vaughn up. There's something going on at the lake Vaughn created, and Dee and Esparta are already at the scene. Vaughn eventually arrives and finds everyone wondering who the mysterious girl is in the lake. She belongs to a race called the Apkalu, which means that she is half human and half fish. They usually live in rivers that are deep inside of a forest, but for some reason a number of them are here in the lake Vaughn made. They are a rare species that few ever encounter, so Vaughn tries asking the girl what she's doing here. He tries to ask for her name, but she doesn't respond at all. Vaughn wonders if she can even understand him, so she tries to offer him some food instead. Everyone is amazed when this seems to work as the girl approaches him. The girl emerges from the water to ask if she can really eat this food, and Vaughn says that she can. She's impressed by the meat, so Vaughn explains that it's armored lizard meat. The fish girl wonders who defeated the lizards, and everyone answers that it was Vaughn. Vaughn tries to give them the credit, but they are confident that it was all because of him. The girl leaves immediately, so Vaughn wonders if she will come back the next day, because he promised to give her more meat if she did. Esparta explains that her species is rarely sighted, so he doubts that she will come back. He is very wrong, however, because the next day several more of them appear. The girl is among them, and Vaughn begins to wonder if he did something bad. If the Apollo see the armored lizards as gods, then they might be upset after what happens. One of the fishermen demands to speak with Vaughn, and Vaughn can't help but notice how this guy looks way scarier than the others. Vaughn is relieved when the guy simply thanks him for being nice to his daughter. Vaughn realizes that he's talking about the girl he fed, and he's glad that it isn't something worse. The guy wonders if Vaughn was really the one who defeated the armored lizards, and Vaughn says that everyone's giving him the credit. The Avkalu are stunned because they can't believe that someone so young could also be so powerful. They wonder if he's some kind of legendary mage, but Vaughn tries to explain that he didn't do it himself. The guy interrupts him and gives Vaughn permission to marry his daughter. Vaughn can't believe it, so the guy wonders if there's a problem. He introduces himself as Lara Vesta, and he explains that his daughter is his only child. Vaughn points out that she's too young to even be mentioned in marriage, so he wonders why Lara Vesta is doing this. Lara Vesta begins his explanation by pointing out that his people have avoided making ties with humans. However, in recent years, armored lizards have taken over the rivers, and many of his people have lost their lives. That is why he's looking for someone strong to marry his daughter Lara. Vaughn sums it all up by saying that this guy's offering up his daughter as a bride to forge an alliance with a powerful human. Vaughn responds by saying that the marriage part won't be necessary. Lara Vesta fears that he's refusing the alliance, but Vaughn says that he will protect their tribe regardless.
They're starting the dishes without water?
Yeah, Dawn Power Wash works differently. Active soap loosen grease and remove up to 99% of first-on baked-on messes in half the time. And it tackles grease all around the kitchen.
That's how you hightail through it.
Dawn Power Wash.
Humidity making your hair frizzy and dull? New Garnier Fructis Diamond Sleek. With vegan keratin, semi-permanent technology. Polishes frizz, maximizes shine. For instant diamond-like shine. Up to 100 hours of frizz-free sleek that is water-resistant, expensive-looking sleek that shines like a diamond. New Garnier Fructis Diamond Sleek.
Now is your time to shine.
Lara Vesta is grateful for Vaughn's generosity because it means that they will be able to stay here. Like always though, Vaughn isn't done, as he says that it's time to start building. Lara Vesta has no clue what he means, so he's absolutely stunned when Vaughn creates some buildings for them. He explains that they are rest areas, and everyone can use them whenever they want. Vaughn is happy to see everyone enjoying the area, but Esparta reminds him that they have other business to take care of. It's time for them to deal with the sewage situation, and Lara Vesta wonders what that is. Vaughn explains that he placed sewer pipes underneath the buildings in the village. They regularly send water from the moat down the pipes to flush away all the sewage. It's not an easy process, so Vaughn is surprised when Lara Vesta offers to help. They work together to do the job, and Vaughn can't believe how much easier it was with their help. This job must be done several times a day, so Lara Vesta tells Vaughn to leave the job to them from now on. Vaughn wonders if that's really okay, so Lara Vesta explains that it's their way of thanking him for letting them live here. Just then, Art and Panamera arrive, and they're stunned to see the rare Apkalu. Lara Vesta calls Vaughn his son-in-law as he thanks him once again, and Art is horrified to hear this. Vaughn tries to explain that he's not married to anyone, but Lara interrupts him. She declares that she is Vaughn's wife, and she says goodbye to her husband. Later, Vaughn takes Art on a boat so the two of them could get some fresh air. Vaughn wants to clear the air about what happened with Lara, but Art already heard the real story. She knows that it was a misunderstanding, and she apologizes for overreacting. Art points out how incredible Vaughn is because he built this lake and developed the entire village. Just then, Lara and a bunch of the other Apkallu appear. They shake the boat a little too much, and it brings Vaughn closer to Art.
Alright, y'all about to
Lara
see
is
me
furious
get
with
dressed
her
and shit.
husband,
My brother
but
just
Vaughn
texted me when the
reminds her
fuck
that
we
they aren't
leaving, so that
married.
means
Later,
I
Lara
gotta start
is
getting ready
upset
now, right?
about
Nah.
Vaughn flirting with another
Nah, I'm stay
woman,
comfortable till
and
about
here
12
is
o'clock, bro.
Lara.
And I didn't even get to drink
Vaughn
my
tries
smoothie
to clear
yet.
things up, but Lara Vesa comes up with
I
an
started
idea.
fucking getting
He
distracted.
says that the only way to settle this is with a competition. Vaughn will compete against the Apkallu, and if they win, Vaughn will officially recognize his marriage with Lara. Vaughn is horrified by the idea, but Dee steps in to say that Vaughn accepts the challenge. Dee assures him that he will bring Vaughn the victory, and Esparta thinks that it would be best to just get it over with. Lara Vesta then explains that it will be a 3-round competition. He lets Vaughn choose the nature of the first round, so Vaughn chooses volleyball. No one has ever heard of such a sport, so Vaughn explains the rules to them.
If you ask mom if she can drive there and I drive back.
Against Lara Vesta and Lara. Lara Vesta demonstrates his immense power that would immediately scoring the first point. And
I haven't
Vaughn
gone to
feels
sleep
that he
yet,
might
that's
be
the
really
only
good at
reason I'm asking.
volleyball. This is proven almost immediately as the Apkallu begin to crush Vaughn's team. Till feels terrible.
I'm just letting you know since you're asking because you're going to see it before I do.
Her to never give up. Their teamwork goes up
Wow.
another notch, and they finally manage to score their first point. They declare that the real match starts now, and the game quickly intensifies. They manage to claw their way back, and now they're tied. This is match point, and that means that the next is 4 wins. Lara sets her father up for the perfect spike, and Till does her best to stop it. Till is down on herself once again for failing.
I thought of all niggas, he was gonna be the nigga to not go. He's gonna be the nigga to go. I'm happy about that.
And he just
Besides Drew, I thought of all niggas, he was gonna be the nigga like, oh wait, I'm sleeping, I'm not. I'm happy he is. I'm not
So he picks swimming. Ron is horrified by this choice, because if they lose one more event, he will have to marry Lara.
That nigga has done that so many times, you can't say I'm wrong for thinking that.
Jazz then details Vaughn to leave it to him. Campson also volunteers and says that he will do his best. The race is a 2-person relay, so Campson and Lara started off. Of course, the half-fish person takes a commanding lead, but Campson's not one to give up. His pure tenacity allows him to catch up to the fish, so that Alyssa tells his daughter to get serious. Lara goes underwater, and she once again takes the lead.
Don't tell me to take out the Hellcat Rainbow.
So her teammates
Don't tell me that was limited.
Campson does as well. So
oh no, what did they do with that one?
He uses the butterfly stroke.
That cat Rainbow, what happened to
that his
you?
swimming technique allows him to use his muscles.
They just didn't give it. They didn't give it any
like a
like
madman. And Lara can only wonder how he's doing it. He is able to win the race, and Lara can't believe that his fish people lost. There is one final event left, so Lara allows Vaughn to choose what it will be. Just then, Vaughn creates a device that the others haven't seen before, and he asks Clario to make some ice for him. Vaughn uses the machine to shave the ice, and some syrup to give it flavor. Of course, the others have no clue what's going on, so Vaughn reveals that the final event will be a shaved ice speed eating contest. They will compete in teams of 2, so Art volunteers to be Vaughn's teammate. The contest begins, and the competitors start eating the ice. Lara and her father find out immediately that this won't be easy when they feel the sharp pain of brain freeze. Lara Vesta reminds himself that this is for Lara, so he keeps eating. Vaughn's team is struggling as well, and he begins to fear that he made a terrible choice. He sees that Art isn't giving up, so Vaughn pushes himself even more. The competition ramps up as everyone goes into an eating flow state, and everyone cheers for them. The race is close until the very end, but eventually Vaughn's team comes out on top. Vaughn is glad that they can finally put all this marriage talk behind them, but Lara Vesta calls him son-in-law again. This competition simply proved to him that Vaughn is truly a man worthy of his daughter. Vaughn wonders what the point of this entire competition was, but Lara Vesta doesn't answer. Vaughn's stomach is in a great deal of pain from all the ice, so the others tell him and Art that they did a great job. Art notices that Vaughn is always surrounded by smiling faces, and she wonders if she can ever make that happen for herself. Since the day she was born, her father was always busy, and she was alone. Her mother handed her off to a nanny, and showed no interest in her. All this was because she was labeled a failure. She didn't excel at anything other than her marionette magic. Using her dolls as puppets, Art found that she could move them more freely than even her own body. Art thought that she could use it to make her mother smile, but her mother just punished her for reminding her how useless she was. That was when Art first learned that marionette magic is considered evil, and it is hated by nobility. After that day, no one spoke to her, and she became someone that was always ignored. When she turned 10, she was sent away to marry Vaughn. Art felt terrible, but then she learned that Vaughn was just like her. Vaughn can only use production magic, and others considered it to be unfortunate. Vaughn was still brimming with confidence, and he made use of his gifts. Art now wonders what would have happened if she didn't stop practicing her magic. She wants to be confident just like Vaughn, so she's determined to start trying a little harder.
I'm not gonna lie, with marionette magic, you can take control of people's bodies. It's like bloodbending.
More ramparts around the village.
I'm not gonna lie, that is a scary ass, evil ass technique. That's why they probably don't like that shit. I'm not gonna lie, that could help that village a lot. Big people just turn away, no violence. Just go.
She wants to see things the way
Just walk away. Just walk away. Just walk away.
To watch him while he works.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, it's more peaceful than having to murk a nigga, right? In my opinion, I wouldn't want to have to murk a nigga. I would rather just to have them turn away of free will, just like, this battle's not for y'all. Let's go. I'm the main character, just go. I'm just saying, I'm on the team with the main character, I know I'm not gonna lose.
As the starship all around the village is complete.
Like, if you put me in the anime and I watch the anime and I know who the main character is, I'm looking for that nigga immediately. I'm like, yo, we about to train you real quick, you gonna give me a PS or somewhere close enough to where I can help you, help me, help
merchants
you.
and adventurers move to the village. Panamera is really envious because she has always dreamt about having her own land. She plans to fight hard in the next battle in the hopes that she can earn enough glory to ask for her own patch of land. Panamera points out that the crossbows this time look different than the others. Vaughn confirms that this is the upgraded version of the simple ones he made before. This version has a top and bottom that can fire separately, so it can fire 2 arrows at the same time. Vaughn has Canton test it out, and everyone is amazed at how powerful the crossbow fires the arrow. Panamera can't believe that the village has such powerful crossbows now, and Vaughn surprises her as he reveals that they now have 100 of them. Panamera says that she will pay any price to buy one, but Vaughn explains that they're not for sale. Panamera is determined to own one of them, so she says that she will owe him a favor in exchange. Vaughn is far more interested in this offer, so he agrees to give her one, and says that he will call in that favor later. Panamera says that she will craft the iron bolts herself to fire from the crossbows, but Canson thinks that she should at least take a couple of the bolts that Vaughn made. Panamera wonders what's so special about them, so Campson explains that it has to do with everything Vaughn makes. He shows her the sword Vaughn made him, and she's in disbelief. She has never seen a sword shaped like this before, and she could tell that it would make easy work of any enemy. Campson wonders if she has a spare sword that she doesn't mind breaking, so she brings one out. Panamera says that it's still a very sturdy sword, so she would be impressed if Campson even managed to chip it. Campson uses an attack to strike the sword, but Panamera is confused. She hardly felt any impact, and she wonders if Campson missed. Of course, she's stunned when her sword is sliced in half. Campson says that it's all thanks to Vaughn's sword, so Panamera desperately wants to know what material the sword is made of. Vaughn explains that it's ordinary iron, and he made the bolts for the crossbows the same way he made the sword. Vaughn says that they can even pierce armored lizards, and Panamera can't believe it. Of course, this makes her want a few iron bolts, so Vaughn agrees to give them to her. Just then, the adventurers desperately rush to the village.
I'm not gonna lie, my nigga Naruto still have to work on you,
by a terrifying dragon, and this
he'll destroy that whole village. He could destroy that whole village.
Its attention so that the others can get everyone back to the village. Vaughn doesn't like the idea of them sacrificing themselves.
I don't know about him taking on the dragon though.
Instead, that would only endanger the villagers, so Vaughn wonders what he should do. Luckily, Panamera steps up and says that she will lend a hand. She instructs the adventurers to keep running towards them so they can hit the dragon with the crossbow. Panamera says that this is a forest dragon, which is a mid-class dragon with no breath weapon, and they will be battling it. She instructs all the villagers to get behind the ramparts, and Vaughn apologizes to Art for exposing her to such danger. Forest dragons are incredibly powerful, but Vaughn assures Art that they have enhanced crossbows to fight back with. On top of that, they will have Panamera's help. He says that they might not be able to slay the dragon, but they definitely won't lose. Vaughn instructs Till to take Art back to the village and summon Dee and his men. Deep down though, Vaughn knows how terrifying fallen enemies can be. It won't be good if it reaches the village, so he tells the others to prepare the crossbows.
He wants to get the dragon out of the air first, so he tells them to aim for its wings. Just then one of the adventurers falls, and he tells the others to just leave him behind. Ortho refuses, and he tries to get the dragon to come to him. It doesn't work, so Zara has no choice but to throw his sword at it. The dragon is chasing him now, so he tells everyone to forget about him and run to the village. Zara expects them to ignore his request like they did to the other guy, so he is shocked when they disagree. Ortho says Azar is the fastest of them, so he is sure that he will be okay. Panamera instructs the guards to launch the first attack, but it's no use. They can't hit the fast-moving dragon, so Vaughn tries to think of a solution. Panamera declares that she's the one best suited to fight the dragon, so she will handle it herself. Vaughn can't believe it at first, but it makes sense. Panamera has earned the trust of her emperor at such a young age, which means she must be a top-class elemental mage. She makes this very clear as she uses her powerful fire javelin attack. Her spell is so powerful that it knocks the dragon right out of the sky and causes a huge explosion. Everyone is in awe of her immense power, but the dragon isn't done yet. Vaughn realizes now that he became arrogant after defeating the lizard. This dragon has humbled him because it's on a completely different level. Vaughn orders for everyone to fire all arrows, but the dragon continues its approach. They did manage to damage its wings, so it can't fly so easily. The dragon is incredibly smart though, as it predicts their next attack. Vaughn is glad to see that everyone made it inside the outer walls, but he knows that they will be in trouble if they don't get to the village. He would like to retreat as well, but there's no time. Just then Panamera says that she will give him the time he needs. Her attack is ferocious, and Vaughn realizes that this is a true pinnacle of fire magic. If she wasn't facing a dragon, this power of hers would be devastating. Panamera says that she will head back first, so they can prepare more defenses. The others flee to the village, and we see that the dragon is being hugged back by Panamera's flames. Vaughn starts heading back afterwards, but the dragon is terrifying. It should be wounded by now, but is not showing any signs of giving up. Just then Esparta arrives, and calmly starts walking to the dragon. Vaughn desperately tries to tell him that he should be retreating, and he says that he won't run unless Esparta's with him. Esparta can't have this, so he tells Vaughn to let him buy some time just this once. He comes face to face with the dragon, and he uses his giant wall to separate himself from the beast. The wall collapses onto the dragon, so Esparta says that they should buy them just enough time. Vaughn is amazed. He also thinks that Esparta is being way too casual. He tells Esparta to run instead of just walking, but Esparta says that running is hard on the bones. Hampson assures Vaughn that he will stay by Esparta's side so he can run back to the village. Vaughn starts running, but the village is still really far away. The adventurers are having a hard time as well, so Vaughn determines that he will need to buy them more time. Vaughn decides to call in his favor from Panamera, so he tells her to pin the dragon down the next time she gets the chance. If she can hold it down with her magic, then the others can fire all their arrows to finish the job. They need some time to prepare the crossbows, but the dragon's already back up. Luckily, Dee and his men arrive just in time, and they charge right at the beast. Vaughn points out that there are only 3 of them, but Dee assures them that they will be fine. They have the weapons that Vaughn made them, so they are confident that they can win. Dee and his men confront the dragon, but the dragon is too powerful. They're in bad shape as the dragon gets ready to end their lives, but Esparta rescues them with his wall. Vaughn says that they're ready now, so he instructs the knights to get to safety. He then tells Panamera that it's her turn, so she prepares her Flare Blast attack. This attack is insanely powerful, so the dragon is unable to move. Vaughn then tells everyone to fire all the arrows, and they rain down on the dragon. Everyone waits to see if the battle is finally over, because there's no telling what will happen. Dee approaches it, but it's somehow still alive. It tries to attack him, so Dee lands the finishing blow. They finally win the battle, so Vaughn tells everyone to raise their voices in victory. Everyone begins to cheer, and the girls arrive to see if Vaughn's okay. Panamera commends Vaughn for giving great orders, and she congratulates him on slaying the dragon. Regular villages would have been wiped off the map, but Vaughn and his heroes are not regular. Esparta is an incredible mage, and Dee was able to chop the dragon's head off with one strike. She says that Vaughn and his group are very special, and Vaughn says that he's proud to call them his friends. Panamera can't believe that Vaughn's arrows were able to pierce the dragon's scales, but Vaughn still thinks he needs to upgrade them a whole lot more. It took way too long to defeat the dragon, so he wants the crossbows to be able to fire 10 bolts in rapid succession. Panamera says that it's time to have a dragon slaying ceremony, but Vaughn doesn't even know what that is. Panamera explains that it's a celebration, and the most distinguished person in the battle receives the title of Dragon Slayer. Panamera says that this honor will go to Dee, and he will be known as a Dragon Slayer from now on. Afterwards, Vaughn gathers everyone in the village to honor the deeds of those who contributed the most. Panamera tells everyone that most villages would have been wiped out. Even most fortress cities would have been destroyed, but this small village survived, and they didn't have any casualties. She then goes on to list the biggest contributors. Esparta is one of them, because his incredible elemental magic assisted them in pinning down the dragon. Dee is another one, because he landed the decisive blow. Finally, she credits Vaughn, and the entire crowd cheers. His knowledge, decisiveness, and clever use of his magic has made this village much stronger. Vaughn also led the charge in this battle, so everyone honors him. Panamera thinks about how she's met many people on her journey, but she can't think of anyone like Vaughn. She was born into a long line of knights in the royal capital, but she really stuck out when her aptitude for magic became known. She was quickly handed off to the country that gave the best return for her, and her grueling training began. Her training was so harsh that it made her want to end it all, but she never gave up. She even sacrificed sleep to study in her quest to become a squad commander. Eventually, she reached her goal at just 16 years old. After that, she fought in several battles and earned enough glory to be made a noble. Her emperor was very pleased with her performance, so after 6 years, she was given the title of Viscountess. One day, Count Ferdinando revealed his plan to have Art marry the lord of some remote land. He brought his daughter in, and that was when Panamera first met Art. Art was really nervous about getting married, so Panamera assured her that she would reject the guy if he wasn't a good person. Art still felt terrible because she could tell that she was being forced out of the castle. She felt like she was unwanted, but Panamera gave her some comfort. She pointed out that all of Art's siblings were married, so Art was the only one left. Panamera felt a lot of anxiety when she left her home, so she could relate with Art. She realizes now that all that worrying was for nothing. After meeting Vaughn, the once timid Art became more confident. It's all thanks to Vaughn, so Panamera says that meeting someone like him is a breath of fresh air. Panamera has made her decision, so she announces that she wants to make an alliance with Vaughn. She can tell that Vaughn hasn't received any help from his father, so she assures him that if he allies himself with her, she will give him all the support he needs. She will help protect the village, and Vaughn won't have to worry about Ferdinando's knights attacking the village. Vaughn is surprised at first, but this is a great offer. It will turn enemies into allies, and it will help them financially. Panamera points out that Vaughn upgraded this village in such a short amount of time, so he should set his sights even higher. If he forges an alliance with her, then the nobles of the kingdom will soon learn that Vaughn is her sworn friend. Vaughn thinks about how he's been completely cut off by his father, so this is a great opportunity that he may never get again. Vaughn doesn't want to waste it, so he accepts Panamera's offer. A while later, Esparta says that he has a suggestion now that Vaughn has made such sturdy ramparts around the village. They are very safe now, so he thinks that Vaughn should turn his attention to city planning. He wants Vaughn to aim for a city that can hold 10,000 people, so he will have to make this an attractive place for new residents. Just then, Till explains that Bell and Rango have returned with some people from the Chamber of Commerce. They said that they would buy the materials from the dragon, so Vaughn is ready to get to work. They will sell the materials so they can make a city that everyone can enjoy living in. Vaughn goes to look at the dragon, and he wonders how much the merchants from the Chamber of Commerce will be willing to pay. Bell and Rango point out that the dragon's in really good condition, so Vaughn will probably get at least 100 platinum. Vaughn then thinks about how 1 platinum is worth 100 million yen, so 100 platinum would mean that this dragon is worth 10 billion yen. The merchants are ready to make their offer, and they plead for Vaughn to sell the materials to them. They say that they will pay the highest price, but they only offer 60 platinum. Vaughn goes to consult with the brothers, and they say that the offer is terrible. These materials are the highest quality, so 60 platinum is an insult. The merchants call the brothers fools, and they remind them that they're also part of the Chamber of Commerce. They should be working together to get the lowest price, so the merchants whisper to the brothers that they should play along. Unfortunately for them, Vaughn can hear everything they're saying.
The brothers reject the merchant's plan because it's their aim to always do things fairly. Their motto is to do good business regardless of who they're dealing with because they believe that it will lead to even greater profits in the future. The merchants are furious, and they are sure that the brothers will get kicked out of the Chamber of Commerce when their president finds out. Vaughn wonders if the brothers are really okay with this, so they say that this was the only way. Vaughn comes up with a great idea and says that they should just start their own trading company. The brothers are shocked because this is not an easy thing to do. There are 3 conditions that need to be met in order to establish a new trading company. First, they must pay the merchant guild's registration fee. Secondly, they must own their own shop. Finally, they must get an endorsement from a titled noble. The first 2 are simple enough, but the real issue is the last one. There's only one person with a title that might help them, so Vaughn goes to see Panamera. Vaughn is shocked when she agrees, because he points out that it could cause some trouble for her. She would be competing with the Merry Chamber of Commerce, which is backed by the royal family, so they could turn against her. Panamera doesn't care about that, because she can see how it would benefit her. If she becomes a founder of a small trading company as a newly appointed noble, it could elevate her status even more. She has no knights or land of her own, so if she wants to climb the social ladder, she will need to do things that will get people talking. Vaughn points out that if that's the case, then she should tell everyone that she defeated the dragon. That will definitely get people talking about her, and best of all, Vaughn's family won't find out that he was involved. Unfortunately, Panamera says that it won't work. Dragons rarely get slain, so when it happens, there's a huge investigation. People will want every detail about how the dragon was defeated, and all the answers would just lead back to Vaughn anyway. This is terrible news, because Vaughn fears that he will be sent away. Panamera says that there's one way to avoid this, and that's for Vaughn to get a title himself. She then explains that all nobles have a title. She worked her way up from knight, which is the lowest title, and it took forever. Vaughn is the son of Marquisto, so he would probably start off as a baron. All Vaughn will have to do is declare that he was the one that defeated the dragon. Vaughn is really against this idea because it would make him stand out, and that's the last thing he wants. Panamera says that it would be great because he would be famous for being the 8-year-old that beat a dragon. That's a great achievement, and it would definitely earn him a title. Panamera understands his hesitation because when she earned her title, she also gained many enemies. However, in her case, she simply burned them to ash. Panamera tells him not to worry, because if any enemies come after him, he can just shoot them with his crossbows. Leaving plenty of bodies behind will surely keep people from opposing him. Vaughn points out that if he claims a victory for himself, then she won't be able to use it in her own bid for a promotion. Panamera is insulted because she doesn't think she did anything to make an 8-year-old worry about her. Vaughn takes it all back as he sees just how terrifying Panamera can be. She assures him that she can handle her promotion herself, so he can have the glory of defeating the dragon. When Vaughn returns to the village, the brothers are delighted to hear that Panamera will endorse them. This means that they can start their own trading company, and the guys couldn't be happier. They get right to business, and they ask Vaughn if he would sell them the dragon materials. They want to repay Vaughn for everything he has done, so they offer to pay 130 platinum. That's a great price, so they make the deal. It's time for them to go to the royal capital to sell it all, but all the carriages are gone. The brothers are horrified to hear this, and they are told that the merchants just left with all of them. Panamera arrives and explains that the merchants did it on purpose. If the brothers don't have any way to transport the goods, then they will have no choice but to do what the merchants want. Vaughn tells them not to worry, because he can just make a new carriage for them. They will still need a horse to pull the carriage, so Panamera says that they can use her war horse. Her horses are well trained, and their speed is unmatched. Elsewhere, the merchants have a good laugh, as they say that the brothers will come crawling back to them. Just then they are horrified, as they see something coming towards them at rapid speed. It's Panamera and the brothers, and their carriage goes right past them. The merchants wonder why Panamera is with them, and they fear the worst. They realize that with the cooperation of a noble, the brothers could start their own trading company. At the royal capital, Panamera goes to speak with King Dino. She explains that she wants him to grant a title to someone, but he points out that there's no one else here. Panamera explains that the person is the lord of a remote village, and he is currently safeguarding it. Dino can only wonder why Panamera would recommend such a person, so she explains all of Vaughn's great deeds. She says that he has accomplished so much, but what's even more promising is his potential. Dino wonders what kind of accomplishment she's talking about, because he doesn't expect much from a remote village. Of course, he's shocked when Panamera reveals that Vaughn defeated a forest dragon. He wonders if this lord is an elemental mage, but Panamera says that he's not. Dino is then even more surprised when she reveals that Vaughn's aptitude is for production magic. Panamera has Dino's attention, so he would like to hear more about what Vaughn has done. Panamera explains that Vaughn protected the village from bandits on the first day he arrived at the village. He then used his production magic to surround the village with walls and a moat. Vaughn made even more upgrades, and that is when he defeated the dragon. Panamera then explains how she pinned the dragon down, so Vaughn and his subordinates could land the final blow. This is all very hard for Dino to believe, so Panamera reveals the dragon fang that she brought. This is more than enough proof, and Panamera even says that he should visit the village to see the improvements. Dino's very intrigued now, so he says that he would like to meet Vaughn as soon as possible. Her mission is a great success, so she announces to everyone that Vaughn has received the title of Baron. Word quickly begins to spread, and everyone realizes that this is the same Vaughn that was said to be a prodigy.
Design your dreams. Polo 67.
Nigga, he's 8 years old as a Baron. Nigga, who was fucking with him? I barely even know what that means. I just know that's a good enough title.
Wind.
I know it's good enough title to own a mansion.
In air pressure.
Everyone is now talking about how he defeated a dragon, so Panamera says that things are about to get interesting. A while later, we see that Vaughn has made the homes of the villagers a lot fancier. Vaughn has been putting in a lot of work, so his city building is going smoothly. To bolster their defenses, Vaughn also created 2 giant towers. He named one Oligo Tower and the other Grape Tower. Towers serve as symbols of a settlement, and they will allow them to detect enemies from really far away. Vaughn's stomach crumbles from hunger, so he says that they should eat at the top of one of the towers. Till's egg sandwiches are a big hit, and everyone enjoys a meal with a great view of the village. Esparta points out that they have proper buildings and facilities now, so it might be time to start calling this village a town. Everyone thinks it should be called Vaughn Town, but Vaughn hates that idea. He wonders what Lady Art thinks, but she has something else on her mind. Instead of calling her Lady Art, she says that she wants Vaughn to just call her Art. It would make her feel much closer to him, so Vaughn agrees. Till wants to celebrate how well everything is going, so she reveals that she made a cake. Vaughn can only wonder where she got the ingredients, so Till explains that it was all thanks to the brothers. After they set up shop in the village, she was able to buy the ingredients from them. Vaughn is amazed that so much is going on, and he believes that this place is turning into a pretty nice village. Vaughn wonders why Till isn't eating any cake, so she explains that she got carried away with her baking. She has been eating cake every day, and her weight has skyrocketed. Jess then camps and points out that there are people at the front gate. The people wonder if this is Seattle Village, but Vaughn has no clue what that is. Esparta explains that a group of people called the Seattle lived on this land before there was a village here. The people say that they come from a neighboring village, and they're in distress. They are taxed heavily, but they have no young people to do the work. They can hardly make ends meet, so they came here to ask for help. Vaughn wonders what happened to all their young people, so they explain that they were taken by the Count. The Count is preparing for war, so he took all their young people to bolster his forces. Vaughn knows that he shouldn't be welcoming people from other domains, but he can tell that they risk their lives to come here. Vaughn then surprises everyone when he says that they can relocate here if they want. They point out that they don't have money, but Vaughn says that it won't be a problem because they won't have to pay any taxes for a while. He says that they have everything they need, and they wonder if this place is heaven. There are only 10 of them that made the trip, but there are 300 more back at their village. Vaughn wonders if one house for each family will be enough for them, and this sounds like a dream to them. They wonder if it's really okay to accept such kindness, and Vaughn tells them not to worry about it. He says that he will send them back with carriages to bring all their things, but they explain that they have cows to carry their stuff. Vaughn is delighted to hear this, because the cows will be able to produce milk. With that, they will be able to make cheese, butter, and so much more. It could be a major new industry for their village, so Vaughn can't wait. A while later, we see that Vaughn sent the adventurers to help get the rest of the villagers. One villager says that she was against relocating because they're just going from a remote village to an even more remote village. Ortho assures her that they will be okay because Vaughn's village is more like a paradise.
When they return, Vaughn welcomes everyone to see a tow village. He can tell that they are exhausted, so he says that they can eat some of the barbecue and get a good night's rest in the homes that he prepared for them. They wonder if it's really okay to eat this delicious food, so Vaughn tells them to have their fill. The feast begins, and everyone is so amazed by the delicious food that it brings them to tears. It was hard work preparing this barbecue and all the houses for 300 people, but Vaughn says it was all worth it. Before they rest, the people say that they would like to work. They want to make a living for themselves, and Vaughn remembers that they're probably riddled with anxiety. Vaughn assures them that there's plenty of work. He needs some people to run some shops and cultivate some new fields. The chief explains that Vaughn has changed so much in the village, so they will do everything they can to help the newcomers. The newcomers are hesitant to accept so much kindness, but Vaughn tells them not to worry. To help ease their concern, Vaun has to bring out all the cakes she made. Vaughn says that they will soon have a trading company in this village, and they will be able to develop even further. The village will be a place where everyone can enjoy their lives, so Vaughn tells them to sit back and relax. The villagers are incredibly grateful, and they begin to realize that they can really live here. Vaughn is happy to see this, because instead of being worried, they can now just focus on enjoying their lives. Esparta points out that they're still far away from being able to handle 10,000 people, so Vaughn says that he will keep working hard on his city building. A while later, Vaughn finishes a long day of work, and Esparta tells him that it's time to study. Vaughn can't believe that his day isn't over, so Esparta reminds him that there's a lot to do. Just then, the adventurers arrive and immediately apologize. They were supposed to avoid finding the dungeon because the village isn't ready, but it couldn't be helped. They discovered the dungeon entrance, and Esparta says that it must be reported immediately. There is no other choice in this matter, so Vaughn will have to send a messenger to the royal capital. With the discovery of a dungeon, adventurers will float to the village, and Vaughn's father will learn about everything. The adventurers apologize once again, but Vaughn says that it can't be helped. Vaughn determines that Zara was the one that discovered the dungeon because he's a scout in their group. Because of this, Vaughn says that he should be the messenger who reports it to the capital. As for the other two, Vaughn wants them to explore the area around the dungeon. Ortho is hesitant to let Zara go to the capital alone, but he quickly changes his mind when Vaughn says that he will give them one large gold piece for doing so. Vaughn feels bad for Zara, so he gives him a mithril short sword so he can feel better. Vaughn used up all the mithril ore, so this weapon is pretty precious. On his way to the capital, Zara stumbles upon a group of monsters after they just attacked a carriage. Normally, these giants would prove to be a challenge for Zara, but he's much more confident now that he has a mithril blade. Zara immediately takes out one of them and tells them that they should quit while they're ahead. They don't retreat, so Zara has no choice but to eliminate them all. Just then, a girl named Flameria thanks Zara for saving her. Zara strikes her as someone famous, so she would like to know who he is. Zara introduces himself and explains that he's just a humble adventurer. Flameria explains that she will be walking back to the capital now, so she offers to pay Zara back later with a date. Zara informs her that he's also going to the capital, so she can hop on his horse.
That's gonna be hard.
Flameria doesn't want to be a bother.
I did it one time on the test. I wasn't really that good at it. I went to do it that summer when I was living at Lollapalooza.
Carrying a nice girl like her instead of a guy like him. He wonders why she's going to the capital, so she explains her not so happy backstory. Her father was a baron, but he lost his life in battle, and his land was conquered. Because of this, she has to look for work as a maid in a noble's house. Zara says that he's currently living in a remote village, so she should come with him. He is sure that she will be able to find work there, but more importantly, he will be able to protect her. Flameria is shocked by his kindness, and she takes him up on his offer. Back at the village, Ron thinks about what he must do now that the dungeon was discovered. Adventurers will flood to the village, so he will have to build a separate outpost for them to stay in. Esparta thinks it's a good idea, and he says that Vaughn should name a governor to watch over it. Vaughn will be staying in the village, so it would be smart to have someone oversee the new outpost. Vaughn chooses Esparta, so Esparta says that he should also establish a new chivalric order to keep peace in the outpost. Vaughn agrees, so he chooses Dee and his knights to be the chivalric order in Seatow, and they will establish a Sparta chivalric order for the outpost. Vaughn goes to create the outpost, and he has some villagers help him. Everything is going well, so at this rate, the outpost will be done in a month. As everyone works, Vaughn gets an idea. He tells Dee to assess all the workers and see if any of them will be a good fit for their chivalric order. Dee chooses a few of them to join the sea touch of a recorder, but they
You don't have a
reveal
GPS
that
on
they
your
have
phone,
already
right?
been recruited to Esparta's. Vaughn is horrified to hear this,
You
because
can avoid
Esparta's
certain
already
things,
way ahead of
right?
him. Just then, Zara returns after filing the report with the royal capital. Vaughn wonders who the girl is, so Zara explains that she's someone he met on his journey. Flameria introduces herself and says that Zara rescued her when she was attacked. The humble Zara doesn't take all the credit, and he says that it was thanks to the short sword that Vaughn made him. Flameria thinks very highly of Zara, because to her, he was more wonderful than the heroes of legend. The two of them are clearly very close now, so Vaughn realizes what's going on. Just then, a bunch of strangers stampede towards our heroes, and Vaughn determines that the apocalypse has started. Zara tells him not to worry, because those people are just adventurers coming for the dungeon. When Zara told the guild, a bunch of idiots set out for the village in search of riches. These guys are pretty crazy, so Vaughn says that they're like villains in a post-apocalyptic world. They aren't so bad though, because they're actually worried about Vaughn's group and telling them to get to safety. They seem pretty nice, but Valeria says that their faces are scary. They warn our heroes that they might be in danger if a monster appeared, but Vaughn explains that they aren't too far from their village. The guys are all stunned, because it doesn't look like a village at all. The place is surrounded by giant ramparts, so they wonder how a small village could even make them. Vaughn shows them how he did it, and the adventurers go crazy. They have never seen magic like this before, and they're even more shocked when they find out that Vaughn is the lord of this land. They say that they heard about a brat that got sent away to a remote village, but he doesn't like them insulting Vaughn. The adventurers are quick to pick a fight, but Dee quickly puts them in their place. From then on, the Mohawks only ever showed respect to everyone. A while later, Ortho and the others return from the dungeon. Zara introduces them to Flameria and says that they're heading to the inn. Ortho and the others are in complete shock because they can't believe that Zara found a girlfriend. Vaughn wonders if he should build a house for the new couple, and Ortho can't believe that Zara is so far ahead of him. As for the dungeon, the adventurers explain that there are hardly any monsters in the area around it. However, the entrance is in a deep crevice, so it's in a pretty dangerous spot. Vaughn wonders how far it is, so they explain that it's a 2 or 3 hour carriage ride away. Clario goes on to say that the area around most dungeons is very harsh. People can usually build small bases nearby, but no one could ever build anything full scale. Vaughn can tell what she's about to say, and he's not amused. Clario doesn't hold back, and says that Vaughn could be the first person to build a big base really close to a dungeon. Vaughn tries to say that he's just a kid, so he can't go to such a dangerous place. Clario doesn't back down, as she points out that the adventurers will keep him safe. Vaughn doesn't want to go, because he wants to keep enjoying his fun city building inside the village. Vaughn can't dodge his responsibility, so he says that he has some demands. They will have to bring him some sweets, and he wants his friends to come along. Dee and Esparta will be busy, so they will have to stay, but he wants to bring till camps in an arc. Vaughn makes several more demands, and he's sure that the adventurers will give up on trying to get him to go. Unfortunately for him, Clario says that they will make the preparations.
Awaken to a world of wonder in Final Fantasy XIV Online. Take it easy and play your way. Whether it's fishing, crafting, or taking on quests. Play solo, or team up with your friends. Final Fantasy.
The next day, they all set out so Vaughn can build a base near the dungeon. On their way, the group encounters a giant troll. The new adventurers don't waste a single moment, and they eliminate it. Their journey is a long one, and the girls admire the scenery. Vaughn isn't looking forward to all the work, but he's at least glad that the girls are enjoying themselves. They will be arriving soon, but Vaughn tells the carriage to stop when he spots something shocking. They have arrived at the deep crevice, and Vaughn is horrified to see how casual the adventurers are about it. The adventurers are crossing it like it's not a big deal, and Vaughn realizes what's going on. Adventurers are fearless, and they don't seem to understand the concept of safety first. Vaughn